Swirl.
Oh my God. you dare run. All of our words were left undone. Don't run for your life, don't you dare run. You and I were meant to collide through the world, now here through your eyes. You and I were meant to collide forever. You and I were meant to collide through the world, now here through your eyes. You and I were meant to collide forever. You and I were meant to collide through the world, now here through your eyes. You and I were meant to collide forever. We can try. You and I. Brighter than all the diamonds in the sky. No turning back now, it's you and I. You and I were meant to collide through the world, now here through your eyes. You and I were meant to collide forever. You and I were meant to collide through the world, now here through your eyes. You and I were
sleep, open my eyes, I'm looking down. Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I turn around. I see your face, but not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around.
Sound like
Baby, you know I turn around.
Push the tempo. Push the
I go to sleep, open my eyes, not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around. Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I turn around. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. 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 Baby, you know I turn around.
sound like
Baby, you know I turn.
push the tempo. Push the push the
I go to sleep, open my eyes, not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around.
your size, mister.
this out. Check this out.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be standing here in front of you at the SMITE World Championship. Feels so good to say that and be standing here with behind me, the observant of you will have already seen, the red carpet. I will be your host, or one of your hosts, for the next 4 days, and I have the honor today of standing here and getting to interview some of the people as they enter the venue. It's a glorious venue. Those of you who may have seen it last year, they've won up to it this year, and I can tell you, in rehearsal throughout, there's been a little bit of heart flutters, and the intensity here, it's palatable. Everybody's excited, everybody's ready. It's gonna be an amazing weekend with teams traveling from all over the globe with one goal: to prove that they are truly the SMITE World Champions. But for the next, let's say maybe 25, 30 minutes, you're gonna have me and a lot of famous faces from the world of SMITE getting to chat it out, have a chat, talking about prizes, talking about trophies, talking about all sorts of good stuff. And I want to kick things off with a guy who I've had the chance to meet with earlier. Enrique, let me ask you, come on in, Enrique, come on. Enrique, thank you so much for taking the time to come and talk with me. Enrique, first off, for the people that don't know, what's your role within the world of SMITE?
My name is Enrique. I am product manager for SMITE in Brazil. So basically, I take care of everything related to SMITE in Brazil. So that's it. I make SMITE run.
You make SMITE run in Brazil. A very important role, and no easy task, because, I mean, Brazil's a big old place.
Yep.
A lot of people in Brazil. It's a massive, massive growth market. How are you guys enjoying SMITE in Brazil?
SMITE has been like a huge success for us. Since the start of SMITE, like back in September 2014, we already have like established esports scenario. We already have like the biggest organizations of esports working with us. So SMITE has a lot of space to grow in Brazil and in South America, and we are enjoying all this process.
Well, I definitely enjoy having you here, and of course you've done one better. You brought a team with yourself. How are you feeling about your let's say, your champions?
Yeah, so this year, like the Brazilian champions were like a surprise for us, because we had another team that was like winning every match. And then on the last LAN finals, Pain Gaming, like they passed through INTZ like hot knife on butter. And it's awesome to have them here, because they worked really hard. They proved to be the very best of Brazil, and I'm sure there will be like some awesome matches here today.
Awesome matches is what we want, what everybody watching at home wants. But I've got to put you on the line for a second, Enrique, and you can tell me no, but I'm going to ask you, what are their chances?
They're really good, actually. Last year we played against the Chinese. Chinese were like no match for us. Latin America guys, they're no match for us. So I'm expecting I'm putting a lot of effort into those guys. They're going to be really good.
Expectations are high. That's good. And to be fair, I think every team here has high expectations. I don't really feel like there's anybody that's just like, hey, we're just here just for the Cinderella, you know. And I have to ask about that. I mean, you're part of what is truly a global phenomenon, a global product, a global community. What's that like just on a personal level? You know, when you wake up and go, hey, I'm working video games, I'm working on SMITE, I'm here, look at all these people.
Yeah, I have been working with games for like several years by now, but SMITE changed my life. Really, like having the opportunity of like bringing an awesome game to like a bunch of thousands of people. That's really awesome, and to see that the community, like in the entire world, loves SMITE. They don't just play SMITE; they love SMITE. So being part of it, like being part of something that people love, and being able to actually contribute to make this game work, to make this game even better in my country, that's awesome.
Well, we absolutely love having you, and last thing that I'll ask, and I know that you want to get around and see everybody shake hands, because it is, of course, the start of something really special this weekend. The crowd was queued up outside so early, and there were so many people inside. It's just milling around. You can see it back there. It really has kind of like almost I'd say a party, kind of festival, coming together, a real celebration vibe. I mean, what's your plans for the weekend? How do you enjoy the SMITE World Championship?
Well, this event is obviously bigger than last year, so this is awesome. Like getting to the event and seeing a lot of people queued up, this is like the best thing anyone from production can ask for. So basically what I'm going to do right now, like for me, this is like the final stage of a long process of work. So now I'm just like sitting, relaxing, and enjoying.
Buddy, sit back, relax, and enjoy it, as I'm sure you guys will do. I can see somebody over there. I'm gonna back it over if I can. Enrique, I'll see you around later. Thank you very much. Take care. Enrique, absolutely doing a stellar job there in Brazil, and I'm sure if you guys are watching from Brazil, hello, obrigado, I believe that's correct. I'm not terribly good. Enrique, come on in, mate. Come on in.
How am I gonna compete with that suit? I'm in a... Man, got me up here in a sweatshirt.
So here's the thing. Earlier today, I was actually told that I look like an adult teen. Yeah. So that kind of made me feel a little bit uncomfortable. And standing next to Enrique, who was basically there looking so sharp.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know I was gonna be on camera.
Well, we love having you. All right, I've got to say it. Same run. You're here. You're in Atlanta. You're obviously one of the local guys. And sorry, I should start off correctly. Just for the people that don't know, how are you involved?
So I started out with like a community team doing content creation, and I started streaming for them. I've been playing for like 3 years. So Bart got a hold of me. We started streaming, and then they went to a more like production-focused stream, and they took some of the streamers off. So I started a series called Know Your Enemy, teaching newer players how to get into the game, how to play against gods if they find those gods on the enemy team. So it's helping players get into the game, but not feel like, oh my God, who do I pick? Oh, who's this guy? What's he doing to me? You know, it's kind of helps you get started.
And that new player onboarding is so massively important. I mean, in a game like SMITE, because you know the first experience is huge. But I mean, looking around, the first experience has to be pretty good for a lot of people because they're all turning out in their hundreds, their thousands to come and hang out with us this weekend.
I know. So when you see these hundreds of people come in, it's all right. It's a lot of people, right? As soon as that game starts, or as soon as the first video starts on the screen, and you hear the roar of the crowd, like you get tingles, and that's I can't wait. Like I'm already excited, but that moment is going to be gold. It's beautiful. Last year was amazing. I expect this year to be even better.
Now, you actually work here down in Atlanta, so what's it like to be kind of in your hometown and be having your baby kind of, you know, have its, shall we say, it's Super Bowl, it's moment.
Yeah, it's
Let's get you out of the sun. I don't want to blind you.
I like the sun. That's okay.
Yeah, just to be fair, it is glorious weather today,
Yeah.
so we're standing in the shade.
Yeah. So I don't live in Atlanta. I live in Indiana, but
Sorry, that's my bad.
I've worked with them so long. It's so great to see like this culmination of everything that's come together. Seeing launch, which at the time we thought was amazing, and it was. Then we saw Worlds last year, and it just destroyed everything that we'd done before that. And now we're here, and we're seeing this turnout, and I don't know how we can top last year, but I expect it to happen.
Well, that sounds like a good starting point. Now, I have to say one thing very quickly. The energy here is fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I mean, just walking around, I mean, really, I hope that it translates a little bit to you guys watching at home. The energy is fantastic, but I have to ask you, in all this energy, in all this excitement, which team, if you had to
I knew
put...
you were going to do this to
Hey,
me.
look, I'm sorry. It's on my list of questions here. It's not my choice. Somebody told me to ask these questions. If you had to say, hey, there's something there, and of course, sound out, let us know what you feel like, you know. Do you have a team?
I don't have a team. It's hard for me to pick one team. But I think it would be really cool for Smite and the scene and the tournament if one of the if China showed up and they just swept every. I mean, I don't know if that would happen, but it would be such a cool underdog story.
So you'd like to see an underdog story?
Yeah, I would. You've got these teams that have been on top for so long, and it would be cool to see them dethroned by a Chinese team, which nobody knows what they're going to do. You know, it's hopefully they bring a cool strategy and kind of like unravel everybody's thoughts on what's going to happen.
Well, I have to say I'm a fan of the underdogs too. Great talking to you. Thank you so much for your time. Before I go and see who else I can find down there milling around behind me, I just have to say that this might be one of the coolest things I've ever seen. This t-shirt is Thor Ragnarok, so for the guys who know, you can get this kind of stuff, you can get these kind of awesome pins, all that good stuff at smite.clothing. Really check it out because there is some utterly awesome stuff. And throughout the entire weekend, you will be able to get your hands on all sorts of here we are at the top of the staircase that I am now going to navigate very carefully because I am on a cabled mic and nothing would be worse than me or my lovely cameraman tripping over. But as you can see by the security guards and the lovely police officers here from the wonderful city of Atlanta, Georgia, where the SMITE World Championship is being held, this is the red carpet. This is where I'm going to get to hang out. So if we stand here, I hopefully will be able to pull over Chaos Stick. I'm going to see if I can find him around here. See him standing around here. So maybe we'll head down the other side and see who we can bring over to us now. Of course, in order for me to do that, I need to walk down that way. So I'm going to see how far I can get. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. Walk around. Coming down this way. Coming a little bit closer to me. Hopefully, I'm just standing now waiting for, seeing if I can get one of these guys. Oh, I can see them. They're so close. Let's see. If I ask really nicely, then maybe there's a very sweet chance. Hey, buddy, come on. This is the best part. Friends helping me. How are you?
I'm doing really good. Excited to get everything started. Excited for the first day of games, but it's best of one, so my fingers are crossed, and there's always that little pit of nervousness.
Now, I have to ask, and just for the people at home, you're involved in the SMITE community. What's going on for you?
For me, I'm coaching Fnatic. So I was playing with Eager at Super Regionals. We lost to Fnatic, and I figured if you can't beat them, join them. So coaching them through Worlds, and then after that, I've got some new exciting stuff coming up.
Yeah, I've heard some rumors. Are you willing to talk about any of your rumors, or are we keeping some rumors just for rumors and letting the internet just get hype?
Let's do it. Let's do it. So I'm going to be working on Paladins, doing QA stuff, and I'm really excited for that. But you know, I wanted to finish up with this season of SMITE, see it through the end, and I'm really excited to be here with Fnatic. That's 100% my goal right now.
And this does seem like the absolute culmination of an amazing, year. I mean, SMITE's just absolutely grown by strength, and the SMITE World Championship is just, it's such a culmination. What's it like for you standing here, being part of the team that made this game that's become an absolute juggernaut in the world of gaming?
It's a great we did it moment, right? Like everything builds up to this point. The past week is just this culmination of all these different feelings, and then you get to Worlds, and you're here, you're ready to play, and you just see what happens, and it's really exciting. It's who is the best? What region is the best right now? And I'm rooting for Europe, which I haven't done in a long time.
Well, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with rooting for Europe. Now, I talked about it a little bit before. The energy here, the vibe here, is really something special. It really feels like kind of a coming together of truly fans and players, the community. It's really a celebration. What's it like for you walking around and seeing all those people being so involved in that side of the SMITE world?
It's awesome because there are all these people that are like, oh, hey, it's Kret. And I'm like, I don't know who you are. Hi, nice to meet you. And it's so awesome to be around people that automatically have a shared interest. Everyone gets along on a fundamental level, and we're just all one big group of friends. It's so cool.
Now, you obviously have a biased choice in Fnatic, and that, they're a great team. There's no questions there. Do you want to say who they might be playing in the finals? Could I push you to that one?
On the other side of the bracket, I think it's determined by C9 versus Epsilon. I want to say Epsilon because they're our scrim partners. But the other thing, just for SWC in general, I'm waiting for the year where China wins. It's gonna happen.
I feel like that's been a little bit of an emotion that other people have been saying. Like, hey, it would be nice to see China come in, do something great. Obviously, got two teams that made it out here. Do you think either one could go the distance?
Well, I want to say OMGB has a better shot because we're up against the other team first round.
Such calculated answers. I love that about you. I love that there's no messing around. Good stuff.
That's right. So you never know. Last year they were really good mechanically, and they just need a little bit more of that game sense and map pressure and the sort of weird concepts. They might have it this year. They might be good, and then every year they're going to get closer, and eventually I think they're just going to dominate.
Okay, well, big words there as they start to dominate. I thank you so much for your time and taking time to have a chat. I'm sure you're going to head inside and go and enjoy things. So for now, we'll sign off and then say, hey, catch up with you later. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Anything you want to say to the fans watching at home?
Root for Fnatic.
I couldn't have guessed it. Thank you so much, mate. We'll see you in a bit. Now, of course, throughout the day, we'll be trying to get hold of people, doing little interviews. I can see some people down here. Maybe if I ask really nicely, we can pull one of these guys over. I can beckon them. Beckon. Oh. It's true, ladies and gentlemen. The man, the myth, the legend.
Hey, buddy.
Lord Bart. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing very well, thank you, Sean. How are you?
You know, I'm out here. It's a little bit warm. There's a lot of sun going on.
But great natural light.
Great natural light for me. Thank you so much, like Revenant. The nice vibe out here is that everybody is super, super excited. There's just really something in the air. Watching all the people come in, there's truly kind of a celebration feeling. How's your morning been? How's your preparation been?
Oh, it's been good. I mean, we did hair and makeup. We had, a little talent meeting. We've been kind of milling about meeting the fans. But really, while I'm here, Sean,
yes,
let me tell you that you may have noticed, guys at home, that probably right above us, right around here somewhere, there is a hashtag red carpet, or it just says red carpet. That is a code that you can redeem in Smite, and it'll give you a free chest roll, and that will run from now until, well, about 10 minutes from now. So definitely get that in for the rest of the lovely interviews.
You absolutely have to do that right now. There's no reason, no excuse not to. What can people win? All sorts of good stuff from the sponsors here, Scarf, Xbox, Intel, those good.
It's all in-game stuff. So you go into the Smite client, you go, redeem promotion, skins, gems, favor, all the stuff you can win. And that's gonna be going on the entire event. So keep your eye out for those giveaway promotions in the top left corner.
But there's giveaways throughout the whole weekend. I didn't just make that stuff up. Just so we're clear, that ooh noise wasn't just me being silly. There's generally like giveaways throughout everything, right, Bart?
Yes, there's always giveaways.
Bart, it's like we've done this before.
Once or twice.
Just once or twice. Hey, so Bart, I've been asking everybody, so you're no different. I have to say, do you have a favorite? Do you have somebody that you have as a sneaky desire? Do you have you want to tell people about that?
Yeah, I think Cloud9's going to repeat. Short and sweet.
Big words, Bart. Thank you so much, mate.
Thanks,
Take care. We'll see you around later. Bart, what a lovely man. Always a gentleman, always a scholar, always somebody to speak to. Come on down. I'm going to see who I can grab here on the red carpet. The smart ones you will have noticed, I've got this gorgeous trophy right by my side here. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Yeah. So I'm Captain Coach from Avant-Garde, the coach. Yeah.
And so Avant-Garde, they're a team that I would say is, not making up the numbers. There's a good chance. What's your feeling?
I have a pretty good feeling with them. It's the same as last year. I was the underdog story back then. Guess we're it right now as well. And we did well last year, so let's hope I can continue that story.
So coming into something like this, it is obviously a huge event. Players from all over the world coming together here in Atlanta. It's a big deal. How do you prep the players for that? How do you mentally kind of tell them, they've done it before, but what's the process?
Mainly just making them feel at ease. I think that's the most important thing, because the players are obviously going to be a little bit, nervous in the first place, and then you got to be upstage, so all the people are looking at you. So I'm just trying to make them feel comfortable in that sense, and just make sure the preparation is right. Like I always say that whatever a coach does, it's you can win the game as a coach before the game, and the players have to do it as soon as the game starts. So.
Absolutely, and seeing the players this morning, leaving the hotel, all that kind of stuff. What's the feeling?
Excited, nervous, but mainly excited.
Because today really is anybody's day, as it's best of ones. I mean, it's really setting up for tomorrow. This is kind of a get your feet wet, kind of feel into the day. Does that help at all?
Yes and no. It allows for a couple of strategies that you wouldn't necessarily or usually run, but they can surprise people. So that's something we're looking to do. But it's also, you don't know exactly, it is a best of one, so it's not a real test which team is better. It's just like, it's a sprint rather than a marathon.
Sprint rather than a marathon. Very wise words, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. We'll see you again later. Yeah. Now, obviously, all the teams are back in there, and they're getting ready because they do have a job to do. But here, I can see that there are still some people here on the carpet. This is an exciting moment. Chaotic, sir, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm going to be honest. I'm a little jealous of your sunglasses.
It's hot here. Like the past 3 days, it's been really cold. And then I got here, bought this, and now it's boiling. It feels wasted.
Now, I should quickly say that you have probably, arguably, one of my favorite t-shirts that I've seen so far, which is the Japan Faction t-shirt. And I believe on Sunday, we're going to be showing a new character, correct? Is that correct? Do you know anything about this?
I think we're showing it before that. So just stay tuned to the stream, and there's reveals throughout the entire weekend.
Now, you've been milling around. I've seen you over the last couple of days. What's the build-up to an event like this been for you? How do you kind of enjoy the SMITE World Championship?
So I was here last year, but I was here for media. Completely different feel. So pretty much all of the staff have been working really hard this year and just running around like headless chickens. But like good headless chickens. It's getting done. Let's say that. It's hype.
It's hype. Good headless chickens. I like that one already. Now, the last thing I have to kind of put on you is teams. All over the globe, come together. It truly is, it is a world champion, which is important. Do you have a team that you kind of see maybe drifting through that you'd like to, maybe pin your hopes to?
So I'm from London, Europe. I'm going to have to go for a European team, and my favorite right now is Fnatic. So I'm putting my money on them.
Fnatic. All right, well, that's fair enough. Last one. What do you do once you're in there? How do you smite? Where are you going to watch? Who are you going to be with? What's the plan? Are you focused? Are you running around?
So it's a bit of everything really. So being a community manager, I'm going to be out in the lobby quite a lot and just around. But my main station is behind the stage and upstairs. So if you can't find me, I'm usually there. Just drop me a tweet. Hey, I'm out in the lobby. Come say hi.
There you go. If you want to meet, do it, of course. And of course, last thing, for the guys, for the community watching at home, anything you'd like to say?
I just can't thank you guys enough. I mean, I have a job because of this, and this past year has just been amazing.
Amazing past year, and it culminates all here in Atlanta with the SMITE World Championship. Thank you so much for taking the time to have a chat, mate. We'll see you again later, of course. Running around. What a nice guy. Looking down here, I can see who else can I maybe lure towards me? Lure towards me, kind of beckoning. Oh, can they see me? I'm kind of waving. Oh, I see somebody. This is good news. This is good news. Oh, this is fantastic. So, for those of you who don't know, I do know. Bon, how are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
I'm actually wonderful. There's a cloud that's just gone behind that bright sun, which has just improved my visibility a little bit. Bon, here we are, SMITE World Championship. This is it. It all comes down to this. Every story has a beginning and an end. This is the end of this year. So how does that feel for you?
It's actually crazy because it's just been a huge year of SMITE. It's been growing like crazy, and you've had a whole bunch of stories all the way to the end, upsets, a whole bunch of people swapping teams and moving around, and stories of people coming together to do really great things. And having that happen, along with the fact that we have this big venue and like the stage and everything here, and having fans currently walking up to me and saying hi, it's overwhelming almost.
Now, that point about fans, there's hundreds of thousands of fans watching right now via Twitch, online, tuning in. But the fans that are here, they've made a pilgrimage. They're here to kind of see, and it really does feel like that. It feels like people are like, this is a celebration of SMITE. What's that like to kind of feel that this game that you're part of really affects so many people?
It's crazy. It's when you're like sitting at the computer and just working on the game, it doesn't fully connect to you until you hear stories of someone who drove 1,000 miles to come out to the event, or bought a flight for them and their family to fly out to the event, and it's hard to really quantify like how much that really means until you're actually here, seeing everyone here and making those journeys.
Well, we're actually here, and I'm actually going to tell you guys that we're going to do the best thing of letting you see everything of the SMITE World Championship. But of course, the red carpet will be back again tomorrow, the next day. There's lots of SMITE action coming your way. But all I can say is if it's the end of this part, which is the red carpet together with Man Pom, it means it's the beginning of something else. The real show is about to go down. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SMITE World Championship.
target here. Kanye Life going to be taken down as well. Cognitive will turn their sights to the Fire Giant as Omega backs with 3 seconds remaining on teleport. He'll be right in there very, very quickly. Fist of the Gods activated right now onto Nemesis, was used in the last fight. No other hand on the table. This means for everyone watching at home, the Fire Giant will be done, the damage will be increased, and Cognitive is primed to take home the World Championship.
This is a team that no one thought had a chance at the finals coming into this event. Coming as the number 2 seed. Down, ripping through, Titan, down, falls 3, a double kill for himself, it's a 5-man. They're gonna go for the win, pushing down the mid lane, is gone, looking for $1.3 million, and this could be it.
Kanye and Confery gonna have to team up to stop them from rushing this down. I just don't know how they can stop the 5. 1 tower remains as 1 Phoenix falls, and they're gonna go for it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
World Champions, Cognitive Prime, GG!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SMITE World Championship! Out of Oceania, representing Australia in their first SMITE World Championship, Avant-Garde! Undefeated in their region, the Latin American threat, Isurus! Representing Brazil, coming off a miraculous performance at regionals, Pain Gaming! The number 2 seed returning for their second appearance at SMITE World Championship, it's QG Rebirth! And the team that defeated them to take the number 1 seed out of China, of course, it's OMG! And now the longest standing team in SMITE history and the wild card out of Super Regionals, representing Europe, Fnatic! Making their first appearance at the SMITE World Championship, the number 2 seed out of Europe, the dominant Epsilon! From North America, the Dark Horse, Enemy! First seed out of Europe, praise be to Baba Yetu, it's Paradigm! And now, your defending world champions, the hometown heroes, it's Cloud9! And of course, no stage would ever be complete without the wonderful, the marvelous, your host, Kelly Link!
Thank you, Sean, and thank you to everyone here at the Cobb Energy Center in Atlanta, Georgia, and to everyone watching at home. This is the 2016 SMITE World Championships presented by Xbox One. To all of us here at Hi-Rez Studios, this is the biggest event of the year, and we couldn't have done it without all of you. To everyone that watched the SMITE Pro League, participated in the Odyssey, and to all the fans in the audience that traveled hundreds, if not thousands of miles to be here, Thank you. Over the course of the next 4 days, 10 teams across the globe will take to the battleground of the gods to fight not just for the prize money, but title of the best Smite team in the world. In this past year, we've seen the evolution of Smite eSports. We've seen huge upsets like Enemy defeating the top-seeded teams to make it to the World Champions. We've seen teams dominate like Epsilon Gaming, and we have the returning champions Cloud9 fighting to maintain their title. Guys, it's been a crazy year, and it's all led to this, the SMITE World Championship.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Alienware Analyst Desk. Of course, it is an honor to be here another year here in Atlanta, Georgia. I am Golden Boy. Big thank you to have me one more time, Smite community. But I am not alone on this desk. As a matter of fact, I'm joined by some rather dapper individuals. Sitting over to my left is the one and only Adonis. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. The roar of the crowd has been amazing so far. Yeah. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm ready to watch them Smite.
They're significantly louder than last year.
They are. It's really awesome. And then you could just hear, like, once Cloud9 came on, just the roar of the crowd. Everyone knows, you know, Cloud9, they're here. They're the favorites right now.
Defending champs. And, of course, we have Incon from Envy. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. It's an honor to be here. That's what's turning up to be the best tournament ever in Smite's history.
I'm excited. And then, of course, the runner-up from 2015 SMITE Championship, the one and only Titan Ataraxia. How you doing, my friend?
It's an absolute pleasure to be here. You know, I really miss that, the sound of the crowd, and it's an amazing atmosphere here today.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. Now, of course, folks, we have some great matches lined up for you all here today, but let's actually go ahead and run through the bracket, right? Because there's a lot to talk about with this bracket. So we are going to see 8 teams competing in best of ones, okay? So first we're gonna have Epsilon versus Isurus, and then we're gonna have Pain versus OMG, Enemy versus Avant-Garde, Fnatic versus QG. Those are gonna be our 4 best of 1 matches. They're gonna kick things off, of course, here at the Alienware Analyst Desk. We're gonna be talking about all of them, but our first matchup that will be coming up will be Epsilon versus Isurus. And this is exciting because Epsilon, of course, as many people know, heavy favorite, you know, especially just how talented this team is. Adonis, why don't you tell us a little bit about this squad?
You know, Epsilon eSports, they started in the spring split, and it was really captained and pioneered by iRaffer. This guy took some of the most mechanically skilled players in Smite. They weren't really successful on their own, but he brought them together and made them a top team. 27-1 in the fall split. This team is monstrous.
And then, of course, Isurus. Now, this is a team hailing from Latin America, very talented team. What kind of an upset would it be? And Ataraxia, I guess we'll go over to you. Would it be if Isurus were to topple Epsilon in this matchup?
It would be pretty incredible. You know, everyone coming into this is going to think that Epsilon are the favorites, and you could say rightly so. Europe is a much more competitive region than Latin America, or at least historically. But we shouldn't really put Isurus down because, first of all, they are here. You know, this is the SWC. This is exactly where you want to be to win it. You know, you're here for a reason. You're here because you're great. And I think that they've had a very similar story to Epsilon in their own region where they've just dominated it and really clean sweeped it. So I think that while I would give it to Epsilon, it's, you know, I think Isurus can put up a fight.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at Isurus Gaming.
Isurus Gaming. Northward. Honor. Awareness. Bethany. EXTT.
All right,
right, there you see Isurus Gaming. Now, one of the players that I want to highlight there is Awareness in the mid, and we have to go to you, Incon, for that one. Thoughts in regards to Awareness, what his role will be in this matchup?
Awareness is really considered the star player of this team, and one of his favorite gods that he likes to pick is Janus. Janus considered widely to be one of the strongest gods in Smite, and he hits about as many Janus ults as I get hit by in my rank matches. This guy is absolutely incredible, and I'm looking to him to make the big plays.
Already bringing the lulls. Already. Amaterasu, let's go over to you now. Let's actually talk about the solo laner Nauser as well. You know, what are your thoughts in regards to this player as well as Exit too?
Nauser is meant to be a very strong solo laner. He loves his frontline gods, and he really has to get in the front, as most solo laners do. But he's particularly adept at that, and really targeting the hunter in the team fights is what I've noticed. So I think that Amaterasu, he's got his work cut out to avoid him in these team fights. If they come into team fights even, Amaterasu going to have his work cut out, and especially so because he's laning against EXTT, as you said, who is he's a Brazilian hunter actually, right? Who transferred regions and came over. So he now lives in Latin America, and he's quite a talented pickup. And the rumor is that he's very good in lane. He's not the team fight hunter like Reels that you see, but he's very dominant in the lane, and he can really put the pressure on early.
And Adonis, for you, let's actually talk about their jungler as well as a support player on this squad. How do you feel about Isurus? How do you feel about what they bring to the table in regards to this Epsilon matchup?
Looking at Nur and Bettany specifically, I mean, these guys are the older gentlemen. They actually played Counter-Strike competitively 10 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, these guys came back into esports scene with Smite, and they've been training up their, knows our awareness, all their carries, and Nur and Bettany are very hungry for this. They've been studying Epsilon specifically for months because they felt they were the best team in the world, not just in AEU. They felt that this was the team, and they've also picked up their Epsilon's former coach Solana. So this is kind of the best and worst matchup for Epsilon. It's the best in the sense that this is the team they've been studying. If there's a weakness, they know it with Solana. However, it's also probably the strongest team out of this pool play.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this team matches up against Epsilon. Of course, talking about the coaching situation too, which actually does create quite a bit of dynamic. They have had a lot of time though to prep for this game, right? So do you expect them to probably, throw caution to the wind and, try out some new things, or because this is a best of one, right? And that's something you have to take in consideration.
There's two things to it, right? If this is the team you've been emulated in Epsilon, then if you're playing their style, they're going to know how to play against it. But that leads to this best of one scenario where you may be able to play something crazy. You may be able to play something hyper aggressive, and that's what I really think that they're going to do. Nur likes to gank early. He likes to fight, sometimes even sacrificing his own farm to that regard. He'll be like 6-1 in his own region, and then even with the other jungler. So I really expect Nur specifically to be very aggressive, pick something aggressive. Thor probably going to be pretty highly contested as well in this matchup.
Yeah, I would really enjoy seeing Isurus coming out with an aggressive early comp. I think you need to take it to Epsilon early and get them back on their heels, make them say, whoa, did we just get first blooded by Isurus Gaming? Get caught off guard, make Epsilon be like, hey man, maybe we're not as strong as we think we are. Get Isurus, get the blood flow and get pumping up. That way you can come out and take away adapting Thor.
And to that regard, Ataraxia specifically kind of had that last year when he faced off against China. They came in, I don't know how much you studied against them, but you guys almost lost.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of air around the international teams that EU and NA are just going to beat them. So we came in very confident, China will beat them, no problem. And then they really gave us a run for our money. It was touch and go for a while. We had a serious talk after that one to really buckle it up. So let's hope Epsilon don't do that. I know they can be quite a cocky team, really, at least within themselves. So I hopefully they're not underestimating what LATAM can bring here.
All right, well, speaking of Epsilon, let's go ahead and take a closer look at Epsilon.
Epsilon eSports. Amy. Adapting. Yemen. Hi-Rez.
All right, and there was Epsilon, and I have to say, let's see, we have the second-seeded team, Epsilon here. And shout out to that guy.
Hey, man.
I wasn't sure if that was part of the show.
Anyway.
Got to start off with some fun. Let's lighten it up.
Yeah, right? You know, right?
You just wanted to be a part of the show.
All right, I don't blame him. This is my World Championship, right, folks?
There you go.
There you go.
Be a part of this tournament.
It's like you know, I'm a huge WWE fan, so it's always an easy plug when you say live from Atlanta, Georgia, you know, and you get everyone hyped.
Everyone will be ready for that.
Easy to say SMITE World Championship, y'all cheer. It's awesome. See, look at that, easy every time. Okay, so all right, talking about these players here, I want to talk about adapting because you know, you had labeled him as the GOAT.
I know. Like in our notes, I was like, GOAT. Like this guy.
It's like it says adapting. Parentheses, GOAT. That's actually what it says. I hope he wasn't a GOAT.
I'm a little biased towards North America. You know, I gotta, give shout outs to my North American boys. And I've always felt like the best player typically has resided in North America. This season, especially near the later half, I gave it to adapting. Adapting is so good, like just a mechanical god, like a god among gods in Smite. He is so good, puts on so much pressure, and this team as a whole is full of superstars.
Yeah.
And he shines above them. If you're on a team of superstars and you can't even remember Demi's name, although he's fantastic as well, like adapting is so good and puts out so much pressure in the jungle specifically.
Yeah, adapting, he is offline we know adapting is an amazing player. He was the MVP, the jungle MVP for the summer split.
Yes.
When he didn't even qualify for LAN, which is, that's incredible. But at the Super Regionals, he didn't have a bad performance, but he had a quiet performance for adapting.
Funny enough, he had the highest KDA of any player.
Really?
Yes. And people don't even, and people are like, oh, it wasn't adapting, and as strong as we normally see, and he still had the highest KDA.
That's one of those things when you're such a strong player that people expect you to be doing things like 12-0, and all of a sudden you're like 6-1, and people are like, that's kind of an all right performance. That's how you know how strong of a player adapting is, when people expect you to always be that performance level.
Interesting stuff. So how much did he pay you, just out of curiosity?
No, I'm actually going for the sponsorship now.
You're going, okay,
yeah.
you're applying
this is my application. Adapting, if you win Worlds, a couple grand, I'm right here. Love you,
just
buddy.
toss it his way. Any other players in this team in particular that, you had mentioned Demi, but, anyone else in particular is catching your attention, especially going to this Isurus matchup?
Probably Iraffer from an overall coach and manager. Well, I mean, he's not coach and manager, but he's the one who formed the team. He's the captain. He's the support player. He's the one who rounded up all these superstars and taught them how to play competitive Smite. Because they didn't have a lot of success in Europe individually. They were all in kind of like mid or lower tier teams. But, I mean, he managed to find them and wrap them up.
Yeah, he has a real eye for talent. I mean, all of the players were ranked, very high tier ranked players. Some of them have been on teams like Emily 2 was on Cloud9. Demi is the real one for me because he never really had to my understanding, the confidence to try it for teams. He never thought he was that good, which is very surprising because to me, I would say Demi is he's the rock of that team. He's never going to do bad, and I would really look for him in this matchup. And it's Rafa's eye for talent, and he's really put all these players together. So he is a very good captain just from that point of view,
I agree. Iraffer having the knowledge and the capabilities to look at all these members and say, hey, these are all-star players in their roles. Let's put them all together. Why not? Let's make the all-star team in Europe, put them all together, and then when you go and you dominate the European region as hard as they did over the SPL season, obviously there's no way he could have done anything more right.
But, you bring up an interesting point about, one, this team being so good, and two, dominating, SPL in their region, right? Yet they're playing in the best of ones, in the prelims. So, Super Regionals obviously, didn't really pan out for them the way that they wanted.
I don't think they adapted very. Funny, gotta get it going early. But I really don't think they adapted very well to Super Regionals. For those who watched it, they were kind of still playing the same meta that they were using at the beginning of the split and just destroying teams with. It didn't seem like they studied up, especially with the newer gods coming in. Chiron now available, although wasn't at Super Regionals, but Seoul they weren't ready for. Xingten, they weren't ready for these new gods. They didn't seem to put the practice in. And I think losing to Paradigm in the Super Regionals and losing that first seed was actually the best thing that could have happened to the team.
I agree. Sometimes what you need is to lose a game to take a step back and go, hey, we're not unbeatable. We have to kick it back into gear. We have to go back like we wanted to grind to be on the top, and that's how you get back on the top of the leagues again.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they pair up. Of course, Isurus Gaming has quite a lot in front of them here, but let's go ahead and toss it over to the stage with Sean.
Thank you so much, Alex. Here we are, game one of the SMITE World Championship. Are you guys ready? Now I have to ask, Owner, are you and your team ready?
Yeah.
Iraffer, are you and the boys ready?
Well, there's only one way to find out.
There is indeed one way to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, shake hands. This is it. It's about to go down. We're getting into the first one. Please make some noise. And of course, it's picks and bans time, so that means heading back over to you, gentlemen.
All right, so big thank you there, and saw the players shake hands, get ready to go. You know, I'm sure that they are nervous, but it is time, folks, for the picks and bans of our first matchup of the SMITE World Championship between Isurus Gaming and Epsilon eSports. All right, here we go, folks. Go time.
I love the boys of Isurus. They are probably the hungriest team here from just talking to them, from what I've seen, from experience. But this is Epsilon's game. This is Epsilon's like bracket to lose. They are so good, and it's going to be a rough spill for Isurus here.
This game is going to be a matter of how much can hunger get you? How far can hunger take you? Because Isurus wants this more than anybody else, but can it stand up to such a veteran team of Epsilon eSports?
What I'm really looking for is who picks Thor first. Really? I mean, are they going to ban adapting Thor because it is his comfort god, it's his go-to one? Do we let this through, or do we try to steal it?
I think Giannis and Thor are going to be really highly contested because both of these teams, I mean, like I said, Isurus, you know, emulated themselves off Epsilon. They love those two picks. Those are either going to be banned or picked immediately from both squads. Isurus' first pick here, they won the coin toss. They took the first pick. The question is, are they going to leave both open? Will the other team leave both open? It's really hard to talk about. It's really hard to figure out.
As first pick, then they do have the room to ban that Thor if they want, because they have the option to take the top tier picks as first pick, like Jing Shan. Is probably what they're going to aim for. So they do have that room for that specific ban, the target ban against a player like Adapting.
It's going to be very interesting to see what they favor, because we know what North America and Europe are always looking to ban and pick, but we don't know exactly what Isurus Gaming wants for their first pick. You know, do they want to favor that Thor, or do they not want to deal with it at all? So it's going to be very interesting to see how that comes down.
They've had months to develop strategies too, specifically for this Epsilon squad. So I really want to know what they're going to come out with. My question to you, Adder, actually specifically is, where do you feel Chiron lands? Because we saw how powerful Ao Kwang was in last year's. I know you remember it heartbreakingly in Game 5 of the Grand Finals when you left Ao Kwang open.
Yeah, well, you think you have a counter strategy and then you just don't. But for Chiron, for Chiron specifically, he is a very fun hunter. I'm sure everyone who's played him will agree. His kit is fantastic. Shoutouts to whoever designed him. And he's very versatile and all round. And I feel that in his current state of balance, he is up there. You know, he's with the top hunters, but I don't think he's overpowered. I don't think he's really ban worthy unless someone brings out an amazing Chiron play. So I think what we'll end up seeing is, you know, the first hunter who feels comfortable to pick, we'll take him up. And that'll be that. You know, I think it's not going to be banned, but it'll be, you know, the first hunter who wants it, we'll take it.
What I do love about the Chiron pick, though, is it does give you an opportunity to put Chiron mid. Chiron's actually a great middle. I know a lot of people have been running it middle. A lot of people actually enjoy it middle. He's got great base damage, good scaling, works, of course, incredibly well with Transcendence, and he works very well in that early lane fights when you have to fight level 2 mid Harpies. He has one of the strongest fights because you kick people back right towards your jungler, and then you cannot possibly get away.
And that's something to talk about, too, because Europe specifically really likes to run these hunters mids and throw Soul in the Soul lane or Chronos or Freya, in the dual lane, not the Soul lane. We know Paradigm love it. Fnatic will run it with Freya. And we know there has been some experimentation with Epsilon. They ran Medusa mid, but that's really the only hunter we've seen Yaman play.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen him play it in ranked or like scrims or anything.
Everyone in Europe likes to play a bit of hunter mid. I know Pretty Prime as well. It's pretty much a thing that all of the top mids do. But yeah, Yaman was the only one who did Medusa, which I actually really like because similar to Chiron, she has a very strong level 2 for those first mid camps, in that her 3 is it's the
last rate,
thing, and it does a lot of base damage, and it scales really well as well. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see the hunter mid out of Yaman.
Do you think we'll see Medusa though, or you think it'll be like a neat
I hope
standard?
we see Medusa because ADCs don't really play her anymore, and I'm not sure why.
He was phenomenal on it too.
Exactly, he performed amazing. So I would love to see Yaman on a Medusa or a hunter, just because it gives him more opportunity to get his name out there. You know, we heard when the names were coming out, everyone cheered for adapting and stuff, and it was a bit quieter for Yaman, and he is a fantastic player. And I think that a god like Medusa would really help get his name out there.
I think those Hunter mids is really going to be dependent, though, on what they want to run in the ADC role. With the popularity of Soul right now, that's a huge reason why ADC's middle have been occurring. So when you have that Soul and that, you have the magical damage ADC role, you got to get your physical damage elsewhere. Otherwise, you're just going to build magical defense. So it depends on their first couple of picks here, what they pick. If they pick a Freya or a Soul, we're definitely going to be seeing the Hunter in the mid lane.
That's the thing as well, because Soul is she is in ranked at least right now, and at Super Regional she was a very popular ban. And if you want that magical physical playoff with each other for the ADC, then your options end up being just Freya, because Sol is almost certainly going to get banned. So how comfortable would they be putting Emily2 on as Freya? I know in the past he's been very good at it, but we've not seen it recently. So
yeah, that was his go-to probably at the beginning of the fall split, but we haven't seen it in a while. Emilito, though, I love Emilito. He's so good, but if there's one player that you're going to get in his head on Epsilon, it's Emilito. That guy, while a phenomenal player, sometimes gets a little tilted, but looks like we're finally in picks and bans. Giannis taking away Soul, immediately banned away by Epsilon.
Epsilon eSports does not want to deal with that Soul at all, and Isurus says, well, we're not going to deal with the Chiron right back. So we got those bans coming out quick, as well as the Zeus. We have a lot of magical taken right off the table, and there's the Thor pick. I say take it.
Block
right away from
This is over Jingxian. Jingxian is still open here, and he had an amazing performance at Super Regionals, and now Epsilon is certainly going to pick him up.
Yeah, but do you keep the Thor away from Epsilon, right? I think that's
It's both. I think this is Onur's best god, and it's like grab your best god, take it away from the best player in the world.
It's a best of one. You have to. It's like strike now or just regret it forever, essentially.
I think that Thor pick was the best pick you could possibly be looking towards, but you leave Bellona open.
Had to do it one time.
Seeing 10 open, all these amazing gods are still up on the table, and we might see an early Neath locked in here for Epsilon eSports. Not necessarily a pick they have to lock in here, but it could be a comfort pick.
It's a flex.
This is really interesting, though. I think everyone coming into this would really expect Jingxian to be a top pick and top ban, and we're going to pick 4
You know what it is, though?
And he's not here.
I think Epsilon know that Isurus want to run aggro, and if they pick Jing, while phenomenal, takes a little bit longer to get online, is going to get bullied. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Nozer in the Soul lane isn't going to have a lot of pressure, especially against the Bellona. He's going to be lacking, and that's going to allow Dimmy to maybe rotate, and if Isurus start getting going early, that Bellona is going to counter that aggression.
I would really love them to be looking towards the Khepri here, and they've locked it in. I love that pick. Khepri has a hard time initiating, but when you have a Xing 10 and a Thor on the table to help you initiate, then the Khepri is the perfect defensive support.
So it looks like, based on what we've got so far, Epsilon, you said it's right, Adonis, Epsilon looks to be going for this very early comp. They have pressure in every single lane so far, except for maybe not Duo. It depends what they pair with the Khepri. But if they get these kills on the board, then Isurus going to have a very tough time bringing this back. They need to really survive until the mid-game based on what they've drafted so far.
Shankui and Ymir.
Ymir band coming out. It's a very strange band. We don't see that very often in North America or Europe. Ymir band coming out, but Isurus may have something up their sleeve that they don't want to deal with Ymir for.
I mean, there's iRapper has played this before as well, and that's a really high pressure dual lane with a lot of kill potential. And they're running Khepri. Well, you can kind of bait out the kill lane at the same time. You don't want to get pushed so far and risk your Hunter dying. They want to keep X safe.
Khepri does have an incredible amount of clear, though, and it's very safe to do it. You can use it from behind your entire wave, practically. So I'm interested to see if they want to go with the aggressive lane here with Khepri. That's what I'm looking towards. I love seeing aggressive lanes with the Khepri. I don't want to see a Xiblanque. I want to see like an Anher, something that comes out and is looking for kills.
I like this Geb lock-in for iRapper. Pretty defensive. He's got a lot of aggro gods, so Denise going to be able to pressure that lane regardless. So just pairing the Geb with it, going to make sure he can keep his carry safe.
This is a very defensive team comp. They've got, they have the pressure in their lanes and stuff, but when it comes to actually team fighting, who are your targets here? All of these have got very strong self-peel or self-defense mechanisms, and then you have a Geb to back it up as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Isurus try and break this.
As far as the draft is going right now, I'm honestly really enjoying the Isurus comp right now. This comp is incredibly strong, incredibly tanky with a ton of damage. Plus you bring out the Huyi to give you that extra penetration on those tanky targets like Bellona. Loving it.
Who do you think right now?
No, they've run this combo before.
I love
they've run this combo before.
This is
they
excellent.
ran this in their regionals and they destroyed with it.
This is beads burning, right? This is Thor goes in for the dunk and then Nox can kill them, or vice versa. Nox pops the beads and then they go in. Jingxian's going to have his day of ult, so it's going to be fantastic.
All right, well, the Hunbats gets locked in, and we are about to be ready to go, folks. Off the top of your head, Adonis, who do you think came out on top in this draft?
I give it to Isurus, but at the same time, I don't know if their players are as good to pull this off.
All right, folks, well, we'll see what happens. It is the first game of the SMITE World Championship 2016, and we're going to toss it over to our casters.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the SMITE World Championships 2016. My name is Bart. This is Brandon. And, of course, the one and only Zapman. How are you guys doing?
Zapman made it to Worlds, but Zapman didn't.
Finally made it to Worlds. It sucks to not be playing, but it's great to cast.
Well, yeah, we saw the draft come in. Looking at the compositions here, we heard what the analysts had to say. Generally speaking, Isurus maybe having a little bit more of that defensive, strong frontline composition. And Epsilon, well, it looks like something that they can really kind of nip at the edges, fairly mobile. The Hunbots really sets up nicely with Isis as well, I thought.
I'm just really excited to see Nox played. I mean, she's one of my favorite gods right now in the game. She's super fun to watch. Great beads burning potential. I mean, there's a lot of potential in this comp from Isurus.
Definitely. Just from the picks and bans, you can tell that Isurus has been doing their homework on Epsilon because they took away the Giannis and the Thor from Epsilon, and they love to run that kind of pick comp.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier on, right, kind of trying to take away the global composition opportunities from the Epsilon squad, and indeed, Isurus is now going to roll as 5 down the left side of the map here. And they may run into Epsilon. Looks like Geb's going to see them down this corridor. Not really looking for a pick, looking to dominate the warning game, it appears, from Isurus.
Nothing taken from Nox yet. I don't know what she was going to be looking for. It's probably going to be the cripple.
Yeah, I love the group up by Isurus. It's a best of one, so anything can happen. They were looking for the 5-man pick, but they didn't get it.
Yeah, good point there. I mean, like, it is a best of one matchup. So, you know, if you have that pocket strat and you're going up against arguably the best team in the world in Epsilon, it's a good time to see if you can find that early pick, get the early aggression, and they certainly have a composition that's capable of doing so.
If I was Epsilon, I'd be trying to play as safe as possible in the early game. You know, a lot of people are talking about Brazil and LATAM and China coming out with kind of janky strats in the first few minutes, so for them to play safe and just try to play their normal, very talented game, I think is their best scenario.
I think a lot of the action is going to be taking place in mid lane. They both picked really powerful mid-jungle combinations. Nox Thor is extremely potent, and so is Isis and Humbots.
You get that stun off from Thor, and then it guarantees the combo from Nox.
That's a ton of damage.
Nox is a high-risk, high-reward style of character, though. I mean, if you miss those spells, she's really, really just out on a limb with nothing much to do. She's a little low on the mana here as well.
Yeah, you could tell that Isurus is going for early game aggression. You see the purple pot by Nox there.
Look at this, starting off strong. And remember, you saw the lack of mana there. She's trying to stack her passive up as early as possible, get a little bit more damage going into lane. I really want to see what we're going to get out of the junglers here. How fast are Adapting and Honor going to get to the lane?
Well, Honor and Adapting, they appear to pick up the orange buff roughly at the same time there. And they'll move, and it'll be a standard start all the way around the map, everyone picking up their buffs. And, well, you're going to see a little bit of Isis versus Nox in the mid lane here because it's she does not particularly excel in the clear department through the first few levels.
You know, what's interesting is that Isis here is going for the left Harpies, which is not going to be contested. So that tells me that Epsilon is looking for passive play early.
Which is smart. I mean, you don't want to contest as Isis into Nox. That silence is going to shut down the Wing Gust immediately.
You'll notice there in the top left of your screen, guys, giveaway trigger. First Phoenix that goes down will start a giveaway, similar to what we did on the red carpet. Free chest rolls for everyone that redeems it in the 5-minute window that it is active.
Oh, I thought he was actually going to tag him with that bounce.
Yeah.
That was close.
I don't expect too much action in the dual lane, actually. It's a pretty passive lane. Geb, Neath, they're really just there to clear the wave and get to the late game.
Super safe. Backflip, Geb shield, great clear, even from the tower line. It's going to be pretty difficult for them to deal with. Xing Ten, having that Mark of the Vanguard, also going to be pretty hard to deal with. This is the point in the game in which I think he's weakest. He doesn't have great clear. Obviously, Bologna at level 3 is not going to have too much trouble. Nice stop.
Why did he start up that bludgeon so early to Dimmy?
Because he would have got stopped if he went for the
trying
background.
trying to get the last
Xing Ten too, the knockup.
But she's still out clearing.
Still out clear with just, the in-hands there to the bludgeon. Well, no kills on the board, guys, here. Almost 2 minutes into this game, and it's been, you've heard us say a couple times, it's a fairly passive start. I mean, it's the first game of the tournament.
You know, if it stays like this, if it's passive, I think the game's going to come down to the solo laners. Who's going to have more of an impact? Is it going to be Dimmy on the Bologna, or is it going to be Xing Ten? So
yesterday you were talking about how the Death's Toll and Dev's Gloves is not something we're seeing a lot lately, but we see EXT doing that again. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, you know, it's the tanky meta right now. If he's going to go for Devil Gloves, he's really going to go for that mid-game power spike. Once he finishes his Icarol and his execution, he's going to have a ton of damage.
Going into, really only the Bologna, though, that's going to be stacking up physical protection on the side of Epsilon. Do you think this is the best option versus, say, the Bluestone?
I mean, I'm not too sure, but...
Do you like Bluestone?
I got nerfed. Death Toll to me is the better item.
I don't like Bluestone on Hu Yi.
I build it on everybody.
It's very hard to land those
Just
abilities.
dive at people. It's it's 22 damage. That's great.
Well, here's on her and awareness. They're going to a lot better opportunity to clear there when you have a Thor hammer standing out on top of the Nox darkness. But her wave clear is going to start coming online here soon, and Nox is going to be able to be pretty safe under tower.
Something that I'm interested in is to see how good of a Humbot's ult is adapting it again on his first ult, because I feel like that's going to set the pace of the game for him.
I'd be very scared if I was adapting. You have red pot on Thor, you have purple pot coming out from awareness. They have the ward in the mid lane to track, which I love. This early game ward is not seen very often, but I think it's going to be something that's very popular this weekend.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised that Epsilon would use it in this very first game. I think it belies a little bit of how much they are respecting the Isurus team here. I mean, I think Epsilon going into even some of the European teams from the Pro League wouldn't be coming out with such a safe start.
Yeah, I think what they really respect is the red and purple pod from Nox and Thor. They know they want to be aggressive early, and they're taking away that part of the game from them.
Mid camp's coming up on both sides. It looks like left will belong to red, although Khepri is making a rotation. Awareness rolling as well. It's going to be reset. No mid camps down so far.
Yeah, and there it is, really playing out exactly what Zapman was talking about there. Epsilon perfectly willing to dodge Isurus in these fights and just stay on level. I mean, I think it's the right decision, right? I mean, this is one of the better performing team fighting teams on planet Earth.
Yeah, and I love the rotation by the Hui. EXT and his teams are really communicating. Mid Harpies are up. We're going to go for left Harpies, make sure everyone rotates.
Got about a minute left before these potions are down, and I think that's when Epsilon's going to be willing to start taking the fight down. That'll be a 900 gold advantage inherent just because of the potions. Plus, there's somehow 400
right,
gold ahead
exactly
anyway.
what I was going to say. I mean, you'll notice there that Epsilon, this is just an amazingly accomplished and extremely disciplined Smite team. And you see that playing out just in the laning phase, pulling out about 500 gold ahead of Isurus. But I think it is also worth noting that that leads like 1,000 or 2,000 against most teams in North America or Europe. So Isurus holding on quite nicely against Epsilon.
So we're getting now, it's almost 5 minutes, obviously no Gold Fury yet. Right side of the map, very quiet. Neither solo laner making rotations. They've been very safe in lane, just going for the waves.
Okay.
Oh, I was wrong. What is this?
So they have the Sentry Ward down. They realize there's no ward from Isurus and Epsilon. They're going to go ahead and make this aggressive play on the left side of the map. Isis is down, and yeah, that ultimate is going to be enough to secure a Gold Fury at 5 minutes for Epsilon Gaming.
Extremely smart play by Epsilon. They know they have the Ice Assault, which is one of the best secures of the Gold Fury in the early game. And as soon as they put down the Sentry, they noticed that the jungler was on the right side of the map.
Is there anything better?
Gold.
Is there anything better than the Ice Assault?
No, it's the best.
No, not really. I mean, and I think that maybe this one got over on Isurus because normally when you see that kind of composition, you're going to see a Bastet or an Amir or a Sobek or some other kind of really exceptional Gold Fury killing god. But on the side of Epsilon, they're able to four-man that there. Raffer tanking it up quite nicely. Emelito Blue Sun Pennant ticking in. Right when he gets his power boots online, you can see they just go right in and take the Gold Fury, and successful it has been.
Emelito looks like going into the Soul Eater, I guess just running into that tank meta.
Yep.
Right? Very tanky team. And then Isis, of course, damage reduction. Humbot's very mobile. Going to be hard to lock them down.
Yeah, Emelito was really one of the first hunters to bring out this Soul Eater build. And actually, at first, I wasn't blue. I said, why don't you go damage? You need to go damage. But then I started trying it, and it's actually really strong.
So much HP out of that item.
Yeah, 300.
It's a good item.
It is.
Really strong. Even before the nerf, I think it was very underrated. And now that it's, it's just become a huge staple.
Well, a big thing that, changed on that item was that it moved from having a lifesteal aura, right? And the lifesteal aura was just not as effective, really, for the team.
Right. And also, it's one of the best items on high scaling gods, and Neith's abilities alone are really high scaling. So he doesn't have to rely on his in-hands for damage. He could just rely on Spirit Arrow.
Any chance we see the that kind of power pen-based Neith build here?
It could be possible. I'm not too sure if Emelito's really a fan of that.
Adapting, finds himself a little bit of trouble, but he's going to turn and burn. Honor's going to go up into the sky. That Neith ultimate already did hit. Not going to be available on her, considering going back in, but no, indeed, he will retreat to the towers. He's a soul laner rotating over.
Smart play by Honor, because if he would have ultied the Hunbots could have easily jumped it and baited him into a free kill.
Damage coming out. Khepri trying to get away from this one. Adapting going pretty deep. I don't know if they're going to be able to really lock this one down.
But nice Thor wall's going to disrupt it for now. Khepri's going to revive himself in place. Bettany's still down, though. Hunbots adapting, got a first hit crit there for 201 damage, and that is your Logitech first blood.
That is fear. Bart. Honor was nowhere ready to go in. Nox wouldn't commit either, and poor Khepri just all alone, stuck in the jungle, gets picked off. Multiple ultimates used, but first blood, Epsilon is in a really good position. They have Gold Fury. They had a lead. There was 2 potions wasted on the side of Isurus. This looks good.
Yeah, I'm really glad they just decided to use everything. They use Humbot Salt, Ice Salt, and a lot of people complain, oh, you use too many ults for a kill. But guess what? That's first blood, and it sets the pace of the rest of the game.
It's a huge bounty. Plus, shutting Khepri down, making him a little bit squishier than Geb going into the egg game is so important.
Yeah, the thing is, if you start shutting down a support early, they're going to be scared. They're supposed to be this tanky presence, and they won't feel that way if they're getting killed left and right.
This is curious.
Xing10 just, hey, you know what? You got an ultimate, might as well use it.
I mean, he got his beads, right? I'm very surprised that Dimmy decided to beads.
Yeah, it's a beads one, yeah, indeed. I mean, well, he's respecting that the Thor is there. I think that the issue is that he doesn't know that the Thor is sitting on basically no mana, probably saw the rotation and thought, hey, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, the reason they do that is because in 100, the beads aren't going to be up for 3 minutes. So now, basically, the Xing10 is telling Thor, hey, you can come gank. You have a 3-minute window to come and gank.
Do you gank Bologna, though?
It's possible with Xing10. He has magic damage.
That's true. That's true. Decent damage can shut down her return damage.
Well, but if not Bologna, what lane are you ganking here? Trying to find the Neath then? I mean, she's probably the easiest target, or the Isis. I mean, neither of them having really effective escapes.
Yeah, the Neath is the best target for the Thor. If the Neath backflips, it's very slow. Guarantees the stun into hammer combination.
I'm just excited to see what Epsilon has done here. They've drafted such an incredible comp of just tanky control. They're making sure that they can get Isis into the end game and look for those big bursts onto objectives. I think they're going to be looking to fight under things like towers and Gold Furies for sieges to ensure that Isurus is going to get pushed back little by little, forced to heal, forced to gain their gold back, or mana back rather, and it's going to be hard for them to keep it up considering there's a Geb with the shield, they have Isis with heals, they have adapting to control the front. It's strong.
Yeah, something I would like to see from both teams are different ward placements. You can see each team has wards pretty much on the opposite side of each other. No one's really taking the risk of aggressively counter-warding, actually, up until now.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, EXTT, he's in a little bit of trouble, but hey, drops the stun, stands underneath him. That is one of the major benefits of playing Hou Yi. Can place a very defensive ultimate in the early game and can be a nice team fight disruptor later on.
Yeah, 100% worth it. The Humbot's got, again, beads 1. It's another 3-minute cooldown. He might revisit that lane soon.
I would like to see that. I want to see him try to camp this lane down. If they're looking for a win here, taking down Hou Yi, I mean, that's their big damage carry. Remember, Nox isn't going to have a way to really confirm a lot of damage in the end game without help.
And the thing to note, Hou Yi, like Neath, is one of the easier gods to gank because he doesn't have any CC immunity built in his kit.
Ooh, but hey, if you hop over the Cataclysm, that'll do it every time.
Nice. And that was really important, too, because Raffer was waiting there for like 40 seconds. That's a lot of lost farm time.
You could definitely tell that EXT is in the zone, and he is just locked in.
Both supports now, level 9. Bettany able to catch up because Raffer was looking for that kill for so long. EXTT getting free experience now.
As is sometimes the case, you know, maybe more often than not in Smite, it is the supports that are the captains of each team. Bettany and Raffer, you see them on the screen right now. Those are your captains from each side.
Now, they can't let another Gold Fury go the way of Epsilon. That's why we're seeing more of a rotation on the left side.
I mean, they have a tremendous amount of wards as Isurus around the Gold Fury, but none of them are sentries.
Control over in the mid lane. It looks like right side camps should go to red here. Will Owner go over? No, it looks like it's just going to be a split camp.
I do want to know. I mean, Isurus is playing this very reactionary.
Yeah.
Right? And I mean, and some of that may be due to this continued ward placement here in the mid lane that's keeping really good track of where the bulk of the team is. But I think, you know, with this Thor and Nox combination, we've been saying about how potent it is, they got to get aggressive.
Oh, strange. Bettany, no, gonna miss the abduct. Not in a great position here. Amelito sending some damage down. Background wasted. The Isis ult, that could be very important.
Yeah, and then takes a nice chunk of damage out of awareness. Awareness throws up the ultimate. That's gonna slow down Neath just a bit, but this looks like a good opportunity to get aggressive here on the side of Epsilon as they move forward and they swarm through the middle of the map.
Yeah, Isurus saw that adapting wasn't there with his Humbot, so they said, okay, this is our chance to be aggressive. It didn't work out. Khepri missed an ability, and Thor also missed his ult.
Good news here, though. Xing10 does have his Breastplate of Valor plus cooldown boots done.
Look at this.
This is a nice bait coming out on the side of Epsilon, but once again, EXTT, he's going to avoid another big ultimate leaping over with Hou Yi. They're going to be able to zone out the rest of Isurus fairly well will Epsilon, but Bologna on the rotation. It'll find Nauser. Nauser will find Bologna back. Can they root her? No. Beads are going to be used. The Suns are dropped as well. Dimmy about half HP. Nauser out of mana, however, and the rest of Isurus all about 50% on the resources. Honor. Ooh, I don't know about this one. He's rooted by the Neath. He's going to use the bead. Spear ball over the wall. Not on the mark. Khepri ultimate has been used, and that'll be enough to force Epsilon back.
Gold Fury still available. We'll see Red start to rotate over and continue to push this advantage.
Yeah, they'll 100% go for the Gold Fury. No alts exist on
Isurus is going to try. They're thinking.
I mean,
they have no beads. They have no abilities.
They're going to wipe. I mean, they're going to wipe if they try to go into this.
They're taking too long anyway. This is done.
Take the long way around.
It's another one.
Already going to be completed. You can see the view from Epsilon. EXTT rounds the corner, but a little too late.
Yeah. One of the hardest things to do in Smite is to give away a Gold Fury. You know you got beat, and then you don't want to get beat and lose the Gold Fury, and that kind of draws you into that trap where you start getting snowballed on if you get wiped trying to steal the Gold Fury.
Amelito continues to farm up, going right to the purple buff. Epsilon leads still at 12 minutes, only 1 kill up, but the experience and gold are starting to skyrocket. Let's go to the graphs, and we'll show you 2 Gold Furies deep, a 4,100 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, more or less, this is going to be death by 1,000 cuts, it looks like, on the side of Isurus. Epsilon just taking little by little, and I mean, you saw it in that early laning phase, about 500 gold advantage coming out of that first 5-minute gambit, essentially, and now they're going to continue to extend that lead through objective play.
Yeah, Epsilon's playing their team comp perfectly. They know that Isurus had a better early game. They went the purple and red pot, so they said, okay, we're going to back off. We're going to farm better than them. We're going to look for that early Gold Fury, which they found with the Ice Assault, and now they have a good lead.
And now going into this mid-game, oh, hold that thought. Honor, he's going to take a look over here at the right side. He's going to be on the mark with the stun on a Dimmy, but Dimmy, Roma Invicta, out he gets.
The problem there was that Thor didn't realize that Shing10 DR'd the Bologna, so as soon as he stunned, Dimmy was able to get his ult off right away.
That hurts, right? I mean, he used pretty much everything on that side of the map, and now Emilito knows that he can apply pressure to EXTT and keep the duo lane locked down. And with the Gold Fury being down, the supports don't really want to hover on this side of the map too much, so it's kind of in a weird spot of this 1-for-1. If Adapting rotates to duo, this should be a kill.
Epsilon is insanely powerful, like right this moment. Their power spike has really come online. You have Isis with one of the higher DPS output buildups in the Chronos Pendant and Pen Boost for Beads 3.
Big fan.
That'll give you 2 sets of abilities, essentially, in a fight. You have the Stone of Gaia on top of a Sovereignty, on top of a Soul Eater, so all of your frontliners are going to be very, very tanky based on those auras, and just the innate tankiness that Bologna is going to get out of that Stone of Gaia in addition to the regen. Looking at the side of Isurus, they don't have those big, really team fight altering tier 3s up right now in terms of items.
Right, I mean, especially looking at the junglers, Onur doesn't even have his Jotun's Wrath online yet, whereas we look at Adapting, he's already got the Jotuns, plus he's got a little bit of crit going as well. So now, what, 35% chance to crit off the ability?
Yeah, the Jotuns is pretty much the staple item on any assassin jungle. If the other jungler has it before you, you have to lay back. Can't do anything.
The issue is he can't really lay back anymore. Like Bart said,
1,400 net worth behind.
It has to be reactionary, and he's in a position where he can't not farm.
Yeah, one of the ways... Ooh, here's a fight.
They're just going to put a bunch of damage out onto awareness.
Look at this.
I mean, look how much poked he's going to get. He's poked out. And look at that. Adapting actually misses the overhand smash on purpose to wait out the Kepri ultimate, and down will go the mid laner. What a player.
That is the level of play we're looking at from Adapting. That instantaneous decision-making, that audible call that he just made to not take the kill and pop the Kepri ult. And by the way, that was another death by 1,000 cuts right there. Just little by little, just poking him down until he couldn't do anything. That was another 2 ultimates.
Oh, they found the leap out of EXTT. No, they got it on startup. He will still have it available, and away he will go. But tier 1 has fallen, and that is going to be your first tower.
Yeah, you know, as soon as the first tower is down, that's going to start a little bit of the snowball. The Epsilon gets a little bit of global gold, and now they're going to say, hey, we can easily take their towers if we group up. So I think laning phase is probably going to be over from now on.
Those level 2 beads being down as well. That's almost 2 minutes still that EXTT can be a sitting duck. I want to see more pressure into this side of the map. Keep him locked down. If Emilito can get ahead, you know, Neath versus Ho Yi in the end games app, who do you give that to?
Definitely Neath in the early game. Ho Yi can actually kill Neath if he all-ins her, but it's a very risky play, and not many hunters would be willing to do that.
Come on.
He's baiting that kill.
I would.
You would.
And with another tower down, Adapting, nearly getting closer and closer to 2,000 gold ahead of the enemy jungler. A couple levels as well, and a massive item disparity on the hunter. Zapman, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, I mean, when you go Soul Eater, you're kind of weak and have a lot of in-hand damage, and you really start hitting that power spike when you get the Ichaival. Now that Neath has the Ichaival, Hui has no chance.
Right, it completely shreds the damage of the Dev's Glove.
It's a 60 damage split.
Exactly, and that's what he's gaining. So it's going to be an even split. Lifesteal pretty much even, but until he gets that Ichaival completely online, EXTT's in a bad spot.
It is the ultimate boxing item.
Do you even think that, I mean, I think that I would have maybe even preferred to just see the Executioner come out. I mean, at this point, Hu Yi, he ain't boxing Neath until 25 plus minutes. Should he be going and itemizing a little bit more into the late game, or you know, is it just so compulsory to be able to fight that Neath in lane?
I mean, he could do that, but the Ichaival is so good also because it gives a lot of attack speed.
It's also very cheap, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's very cheap. A lot of attack speed. Hui's weakest point is that he has no attack speed steroids, so he really needs that item.
Bettany, I think, had a pretty free dodge there, but you still see him use the Abduct even under 50% mana. This is showing a little bit of fear. I think Raffer's putting it into him.
Ooh. Yemen's going straight into the Spear of the Magus here on top of the penetration boost. This Isis is going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage. Honor going up. Emilito's going to get caught. Nope.
Got the double tap. Decent damage, but here comes Adapting.
They're going to get the Neath ultimate. Overhead smash. One more hit will do it, and away he goes. Adapting the god. Out he leaves from the tower. Presence of mind.
You know, I've been casting this game for so long, and in my head, I've seen that play 1,000 times, right? And every single
Hunbot's
time,
never has the jump.
No, the Hunbot's always jumps out of the tower into the lane. He jumped like right into the purple buff, and I went, wait, where did he go? It's crazy.
Yeah, Gold Fury started up again here, guys. Let's take a listen in with Epsilon as Nauser tries to disrupt the Gold Fury.
A ver, intentá hacer esta jugada. Le tiro ulti, no, le tiro ulti, no. ¡Ay!
Nowhere to go.
Cuidado, cuidado, no tengo mano. Vamos a
Well, there you go. You heard it. Epsilon swarms all over Isurus. They try to prevent the third Gold Fury going the way of the boys in blue, and it doesn't look like they're going to be successful with this one. 3 members down, plus a Gold Fury going to the side of Epsilon.
Yeah, at this point, Isurus is pretty desperate. They needed to at least try to steal that Gold Fury. It didn't work out. It
was close.
Yeah, it was close. It was a good try. They had to do that.
Man, but we have not seen many shutdowns in the history of competitive Smite, where a team has gotten no kills, but so far it's shaping up that way. Epsilon has a very tanky team. It seems very hard for Isurus to get even someone to have health at this point.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Epsilon's play. A team of that caliber, usually they're a little bit overconfident, as we have the replay here.
Looking at the intel turning point of the game, this is adapting, diving into the mid lane tower. And what you're looking at, there's the port in, over at Smash. Nope, not gonna hit him there. They're gonna wait out this Khepri ultimate. One more smack should do it, and there it is, adapting.
Do you see him actually getting the third hit of the hit chain too, to make sure he can guarantee it? And he got it within like 5 frames of that Khepri falling off. Like, that is not human ability.
And now a Deathbringer is gonna be up for that Hunbots as well. And you saw earlier, 3 Gold Furies going to the side of Epsilon so far.
Yeah, but back to my point about the way Epsilon is playing, a team of this skill, usually they play a little bit cocky, a little bit, you know.
You would know.
But you can tell Epsilon's just playing their game. They're playing extremely calculated. They're not taking any risks. They really respect Isurus.
By the way, I would have not guessed that Neath was the top player damage this game. 9,200.
Well, she's been tossing out those ultimates. You got to think, this is a game that hasn't had a lot of team fights, hasn't had a lot of 10-man skirmishes, and Neath has gotten, you know, a few hundred damage in every fight based on ability usage, and yeah, she climbs the towers up, not to mention the Bluestone Pendant chipping away at Huyi in the lane.
There go the Suns trying to keep him locked down. Emilito willing to tank some damage just to ensure he gets more damage on the tower. Trouble here. Cataclysm still in the beads.
Beads still active, yeah, that lasted a long time. And in will come Nauser here. Raffer in a bit of trouble. He's going to actually like to go back through the tower. Nauser off the mark with the ultimate, unable to keep him locked in. That could have been their first kill.
I think that was a heavenly agility, Bart. I think that's what got him out of there. He just barely outranged it.
You know, Nauser also had another leap, and he chose not to use it, thinking he had the distance. Maybe he didn't hear the heavenly agility.
He does have the E-Staff, however, though, so this is going to be a pretty effective frontline tank for Isurus, but they're going to concede their tier 1 and look to defend at the tier 2. Just off to the right side is Yaman looking for the Spirit Ball to set things up. Emilito's going to find the pin on a Bettany. Spirit Ball pending here from Yaman. Here it comes. It's going to find no one. No, they're going to force out the dash from Nox, however.
We should see an Isis ult here in just a second. We still have the Eagles rally as well on the side of Epsilon. Isurus trying to hold this down, but they don't have a lot of CC and control outside of what's been used.
They have Demi locked down, but they can't burst him underneath the tier 2, even with it pounding into him, and that's a free tier 2 for Epsilon.
Yeah, you can see Isurus' comp, how well it can work and how much damage they can put out. If they were able to do this more in the early game and not fall so far behind, they could have taken this.
I mean, how do you force a team to fight you, though, in the situation where Epsilon's trying to dodge you the whole time? I mean, what adjustment should Isurus, or could they have even made, given their comp?
Instead of splitting the mid-harpies, they should have just mirrored Epsilon's movements in the jungle and try to force the fight that way.
This, to me, is looking very similar to what we saw from Envy and Eager, to the point where Envy is getting decent plays, but Eager was just so far ahead in their set that it just wasn't able to make it happen. Like, they're getting the CC combos off, they're getting the damage off, but at that point, Zap, I'm sure you knew your team was basically invincible. It's the same thing. Like, the way they just comboed Dimmy under a tier 2 and he laughed it off.
Exactly. The thing is, though, when a team is playing that defensive, the other team has to kind of force the play. So you start seeing these combos from the other team going off.
And look at this, we got a split push cam right now. He goes for the red buff, takes it by himself. That's another big power spike. He's going Lost Artifact, which means with the Chronos Pendant, I mean, it's not going to be a Doom Orb, he's rushing Rod.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And why not, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, hey, it could be a Doom Orb. Maybe looking to style a little bit.
Yaman?
No, yeah, it's a Ratatouille.
Maybe Dimmy. I can see Dimmy going for it.
Well, I mean, he's basically building up the, you know, this is like the ideal itemization if you're a mage. Like, if you can affect this somehow, then you're perfect. Fire Giant started up. The rest of Isurus, they seem to know that, yes, they do indeed know that it's been started up. They're being zoned up by Geb for the moment. The rest of Epsilon looks like they want to fight. They're going to pull off the Fire Giant. 2 beads going to be popped by Dimmy on the right side. That's going to be EXTT zoned out for now. The fight's continuing underneath the orange buff, and Epsilon is going deep for this one. The Suns are going to be dropped onto Adapting, but Yaman will pick up the kill onto Awareness. Adapting finds EXTT. Nauser's recalling, and they are conceding the Fire Giant to Epsilon Gaming, now up something like 14,000 golden experience.
It's getting pretty bad, Bart. It's getting to the point now where Epsilon is baiting a, 30% Fire Giant for 2 kills, plus 2 sets of beads as well. This is going to be impossible for Isurus to really defend. They're going to have to concede this and hope they make mistakes.
Yeah, and Bart earlier talked about how you can force someone to fight, and this is one way. They baited the Fire Giant, they had vision control, they forced Isurus into an uncomfortable spot, and they took advantage.
Trouble.
Bettany.
Trouble.
Look at that, back-to-back 3 crits in a row out of adapting, putting on 1,000 damage into that Khepri. Never mind your Sovereignty and Heartward Amulet, still gonna melt underneath the monkey.
There's the 14,000 you were looking for, Bart,
There it
right
is.
there. It's getting closer to 15. It's 14-5 right now as they move towards the final tier 2
Look how
in
fast
the mid lane.
Bots is gonna eclipse Neath in the damage output once he finishes Deathbringer. I mean, he has like tripled his damage output in the last couple minutes.
Where are we in terms of structure damage, right? I mean, like, does anyone on blue, have they been able to scratch towers on side of the
Zero
right
damage
side?
Delta Towers by Isurus.
It's all minions. Oh my God, and look at this, 3,700 coming out from Emilito.
My goodness.
Another Gold Fury. Look, it's like they planned this. It looks like a football play. The way that they're running around the map and every objective's up. We'll go to the graphs. That's another huge spike here. 17,700 for the seemingly undefeatable Epsilon.
Yeah, I expect Epsilon here to get all their big items, Deathbringer, Ratatouille, and then they're probably going to push down and win here.
Indeed they will. Ratatouille completed. There's an Iqbal on Bologna giving her some one-on-one solo potential. There's a Titan's Bane plus some physical protection coming out of the bot that'll eventually be the Mail of Renewal. Ratatouille, no, it looks like he's going to sell off a start and try to finish that while adapting.
I love the pickup by Emilito here. He went for the flat pen with the Brawler's Beat Stick. He really just wants his Spirit Arrow to do a ton of damage.
Look at this. I mean, look at just the item charts. You can see like some 6th items getting started or 5th items if you don't count starter items. Over on the left side, there are 2 tier 1s in the 5th item slot. Like, that alone, I think, spells the difference in skill between these two teams. Epsilon really looks like a World Championship team today.
Yeah, they look amazing. I love that they just took Isurus so seriously, and they're really just playing their game.
And, you know, like you said before, I almost didn't expect it, you know, and I think that's one of the reasons that TSM and Titan last year had a little bit of trouble with China is they went in thinking that they weren't going to be as strong.
Yeah.
Right, and Epsilon treated these people as if they were playing to get here.
I mean,
they should.
More recently, TSM, you know, went into that with that mindset against Enemy.
That's true.
That's why we have Enemy competing here at Worlds. I mean, you know, never underestimate your opponent. They could have boot camps in really, I mean, Steve, maybe you can shed a little light on this. I mean, how often does it happen that a team, you know, is through the regular season or, you know, is performing at one level and then they boot camp and they go into LAN and they perform so much better? I mean, do you feel like every team gets better going into LAN, or what's kind of the process there?
Yeah, I mean, you boot camp for the other team, but what really matters is how do players perform in LAN? How do they perform under the pressure, right? If you go in with a solid game plan like Enemy and really just get the right picks and bans, you go in with so much confidence and you can take on anybody.
The Suns are already down 2 Phoenixes as well, as the chat, I'm sure, is triggered.
They'll have a hard time denying Epsilon here taking this 3rd Phoenix. Seat Plan is your giveaway code, guys. Go ahead and put that into Smite. If you are just joining us here, this is game number 1 of day number 1 of the SMITE World Championships. 25 minutes, nearly 26 in. 2 Phoenixes down. Isurus trying to hold out Epsilon Esports.
They're not even they don't have it. They're burning through Xingchen, adapting, finding another one with EXTT. Bettany goes down 3. He doesn't want to go into that. They're looking for the shutdown. 0-12 right now. Isurus trying to fight, but the 3rd bird falls. 13-0. Epsilon looking to close it out.
Surrender vote started up by Isurus. I don't think this one's going to go through. They're going to pile right on into the Titan, and Epsilon Gaming will win the first game of the SMITE World Championships of 2016 over Isurus, 14-0.
It doesn't get any cleaner than that. No kills on the side of Isurus. They took every objective on the map, not a single point of structure damage from Isurus. If you're Epsilon, you can't be any more excited about how the way that went.
I'll tell you what, that was a great statement game by Epsilon, and Cloud9 better be worried.
Well, guys, with that, we'll leave you from the commentary desk and toss it over to the analyst, Golden Boy. Let us know what you guys saw. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Bart. Wow. I mean, that was a stomp. And in the words of good old JR, that was a slobber knocker if I ever seen one. Adonis, we'll start with you. Thoughts on that game? I mean, you know, a couple things to take away early there, especially with the draft. Everyone thought that, you know, they were looking great. Isurus was, you know, going to contend, and then.
I love the draft out of Isurus. It was, you know, you heard the casters do it. It was clearly a team comp based around late game synergy and kind of surviving and counter engaging. But unfortunately, Epsilon just put on too much pressure with that ISIS, adapting, you know, locking down EXTT early, or at least putting the pressure and not allowing them to get big. And You know, it was just a matter of Epsilon were individually better players, and they were able to execute the comp. And honestly, Isurus played scared.
It came down to me to playing scared. You could see Isurus, they were spread out. They weren't communicating well. We had Thor ults going in. We had people noxing to the left, Thor's going to the right. That was basically the story of that game, was half the team going left and half the team going right.
Yeah. I think it's really, you can really see how scared they were playing by the fact that they did actually have each of the players zero tower damage, but their towers did take damage, which means that minion waves went in, Epsilon didn't collect them, and what that means is that they felt they could be everywhere, you know? Adapting or Dimmy, they could be right around the corner, so they never went into the tower to actually hit it. They were just too scared, so they left the thing, and I think that is the real indicator of how scared they actually did play.
And 0 kills, right? Like, you can lose, but like having 0 kills means they were never the aggressors. I think the best point to look at was Epsilon sneaking the Gold Fury at 5 minutes. They were just like, the team's just trying to farm. They're not trying to push out. They like never crossed that imaginary mid-line, right? They were never aggressive. After that, First Blood wasn't until 7 minutes, and it was a 4-man pick by Epsilon between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 of Isurus' tower.
Yeah, Dimmy makes the big rotations come over, Now's is nowhere there, and, you know, 4 people for a First Blood is, you know, you don't really see that often.
No.
Speaking of the First Blood, let's go ahead and take a look at this here. Of course, the Logitech First Blood. And yeah, you know, I have to say, this is, I think overall, you know, it just goes without saying that you needed to have Isurus get that First Blood. That was, you mentioned that before, Incon, you said it was imperative that they get their First Blood. That was the thing that they had to set themselves apart from Epsilon early in this matchup. Did not happen at all. Another thing to kind of talk about too was adapting. I mean, this guy, he's awesome.
I told you.
Incredible.
I wasn't lying. Adapting was so good, especially that mid dive. And the Zap pointed something out that I didn't notice at first. When adapting, you know, he missed purposely the overhand smash. That's a good play in itself because you don't want to pop the Khepri ult. But then he actually worked up the hit chain to get the bigger hit on the third strike.
Yeah, that's because the third hit, it comes out quicker, but it's still got the same amount of damage. Humbat is unique in that. And to actually really, the presence of mind, especially on the stage with everything going on, to actually do that, to hit 2, purposely miss them, and then hit them 3 just as it ends, it's actually mind-blowing.
Well, okay, so you're, I don't know, Cloud9, and you're looking at that game. And you saw that Epsilon took Isurus serious. They treated him as they should because they deserve to be here. Isurus, they're not out of it yet, folks. Keep in mind they have to lose 2 in order for them to be out of this competition. But you know, you're one of these top teams, and you're looking at Epsilon, and you're like, oh man, this squad is deadly. If you're Cloud9, what are you thinking right now?
If I'm Cloud9, I am, you know, trying to focus on my first round matchup, but it's going to be very hard because based on the brackets, and if Epsilon won both their games, they were going to have to face off in the semifinals, and that's just kind of the monstrous matchup that a lot of teams have been looking at. Cloud9 has definitely prepared for Epsilon, though. I don't think they're surprised by this win.
No, I think realistically, if you're Cloud9, you are expecting to go against Epsilon, right? You're not going to, like, not prepare for any of the other teams, but you're going to put the majority of your practice into Epsilon because you know that the Titan of Europe is coming towards you, and they're coming towards you fast.
No, the Titan of Europe's right there.
Well,
I think for me,
that was a bad dad joke,
come on, man. I was trying to learn from you earlier.
I know. Not one.
I'm taking too many.
You cannot just simply hone the bad dad jokes. You have to own the bad dad jokes. That's what I do.
I'll work
Over
on it.
time, young Padawan.
For me, this was really a big statement game by Epsilon. You know, I think they're speaking directly to Cloud9. They're saying, we're not here to mess around, you know, we're staying in line, we're staying in formation, we're not going to step out, we're not going to let anyone get kills, we're doing these clean objectives. They really showed off their Fire Giant and goal-free presence with the fantastic control that they did there. And I think adapting, specifically sending a message to Andy, he's saying, my land nodes are under control, how are yours doing?
Oh, speaking of adapting, he's actually going to be the player of the game. Of course, no surprise there. An absolute just dominating performance there. You know,
this is the play.
Yes, and this is the play everyone just lost their mind over. Adonis, break it down for us.
First, he misses the overhand smash because you don't want to pop the Khepri ult because he will revive. And then you saw him auto-attack twice, chain it up, so the third one would come out just as the Khepri ult ended, and then he could kill Nox and just... he's so good.
Yeah, and another thing I think they had mentioned about was, typically you see, Hunbat's players actually go for the leap early. That's something that casters have mentioned. They go in for the leap on the tower and then, or into the lane, and then, they don't have like that escape. But not him, not adapting. He actually was very mindful of his abilities and took advantage of that when he needed to.
It's just perfect play.
That's just classic adapting. This was what everybody wanted to see. They wanted to see, is adapting going to play as strong as he played throughout the SPL, and not the adapting that we saw at Super Regionals, and that was pinnacle of adapting.
So we have our second match coming up here in a little bit. It's going to be Pain Gaming versus OMGB. Now, the winner of this matchup will face Epsilon in the bracket. Of course, you want to think about your first matchup, the matchup that's right in front of you. But surely if you're either of these two teams, you took some lessons, because I feel like Epsilon, they took everyone to school today.
I think the big thing that the other teams can take from this is they can't play scared, because Isurus played scared. It's very clear. They had the defensive comp that they wanted to get to late game, which is fine to play passive and defensive, but you just didn't do anything. Even when Epsilon kept pushing the boundaries, going deeper and deeper, 7 minutes in, right? They're in between a tier 1 and tier 2. The other teams just need to make sure they don't play that scared.
Yeah, there was absolutely no pushback from Isurus that game. The more the Epsilon went in, the more they fell back. So they kept doing that over and over again. You cannot do that. Once a team finds out that you're backtracking, they're going to completely abuse that. So I want to see these next teams. I want to see an invade as the buffs are spawning. I want to see something crazy to get the game rolling and show the other team that we're going to be the aggressors this game.
Also, another thing to make mention of too was pretty much how Epsilon owned Gold Fury, the entire time. Like, it was one opportunity where Isurus seemed like they were going to be in a position where they might be able to get in there, but I mean, for the most part, that was it, right? The gold lead was just way too substantial for Epsilon's favor.
You saw the first Gold Fury that was snuck at 5 minutes, and then after that, all that Epsilon did was kind of just like kill one player, force out a bunch of abilities, force out their ults and beads, get them low, and then just take it for free because Isurus going to, contest it.
That's it. So, folks, that's going to do it for our first matchup of the day. But coming up next, and I'm very excited for this one, it is going to be Pain Gaming versus OMGB. Really excited for that one, folks. Don't go anywhere. This is the SMITE World Championships 2016. We have plenty more action to come, and we'll see you on the other side.
Must be shown the order of things.
Your powers are weak, old man.
Mjolnir will give you a kiss and take your teeth in the bargain. You cannot kill that which is already dead.
Time to shine, Suku.
You will regret getting in my way.
You do talk big, don't you, little immortal?
This battlefield, just as I shine in the heavens. I bring the light, and I can take it away.
Hey guys, welcome back. I am joined here by a man for the SMITE faithful needs absolutely no introduction, but I'll do it anyway. Todd Harris, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. How about that hype video?
Hype was the word there. Can you tell us what we saw?
Well, I think it was a little look at the new Pantheon coming, right? Japan Pantheon, and the teams just knocked it out of the park. I mean, those who know me know Bologna is pretty close to my heart. She's my bae. But I think I might have a new one. The animation team has just done an amazing job, and I know SMITE players are going to be really, really impressed when they get a look at that new character.
Competition in your favorite character is always a good thing, and competition in general is why we're all here. This is the SMITE World Championship. What is it? Yeah, these guys are great. They've been queuing up all morning. Yeah, come on, guys. They've been queuing up in their hundreds all morning. What's that like for you, traveling in? Obviously, you're from Atlanta, you're here, and you see all this.
I think it's amazing for the whole dev team, right? I'm sporting the launch tournament. I can't believe it was only back in 2014 that we kicked off SMITE. We were in a little more humble arena, center stage, but it was still a great tournament. And of course, to see last year's tournament and to drive up today and see the line outside of all these amazing people here to watch some competitive SMITE. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Now, a lot's been made about the teams that have showed up. I mean, a world championship needs teams from all over, and you've done just that. But I'm gonna put you on spot in front of everybody here and say, do you have a favorite?
You know, I gotta like everybody. No, I will say, I think my favorite pick to win, if I had to put a bet, I will go with our hometown boys, the defending world champions. But I think it's not going to be an easy path. I mean, Epsilon, that was incredibly convincing, and now these guys are going to be running into, potentially, be in the bracket to face off against Cloud9. That'll be interesting. And I'll also say, maybe an underdog, potentially, Avant-Garde out of Australia. What do you think? I mean, 2 years ago, we went down to PAX Australia when we put servers there because we saw such a hungry, awesome, competitive community. So they could surprise some people, I'm just saying.
There you go, you have it right there. Avant-Garde, and of course, I wouldn't say pandering to the audience, but Cloud9's always an easy one. But I'll let you get away with that. Guys, we're gonna take a quick one and look at a video right now. Todd, hope we get a chance to talk to you again later, but for now, enjoy this.
Sunday, right before the late afternoon. Call HMB to see how they doing. Hello, what up, boys? Yo, Harris, what's cracking? You thinking what I'm thinking? SPL, man, it's happening. The first Mameda pains are shooting like hoagie. Let's hit up O'Crat and check out some spreadsheets. No doubt the Google Docs got all the bomb strats, man. I love the spreadsheets like I love a Wu Kong band. Blue, no red, no purple. Fire giant. I told you that I'm crazy for these big plays, cousin. Yo, where's the invade happening? Above chaos time, dude. Let's get production to watch the blue team's root. I prefer Pecky. He's a real good dude. Madonna's for the rest. True that. Double true. Galleria Parkway. Step on it, sucker. What you wanna see, Bart? Championships, mother. It's the championships of SPL. Yes, the championships of SPL. We're the championships of SPL. That's the championships of SPL. Yo, stop at the Furies, this item's overpriced. You gonna build stacks? Gonna stack it up nice. Don't want that solar laner get suspicious. Mercury and Theta equals wrecking these bitches. Yo, blink instant lock it and eat that team whole. They acting like they never seen a pencil before. It's all about the KDA, baby. Throw the team on my back. And I'm a ghost like low-key. Low-key, 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 low-key. Roll up to the theater. Spot pros, we hardcore fanboy. You can tell it's that man from the way he's going ham on them. Now parked in RC, SMITE Trivia's the illest. What SMITE alum missed the most of his old hits? We entered like there was some hurry. Everyone's staring on when we scream, yo, that's Jeremy. You raise up on your dongles in the center code cop. We about to get taken to the battleground of God. It's the championships of SPL. Yes, the championships of SPL. We're the championships of SPL. That's the championships of SPL.
Action.
Hello. Hello.
And action.
It's the champion!
Prove that! Sorry, forgot to quickly.
Galleria Parkway.
That booty sucker! That booty sucker! That booty sucker! We...
All right, so I didn't know that we were in the presence of a professional pot stirrer and hip-hop legend Adonis over here.
Hey man,
You lip sync like a champion.
Hey, it wasn't that good, but it's okay. I've been featured in a rap video. I think I've made it in Atlanta now.
Yeah,
maybe.
I've never been featured in a rap video, and I'm actually from the hood, so that's crazy.
Did you see them knock those sheets out of my hand multiple times? F-Dot messed, it's the most basic thing. He messed it up 100 times in a row.
Okay, well that sounds like something F-Dot would do, just mess up, just hitting someone. He's a gentle
Maybe
spirit.
he just want to hit stuff out of my hand the whole time.
Right, maybe just keep it going. Oh man, well guys, we're joined by two new analysts here. Give us a warm welcome to Anatoly and QE3Q. How you guys doing today?
Good. It's a little cold outside, but I'm glad to feed off the energy of the SWC right there.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. QE, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good as well. I'm happy to be here again, but not as a player this time.
Yeah, well, you had a long flight today. We actually talked about it. You said it was 17 hours?
17, 18 hours.
Oh. Yeah, no, that sucks, just to be very blunt. But thank you guys so much for coming here. We have our next matchup coming up. It's going to be OMGB versus Pain Gaming. Now, actually, QE, you're very familiar with Pain. You allowed them the opportunity to come here to SMITE World Championships.
We took turns because the last time we beat them on LAN regionals, so we decided to give them a chance,
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, of course, And Adonis, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Thinking about, OMG, right? Last year we saw OMG show up. This is not the same team, of course.
Different roster.
And this is OMGB, which we still have not figured out how that whole thing works out. Because there's an OMG, an OMGA, and an OMGB, and they're all three just great teams coming out of that region, which is awesome.
Yeah, all three were actually so good that their regional championships was consisted of, QG Reapers and then the three OMG teams.
No way.
Yeah, but B actually, they seem to be the A squad, I guess. I don't know how it works, but OMGB were the clear winners of that tournament. They dropped a single game to QG Reapers in the grand finals, and even then it was a very close matchup. I mean, OMGB, this squad is very strong, and we had Amaterasu on here earlier. He is the team that almost dropped their first game to China, and China, they're coming out hungry in this one.
Yeah, for sure. And Pain Gaming, of course, as well. These guys have a lot to offer. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. It can go either way. I think Pain Gaming is looking pretty good so far. I think a lot of people are probably favoring Pain over OMG. QE, what do you think?
I think I would favor Pain Gaming because they're way more experienced. They played the game since the NA servers. So, and China has the game for about a year, I think. So
yeah,
I favor Pain Gaming over.
What about you, Anatoly? What are your thoughts in regards to both of these teams?
I think they both play very aggressively. Pain Gaming plays a very aggressive duo lane, like you mentioned.
They do.
And coming out of the solo lane and the jungler, they like to do a lot of aggression from OMGB specifically. So we could see fireworks right from the beginning of the game.
Oh, it's going to be exciting. All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead, kick it off first, and introduce you guys to Pain Gaming.
Pain Gaming. Stalker. Crocodile. Johnson. Nagare. Arcanjo.
All right, there was Pain Gaming, and you know what? We actually ran with QE some of the names here, and you know what? I'm going to let you say them because I could roll my tongue perfectly fine, right? I can do that. That's easy. It's cookies for me.
Cookies.
Why don't you take it away?
Oh, man, you can't. Okay, so we have Stalker coming out of the solo lane. That one's easy. Madruga in the jungle. We saw the mid Schultzen, the support Nagari. And then
Nagare. You gotta say it.
Nagare.
You gotta Nagare.
And then the hunter Arcangel.
Okay, but you have to like when you say
Just
you
let
have
Kiwi
to
say it.
look
Just
like
let
this.
Kiwi say the name.
Nagare. You know, like a little what face. Not to shameless plug here. But you know, it was a pretty shameless plug. But you know, that's what you got.
Just let Kiwi pronounce it.
You did fine, Dennis. You did fine.
No.
Oh, thank you.
Don't
See,
encourage him.
Kiwi's like building me up. He's probably gonna crush me with something later.
Yeah,
That's probably what he's setting up for.
For sure. All right, so let's actually talk about Pain Gaming here. Who, in your opinion, QE, is a star player for this team, the guy to look out for?
From Pain Gaming, the star player is definitely Stalker. He's in lanes, he's just a monster.
Now, what is it about Stalker exactly? You know, he actually really enjoys playing tier. What is it about that particular god that works out for him, and you know, why is that his favorite?
I don't know. He just sticks with tier every time. He against us, he played tier every game. He just destroyed us. To be honest.
So did you ever think to ban out tier?
we did, but there's other things that are pretty good, like Xingtian, and so there's so many good gods right now in the meta. So.
Well, like people forgot about tier. Like recently, he got a buff with his power cleave and his heal on his 2 defensive stancely. So a lot of people are bringing that back. So he's feeling very confident, and a lot of people are not prepared for against the tier. So he figured, why not roll it back and then just roll with it.
Now let's talk about the mid player Schultzen here. Big fan of Giannis and Jean-Qui, and do want to ask you about you know, what are your thoughts in regards to Schultzen and his role in this team?
You know, he likes a lot of safe gods, like I said, like the Jean-Qui, like the Giannis. Giannis, you know, has a lot of mobility. Jean-Qui just very tanky, especially with the recent buff where he's got a lot higher health and a lot higher scaling. But, you know, Schultzen kind of just plays around with the team. I wouldn't say he's going to go off. I wouldn't say he's really going to feed. He's just kind of going to always be there and be an important part to the team fights.
Yeah. What do you in regards to Schultzen for you, QE? You know, you mentioned he's going to be an important player in these team fights. There, you have a lot of experience. Again, we're going to keep referencing this because you do. You played against these guys. You allowed them to be here.
Yeah, he allowed them.
So, Schultzen, thoughts on him?
He's a safe player. He doesn't really engage that much. He stays in the backline like every mage should do, and just do the damage after Madruga and Stalker make engaged.
Now, and about Nagare, let's actually go to you, Anatoly, about this. What are you expecting to see from him going into this matchup here? You know, protects backline typically, but what is going to be his go-to?
So if he's going to play supportive and try to make sure that the mid laner Schultzen is going to be left alive to do his damage, he's going to be going for the safe gods like Geb and Capri to get him out of there. So those are the typical gods that you'll see coming out of him.
Okay. And then finally, the Hunter. We have to talk about Arcangel. Adonis, thoughts in regards to him?
This guy likes to be aggressive, and Anatoly kind of mentioned it earlier, where there might be a lot of fireworks between these two dual lanes because China, as a region, likes to play very aggressive. And Arcangel will bring out, he's the Zap Man, right? He's the Zap Man of Brazil, right? Kiwi knows. He's going to play the Ulers, he's going to play the Soul, something very lane dominant, and try and get ahead.
Except that he can hit skill shots unlikely to happen.
Oh, he can't hit skill?
Yeah.
Did you just, Kiwi coming out with the shots?
He's coming out with some thunder right
Who's
here.
the best hunter in Brazil?
It's me, though.
Like, okay.
Well,
I mean, but question, though, I mean, you're here, and you know, we're starting this early, folks. This is happening.
We'll just fire shots.
We'll just fire shots. Pew, pew, pew. No, but all right. So, of course, Pain Gaming is looking really good going into this matchup. But on the other side of them, there's OMG. Now, not a lot is known about OMG. Actually, funny enough, one of the things that I go to the Smite Reddit, you know, often, and there's a thread that says everything you need to know about Smite Worlds. And in that thread, the actual creator of it listed China. He had some information for QG Reapers, but he was like, first seed for China, I have no idea about them, right? So there's a lot of question marks for this team. You had mentioned that it was basically an OMG-dominated final. There could have been the potential to see 2 OMG teams here, but you know, QG Reapers made sure that was not the case. You know, you said that they're also a very aggressive team. So do you potentially, I mean, let's be real, could they win this matchup?
Oh, for sure. I think they definitely could. I don't think either of these regions has a massive lead over one or the other. I would say Brazil, historically, even last year at Worlds, you know, INTZ made it past the preliminary rounds. You guys were We Love Bacon then. Fantastic name.
Great name, by the way. As a fat person, good job. Good job.
But, you know, Brazil typically has been the region above the others, and then China was kind of right there. So I think this is going to be a pretty close matchup with a lot of aggressive players on both sides.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and take a look at OMGB.
OMG. Bleed black. Blue whale. Bluefish. Xantorsk. Bluo.
All right, and there is OMG. Let's kick it off first and talk about the solo player here. We have MM. Let's talk about MM. What, again, what are you just expecting, generalities, right, from these players? Because there's just not a lot that's known, but I know you did have a chance to see, the China regionals.
Yeah, I cast a little bit, and MM's a pretty standard solo lane player. Something we see out of most, I think Stalker is actually one of the few that will vary his god pool, but a lot of Jingten, a lot of Bologna, and I think those are kind of the two gods we're really only going to be seeing in this matchup. Maybe, a tier on the other side, but he's playing pretty meta gods, nothing, out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I think that you mentioned also that he'll like to deviate a little bit and expand his god pool with like a Hell and a Chronos for the late game, as well as their mid laner, who is Bluefish specifically.
Yes.
He likes to play Hell and Chronos.
He's the one who likes to go pretty late game gods. It's Stalker, I think, who plays the Hell.
Stalker plays
yeah, Stalker plays Hell Chronos on the other side.
Okay. He's his main pick, and then Hell and Chronos are the second one.
So, if you're OMG, though, right, are you thinking about potentially banning out that tier, Kiwi?
Possibly, especially because it makes it easier to invade, because Tier is pretty tanky. And I think Oh My God needs to win in the early game instead of the late game.
All right, then moving on, we have, so we didn't get to settle on this. Is it Blue Whale and Bluefish, the jungle and mid player? Yes. Are we calling them the Blues Brothers? Or
oh, man. Hindu Man talked about that one like weeks ago, and he was like, if you say it on air before I say it, I'm going to beat you.
Oh, well, that's good. I mean, I can take Hindu Man.
Yeah, you can
take him.
So that's fine. So, yeah, Blues Brothers, that's great.
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry, Hindu. I love you, man, but it wasn't me, it was him.
Yeah,
it wasn't me, it was him.
You know what? Bring it. That's all I'm going to say.
But Blue Whale is a very aggressive player, plays a lot of Thor, pretty standard, likes high aggression. And I think that's going to be a pretty good matchup against, the passive players coming out of Pain in their mid and jungle. So I expect Blue Whale, Anatoly said, just imagine a Blue Whale ganking you out of the jungle. Like, it's not going to be fun.
Just a Blue Whale randomly coming out of the jungle, a Thor dunking. Here comes the Blue Whale Thor dunk, like, what are you going to do against that?
That's very true. Very true. And then we talked about the other side of the Blues Brothers. I'm really proud of myself about that one.
You're the king.
I'm going to just hold that up the whole time. We have Bluefish. He is the star player for this team. He favors the late game god. So this is going to be interesting because it's like whether or not they're going to approach the game or approach the matchup early and try and get at their face as soon as possible. But for Bluefish, that necessarily doesn't play to his advantage there. What do you know about Bluefish?
Bluefish, like Stalker, actually, but, mid lane, likes a lot of Hell and Chronos. These very late game hyper carries that, if the other lanes are putting out high pressure, just to make sure he can get to level 20, make sure the team can get to like 35, 40 minutes, he can just carry the game on his own. Yeah. And even in the or in the Chinese regionals, he had a Hell 1v4 play. Like, this guy mechanically is phenomenal.
Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, he's going to have to be, right? Because Pain Gaming is coming in as a favorite in this one. But our final two players are Santorsky and Luo. Again, standard play from these guys here. And that kind of begs the question, I asked it in the first game. For Epsilon, for example, they played their game, and because of that, they shut out their opponent, Isurus.
Yes.
In this case here, right, it's only a best of one. Do you just try something out of the blue, Anatoly, or do you just play your game?
No, you're going to have to definitely be aggressive here, because there's not much homework that these teams can do against each other cross-region. There's not that much information, so they're going to play very aggressive very early on, because that's their style, both teams, so that's what they're comfortable with.
All right, QE, what about you?
I like to stay aggressively from Oh My God B, and then Pain just like to go for the late game, play safe in the early game, but I like them to try to play a little bit more aggressive anyways.
That's something that you were talking about too, funny enough, is that Pain Gaming are typically a counter-engage team. They like to play passive, but their side lanes, like their carry lanes, are very aggressive. Like their duo lane specifically, the guy who's running Uller all the time, like how does that kind of work out for them?
It's awkward because back on the regionals lane, our lane, we tried to invade their blue twice, the purple buff twice, and we failed to steal it like Madruga would just come instead of Bellona disarm, which is pretty sad.
Let's see if they're able to do the same thing again here, folks. All right, we are going to go ahead and toss it over to the stage with Sean.
Hello, guys. We are back ready for game 2. You guys ready? What a fantastic crowd. Now, of course, SMITE World Championship is truly a global affair. And for that, I'm going to ask, first off, Schultzen, what would you like to say?
É a realização de sonho estar aqui. É o sonho de todos os jogadores de SMITE e é prazer enorme estar aqui. E eu gostaria de agradecer a torcida de todo mundo do Brasil. Go Pen, Go Brasil!
I could not have said it better. Now, Loa, I'm going to ask you the same. Please tell us what you'd like to say.
我们一定会赢的。
A man of few words, which can mean one thing. He's ready to get this second game underway. Gentlemen, please shake hands. True athletes. Off they go. Guys, are you ready for game 2? I thought you might be. Let's get this thing rolling with picks and bans. Take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Sean. Here we go, picks and bans time for our second matchup at the SMITE World Championship. We have Pain Gaming, OMGB, Pain in the blue, OMG in the red. So, what are you looking for first here, Adonis? You know, from each side, who should it be target banning first?
I think we'll see some pretty standard bans come out. Souls, Jingtons, maybe Chirons if the players aren't super comfortable with it. What does Pain normally like to ban out against you? Is it more target bans or is it typically like meta?
It's typically meta, yeah.
Really?
More like Capri, Soul.
Okay.
Then they're meta bit.
So they pretty much. So then I have to ask then, right? I mean, have they? And here we go. So Kepri comes out, and you pretty much call that one right on the money. This is why we have him here. That's why we pay him the big bucks. Soul on the other side for OMG. Waiting for the next one to come out. What does that Soul ban mean, Adonis, you know, for OMG?
It's going to take specifically away from our Kanjo, who likes to play that aggression. You know, we said Ullr and Soul are the gods he really likes, and Soul right now is so dominant in lane, you just can't counter push her unless you're playing a high-pressure support like Kepri, which is banned away, or maybe a Sylvanas, but Sylvanas is pretty risky as well right now. Kind of falls off a little bit, and Xing going to be banned away as well.
Standard bans, right?
Yeah, right now these are all pretty much standard bans. There's no specific target bans, I would say, more or less. So both of these teams are still going to look for their strategy when the first pick comes online.
I'm expecting to see Chiron banned out. I feel like China hasn't had that much experience with it, and it's something they may just not want to deal with. Or maybe they could be looking to pick it. Maybe they've been practicing it pretty heavily here.
I don't know. I would probably.
Yeah, see, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you do know you're talking about, man. Who would have thunk it?
I just make I just say 10 things and one of them will hit, and then I'm just make sure to build myself up with it.
Yeah, build a confidence.
Also, Kairos goes along with Sol and Ullr. They're pretty strong in lane and pretty aggressive.
Yeah, so that's a very good target ban there against our Kanjo.
But it just made sense, though, to ban out Chiron because, like you said, they just don't have as much experience with it. So that was pretty intelligent on their side. You know, you'd rather not deal with something like that. Even if you were here for a couple days, you know, playing with Chiron potentially, you'd rather not. And there goes Giannis.
Did you see Schultz in there? He was so happy that he got that god. He was like cheering, right?
He just loves Janos. It's like Stalker is his tier and Schützen is Janos, basically. They're mono guys.
There goes Athena for OMG.
So right off the bat, already 2 global gods, a lot of safety both in Giannis and Athena, and another global god on top of that, Thor. Athena, Thor, really good combos for ganks. It's going to make it really difficult for Giannis, even though he has the global ulti, which gives him CC immunity to escape. It's never easy against the Athena and the Thor.
And this is one of Blue Whale's favorite gods as well. I mean, it's the thing he dominated QG Reapers with. Bellona going to be locked in. That's going to go to Stalker.
We're running that one all weekend.
It's going to go to Madruga, 100%.
That's jungle?
Yeah, that's jungle, 100%.
Really?
Madruga loves Bellona.
Okay.
That's kind of fallen off. How does he like putting out high pressure with it? Or is he kind of like
tanky?
Okay.
He just goes with Stalker just to annoy the other ADC or the middle laner. He goes for the engage, not like...
Neath gets picked up on Pain's side. Medusa for OMG. The Medusa pick interesting stuff here, Adonis.
It pairs really well with Athena in lane. Bendusa, her ultimate will stun if you're looking at her, and Athena is going to force you to look at her with that confound. So it's a very good combo. We haven't seen it too much. It's kind of fallen off in the North American, European meta, but OMG, they seem confident with it.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Sol and Chiron, but with those two banned, why not run the Athena Medusa? And off that, we do have the Hunbats ban and the Isis ban, so looking
I like
for
both of those.
A lot of AoE ultis banned out there.
So what options are left here for both Pain and OMG? We've seen Kronos getting picked up potentially here by OMG.
That's Bluefish. This is going to Bluefish if it's locked in. It's something he's very comfortable with, and he played very well. No one in North America and Europe really play this in the mid lane outside of the
Locked
Boosh.
it.
And Kronos is going to the mid.
All right, we'll see how that pans out for them. So now it's going to be Pain's turn.
Is it tier? Q, you think it's going to be tier? You think he's going to play comfort?
I think so.
It would make no sense for you not to pick the god that you're most comfortable with, right? I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer. Or maybe he just, saves the tier for later. Maybe doesn't want to have people see his.
I think he wants them to see tier. I think he wants to play tier.
Ah, he wants people to see it.
They're lacking a little bit of magical damage, so maybe they'll go for the Sobek in the Sol lane. That's a possibility.
Geb, locked in.
Final pick coming for Pain. It's going to, oh, yeah.
There it is.
We knew it. They're playing comfortable. Look at Pain. They're so confident right now. You can just see it in their cameras.
Oh, but you know what, man? Sometimes confidence leads to cockiness. They have to be careful about this. Do not sleep. A Cirquette pick here for OMG.
Thor solo then?
This is interesting.
Okay,
I think it's Thor solo.
Yeah, that's very aggressive there, Thor solo.
All right, well, this has been locked in. Cirquette is there, and I mean, off the top of your head, boys, who do you think is going to take this one? Who do you think also won that draft?
I like Pain Gaming's draft, but OMG, they have a lot of aggression early, so it's kind of going to be like Epsilon Isurus.
Okay.
I'll give that to Pain Gaming. They're really comfortable with other picks, so I'll give that to Pain.
It's going to be dependent on if the Thor Circuit is going to be able to snowball in the early game. So I'm going to give it to OMGB if they snowball early.
Ooh, okay. I would love to see OMG take this one, but we will see, folks. It's time for the second game. OMG versus Pain Gaming. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy, and welcome to the caster. Well, not quite just this time around, but we're standing here. It's F. Hindu Man, and we're flanking the very own Zap Man. He did make it to Worlds, so we're getting ready.
That one before.
I got something for you. You ready? You ready?
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Not on camera.
The force rep, but not going to happen. So we've got Pain versus taking on OMG, two extravagant regions coming out, China, and we're going to be excited about what we're going to see.
I'm excited, but this crowd's kind of quiet right now.
I don't know why.
Can we fix that? Can we fix that?
There we go. That's how we make it happen. As we get right into the game, we're going to follow Geb. We're on the side of Pain and OMG. First of all, first thing I want to talk about, we've got a Cirquette and the Thor on the same team. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, actually, this was prevalent in the Chinese regions. I'm not sure if Pain Gaming really did their homework here. It looks like OMG got all their comfort picks. Luo played Medusa a lot.
I'm talking globals, though, right? We got Thor, we got Athena on one side, and then we've got Giannis and Neith on the other. So we're going to see the good switch up between the two. Can Athena and Thor make the impact before we see the World Weaver go off in Giannis' rotation is the big call here.
Yeah, I expect to see a lot of action in the solo lane here. All the globals are on the opposite side of the solo lane, so you're going to look for Blue Whale to come in with Cirquette and try to kill the tier early because Stalker is their impact player.
Speaking of early, right away, the giveaway trigger is going to happen pretty early. You can see at the top left of the screen. When minions have spawned, you're going to be able to go ahead and punch in a code.
When did the minions spawn, Zap?
I have no idea.
That's why you don't make it to World, Zap.
All right,
that's why you're a caster.
You know what? We've got 10 seconds. Once we reach 5, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we do a little countdown? We're taking a look. Handball is going to be the code, but you need 5, 4, 3,
The crowd did not follow
and
you.
there it is. They follow you, Hindu Man. They follow you, I guess. Handball, that's going to go ahead and get your stuff, and we're starting the game off now. Orange buff right away, Pain taking it here.
So no pot coming out here from Stalker either. He's very, very confident on this god. Played it a lot during Pain's regionals to actually qualify here, but they didn't start with the power pot at all. Just going to go for the safety here.
Yeah, it seems like both teams actually got their comfort picks. If you look at both regionals, both these teams played similar comps in every game.
Yeah, I mean, the Thor is a bit so-and-so, I want to say, in this solo lane against, the likes of Tyr. It should be rough.
Thor actually has a pretty decent matchup against here because Thor's spin doesn't get interrupted by
Good point. No knuckle. Well, look at you. Look at you and the knowledge.
Interesting move right here. We're going right into the middle lane. After those mid Harpies are being taken, pretty standard for the moment. And OMG will meet up with Pain, but Pain makes it to lane first.
But talk about China here, though. Bluestone start for the Medusa. Why is that? Is it because of the dot damage afterwards, or is this they're just not up to date with us?
No, to me, I just think Luo is looking to be aggressive, looking to set the pace of the game. He seems like a very confident player. Let's see what he can do.
And Athena Medusa is one of those combos that, you know, we saw first become prevalent because of the ultimate combo.
Yeah, as soon as Medusa came out, everyone was like, oh, with Athena, that's got to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's the go-to, even on Xbox. I mean, that's the #1 combo that you want to look for in the duo lane. And, you know, when it comes to the Bluestone on Medusa, talk to me a little bit about that as a Hunter player yourself, because it's so easy to poke with that acid spread.
Yeah, before Bluestone was nerfed, it gave 20 physical power. I love that item. It allowed me to play very aggressive in lane. It allowed me to bully and really, you know, show off what I can do in lane. But now after it got nerfed, Desto becomes the better item.
Well, we're just going to sit around kind of in this early game. Both teams going to feel each other out a lot at the beginning of the game, just like Epsilon did really in the first one. But once we hit level 5, we probably will see these rotations. Circuit going to be looking to get ahead. You're going to try and focus for Chronos here. We talk about Bluefish being the main focal point of the Chinese team. Should Bluefish and Blue Whale be combining to be the Blue Brothers?
Yeah, hidden right here. There's no vision. There it is. Just enough. Madrugado decided that he didn't want to wait that long, so he's going to go ahead and get back.
Very interesting to see Bologna try to gank pre-5. What you really want to see is Bologna just look to farm, get level 5, and then look for the play.
I guess it's just in case Thor throws his hammer, because then they can potentially go all in, force the ultimate back in response, potentially. But there's the level 5 in mid lane there for Madrigadao. Did I get that right?
We'll take a look at the left lane now. And there's a double taunt into the hit from the
good poke, good aggression.
Damage coming out of Medusa. Nice. And the Geb shield is going to save the life of Arc for one more time.
No real panic there from the dual lane of Pain Gaming, but they did get poked out and just before level 5 too.
Yeah, I love what Luo's doing here. He's really setting the pace of the game. Arcandro is actually known as an aggressive player, as QE3Q said, but here Luo's really setting the pace.
Well, the funny thing is we expect China to be the aggressive ones here. They look aggressive in their regionals. Pain Gaming, they've had very, very counter-attack playstyle.
And I mean, even if you don't know much about these teams, look at the draft. I mean, this is an aggressive, expensive draft. You've got a Chronos in the mid lane and a solo lane Thor. They're looking to fight.
Well, the aggression is there with Thor, Circuit, and Athena for the early game, and then if they do bring it late, Chronos is going to be online by that point, and that is their carry player.
Yeah, and one thing I love about this this Thor solo pick is that there's not many gods that can keep up with Giannis, but if Giannis portals away, Thor is one of the few gods that actually can catch him.
Just chase him down, run him through the jungle, just the hammer chase, the ult chase as well. Yep.
Exactly, and especially coming out of the solo lane, we see Thor so often in the jungle, and the ultimate is always used, almost always used as an initiation. What's the difference between a solo lane Thor and a jungle? I feel like the ultimate almost has a different tool use.
I think the difference is you don't expect the ults coming.
Hold that thought. Look where Thor is right now in the map. He's made the rotation to the jungle now. China were playing around with this earlier on, where they brought the support over to the solo lane because it's Athena and she can ult to the fight still and have Thor roam around more. Look at this in mid.
And Thor's trying to make things happen. Schultzen caught out, but that's the god of Thors. And Giannis walking right on through the walls. Schultzen finds himself safe.
And Giannis is the only god that can get away from that guy.
And that pressure is great because you've still got Athena holding that lane too. I was really worried about this with the Athena match.
If you think about it, really, actually, what China's doing, OMG, is brilliant, right?
It really
Thor scales really well with levels. They got him to level 5, level 6, and they said, hey, you do so much damage, now go and double jungle. Let Athena soak up the levels.
So that's exactly what we're going to do. Have Athena up against the tier there. Invasion there on the red.
And look at that. The invasion gives Thor his very own red buff. You want to talk about being aggressive. We mentioned it before.
Yeah.
4-man invade onto red and the purple. Steal the buffs. Take them for yourself. OMG looking pretty strong right here. Even still, look at the gold, though.
They're looking strong, but talking to QE3Q all week, he's been saying Pain Gaming are the counter-attack team. If they go for the gold Fury, OMG overextend too much, they could really punish them.
Definitely, and also that Pain Gaming has the Geb, one of the most potent team fight supports here, looking to keep his teammates alive.
It's such a patient game between the two as well. Just so far, Boots being bought by most of them. Tears going back to base there, going to finish off his Warrior Tabby. No teleport online yet for the Tear as well, but he has gone for the Blink, so he's quite happy there. He's stalking that solo lane.
You know what I really want to see is both games had a need, and both games the jungler didn't pressure the Neath. Neath is one of the easiest gods to gank, and with the combination of Serket and Thor, there's no way, from personal experience, that the Neath can get away from a gank.
Exactly, because with the both of them, one of them is going to start the initiation and cause the backflip, right? And the backflip is one of the most easily read abilities out there. You're either going to get hit with the Cobra's Kiss of the wall.
Especially against two high mobility assassins, Thor and Serket.
Yeah.
So
where
is Thor going to go, though, Zap? He needs to keep farming still, so he's going to play just like a support now? He's going to follow the jungler around, be with the mid laner, the three-man unit in the middle lane? Is that what he's looking to do?
Yeah, it looks like he's still roaming around looking for plays. Looks like he's just going to double jungle. I wonder when they will put the Thor back in the solo lane and make the Athena come.
My issue is Stalker is now the highest level in the game on his side. There's no one that can really match him apart from Kronos mid lane, but then Kronos is going to have to deal with Giannis anyway. Whereas Athena and Thor, they're about equal level. There's nothing too exciting about doing this.
I would love to see the experience graph here and see if this strategy is working out for OMG.
Have a look. Let's take a look at that right there. And see, this is really...
It's not working.
That's what I was talking about before. It's basically an even game, right? But OMG was trailing by 100 before, and now that we're talking about it, they're trailing by about 200 gold or so. It's really nothing to make this a big stink about, but what we're talking about here is with all these rotations with Thor, they're falling a little bit behind.
Rotations from Thor, and there we're going to see the first blood as Arcanjo is deleted off the map.
And that is how you make this strategy work. If you're going to rotate and lose a little bit of farm, you have to make up for it by being violent and picking up that first blood.
And this is exactly what I was saying. The Neath is just an easy kill for these two
They're
assassins.
going to have to go in. They can't just sit back and watch this being done here. Here come Pain Cataclysm going off. Going to hit 3 members. Big look over the top as well, but no fearless connection.
Not quite. Bluefish still making things work. That's the second kill for OMG. Fight still going on. Stalker has a slip HP, and OMG does not. The doubleune for the mid laner, and OMG cleans it up. It's a 3-for-3 down the middle.
Gold Fury still standing though. 4-2 is the tagline there, but nobody's going to be able to do this now.
Yeah, and you can actually start seeing OMG's team comp, right? They go for the AoE CC with it, into the AoE CC with Kronos, and it does a ton of damage.
I love how you mentioned before, and Q mentioned it as well, that Pain was the counter initiation team. Right there, that shows proof.
It was big. Geb's Cataclysm there was monstrous, and Giannis' follow-up Schultzen in the mid lane. Big portal that turned that one around.
The big thing about the Geb ultimate, it forced Bluefish to use his ultimate, right? And that sends him backwards. We'll take a look at it in just a moment.
I need to see a replay.
Yeah, I mean,
I need to see a replay.
Well, you know what? We'll give it right to you, Hinderman. Here's the side of OMG attacking on the Gold Fury. There's the ultimate that I'm talking about. Kronos' ult to avoid the CC immunity, so when he needs it, it's not there. Toasted. Done.
Split apart with China, though. They didn't know who to call for to focus on. So they all spread out, and in the end, they grouped up. 2 of them went through the double portal, and it allowed them to turn around. Luckily, though, Thor with a big play.
One of the reasons this trade actually went heavily in favor of OMG is that Kronos, their hyper carry, has got 2 kills. And the Kronos ahead is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, it wound up being a 3-for-2 exchange with that. But more importantly, nobody got the Gold Fury on the side of the game.
Aggression onto Akanjo again. He's going to have to backflip away. Good route, though, coming out. And Madrugadao is going to actually pick that one up.
Looking for more.
Pick with the Eagles Rally. Not going to find it.
That's fine. It created space, and Pain's going to be able to be picking up their own buff here.
And that's the surprise factor with me. She had a weave there. Thor didn't pay attention to it, and instant 3/4 of his HP gone.
3/4 of the HP gone. You can see on the right-hand side there, the Athena gonna go back to base again. Stalker continuing to farm over here. He's trying to make an impact, but you can see his gold compared to, well, the original solo lane there. There's only around 200 to 300 gold difference between the two and Athena. But hold that thought, left-hand side, Bologna. Roaming around, still looking for something from the jungle.
Yeah, just try to put on pressure. Really, that wasn't going to be a kill on the Medusa. It's sometimes when you're in lane, and I want you to touch on this app, you just want to you want to tell somebody that I'm willing to be aggressive. This is what I'm doing. It's about sending a message.
What really happened there is the Neath was low HP. She didn't want to get zoned out by the Medusa, so she called over for help, said, hey, help me push this lane so I can go back or I can go farm back harpies.
It's not always about getting the kill, and that's one of the fun things about the higher levels as you look at Smite for the jungler. It's not always, when you gank a lane, it's not always about getting the kill, and you can see that the way the people enter the lane. If you enter the lane, sometimes it's about relieving pressure, creating pressure, and then again, sometimes you just want the kill.
Talking about pressure, though, Gold Fury is being looked at again by OMG. They're in this area, still swinging around. They're trying to find a pick, potentially. Obviously, Geb trying to get in there to ward and clear these out.
I love how Pain adapted so fast. They saw their Neath get dropped instantly by the Thor Serket combo. Now they have heavy rotations. They're waiting and expecting that kind of gank again.
You want to talk about heavy rotations. OMG has been sitting as a unit. Usually we see the mid, jungle, and support, and there's a nice balance there. Well, You have a Kronos, Thor, and Serket. There's no balance. That's all gas pedal looking for a kill.
I'm just a little worried here, Zap, that late game, OMG could just run away with this, just because of their comp, with the Kronos there as well, and the Medusa a little bit more hyper-scaled on the other side.
Definitely. That's why Pain Gaming actually picked the Gep to survive the assassin damage. But there's 2 assassins on OMG.
And at the end of the day, I mean, Bologna is going to be absolutely insane. She's going to be able to do, scaling into the late game as far as Kronos is concerned, a little bit different, but she can control the situation. And you want to talk about control, always
Talk about engage right now. Cataclysm attempted, does go off, Beats forced on 2. Thor's in a bit of trouble. They're going to get engaged by Bologna, but Athena is there as well.
There's going to be the last hit on a Thor, if he can find it, and he does! Bologna with 1 more kill to even up the score. It's 4-4. And oh my God, looking for more. Gets stuck into the portal. That's going to set up not enough.
Medusa, though, gets a good ultimate off onto Tyr, but he's Tyr after all. But they're still looking to try and pick up the Gep.
Blue Whale with 1 kill. And 2 people very low for OMG. If Ark can land a couple of basics, that's good. But not going to find it. Bologna does instead. Schultzen with the assist.
Typical Giannis in the right position, the right time to clean up another kill. Once again, it's Pain Gaming with the Gep initiations. The team following him in.
I love the way the Geb is playing. He knows the other team has beats, but his job as support is not to get the stun off with his ultimate, but to blow their beats so Tyr can come and land a good Fearless. Giannis can land a good portal just like that.
This is good work from Pain Gaming here, putting the pressure onto the Tier 1 tower. Thor does get out for now, but Tyr's overextended. Stalker, you stood around too long, son. You'll fall down, but so does the tower.
Exactly. Trading the life of a solo laner. He's level 13. We'll take a look. He'll take about 30 seconds out. He's 0-2-3, but he trades it for the first tower of the game. 500 gold in the coffers of Pain.
I expected this game to be close, and it's gonna be the whole time. These teams could go either way the whole way through. And I just feel like OMG, if they keep this up, I think they're going to take this.
This is the problem with OMG's strategy, though. The Thor is falling massively behind.
Good point.
Only level 9. The Athena's level 12.
No Jotuns.
No Jotuns. And I'm not sure what exactly the Thor's going to be able to do the rest of this game.
But if he goes more tanky now, could he potentially just be like a frontline engage for the team?
They might use him as a CC bot, his ult and the 2.
Because if he goes in, then we got Athena to follow up with the taunts to get rid of, because the beads are already in cooldown. Big 3-man taunt sets up for the Medusa potentially.
Exactly. I mean, that's really the key for me. It doesn't really matter what items are online. You're going to be walled off and you're going to get Thor stunned.
Very curious how to see this comp scale into late game.
That's a big part of why the Kronos is here to help that balance out, right? Thor falls behind a little bit. Late game, Thor becomes more CC-oriented anyway. Athena's going to do the same thing. So you have the Kronos here to just, all right, fine. If there's going to be 2 CC bots on my team, I'll do all the damage.
And another thing that OMG needs to look out for is they cannot get initiated on. They are the ones that's supposed to be initiating. They're the ones that are supposed to be aggressive. The Athena needs to be up there looking for taunts, blowing beats, so Ken and Thor can have free reign on the back.
You're completely right as well, because we're seeing, they've got the Serket, they've got a Thor and Athena for engage, and it's Gab the one on the other team that's doing all the initiation.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be happening.
A lot of vision as we just see the Gold Fury. Vision goes the way of Pain Gaming.
Look at the wards in inventory right now. You got Stalker with the Sentry ward, Bologna with 1. We've got Schulzen in mid lane as well. Everybody on the team, both sides actually, filling up on wards consistently, and that's kind of what you expect at LAN, right, Zap? They just step it up with ward coverage.
Yeah, usually at this level of play, a lot of players, a lot of roles are designated spots on the map to ward. The ADC or the Hunter would ward the purple buff,
Did
either
you ward?
theirs or the enemies.
Did you used to ward?
I don't ward.
Of course you don't.
Looking at the one-on-one here on the long lane, Medusa versus Neith, but it's just a one-on-one for now. As you can see, a couple of people lurking in the jungle. Neith just got a little bit of vision.
Bologna, though.
That's why we see the slink back coming out from Pain Gaming's Hunter.
They might be able to go on Miss Medusa, though. She doesn't realize it yet. Took some poke already. There's the dash down, but not going to follow up on that lacerate. Is Bologna choosing against it? But the Athena rotation, look at this, OMG. They're going to go in.
Yeah, this is an all-in right here. Thor ultimate, Athena ultimate. Everybody from OMG is on the left side. Pain Gaming, I'm telling you right now, that was by design. They had the vision. They have the vision. They know everybody's in the left-hand jungle. They forced the full commit to take all the ultimates off the board, and now Pain looking for the
Well, they can go aggressive because Tyr on the right-hand side going to get a Tier 1 tower for free. Can't get to the fight, though. But look at this. Bologna still going in against 3. Gets the bludgeon off. Not as much damage as you want, but Schulzen is hitting these unstable vortexes.
Beautifully crafted play. This looked like it came out of a playbook. Pain Gaming has practiced this. As I said, they knew all the vision. They knew everybody was there. There was no secret.
It seems to me that OMG is really rushing their abilities, right? The bead should have been called. The Thor landed while the beads were still active. If you would have waited a half a second longer, that kill would have been guaranteed.
And that all came from just Bologna turning up in lane saying, "Hi, Medusa."
Yep.
And then everybody rotated in, tried to turn it around immediately when nothing happened.
Exactly. And again, it goes back to the last time we saw Bologna in lane, right? Where she looked, and then decided not to go for the gank. This time she does, makes everybody full commit, sends everybody to the left side so you can get a tower on the right-hand side, and now Pain Gaming pushing their luck a little bit here at the goal.
Let's see, because Athena's coming into Circuit. No engage from Circuit there, as you see Tyr with the Fearless combo onto Kronos. Forcing the back, but with Athena here, she's going to look for the taunts, doesn't find anything. On the backside, Blue Whale came in. Blue Whale went down.
Blue Whale zigzagged right into a Geb shield, and now the Neath ultimate comes out. Jumping over the top is going to be Bologna. And that's going to be a smack in the face for Medusa off screen. Luau falls, but Black gets the kill on top. Bluefish just in time during the stun. Fantastic performance by this Kronos.
It's up to Bluefish to try and keep this going, though. Kronos is the one they need, but the blink from Stalker, he's going to find the kill there and bring him down as well. He's got one teammate in the jungle, bravely running away. Athena, goodbye, sweet princess.
I gotta say, I'm so impressed with the way Stalker's playing. He is doing his job. He knows that Bluefish on the Kronos is their hyper carry who was fed, and he's taking him out of these fights.
And that's what QE3Q said on the analyst desk as well, is that Stalker is the man that will go after their carry and stick to him like glue. He's doing his job, and he's great.
Bluefish is as you said, he's making these plays. He's making it happen. He only has one death. So Stalker, he's made the adjustment. We're 16.5 in, and with that Gold Fury falling down, Pain Gaming has the first real tangible lead of the game. We're looking at about a 4,000 gold lead going the way of the Brazilians.
Now, one thing I really want to look at is what does Pain Gaming do after this? Do they group up as 5 and try to push down towers, or do they extend the laning phase?
I think they just keep going, right? They just keep putting the pressure on. They're winning these team fights time and time again. Now, Schultzen's massive in this mid lane as well. Even though he's 3-2-2, he's nearly finished off that Book of Toth there. So when that comes online, even more damage. And he's already chunking already.
Stalker is just so ahead, he can tank the world right now.
I think that's a big issue with China's composition here. I like the composition on paper. I like the idea of the support becoming the solo laner, and then the solo laner then transitioning around the map. The issue is that you gave their best player free farm for the entire game.
Yeah, that's going to be a big problem going the way of OMG as they try to take down Pain Gaming, who's got the lead right now. And now everybody is sort of shading to the right-hand side of the map as Fire Giant becomes more and more of a reality.
On that point, Pain Gaming actually has one of the perfect comps to combat OMG's comp, because who are you going to go on?
Wow, they forced the ultimate? Athena forced to ultimate. Tyr, very, very, just keeping him in the pit. He had Geb rotating.
That's the effect Stalker's having on the other team right now.
I can understand why I did it.
Yeah, as you said, he's so far ahead. Stalker right now with a single Fearless Power Cleave combination took out about half of Bluefish's HP.
There was talk on the analyst desk as well about the Bologna jungle, but it's worked this game. 3-0-5, made an impact all over the map, showed his face, showed his presence, continued to farm up very, very well as well, and still even extend the lead over a Circuit, who's the one that should be ganking more prevalently and, successfully.
Yeah, I don't think there's any problem with the jungle Bologna, but right now, Schultzen is showing Bluefish the problem with Kronos, or at least in this game, big plays coming out from the mid laner on the side of Pain.
What amazing chain CC there to kill the Kronos. Couldn't even get his ult off
Watch
at all.
Stalker. Watch him. He's going to blink over. I can already see that he's looking for the opportunity.
He's looking
to do
for
it
the
on
double Fearless.
Will he be able to find it? Because he Geb lining up as well. Very far back position is OMGB for the counter initiation here. They'll have the beads ready for this minion wave coming in. Meanwhile, right inside Athena, though, she can push out a little bit here.
Blue Whale's gonna go ahead and farm, and there's an initiation from Pain, forcing Thor in the air, Athena on the ground, and now OMG is behind enemy lines. Taunt strong, but not strong enough. Medusa's not going to be able to land the ultimate under the tower with the Circuit ultimate. Santorsky falls to Stalker, and it's 12-7.
Oh, the burst damage onto Circuit again for the World Weaver. Will secure the kill.
Downtown and 5 men pushing onto the mid tower. This is going to be a tier 2 for Pain Gaming. 1,500 gold if they can push this down, but OMG coming with 3 people, just a hair too late.
I love the way that Bologna played that fight. As soon as Medusa used her ult, he immediately counter-ulted, so she couldn't get any follow-up damage after her ultimate.
It was not just for her, though. It's a follow-up on the team, wasn't it? Keep the team out of the fight while they still picked off the Athena, who was stuck in the front line. Really well played by Pain Gaming. They're looking a lot stronger than I expected at this tournament.
Look at this.
A lot stronger.
Bologna trying to hide behind, not able to. But hello, I've got help.
This is Bates, yeah.
Low HP on that Bologna. Not enough.
Pain Gaming is starting to feel themselves now. Their composition's working out for them. They're winning the team fights. I can understand they're completely worried about the early game, but now that they're getting towards this later stages to an extent, I thought it would be like, hyper carry central with the Kronos, but pick off the Kronos, delete the rest of the team.
And that's it. And this is actually Giannis's time to shine. Not only does he have full CDR, he also has his big damage item in Book of Thoth. So he's going to be doing a lot of burst damage.
And then next it's Pen, right? So it just gets worse from there.
It's worse from there.
Giannis.
Giannis is he's an interesting character. We've seen straight damage out of him. We've seen crowd control out of him, and of course, The ultimate from Giannis is always fun to look
Get
at.
out of jail free card.
Pretty much. Geb's going to go ahead and back to base. We'll take a look at Schultz.
It's a patient moment in the game, though, because OMG should be the engagers of the team fights for the most part, but they're going to turtle now. And because that's the issue, Pain are the ones that like, okay, let's just take what we have for now.
Yeah, basically, Pain, this is a little slow part of the game. They're saying, okay, what are we going to get next? What's on the map that we can take next? Okay, Gold Fury's up in a minute and a half. Let's farm as much as we can. Back to base, get that extra item to put them that much farther ahead of OMG, and then win the Gold Fury
But that's
fight.
the big key, though, right? Is because if you make the mistake of engaging now and get them back into it or lose the Gold Fury because you're ahead, you can bring the team back in really quick.
Wilson gets a rest on, but not a big deal. Beads are going to be strong. And basically here for Pain Gaming, I mean, they're in a situation where all of these small windows are taken. You get a little bit of pressure and you can take a tier 1. It's already gone, so now you need a big fight.
The way OMG can come back into this game is they need to find the picks. The Circuit and Thor really need to go to work and look for the Giannis, look for the Neath, at least take him out of the fight.
They look for a pick.
Zero damage coming out of
Look at Arcangel. He didn't panic there at all. He just stood and fought, and now Tyr in the mid lane. Dealing with 2, Circuit not be able to do much. Only level 13 right now compared to the 16 of Bologna.
And this is what we were worried about, the Thor falling so far behind. The
right.
Athena can't make up the damage that the Thor would have produced if he was a higher level and had more items.
Yeah, I mean, Thor went on Bologna, did maybe 25% of
HP 5 far back.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, Pain Gaming sieging down the left-hand side of the map. That's going to be a tier 2, but Thor's in the air with an Athena ultimate on him. Stalker doing his own thing on the right side. Circuit's not dead, but forced out of the fight regardless. Taunt misses.
Stalker's round the back.
And now Pain Gaming pushing things.
Come in.
Here comes Stalker.
On Medusa once again, keeping him pinned back. Through space and time comes out from Schultzen. He'll find 1 kill, and they'll look for their second with the World Weaver. The pull forces beads on Kronos out of the fight. Thor's next to fall down 2. Kronos forced back as Circuit. Well, they may get 1.
Schultzen. So many portals and slows to set up that fight.
Oh, you don't want to go that way. I don't think that was a good idea, my friend.
Not quite. Stun and done. Schultzen picks up 1 more kill. The mid laner for Pain Gaming is insane right now. 6-2-6 is the slash line.
Great situation for Pain Gaming. I thought it was could potentially go to China this game, just in terms of comp and how we've seen these teams play before.
Yeah.
But Pain Gaming have come out and they knew exactly what to do. Considering they had to deal with so much engage from the other side, they were the ones winning the engagements.
I think OMG kind of missed their window. Their first gank shouldn't have been for the Giannis. It should have been for the Neath. The Giannis used his ultimate on reaction, got away for free, and basically OMG couldn't snowball.
Exactly, and that's the...
Well, talk about snowball. Look at what Stalker's doing now. Just takes the speed buff away, walks away. Meanwhile, the rest of his team doing Gold Fury now. OMG in a bit of a rough spot this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 7-level lead that Stalker has on Blue Whale right there. So really not much that Circuit's going to be able to do. And that's the story here in the serial, is just the fact that the numbers on the side of Pain Gaming are just too high at this point. The strategy that OMG had was nice, it's commendable, but at a certain point in SMITE, it's just too far ahead.
Yeah, the OMG's 2 assassins are both the lowest levels in the game, 14 and 14. They literally cannot do anything.
Yeah.
They can just sit back and watch.
I think OMG, though, in the next game, because the way I'm feeling this is going to go Pain's way now. But OMG, they're going to have another shot, right? They've still got another game to play. And if they go for a composition like this, but execute it better, this could be really dangerous for the other competition in this tournament to
Well, I
deal
mean,
with.
that's the whole story. I mean, Zap made a great point saying that the gank in the mid lane was probably not the correct decision to make, because this is a situation that I think a lot of people would think of sort of like a Thanatos, right? If you don't get off with the Thanatos, well, you're not going anywhere. With this double jungle, if you don't get off to the lead, you're not going to be able to, you're on a treadmill at that point. You're not able to really gain any ground.
Yeah, it's a great strategy by OMG, but Pain just had the Giannis. They had the Giannis, the only mid god that could get out of that kind of gank.
Yeah.
Look at the damage charts, though. There's only Kronos in a sea of blue from Pain Gaming here. Kronos has done what he can, but he's just not had the support. Here we go. Thor's up.
Thor's up.
Where's he going to go?
He's looking defensive right now. There's no way you're going to see a large initiation coming out from the guys at OMG.
This is very similar to what Epsilon did earlier, where they just bait them into the fire giant, try and force some skills, try and force an engagement. And now, with the Thor ult being down, it's going to cause an issue.
Well, this is a situation. Pain Gaming's taking on the fire giant. OMG, they actually can't do anything about this. So in a situation like this, you have to give the fire giant up for free. What do you do with your time?
You see, if your plan, if OMG's plan is to not contest this fire giant, they should have someone split pushing on the other side of the map. Try to get
here we go.
Gold.
The engage attempt, you're going to steal away. No, Pain, do secure the fire giant. Little bit too risky, though, Pain. You're going to close those angles. Talking about closing the angles.
There's a hit. Stalker picks up one. Madrugado picks up another, but Bluefish, he does take one for his team. That seems to be the story the whole time around. Kronos has been the light in the darkness for OMG. If anything does come up, I think it's going to be on the back of Bluefish.
It would be, but Bluefish now being zoned out by the other man on the other team. Stalker, he's doing work. Poke is good. Rewind comes out from Bluefish.
Play.
And maybe Stalker could be in trouble here. I'm not sure. Oh, no. Look at this. Bologna forcing away Circuit. Kronos versus the world. Yeah.
The world wins.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it was an unstable vortex, but close enough, yeah.
Schultzen picks up another one for himself. 7 kills this time around for the mid laner on Pain Gaming. And the Brazilians are looking absolutely on fire.
Really good performance from these boys today. I was surprised at how quickly this went one way. I thought it would be closer for longer.
Look at Mad. Look at Mad. Just absolutely insane right now. Taking the MM down to a sliver of HP while tanking a Titan.
Well, it looks like this could be the end of the game of Pain Gaming. The Brazilian hopefuls are going to probably move on here to the next round. They've guaranteed a day in tomorrow's competition. They're not out of it just yet. China, however, though, well, they're going to have a rough road.
I mean, it was an incredible performance by the Brazilians, not only because of how, they played very well, but they played well against the game that they were given.
China had a great strategy, just need a little bit better execution on it.
Execution was the only issue there. Maybe a little bit on comms too. It sounded a bit, I can tell it sounded nervous is the best way. Sure. Because you saw Medusa immediately call for help from the team with the Athena coming over as soon as Bologna showed up. And from that moment on, just went downhill from there.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough, and again, one of the most important things about high-level Smite is that no game is ever the same. You know, there's a certain meta, right, Zap, but every opponent is different. You prepare for teams specifically, and when you look at a team like OMG with that specific strategy, this game is not about playing Smite big picture. This game is about playing against this weird double jungle comp.
Exactly. OMG had a great plan. They just needed better target selection. I really want to see teams in the future target this Neath pick. She is easily ganked.
Well, we'll take a look if that happens in the future. This was an exciting game between China and Brazil. Analysts, break it down.
Thank you so much, guys. Wow, what a game we saw. For a moment there, OMG looked very competitive with Pain, and then things just started to slip away. And that was courtesy of Schultzen and Stalker. These guys are disgusting. You had called it before. You said these are the players to look out for in this team, namely Stalker. And he definitely showed up big time.
I mean, both of these players, Schultzen, I would say, team fights positioning was phenomenal. I mean, it was so on point the entire time. You saw him just able to spam his abilities and remain safe because of the support on Geb. And then, you know, Stalker, sometimes a little overextending QE, but I mean, he was just like, he just manned up, he got his tier, he got a couple levels ahead, and then he just dominated that front line and back line.
To somebody and not let him do damage at all. Like, at some point he'd stick to Circa and he almost soloed her, like 100-0.
Yeah, and we saw the Kronos as well becoming Bluefish, one of the main carries on his Kronos. But unfortunately, Stalker just in these late game team fights zoned him out completely, right?
Yeah, he did.
That was incredible stuff. Anatoly, what are your thoughts in regards to this match?
So it really snowballed out of control. So for First Blood specifically, we see the Thor actually rotated over from solo lane, ganking onto the Neath. The Neath had very little opportunity to escape, especially with the Circuit taunt into the ultimate, and she had no way of getting out of that. But on top of the Thor, talking about the Thor a little bit, he started off with Red Pot, and then he transitioned into the support role. He didn't have a good time in the solo lane. When you go Red Pot on the Thor, you're generally trying to win your lane really early on, but he, level 2, he got pushed by the tier and out cleared, and that's not something you want to do as Thor. You want to be able to control the lane, and you want to try to gank middle, and he just never found those opportunities. I think mechanically, he just wasn't there. He had the right idea with the Thor, it just didn't work out for him.
I love the team composition and style that OMG went for. They picked up the Circuit Thor. They lane swapped the Thor to kind of like the support double roam with the Circuit, and you saw them invading and getting ready early. But I think QE kind of pointed out in pregame that Pain Gaming is so good at counter engaging that they were able to take that aggression and kind of throw it back on them.
Yeah, they're used to getting counter engaged. They know what to do and how to do, and they just did.
They just dominated. Here you go, checking out the stats here, folks. Big takeaways here. Again, Stalker just, playing out of his mind. That tier, there were moments in the game where I was watching, and I don't remember exactly which character it was. I think maybe it was Circuit, I'm not entirely certain, where tier just found him and just started wailing at her. And, you just saw the health just drop, like in chunks. And he was just so strong, you know, toward that end point of the game. It's insane how Stalker just approached it with Tyr. The players have to be cautious of that moving forward.
Yeah, Stalker is just so confident too. Like he plays basically every time, and he knows how to do and when to do plays with Tyr, and how much damage he's gonna do.
And we heard him screaming, right? That was him screaming. Like even we're like kind of backstage, but even through the wall, I mean, he's just going at it.
Yeah, Pain is a very energetic team, just like Fnatic and Paradigm.
And top performers of the game here, folks. I think, you know, it's safe to say everyone here played out of their mind. Was also a big fan of Schultzen and what he managed to do with Giannis in that matchup. It was very exciting stuff. But it was something I did want to bring up, though, guys. And Anatoly, you know, you're a coach. You're someone who encourages this kind of energy. I would only imagine the hype that came out of Pain Gaming. We were right behind them, and we just hear them screaming and just getting energetic. And how do you feel that just drives these 5 players to victory?
It gets everyone firing on all cylinders. When you have that one person specifically, usually it's actually solo lane for most players, most teams, and that solo laner just screaming out of their mind, making plays, because when the tier was level 19 when the enemy Thor was level 13, so he's making plays, he's screaming, everybody's energetic, they're getting gold furies, and they're just snowballing one objective after the other because of the momentum and because of the energy that they drive.
I think that's a good point, too, talking more about the game and the fact that that solo laner, they did the role swap and the lane swap, and that's very good if you can get the kills and find the objectives, but because Pain was so passive and very good at counter-engaging that you just saw OMG, experience-wise, start to fall behind. The Circuit was multiple levels behind, the Thor was multiple levels behind, and then when they would engage, they would just immediately get blown up. The strategy is interesting, but if you can't find the early kills, it falls off, and that's, I think, exactly what we saw here.
And we actually got to talk about, you know, Bologna here, because it's such a difference maker this god makes. And you just see the power that this character has, just engaging so intelligently. Just overall, I mean, so impressed by Pain.
And what's interesting was the fact that they picked Bologna to come out of the jungle, and which is why OMG, they banned out Hunbat's third, thinking that the Bologna was going to go into the solo lane, and clearly it doesn't matter. Madruga made sure that the Bologna did a lot of work coming out of the jungle.
And that worked so well against the Thor and the Circuit who were invading them, right?
Yeah, Bologna can appeal really well because she has a disarm in her kit and plus a stun. And her ulti gives protections around the circle, so it counters the gauge perfectly.
Well, you know what? Speaking of what we have, you know, with control coming out of the jungle, let's actually talk about the map control that we saw here out of Pain Gaming, because they looked dominant. They had presence everywhere. Just when you think, oh, okay, you know, I have an opportunity to get away. No, someone's there, and just right there. I mean, the stats pretty much say it for themselves. 100% on Fire Giant Gold Fury, just absolutely shut everything down. I would actually like to say 57% on Mid Harpies too. That's actually another really good, and just speed, right? Like 73% picking up on that speed buff. That's pretty big.
Speed is one of the most, if not the most powerful buff in Smite, because movement speed, you know, you can juke abilities, you can engage on players better, and so stealing away the opponent's speed is super critical. Pain did a fantastic job of that.
Because not only do you shut down the jungler, you also shut down the solo laner who's right beside and the mid laner, so it's just a domino effect once you take away the speed. That's the foundation for the jungler and everyone else involved.
Yeah, impressive stuff overall. So Pain Gaming will move on to the next round, the face-off against Epsilon. And this is going to be, I see everyone's face already. You guys already look a little worried.
Pain looked great against OMG. Pain looked phenomenal against OMG. But, you know, Isurus, they looked confident at first, and then it didn't, you know, clearly they played scared.
Yeah.
If Pain going up against Epsilon just needs to make sure they don't play scared. I don't know, do you feel like, they've actually been to a lot of lands, right, QE? So they shouldn't.
They shouldn't, but they always play back. They don't really aggress. They're not an aggressive team. They don't look for early game. And Epsilon is just really dominating during the game and every stage of the game, actually.
Yeah, I think that if they let Epsilon make the plays, there's no way Pain is going to be able to come back.
It'll just be a repeat of them versus.
Exactly, because the first game, actually, they were 5,000 gold ahead with only 1 kill and 1 gold fury. They know how to farm, so if you give them any room, they're going to take your buffs.
Interesting. And then, of course, OMG goes down to face off against Isurus Gaming. That will be our 7th matchup that we see in SMITE World Championships. This is do or die for both of these teams. You know, know, if you had to pick one coming in, we'll of course talk about it later on in the show, but if you had to pick one in the early stage based off of what we know right now with everything, information fresh in our minds, how do you feel about both teams?
You know, OMG looks interesting, but I think Isurus is probably the better team if they are able to basically watch these games back and develop a game plan and recognize that this is the style that China goes. They like to be hyper-aggressive. They like to invade. They're willing to lane swap. I think it's going to go to Isurus, and I think it'll be very similar to Pain Gaming because I think they kind of have a similar style.
Yeah, Isurus definitely played a little bit more safe side compared to Pain Gaming, so if OMG falls into Isurus' trap, then they should be able to take that game.
And then another thing, you know, you talked about the aggression, and that certainly did not work in the favor of OMG there. Blue Whale, right? Oftentimes he would just jump right into the action, and then he's dead.
And that's the problem with these like hyper carry lineups that you pick. You pick your Circuit in the jungle, but the problem is you have a Thor in the solo who's now 5 levels behind the tier. Who's going to engage? And a lot of times it would be the Thor, Duncan, and the Athena, but then they have to immediately go out. They're forced out. And then that Circuit would dive in and then just get immediately blown up, most notably by Schultzen on that Giannis. He was clearly targeting the Circuit out. And it's just, when you run these hyper carry assassins, it's very bad in like 5v5 team fights. They're kind of better in like the 3v3 smaller fights, and Pain Gaming didn't allow them to have that.
And they also had the gap to kind of counter
that as well. Yeah, that's a good point.
Oh my god, B also had no peeling, so basically their peeling is killing the opponents as fast as they can, and they couldn't because Gab was there to protect, Belona was there to protect, and Chi was there to annoy the other players.
One of my favorite plays of that match actually came from the Giannis when he got focused on by 4 gods on lane.
The almost first blood.
The almost first blood, which would have been huge for them had it been any other god, potentially. Giannis, though, just portal, boop, he was gone, man. That was actually pretty cool. And again, it just kind of speaks to how, you know, just knowing the god that you're playing, right, and the comfort level that he has there is just absolutely absurd.
And Schultzen really likes to play safe. We talked about it in the pregame. The Giannis Zhonghui because he's tanking, Giannis because he can just, you know, use his ultimate, get out, you know, immune all CC, and then kind of just portal out. So it's something that he's very comfortable with, and I expect to see banned or picked away from him probably in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, Giannis has portals every time, and he's really comfortable with playing Giannis. So basically, that was the dream come for Pain Gaming. They're really comfortable with every single
If they could blind pick, do you think they would take that composition?
Maybe not Neef, probably. I mean, maybe a Sol instead of Neef.
Okay.
Interesting stuff. Well, our next matchup will be coming up here in a few, folks, and it's going to be a very exciting one. We have Enemy from North America facing off against Avant-Garde. And so preliminary thoughts on this one before we send it to a break. You know, Enemy, Incon isn't here right now, so we can't rub it in his face, but we will in a little bit.
Later
Don't worry, folks. So let's talk about these two teams here, Enemy and Avant-Garde. Thoughts going into this one, just simple stuff.
Immediately, Avant is the team that we think are the best international team, and Enemy kind of the weakest North American European team. So if there's going to be an upset in the first round, it's going to come from this game.
All right, so folks, we're going to go ahead and toss it over to the one and only Kelly, who has an interview on hand. Kelly, what's going on?
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Joining me is Husey, winner of So You Think You Can Cast. How are you doing?
I'm doing excellently, thanks, Kelly. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. So a few weeks ago when we were talking about opening up on a Thursday early on, we didn't really expect to have so many people here come out. And just look at everyone here. Are you guys enjoying the show? So up next, we got Avant-Garde versus Enemy, and you're the Australian expert, so how do you think this match is going to go?
Well, I'm not biased at all, but I think Avant-Garde can definitely take this one. They're the class of the competition in Oceania. They're proven themselves on a LAN environment, and if they play the right way, they could definitely win.
How do the playstyles differ between Oceania and something like North America or Europe?
Well, Australia likes to base their playstyle a lot on North America more than Europe. We watch a lot of Twitch streams and things like that. Shout outs to Allied and Incon and all them. And so I expect to see very similar playstyles, especially out of the junglers Row and Adjust.
Is there any gods that you want to see in this matchup?
I'd love to see Row play a Wheelix. He loves a Wheelix.
So out of everything that we've seen so far in the SMITE World Championship, it's only day one, but we've already seen so much. What's the most exciting thing for you?
All the fans. It's just so exciting to see so many SMITE fans here in the crowd and out of the center. And yeah, everyone's so lovely and very kind, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now.
So let's make some predictions going up. I know you said that it's going to go to Avant-Garde, but do you think it's going to be a stomp, or do you think it's going to be really close?
I think it'll definitely be really, really close, and Avant will have to play a really good game to take it away from Enemy.
I mean, we've seen Enemy with these like niche picks and very unique gods that we haven't really seen. Do you think Avant-Garde has practiced against them because of that?
They wouldn't have practiced directly against Enemy, but they would have scrimmed some other North America teams just to get used to the play style. And I know they've scrimmed Paradigm a bit, so in case Enemy throws some janky stuff at them, they'll be ready for it.
Is there anything you want to say here to the fans or the guys watching on Twitch TV right now?
Thank you guys for coming here, and thank you guys for tuning in. This wouldn't be possible without you.
Thank you guys so much, and we're going to be going into game number 3 right now with the Analysts.
Thank you so much, Kelly. All right, so we have the stage is set. Avant-Garde versus Enemy eSports, and you know, we just go ahead and talk about Avant-Garde first. Tell me a little bit about this team. Actually, Anatoly, we'll start with you. Thoughts in regards to Avant-Garde and their capability here at SWC?
Well, they're a very strong, solid team with a lot of chemistry. They haven't changed their roster in about a year, and I think they were 27-1.
It was something like that.
Yeah, they only dropped one game in like, I think since June or May or something like that. So they're a very strong team in their region, but it's going to be interesting to see how they stack up against Enemy, who came out of kind of nowhere, honestly, in the Super Regionals.
Yeah, and speaking of Enemy, you know, you had made mention before, Adonis, that, you know, Pain Deviand, right?
Yep, Pain Deviand.
Which actually means meatloaf.
Yes.
Okay, which is fantastic. That is, I mean, listen, the SMITE community's love for food is amazing. We love bacon.
That's true.
You know, meatloaf. This is awesome.
It's great.
And I feel like I'm truly at home. But you actually call him General Pain because he's the old guard in this team of young players.
Yeah, I actually played with Pain back, you know, like 2.5 years ago, a long time. He's been a top competitive player for quite some time, and he's kind of picked up 3 rookies on his team. That's Salt Machine, Chaos, and his Hunter, his Jungler Adjust, and then Vedium like played in the summer, right? So it's 4 rookies and General Pain, who's come here to teach his team how to play at the highest levels of competitive Smite. And this team actually at the beginning of the fall split, I personally thought was going to be one of the worst teams in the league. I said it, and so many people agreed with me, and then they were just kind of average in the split, and then they upset TSM and Envy, and they're here now.
He's really trying to figure this out. You got it, buddy. There you go.
Come on, Pain.
If you believe in yourself, you can accomplish anything. Mickey Mouse taught us that years ago. Okay, does he have it? We actually can commentate this right here.
We're going to break it down. Pain Deviant. Going for the 2-hand style. Raymond Peckies, thank you.
Oh, way to go to our production team. He did it, folks.
We got it. We figured it out.
All right. You know, how are you supposed to even move forward after that? Okay, so Avant-Garde. Back over to Avant-Garde, though. Let's actually go ahead and collect ourselves as we go ahead and introduce you fine folks to Avant-Garde.
Avant-Garde. Sports. Roll. Okada. Biggie. Subfloor.
There's Avant-Garde, and go ahead and run down the line here. Solo laner for this team, Sporks. You know, a lot can be said about Avant-Garde, but Sporks maybe one of the weaker players on this roster, which is interesting observation there.
He struggled a bit. He actually had a very good regionals, but before that, he was the one that was struggling. So the question is, what Sporks are we going to see here? Because he's matched up against Salt Machine, who's a very good laner. And just making sure you can stay safe in the solo lane is very important. So I do expect to see some pretty safe picks for him, and probably early in the draft.
Yeah, we could definitely see like a Sobek here and Athena coming out of them. A typical Guardian trying to make sure. And Salt Machine will play like a lot of aggressive warriors, so you definitely want to play safe against him.
All right.
Looks like we're struggling again.
Okay. You know, what is it with these guys in the headsets? You know, like they'll get it one day. You know, technology's hard. It's a heck of a thing. All right, and let's talk about Subfloor to Hunter. Known to be more of a passive laner here. What are you expecting, QE, out of Subfloor going into this for the picks and drafts, what do you think is going to be his go-to here?
I expect some hyper carry for a late game god for a subfloor, especially because that he plays really well into the late game.
Okay.
Yeah, he's very good at like laning phase is pretty passive.
Yeah.
But you know, carrying into late games, he likes those hyper carries. A lot of I believe he plays Hui very well.
Okay.
I know he's experimenting with Chiron when they came here, and this team also very hungry. Kind of like their story is very similar to Isurus, and this team actually came here to Atlanta earlier than expected to boot camp, and they've been practicing against top teams like Paradigm. So they've been practicing a lot, and I think they have the experience. Funny enough, though, in the dual lane is that subfloor is very passive. But the support Biggie, the team captain shot caller, is actually very aggressive.
We'll get to Biggie in a second
Okay.
here. I want to talk, because I have some special things about
man.
Biggie. So let's actually talk about Ro, though, in the jungle. He is the star player for this team, you know, a very adaptable player. Anatoly, let's talk about Ro's potential here and what you're expecting from him.
So what's actually really interesting about Ro was he used to play on North American servers, and he made an account named Dad300 Ping Live. And you know, coming out of Australia, playing with 300 ping against North Americans who are less than 100 ping, he actually made it to Diamond 1 division in rank. So that's an impressive act right there. And he plays anything to like really fit his team and his style. So he'll play like support junglers like the Odins, some Guardians.
The Bolognas as well.
The Bolognas as well, tanky Bologna, and just to set up his team. Anything that'll suit the style of his team, he will play it.
I played at 200 ping and got to Diamond 3, so playing at 300, getting to Diamond 1, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I cannot even imagine. I lag 1 minute and I just complain, you know? That's just all I do. But then again, that's all I ever do when I play video games these days. And then we have in the mid, we have Oceania. So let's talk about this young man here, an Agni player. Loves to play those mobile mids.
He likes mobile mids. He pairs very well with Ro. This is kind of their lane or their synergy that gets them ahead typically, is Ocheetah sets up for Ro. Ro is the star player. He's the one making the big plays, but Ocheetah, he's playing the Agnis, he's playing the Noxus, he's playing people with dashes that can also set up for Ro. I'll be interested to see if he's switched his God pull-up, because a lot of the meta switched to the Zeus and Zhong kind of near the end of Season 2 with the buffs coming to them and the changes to Zeus. So if he hasn't switched his playstyle, it could be a bad look for him.
All right, and then the final person that we have to talk about, I'm so excited for this one, is Biggie, the support player for Avant-Garde. Now, a careful observation of Biggie, a careful observation is that he kind of looks like a surfer, bro.
He does, and that's just like, you just look at him and you're like, oh, Biggie kind of looks like a surfer.
Like, I expect his call-outs to be like, one's over by the left lane, dude. You know, that's what I immediately think about. I mean, you know, just the long hair. Look at the locks flowing beneath the headset. This guy, I don't even want to talk about his ability in the game. I just want to talk about his hair.
He also does surf, too.
He does surf.
It was something we thought just looking at, like, oh, he looks like a surfer, bro. And then he actually surfs. He knows. He's tall, too. Like, this
he
dude
lives
is
the
killing
dream,
it.
dude. He lives the dream. It's amazing. But let's actually talk about his ability. You know, he is the team captain and shot caller for this squad. Thoughts in regards to this guy? I mean, you know, this is a huge opportunity for them here. If they can knock out a North American team in Enemy, I mean, could we potentially see this happen? Is this a reality? We've been kind of teasing it for each matchup, but this one seems more likely than any, in my opinion.
This is, so I have some insight because I was actually able to watch some of their scrims when they were here earlier against Paradigm, and the first scrims they ever played were atrociously bad. Like, they played like Isurus did against Epsilon. They were super scared. I haven't seen any recently. I talked to Ro, though. He seems a lot more confident going in. So if they play scared, they're playing to lose. If they've broken out of their shell, this game is going to be close.
That's kind of been the Anatoly. That's the tone of this tournament, right? I mean, we saw it in the beginning with Isurus, right? Don't play scared, play your game. And then they play scared, right? You know, so Anatoly, do you feel like echo those same sentiments?
I mean, coming off those scrims, they also managed to beat games off of denial in those scrims. So maybe that gave them enough confidence to want to play a little bit more their style. And if they can find their early momentum, then they can probably roll with it against Enemy. But then again, Enemy is also really good counter-aggression. They have really long average games, something along lines of like 35 plus minute average.
They were
games.
like 4 or 5 minutes, you know, average game time longer than anyone else in the Pro League.
Wow. Well, speaking of their opponents, let's actually go ahead and introduce you guys to Enemy eSports.
Enemy. machine. Adjust. Chaos. Beyond. Video.
And there were enemy eSports folks. A great story with this squad, right? We touched on it a little bit, but you have some rookie players coming into this who've made quite a splash. They're here at SMITE World Championships. Big opportunity for them to not only take a game and move on to the next round, but just overall this opportunity to be here. It must be pretty absurd.
I mean, Enemy didn't expect to be here. Like they barely slipped in Super Regionals. They were the 5th ranked team. Everyone was counting them out. Outside of themselves, they were the only team that felt that they could, find a win over TSM and then find a win over Envy. This team plays really good at LAN too, which is something that not a lot of teams can say. A lot of teams will either play their game or play down. This team, so strong at LAN.
So let's actually start breaking down these players first with Vedium, the Hunter, and QE. This is going to be for you. How do you feel about Vedium in this match against Avant-Garde? Do you think that he's the star player for this team, right? So you're looking for him to be the superstar, the guy who makes the plays and, lives up to that title?
I think Vedium plays really well in team fights. He knows how to position himself and knows when to do damage. He plays a really good RAM, by the way. His RAM is just amazing.
Wow. And then, of course, we have Chaos in the mid. This is the kind of guy that you're going to see shine in the team fights as well.
He's kind of like, him and Ochita are kind of the same thing. They're not going to go crazy and carry the game. They're not, going to play bad and feed. They're just going to be there. They're always going to be in position. They're always going to be doing the damage they need, typically ending the games with, the highest average damage on their team because they just position themselves so well and play off of those team fights and those 3v3 and bigger team fight scenarios.
Yeah, so he'll be leaning more towards the Jean Kui for that specific.
I expect so.
And then we have Adjust in the jungle. So we did highlight jungle play quite a bit. We did speak very well about the jungler for Avant-Garde. Anatoly, your experience with Adjust, enjoys playing those hyper assassins. What do you think he's going to be rolling with this time?
So his favorite go-to god is definitely Bastet, when he could just jump in the back line, get out, do his damage, bait a lot of cooldowns, and then reset, and then his team will have that kind of advantage going forward with all the cooldowns down.
Keep in mind, though, he is going to be facing off against Ro, who is the star player for Avant-Garde. Can Adjust, does he need to be better than Ro, or does he simply need to stop Ro?
I think he just needs to stop Ro and make sure they can't go crazy because the side lanes coming out of Enemy, I think, are just at least they're just better, I think, coming into this. Vedium, this new generation Hunter that's making a name for himself at SMITE Worlds for his first season in the Pro League. And then over on the other hand, Salt Machine, phenomenal laner. He was just a high-level ranked player. He had never played competitively, joins this team and really can shut you down in the 1v1, which is very good matchup against Sporks, who kind of struggles in lane and then shines in team fights. So right now, I think it is about making sure Ro doesn't go crazy.
I just want to say Salt Machine is probably the best name ever. It's so good. Salt Machine, come on. Who would have thought of that? And then we have the support. General Payne, the veteran of this squad, someone who you have very high expectations for in this competition. I guess, looking at this, right, you have these young players here competing for a lot of money and that title of being the SMITE World Champion. It was kind of a story last year with Cog Red where they were kind of the young players, needing to adapt to this scenario. Do you feel like Enemy has that right now? Has that same situation?
I think the best thing with Enemy is they don't have any weight on their shoulders. Like, once again, I and everyone else is kind of counting them out. They're saying it's going to be Fnatic, Paradigm, Epsilon, Cloud9 in the Final Four. We're all counting them out. But everyone's been counting out Enemy, and they keep exceeding expectations.
QE, what about you? How do you feel about the squad?
I think Enemy can definitely be on top 4, but right now I feel like EU teams and C9 are probably going to take the top 4, but they can really upset somebody, yes.
It's going to be interesting to see how this game plays out, of course, folks. But it is almost going to start. We actually have Sean down on the floor with our 2 players on each side. Sean, what's going on, brother?
We are here on the stage by a man who, there's been a lot made about your hair. How do you feel about that, Biggie?
I think it's a bit overhyped. I haven't really done much, just let it grow naturally.
Guys, what do we think about Biggie's hair? I'm going to go ahead and say you've got some fans and some support. How does that feel, standing on the stage here in Atlanta, SMITE World Championship?
It's kind of crazy just to come from, a casual Smite player in Australia, watching, people like Pain and stuff play and learning how they play. To be here, I don't know, it still hasn't sunk in, I don't think.
Now, some people were talking about you playing before with 300 ping and already working through. Can you talk about, I guess it was a while ago, but that must have been a pretty arduous task for you.
Yeah, I guess we didn't know any different. We kind of queued, you get 250, 300 ping, but the game was, so, I don't know, just so addicting that you'd come back and keep going. And then, the day they brought out OC, so it was like, wow, you can play this game without delay and without lag. That's nice. So.
It is a better experience. Now, on the other side here, we have Pain Diviande. How are you doing, sir?
Pretty good.
A lot of support here?
Hell yeah, and a master race. Let's go!
Now, I'm going to have to tell you that there was a little bit of humor at your expense when you were having some trouble with your headphones earlier. Did you hear about that? Have you heard about that? Do you want to know about that?
I don't want to know about that, no.
Okay, guys, are we ready for the third of the day? Are you and your team ready, Biggie?
We're ready. We're here and ready.
Here and ready. Yourself?
We're ready to destroy that.
Destroy. Fighting words are here. Gentlemen, shake hands. And a hug. Come on, guys. If that's not what Smite's about, then what is? Guys, the last question. Are you all ready? You ready to get into this? You guys are absolutely fantastic. I can tell you this will be a fantastic matchup. Let's get into the picks and bans.
What a gentle embrace that was, right? What a fantastic embrace.
It looked so sweet.
It looked amazing.
There's probably a lot of tension there. Like we're gonna. He probably whispered into each other's ears.
Yeah,
we're gonna
came
stomp
into him
you.
closer. He was like, "We're gonna destroy you," and it's like, "Whoa, man, relax,
calm down, bro."
Guys, before this kicks off, the picks and bans here, right off the cuff, lightning round. Who do you think's gonna take it?
I love Avant, but Enemy.
I gotta give it to Enemy.
Enemy as well, but I really would like to see Avant winning.
I'm going for my surfer bro. We're going for Avant-Garde. All right, here we go. It gets locked in already. They're just pretty much running through this one. Serket gets taken out as well just now, and waiting for this next one, Kepri. So, yeah, I mean, so far, pretty much just standard.
These are pretty meta. I like taking Serket away, because that's just two gods. We're Bastet and Serket. And Bastet really isn't considered meta. He plays phenomenally on it, but teams are typically more scared of Serket. First Merc ban of the tournament. And Mercury, a lot of people have been talking, people are thinking it's coming this tournament. This is going to be a big pick. Banned away immediately. Soul was left open, though, and first Soul of the tournament going to be locked in. That's going to subfloor.
I mean, if they're going to go ahead and ban Mercury, which everyone believes that it is going to be the star pick of this tournament, and you leave Soul open, you have to be able to put a lot of pressure on her early. And when you give up Soul, you're going to take Athena for Pain Divion, who is very comfortable. That's probably his best go-to god, on top of the very aggressive Bellona for Salt Machine. So I'm liking Enemy's comp, the fact that they gave away Soul anyway.
The comfort picks for Enemy right now are definitely where it's at.
They feel a lot better about this one here. Athena gets locked in.
We're going to see some Foreman taunts out of Pain again.
Oh, yeah. Pain actually is very good at finding openings when teams are grouped up and finding massive taunts, and his team, following up. Sometimes, though, he's a little over aggressive with it, even with the team's like, come on, Pain, we don't have any ability. We're trying to back off. We heard that at Super Regionals.
See, in Canada, there's no ham. There's no going ham. There's only going meatloaf.
Going meatloaf. There's Guan Yu. Gets locked up there, and Thor, okay. So far, looking good here for Avant-Garde. I mean, they're getting good picks, but do you feel like they're potentially playing into Enemy's hand?
Maybe, but, we kind of saw it with OMG and Pain, where Pain drafted that Athena Bellona, which is very good counter engage, and that's what Enemy excels at. So that it's likely to see that's what they're going for, and it looks like Neith's being highlighted for Vedium, just to counter the aggression from Soul in that duo lane.
Yeah, Neith's pretty good at playing against Soul, because Soul just pushes really hard, and Neith can just counter that.
Is that your favorite matchup for that?
Yeah, probably Neith or Karan. I'd like to see Karan.
Yeah, those are two very safe hunters that have a lot of sustain, and well, actually, Neith will be able to keep up with the push from Sol, so that's a very good safe pick there. We do have the Sobek ban from enemy. The Guan Yu is a little bit of a flex pick. It could have went support, it could have went Sol lane, so Sobek was a safe ban there. And on top of that, we do have the Zeus ban from Avantgarde.
Oh, please, that'd be Agni.
Agni gets picked up. You happy about that one?
I'm pretty happy. Back in NA, I used to play only Agni, so yeah.
It was like the whole, it's like QE3Q, oh, he's going to pick Agni. And no one wanted to ban it. Just let him play it.
Just let me play it.
Because he's on 200 ping. He's like, he's got to have the big circles. But
Yeah.
Chaos actually, this is one of his favorite gods. And it's very strong for setting up. You can already see a lot of AoE coming out from enemy.
Geb gets picked up. Also got to note the Zeus and Sobek bans coming out as well.
Zhang Kuei still up. We could see Avant go Zhang on Ochita here. And, you know, the Soul more than likely going to subfloor.
Yeah, and on top of that, you do, if the Geb does get locked in, Geb complementing the Zhang Kui is going to be very difficult to lock him down. So very curious to see what this mid lane is going to be. Unless it's going to be maybe a mid Soul and a different physical hunter. No, it's going to be the Zhang Kui mid.
Like I said, I say like 10 things, one of them's going to stick.
Yeah, good job, buddy. You know, believe in yourself, you can accomplish anything. All right, Zhang Kui gets locked in, and the Hunbots comes in for that final pick, potentially. Yes, indeed. And that is going to be it. Preliminary thoughts. Who do you think came out on top in this draft?
I think these team comps are pretty even.
All right. Both of you guys feel the same way?
Yeah, enemy definitely got a little bit better on this side.
I'll give it to enemy as well, just because Agni. I love Agni.
All right, folks. So here we go, folks. It is time for Avantgarde versus enemy casters. Take it away.
Welcome, Smite fans, to the third game of the SMITE World Championship, this one between Enemy Esports and Avantgarde. I'm Husey. Joining me on the commentary desk is DM Brandon and Zapman.
Think you got some fans.
Yeah. Turn up.
So I've had the privilege of seeing Avant play before. I've had the privilege of watching Enemy play before, and I think this is a jungle matchup. Straight up, it's going to be Adjust versus Row, and Thor versus Hunbots has spelled a lot so far for this split.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like both teams, again, got their comfort picks. I know Chaos loves Agni. I know Adjust. Chaos and Adjust.
Daysology.
Yeah. Adjust, he loves Hunbots, so let's see what they could do.
That's why they're here, right? I mean, like, Adjust, that one Hunbots ult on Envy brought them to this land. Like, that was the real key play. And if I had a best of one to go up, I'd be going to my go-to gods, and I think Hunbots was the right call.
Interesting to see Sobek banned by enemy. They've definitely done their research on Avantgarde, knowing that's one of their favorite picks.
I mean, Biggie Sobek was like one of my breakout points for all of the Australian games. Biggie and Row are my players to look at here from Avantgarde, jungle and support. Across the way, it's the same thing. It's Adjust and Pain de Vion.
Heading into this one, we could see a 5-man grouping from enemy, very aggressive, already in advanced jungle, placing down the wards to get the timer on that speed buff.
Shout outs to Boots meta, by the way. So that 7 pairs of boots on the board.
Very nice.
Like it's 30 seconds in. It looks like we have the one ward. I don't think we're going to see too much aggression, but they could back here. I like this ward. They should be able to block out the right side.
What I really want to see is what Avantgarde is going to do against the Agni. Agni is very weak in the early game and tends to get pressured, so I want to see Avantgarde, what kind of pressure can they put out?
No dashes. No dashes. Dash will kill him at this stage of the game. He's got to be very, very careful, and it's going to be hard for them to deal with this Zhang Kui, especially with Rose Thor coming around.
Yeah, Row went an early red pot there, so definitely expect to see early aggression out of the boys from Australia.
Yeah, no red pots coming out from enemy at all. Just the one. We got a blink on Gab very early.
That just speaks to Biggie's playstyle. He's a very aggressive support, looking to set up for his team rather than farming and getting to late game.
So, starting off strong. It looks like pretty close to a perfect pull here. And yeah, that's pretty much flawless. One auto attack's definitely not going to hurt him. Ochita should get that health by the time he gets back to lane.
It's very interesting to see Ochita play a Zhang Kui. Usually he likes to play something with a couple of escapes, like an Agni. He even likes Isis a lot, but to see him on Zhang Kui getting in the middle of those team fights is really going to be an interesting experience.
I think one thing good about the Zhang Kui pick is when the Athena dashes in, Zhang Kui has the instant stun, so Athena can't get her taunt.
Sorry about that. The junglers killed the blue buffs at the same exact time. Like, I can't, but that speaks to my soul. It speaks to my soul. I love it. Looks like right side going to go to red, left side going to go to blue, so enemy taking the more aggressive and advantageous route to start the game.
The interesting matchup in this one will be in the solo lane, Sporks versus Salt Machine. Salt Machine, a noted lane dominant solo laner. Sporks, not as much.
You know, one of the big things there too is that Adjust was able to get the right side camp, which allows Chaos to dash the wave and guarantee first wave clear. This is going to spell the entire early game advantage for enemy.
Yeah, again, I'm a little surprised that Avant-Garde didn't go and contest those right Harpies and just let the Agni get it for free.
Sporks, you'll notice, has just used his heal. He has a level in everything right now, which means he's going to be a little bit weaker than normally Guan would like at this point. He needs to get to level 4 to get that level 2 Tallow Assault to keep pace with Bologna.
Expect to see Rogue gank a lane at level 5, either the duo or the solo. If Sporks is feeling a lot of pressure, it'll be that side of the map.
Salt Machine much more aggressive than I think we've seen him, but maybe not a great call. Took some damage there off the swing of the bludgeon, and it swings back in favor of Sporks, though he will lose some gold here.
Yeah, I mean, Guan Yu's not meant to win this lane. He's really just meant to get as much farm as he can, come in the mid-game, spam those heals, and win the team fights.
This is strange. Sticking up pretty strong. He's going to take a lot of damage for maybe not a ton of gold. Probably can't get too aggressive. The gold that he gained here is going to be lost most likely on the next wave with that mana pool.
Looking at the wards that enemy has placed around the mid lane, they're going to be able to spot out Ro when he goes up into his ultimate.
Left side, we're seeing the subfloor getting pushed back pretty far, having some trouble with the Neath. This was something that I think we saw a lot of in regionals. People get Soul, enemy team counterpicks Neath. Is that
yeah, Neath is very safe pick. She has insane clear, and she probably saw that Geb was picked up. They don't really have a lot of wave clear, just the Soul, but Athena and Neath can out-clear by a mile.
Vishin was the first one to bring us the Neath kind of counter to Soul during Super Regionals against Snoopy of TSM.
Oh, damage coming through. Shield will negate most of this. He rolls out. He's going to use a fair chunk of mana here, but they shouldn't lose too much control. Subfloor should be able to push this out pretty quickly.
Both mid laners and jungle spotting each other backing at almost exactly the same time, so both these side lanes are going to be safe for the next couple seconds.
Yeah, but this is the time all the wards run out, right? I really want to see the Thor really go to the Neath and try to pressure this Neath out, because they keep pushing up in the lane anyway.
Spork's in some trouble. This is going to spell teleport. I mean, almost always will.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, he has to. Otherwise, he's going to lose way too much mana. On the bottom side, actives from Guan Yu. He's a little bit late on this. He hasn't bought it yet.
Ro looking like he's going up into that Thor ultimate. He's up in the air. He's looking for Vishium, crashing down onto the 80 carry of Vishium. Down comes Pandivion's ult. Backflip from Vishium, and he gets out alive. And Subfloor in some trouble.
Where's Biggie? He backed off. This might be land nerves. This is their first time at the World Championships, so they don't get the kill. Adjust is here. First blood going to enemy.
Subfloor taken down there. Ro and Biggie still in the area. There's the Neath ultimate. Ro in some trouble. Agni bombs come down as Chaos is in the area. Biggie, not level 5 yet, doesn't have the Cataclysm. He should fall down, and Chaos gets another.
But Ocheeta's here. The demons have been recalled. They're just trying to get away. He's outside the range. Now they're trying for it again. Ro teleporting, going for it. Just gonna find a return kill. 2-1 still in favor of enemy.
But Pain and Chaos are chasing down Ro. There's the dash and the stun. Ro goes down. Chaos with 2 kills. Enemy up 3-1.
And you go back to this fight, a lot of that had to do with Biggie. He wasn't up in the front line. Him and Subfloor were on different pages, and going back to watch that replay is gonna hurt.
Yeah, they weren't able to chain their CC there effectively. Neath got her backflip off after they got all their damage off and couldn't kill her.
Biggie is noted for being a very aggressive support, but not terribly great in the farm department. He wasn't level 5 for that fight, so he didn't have his Cataclysm available.
Ocheeta's in a lot of trouble. I think he was forced to beats there. Yeah, it's a 3-minute swing.
It's dangerous because the Agni's the one getting these kills too, and he's notoriously supposed to be slow in the beginning of the game.
Did Salt Machine steal Sporks' blue?
He might have. It looked like he might have. Can we check out the right side here?
He did.
Yeah, he got it. Sporks, though, he might have an opportunity. No, he doesn't have his dash. Not quick enough. It's Boots 3 versus Boots 2.
Ro's in the area, but Adjust knows he's here as Ro walked over that red ward. So Adjust is going to start at this blue. Oh, Ro's in the air. He's looking for something here.
Oh, no.
That's a wasted ultimate.
He's going to be forced to retreat on this one. Salt Machine coming around. They're chasing Sporks. He's very low. Adjust. Jump up in a few seconds. Doesn't need it. Blinks in. One more hit. Gonna use the ult and get another enemy up 4-1.
Pandivion chasing down Ocheeta. There goes the Neath ultimate. Ocheeta stunned. 2 bombs land down onto him, but he's a jungler. He's just going to shrug that one off.
Going into the jungle here. Going for the steal. Forcing out an ultimate, but this might be a good turn. Ro quick enough on the draw. Shockwave gonna do some, but not a lot of damage. Biggie taking some. The demons once again recalled.
Ocheeta taking a lot of damage here. So is Adjust, however. Ocheeta falls down, but so does Adjust. Another kill to Ro. Over the wall is Salt Machine with the Eagles rally. Ro gets out alive. Subfloor is here with Soul.
Got him, Salt Machine. Not a great way out of this, but he has a lot of health and a lot of tankiness, but he's getting it stripped away. Tallow Assault doing damage non-stop. Salt Machine's trying to get away.
Sporks looking for the kill. Dashes through. Subfloor switches target. He's trusting his solo lane to get this one. Bludgeon comes down onto Subfloor. There is the disarm from Salt Machine, but Subfloor gets the kill.
The whole time, though, Bisham is getting solo lane experience over in the duo. He has no one to help him stop him. That was incredible. But let's go to the Intel replay. I want to check out exactly how this went down for the first couple kills, and a lot of this has to do with the rotation from the mid lane.
Chaos able to get over to the duo lane before Oceania, actually, and we see Achus pick up the kill onto subfloor, but now Chaos perfect rotations, dropping the bombs down. Biggie, not level 5, unable to get away, falls down very quickly to an auto attack.
And that Path of Flames to cut the entire path off so strong, he then gets out of the demon so he can go back into this fight and shut down even more. Now, Ro does get a kill here, but they're going to trade it off because Chaos knows exactly where he's going.
Was that worth for Avant to get a kill there, but to pay for it with another one?
No, definitely not. Definitely not because the Agni is the one that got the kill. Agni is supposed to start slow. You need to pressure him because his late game is probably one of the best out of all mages.
Maybe it was a psychological thing, though, knowing that they could take a kill away from enemy. They didn't want to, you know, they saw Isurus Gaming go up against Epsilon at the start where they didn't get any kills. And, you know, this is a much more competitive match.
So again, guys, giveaway trigger, first team to 10 kills. Enemy well over halfway there at just the 7-minute mark.
We could see the left-hand side mid-camp spawning. Ro and Cheetah are in the area, but so is Adjust and Pain, as well as Chaos.
Still, man, so much gold already for enemy, and I think a big part of that in Avant's head right now is we have to get the first gold Fury. And with Ro being down 2 levels, which is, I'm sure, a position he's not used to being in, it's going to be hard for them to control the left side of the map.
Biggie sitting at the lowest gold and XP per minute Ro. Going up this 3-man group from enemy in the mid lane. He crashes down but doesn't hit anyone. There is the Tectonic Rift though. Adjust with a great ultimate. Chaos dropping the bombs. Ro very low. Recall demons used, but Chaos gets another kill. Biggie forced to get away. A Cheetah just body blocking for the rest of his team. And despite Avant getting some decent initiations, enemies just turning on them every time with this Hun Barts.
And that's what Adjust does. He forces you to adjust to him. And in that situation, again, Ro thought he had the upper hand, but 2 levels behind, he gets taken down.
Adjust played that fight perfectly. He waited for Avant-Garde to really get sucked in on the Agni, and then he popped his ultimate for the counter initiation.
Go ahead, please.
There's a 2-level difference between the junglers at this point, and that's really big for Avant-Garde. In the pregame, we said Ro is the star player, and for him to be this far behind this early in the game is trouble for Avant.
And check out Chaos, 3-0-2 right now, almost an 800 gold lead as well. This is going to put him in a position where he's getting those core items online, and if Zhang Kui intends to stack this game, we're not going to see that Warlock Sash get finished until like 16 minutes.
Yeah, the strength of Zhang Kui is because he has a lot of protections, but this Agni is going to get his pin item online super early, a lot earlier than normal.
Look at that, it's already started.
Get blown up, yeah.
We got that magic focus going up. It's going to be Spear, I would imagine.
Definitely.
Speed buff taken away from Avant by a 3-man grouping of enemy. They know that Ro is the player to focus down here on Avant.
Chaos in the mid lane keeping pressure. Left side, I'm not sure what this grouping is. Are they looking, they're pinging it out, or are they trying to go to the bottom side?
It's just, I don't know. 3 men of enemy in the mid lane, a Cheetah and Ro.
They're just hiding from enemy. They're so strong right now.
I mean, that fear, when you're a Zhang Kui hiding behind the wall behind your tier 1, right? That's when you know things are bad.
A Cheetah takes a couple of bombs there, but again, Zhang Kui doesn't really feel it that much, so he's not going to really mind that, but he will know, and his team will know that 2 of those bombs are down for the next team fight. Adjust gets a kill onto Sporks. Nice gank over in the solo lane.
And that'll be a tier 1 as well, it seems. They're going to rush it right down. 1 more creep to stand. They'll tank up a few hits, but another 500 gold ladder right to the wall.
Gold Fury started, though, by Avant-Garde. This is a good play. They know that Adjust is on the other side of the map, so that Fear No Evil isn't available. A Cheetah, Ro, Biggie, and Subfloor all grouped around this one.
Agni, though. Avant still takes it, but they're losing so many. Already Biggie, Ro, and Sporks are down. They're chasing down Subfloor. Doesn't get into the Corporeal form. Another kill, and that's a double for Chaos.
It is 11-3. Ocheetah running away. That is your giveaway trigger, folks. Enemy the first to 10 kills here, so we're going to see the code in just a second, and it is Durkane, but Soul Machine jumps in with the Eagles rally. Ocheetah taken very low. Bombs from Chaos, but Pain Deviant picks up the kill with Athena.
The problem there with that fight is that the rule of thumb is if your solo laner gets ganked, the other side you go do Gold Fury.
Yo, God bless.
But it just communicated with his team, said, hey, I'm going to go gank solo lane, and you saw all the rest of enemy right on the Gold Fury ready to contest.
Going down to the tier 1, they're trying to make up for the lost Gold Fury, even though I'm pretty sure they already have with the kills. Tier 1 stands for now. They're going pretty deep here. Stuck in between. Ro and Sporks go down. Credited with the double kill is Adjust.
Adjust is going ham this game. He is tearing apart Avant.
Mid lane tower still getting pressured. Again, looking for that 500 gold. We'll watch it fall and go to the graphs.
Taking a look now, we expect to see about a 5k gold difference between these teams here. Really feeling it though, especially I would say, is the Hunter. Subfloor 500 gold behind, not terribly much, but just unable to do as much in these team fights as Vicium.
One of the things Avantgarde really need to do is get levels on their Thor. He's really strong with scaling. As we look into the XP difference here, 10K already at 10 minutes, or actually at 11 minutes.
That's, I think we're getting to the point now of no return. Like, their next fight has to be a win. You know, we talked so much about Ro going into this. He's the lowest level in the game right now. Level 8 compared to a level 10 or 12 Humbots. This is when Zatman is like yelling at the team in curse and spamming F6, right?
Definitely, definitely. What they really need to do now, though, is Avantgarde needs to group up as 4 or 5 and look for these picks. Maybe on Neath, maybe on Agni, who knows, whoever they can get.
Rose seems to be staying in these team fights just a little bit too long. He's going in as the initiation rather than Biggie, which is what we usually see. I feel like Ro perhaps is thinking to himself that he needs to carry this team and is just doing too much.
Well, he's level 9. He's beginning the catch-up phase. I mean, he needs to try to avoid fights, but unfortunately, over on the right side, Adjust is not giving him that luxury. Overhand smash going to be blocked out. Where we got an ult, can it be blocked? Not in time. They're trying to turn this one around. Adjust has the Athena coming in, and they will spend a lot to get one more.
Spork's rotating in. There's a nice taunt, though, from Painty. Spork getting very low.
That's
Adjust,
good.
super low. Recall Demons will pick him up. Actually, Sporks gets it while he's on his horse.
Biggie coming in from the backside. Little out of position here as he gets flooded. Bludgeon damage doing good. Sub-4 here to try to control, but Biggie is getting annihilated.
Chaos is doing so much damage at this point with these bombs.
The thing is, these trades are actually good for Avantgarde because enemies' gods are worth a lot more golden experience than Avantgarde's are.
Look at this. Spears online. He's got cooldown reduction. Chaos right now, 507. Has been a part of almost every kill on the board. And you can see it in his damage. Let's actually go to the damage charts. Agni's got to be close to the top. It's Bologna? 8,000?
And then Adjust.
Bologna OP.
Salt Machine doing work. He showed up at Super Regionals and he's showing up again here at SWC.
Well, you saw the cinematic, right? She soloed the gold or the fire giant.
One shot the fire giant. I don't even know.
Those arrows were Nerf arrows. She's just dodging them all over the place.
We're 10 minutes, or rather 12 minutes in. We do have the fire giant available. I don't think it'll be for a while, though.
I love what enemies doing. They're just grouping up here, not giving Avantgarde a chance to farm up and try to catch up back up into this game.
There's nothing left in the jungle for Avant to go for. Adjust has just been everywhere, taking everything.
To the sky, we have Thor. I don't think he's going to take this opportunity. Pain's low, but it will be a bait. Thor will likely land. No, he's going to go in onto Bologna?
Salt Machine. He was the only target by himself, but his team wasn't around to help him. Get some damage off, but it's not going to mean anything.
He's still at about 5,900 gold, third lowest right now.
They really need to stop looking for fights. Thor needs to split push, needs to get levels on him. He's been level 9 for about 3 minutes now.
I mean, this is the same thing we saw in the first game, right? We have a Thor with only a level 2 heavy mace compared to a full Jotun, but this Humbots has a level 2 crit item with short sword, meaning he has a 40% chance to crit.
Pretty much one-shot anyone on the enemy team.
We saw he was top damage. That's pretty much what he's been doing.
Golden hand right now. You'll see, actually, Zhang Kuei sitting at about 1,000. Needs a bit more to finish up this Warlock sash, about 200 left. Needs to get that stacking as soon as possible. They need every point that they can. At this point, I don't even know if I'd go to Warlocks. He might just need the E-Staff to stay alive.
This is the point in the game where Soul starts to really come online and do a ton of damage. Subfloor, though, sitting at second lowest in the game, needs to be in these team fights a little bit more.
Biggie in some trouble. They're tearing into this shield, but not super quickly. Overhand smash will spell some damage, but Biggie gets out safely.
Ro and Achita are here, and I don't know what they can really look for. Maybe they're going to try and defend this tier 1 tower, but the smart choice would be to go to mid lane.
This is the stage where Avantgarde need to cut their losses. Like, give up left tier 1, look to push maybe enemies tier 1, try to get some global gold, get some gold on all these gods so they can maybe win a team fight.
Salt Machine is in the mid lane. He's going to be able to rotate if there is a fight a lot quicker than Sporks, who's just starting up his blue.
Well, Gold Fury's up in 10 seconds. He's starting to get over to the left side. Let's actually take a listen with the enemy boys to see what's going to happen as they get the Gold Fury ready to go.
Yes, we do. I'm on the side here, give it on. Oh, he's by himself with okay. I'm waiting for creeps. Thank you very much.
Oh, look at Soul, look at
No,
Soul.
Gip's not there, That's Beast. That's Thor, Beast and Aegis. Thor, Beast and Aegis. I need to get onto.
That's Soul.
Yo, Thor.
Throw near.
Careful here. Jump. Double sun.
I gotta get out.
I need to get out. I'm gonna go back in. Just go to the rest.
Yeah, they're gonna change.
Let me go back in.
They're gonna heal though, that's the problem.
It's fine, we're good. Keep going.
I'm resetting.
They can't catch on us. Let me go back in, it's fine.
They're chasing Cruiser.
Okay.
They're going gold.
I'm ultimate. Get ready for it. I'm on sweaty.
And we're back. Avantgarde looking to start up the Gold Fury here. They know their enemy has to back, but we could hear their Pain Beyond saying he's going to ult in.
That, and we just got a teleport from Salt Machine as well. They're not going to be able to take this down. They're forced into a bad spot. Biggie already low, getting chased down. First casualty of this fight is going to be the support.
Rowe nearly taken down there, but forced away. Enemy great defense of the Gold Fury there in response to Avant's great defense of their tier 2.
Oh, Spork's out of position. His dash is down. Nice shot from Subfloor, but a good taunt by Pain's going to spell another one. They'll pick up Sporks.
Enemy just, no matter what Avant is throwing at them, seem to respond with something doubly as effective.
That's one of the problems with Soul too. They really had no one to tank the Gold Fury. The Thor started off tanking it, and he almost died to it. And then they couldn't fight back when enemy contested.
To be fair, though, Sol also won that entire team fight to begin with. But there's the Gold Fury. She gets taken down. The gold difference extends quite sharply. I would imagine now 8,200 ahead.
Player damage again. Salt Machine sitting on top at 11,000 at this point. After that is Oceania with Zhonghui. He's done some nice work, but it just hasn't been enough to carry his team.
Man, and enemy's in a pretty good spot here. This is, again, going very similarly to how we saw Isurus versus Epsilon in the first game of the day.
I definitely want to see Avantgarde do what they did last fight on the left tower. They kited back is what they did. Instead of Thor engaging and just getting one shot by the Humbot Salt, they kited back. Zonkui got his full ultimate off on all 5 enemies, and Subfloor was able to get a lot of damage off, and they actually almost won that fight.
Adjuster's got his Deathbringer finished, so a lot of crit damage going to be coming out of that Humbats.
Rowe actually still on that heavy mace. Can we see gold in hand, please? I think it's important to see how far away he is. Looks like Thor, he's about 100 gold. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal.
He has got a tier 3 walking aegis, though, at this point, so you know he's really feeling the damage from enemy.
That's a strange pick. We see a lot of teleports, a lot of different support items. We don't see many walking, Aegis pendants. Spork's in some trouble here, taking the World Weaver. He'll get out safely, heal up a little bit.
This can be an advantageous situation for Avantgarde here if they defend this tier 2 tower. The extra damage that tower provide will be necessary to win the team fight, because they can't just go in straight up and beat enemy.
The strength that Avantgarde's comp has over enemies is that they have Guan Yu heal. So the poke that they do to enemy lasts forever, when the poke enemy does to Avantgarde can be healed up.
Well, that's until enemy wins that Fire Giant fight,
yeah.
which kind of seems like it's going to happen. There's a 13 kill difference as we're going to see enemies start to work their way into this tier 2 tower.
Vicium a little bit behind what we would have wanted a little bit behind where we'd expected to be. He's only level 14, so level 13.
Rowe came in, didn't quite get much. He throws down the stun and the Mjolnir's attunement as well, missing both.
Good job though. He got the Agni beads. Now Chaos is thinking to himself, oh man, I got to be extremely careful here.
He's backing up. We got an exposed evil. Slow coming out, forcing Adjust away. They're dashing towards the left side the whole time, though. Check out Bologna, the split push cam on the bottom left side of your monitor. You're going to see her taking a 1,500 gold win as the boys in blue a little bit too slow to make the call.
Cheetah and Subfloor looking to pick up Salt Machine here, but the disarm is really effective against Sol, and Salt Machine doing a lot of damage to Subfloor, who's forced to get out of that one.
I love that play by enemy. They said they can't really, they almost lost that 5v5 fight on the left tower, so they said, hey, we're going to split them up. We'll put our biggest guy in Bologna to split push, because not one single person in Avantgarde can 1v1 him.
I don't think 2 people can 2v1 him.
No, I don't think so either.
It looks like Salt Machine's going to continue staying in this mid lane as the enemy starts up the Fire Giant. If they take this, I don't think Avantgarde can come back.
The closest person is Ochita, and I don't think he even understands that this is happening. Vicium throws out the World Weaver there just to try to control a little bit more space. Fire Giant at half.
The Bologna.
Salt Machine just 1v5ing at this point. Oh, Pain Beyond is there. That taunt. 5-man taunt, but Rowe gets a nice wall. There's the recall demon. Salt Machine 1v5ing, but down he goes to Ochita. You can see there, though, that enemy has picked up the Fire Giant.
I got to call Worth on that one.
100% Worth.
And can we go to the damage charts? Because I'm sure Bologna just went right back up to
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Wow.
That's fine.
She's
Again,
balanced.
You saw the cinematic. That's the move that killed the Fire Giant.
Yeah. Avantgarde just recognizing the Fire Giant has been taken. They actually had a ward on it the whole time, so they knew it was being done, but they couldn't do anything about it.
What can they do, honestly? Like, if they went in there?
Yeah, look for enemy to pick up their red buff here on Chaos, and then they're going to push down left lane and probably go for the win here.
It's a 12,000 gold advantage, 16,000 experience as well, with no level 20s on the board. We have a Book of Thoth coming out from Agni, so a huge damage spike, and plus already has that penetration online. Agni's going to be very scary at this stage.
The one saving grace for Avantgarde is that Subfloor isn't terribly far behind Vicium. If they could set up nicely for that soul damage, it'll be nice for him to get some damage off.
We got a Polynomicon started up, it looks like, for Subfloor. He'll need some type of burst damage going into this. Oh, look at this Salt Machine teleporting in deep to the back line.
Yeah, and the Polynomicon is actually Soul's first real power spike, and he really needs to get that online before this next fight. If I was them, I would give up this tier 2 and look to defend the Phoenix.
Well, it doesn't look like they're going to do too much fighting for it. Row on the right side trying to take the ward down. He does, but he gets taunted, forced to beads to get out of that one.
Just has gone for some extra penetration here after his Deathbringer, so him along with Visham are going to be doing a lot of damage to these towers.
Left side tier 2 to fall. We'll go back to the graphs again. You'll see another huge spike for enemy. 13,800 here at the 21-minute mark.
Row in the mid lane, still level 12, 5 levels behind. He just hasn't had the impact in this game that he needed to really keep Avant in this one.
Russian, they're going right for this, man. Oh, look, Row, nice shield from Biggie. Remember, his bees were down. Good call by the support to get his jungler out of danger.
But enemy knows that that's down now, so they can engage under this Phoenix without the risk of Gabe shielding some CC. But Biggie blinks in, two-man Cataclysm as Chaos actually feeds that. Biggie taken super low. Salt Machine gets the kill. Down goes Sporks to Visham. Row crashing in. Oceania taken very low. Pain takes him down. Chaos.
That's 4.
Subfloor picks up a kill onto Adjust, but it won't be enough. Incorporeal.
They're looking for 5.
Take it out.
He's hit perfectly. Visham with an absolutely flawless Spirit Arrow. My God. Australia falls along with their mid-Phoenix, and I'm sorry to say their Titan as well. They'll fall to the loser's bracket enemy. I'm sure we'll have some cheers as they're going to keep moving on.
I'm so impressed with Adjust right here. He is so patient with his Humbot's ultimate. He waits for them to group up and gets about 3 or 4 man ults every time.
No one respawning except for Biggie in just a second here. The Titan to fall right in front of the support's eyes. The arena glows red in favor of enemy. North America takes their first win.
This was expected, right? You know, Avant-Garde was the international team with the biggest chance of an upset, and that was a lot closer than Isurus and Epsilon, but...
All right, Guy, with your Australia tie.
I mean, you know.
I can't wait for the other who's left? QG Reapers, right?
QG Reapers.
Oh, that'd be a good one. Against
Very
Fnatic.
excited to watch them.
Well, now they've got some extra motivation.
They're the only ones left. Well, I mean, there's the lower bracket.
There's the losers bracket.
So, from the very beginning, I think a lot of that came down to Biggie and Subfloor were on different pages. If either Subfloor backed up or Biggie went forward, I think that whole game could have been different.
Definitely, you can see Avant-Garde's communication wasn't top-notch. On that gank on Neath, they did not chain their CC correctly. Neath was able to get a small window, get her backflip out, and then they got counter-engaged on.
That shockwave.
Yeah, it was too
a little bit late.
Yeah,
Soul,
a little bit late.
When I think of Subfloor, I don't think of Soul. I think more of a Ho Yi or a Jibalanke. He just, I don't know, man. It didn't seem to work out.
I don't know, man. That was good. Like, he got some really important stellar bursts in that game.
Yeah. Soul pretty much played a pretty good game. It was just the mid and jungle. The Agni Chaos was so impressive with how he rotated all around the map, getting kills, getting himself ahead.
I think Adjust, though, was the most important player of that game for enemy. Just beautiful out of the jungle, set up so much for his team. Chaos did so much damage, but it was all off the back of Adjust.
But that's going to be it for Australia, at least for now. Enemy will move on. We're going to head back to the analyst desk with Golden Boy, Adonis, and the pros.
Thank you so much, guys. And wow, what a game for enemy there. They look like superstars. Of course, you know, one of the big things that I had noticed at the beginning of the game was mentioned that we could potentially see the jungle matchup.
Yeah.
Right? That was supposed to be like the highlight per se, and you know, talking about Adjust and what he is capable of doing. Pretty much shined in that regard.
I think just at the 3-minute mark was kind of the perfect spot where it's like, okay, this is going to be bad for Avant, because we saw Row try and gank the duo lane, and the team committed really hard trying to kill Vedium on that Neath, but unfortunately they couldn't lock him down, and the team kind of wavered. You know, we actually saw Subfloor continue to go aggressive while the rest of the team was trying to back off, and then they spent so much time on that gank in the duo lane that Adjust was able to rotate over because Subfloor stayed aggressive while the rest of the team back off. First Blood went to Adjust, picking off Subfloor on that Soul, a god that you really want to be aggressive with early.
Yeah, and it wasn't just a First Blood. They got a 3-for-1 exchange off of Chaos, also lingering behind Adjust. So they were playing really well together, Adjust and Chaos. They always stuck together, and there was a point in time when they ganked the Thor behind the tier 2 tower in middle. They were so aggressive because they were far ahead early on. They continued the pressure, knowing the fact that they also had the Athena support, that he can make those kinds of plays, Adjust, and he would have that backup from the Athena and Chaos always rotating on top of that.
Let's actually take a look at some of these post-game stats here. Anything in particular that highlights for you? I mean, you got to talk about Salt Machine on solo and the performance that he had. I guess also got to talk about our hunter over here, Vedium. He was one of the only guys that was actually communicating with Pain, right? It was a calm listening that we heard there, but pretty much just
understanding that, hey, these are the people that need to be talking. These are the, these are the plays that need to be called.
Yeah, just Salt Machine did so much damage, but Pain makes the calls, and like he's really energetic. And I think Vidium is the one that's calm and makes like, oh, you gotta back off. It's too much. You should just back off and do Gold Fury or do Jackson.
Yeah, you kind of heard their Pains like calling targets, going in, and Vedium's, he's making the audibles.
And a good thing that Enemy did was the fact that they baited out the Soul pick early on, and they put Salt Machine on a very comfortable dominant god as Bologna. He was just able to dominate the Guan Yu matchup very easily. There was a point in time when Avant-Garde tried to gank the blue buff of Enemy.
Yep,
it failed, and Adjust was able to lock down Sporks there.
Again, it's just Adjust, right? I mean, the dude was a superstar, and in fact, he is going to be our Intel player of the game, and it's because of plays like this, just such a talented player.
Yeah, and that first blood there specifically was just after Soul stopped being immune. Her 3 actually gives her 3 seconds of immunity. It's basically like an Aegis. It's its own active, and just timing stuff so well. Adjust looked very strong, and this team as a whole, Enemy as a whole, they looked very clean, which is what we saw from Epsilon. Maybe they're not playing to that level yet, but Enemy could make a run.
I mean, hey, anything can happen here. Right, anything can happen, especially as we go further toward, the bracket. And keep in mind that, for Enemy, yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are writing them off, and that could end up playing to their advantage, right?
For sure.
And catching a lot of people off guard and doing some stupendous things, similar to what we're seeing right here. I mean, just Adjust was a force in this matchup. If you are any of these teams, you're looking at Adjust and saying, okay, that's a guy that we definitely need to shut down.
So it's definitely not Enemy style, the way they played this aggressive this early on. Usually their games will last a little bit longer, and the fact that they were able to dominate this early on shows that they've changed their strategy completely 180. So a lot of teams have to look at Enemy now as a dominant threat early on. So,
how do you feel about Ro? I mean, we got to talk about that because coming into this matchup, he's the star player of the game, QE, and just gets shut down.
He was doing well at the start. He was trying to make plays, and he almost worked out, but Enemy just had great counter engages.
Yeah, and got to go back to the communication. Because, as we all know, right, this is a team esport after all, so you have to have that discussion, have to have that communication there. And General Pain, as you had mentioned before, right, he's the guy who's just making the calls. He's calling out the gods and saying who we need to go after, who needs to be focused on. That's huge for me.
That was some of the best comms I've heard from any SMITE team in a while when we do these listen-ins. A lot of times it'd be chaotic, and even Enemy at the Super Regionals, they got a little chaotic sometimes. Obviously, it's much easier to make shot calls when you're ahead. When you're behind is when stuff starts to get crazy, but Pain was the only voice we heard, and then Vedium would call audibles to be like, this ability is down, Thor in the air, back off, all right, let's transition, let's go for Gold Fury. So right now, their comms are very good, and if they can stay this calm going into future matchups, Enemy, they're looking really good.
So if we actually think about the bracket here, they will face off against the winner of Fnatic and QG Reapers, and that is going to be our next matchup that we see here. If they potentially win that, they will move in to that round where they have to face off another member of the prelims. If they lose it, though, if they end up losing it, they go down to the bottom, and they have to face off against the winner of match 5.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting territory for them because they could, if they lose this game against Fnatic or QG, right, depending, whoever that pans out to, they will potentially face off against Epsilon.
And that's rough. That's what they really want to avoid. Both Fnatic and Enemy and QG, those teams are going to want to win that next round. They want to avoid Epsilon earlier, I'm assuming, and try and face someone over on the top side of the bracket, because Epsilon right now, I mean, you saw them. That has been the most dominating game we've seen so far in the first 3 matchups.
And then coming up next, we have Fnatic and QG. Gentlemen, thoughts in regards to that matchup?
Fnatic. All the way Fnatic.
Okay.
Fnatic. Yeah. They won't place lower than 4th. They always place 4th or higher.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, guys, we will see how all this pans out as our next matchup of the day will be Fnatic versus QG Reapers. Don't go anywhere, though. This is the SMITE World Championships 2016, and so far it has been a heck of a show, and we're going to keep the good times rolling right after this.
Most consistent player in our team this season, I think it's probably going to be Celia. Always consistent, never really like having these bad games. Obviously have bad games, but he has always the potential to really make big plays anyhow because he's such a good player. So I'll go Celia.
Creo que ese miembro es Betoni porque la verdad que juega muy bien y tiene una cabeza muy inteligente y es buen líder y nos ayuda a todos a jugar bien y a mantenernos en foco.
I think Andenster, our jungler, has been the most consistent member of our team this year. Back a couple seasons ago, he had a nickname, Landenster, and that was he doesn't perform well on lands, he kind of chokes under the pressure, but recently he's been doing really, really good on that, and he plays really consistently, and he helps carry a team to victory.
Probably Pain. I would definitely say Pain. He always talks, he's always communicating, he's definitely always like teaching people things.
Most consistent member might probably Omega. Yeah, he always does his thing in solo lane, so. Me.
稳定的话应该是我们中单流星，他本来实力就很强，而且他比赛也挺稳的，基本上把都能 carry。
For consistency, I'd say Maniac.
It's tough because we've had a lot of roster switches. So I would say Yannick's done pretty well throughout the whole time. And he actually went from support to ADC for a while, and he was doing pretty okay there too. So it was really good to see him being able to adapt and switch it up a bit.
Si tengo que elegir un compañero, puedo elegir a dos, porque realmente fueron muy buenos los dos. Creo que Noswell y Onur estuvieron en un nivel muy alto durante toda la liga, en este torneo también. Creo que son dos piezas fundamentales del equipo y pongo toda la ficha que ellos dos la van a romper en el mundial.
表现最为稳定的选手的话，应该是我们新来的选手打野位元气弹。
Probably Biggie, honestly. Always decisive in his shot calls. Always like has a positive mindset. Like has a plan like that. Always has like spot on shot calls.
Well, always nice standing here in the audience with none other than Schultz for Pain Gaming. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fine.
Now, MVP in your first match, you put in a dominant performance. That's got to be the start you were looking for.
Yeah. We took a comfortable peaks with China and we did our best.
Doing the best is exactly what we can ask for here at SMITE World Championship. Did you enjoy that, guys? Now, you're definitely going to become a favorite if you play the way you've been playing. So what's next for you guys? How are you going to take the rest of the day?
Oh, we are plan strategy before, and we're gonna do it. We're gonna play our best again.
Play their best, strategize. That's on the menu for the guys for Pain Gaming. Well, of course, you are representing Brazil. Does that feel a little bit like a weight on your shoulders?
No, I really like it. I'm living a dream being here in World Champion in SMITE, and I'm playing SMITE in 3 years now, and it's awesome being here, representing Brazil.
Representing Brazil, living the dream. We love it. Guys, one more time, put your hands together for Pain Gaming. Schulzen.
Go Pain!
Now, of course, for the people that are right here on site at the SMITE World Championship, you can head over to the SMITE Expo area where we're doing a meet and greet with none other than Hi-Rez employees, and throughout the day, there'll be lots of people there. I'm sure if you're lucky, Schulze will be there too. For now, we're going to take a very, very quick break, look at a nice little video, but we're coming right back with lots more action here at the SMITE World Championship.
So one of the most requested features, really since we launched SMITE, was first to introduce gods for new pantheons, and the most requested pantheon was the Japanese one. So we're very excited to announce that beginning in January of 2016, we're going to be bringing a new god from the Japanese pantheon named Amaterasu. We wanted to give you guys a behind-the-scenes look at the work that's been going into our very first Japanese god.
Japan is known as the land of the rising sun. So as our first Japanese god, it's very thematic to incorporate Amaterasu, who is the kami of the sun goddess.
Amaterasu's design relied heavily on her being a leader. We saw her as being dignified, noble, virtuous, and strong. It was also very important for us to highlight the 3 key items from her lore: her sword, her necklace, and her mirror. The end result of the concept, I think, is a color scheme that evokes warmth and goodness.
She is the source of all of the Emperor leadership in Japan. So as a warrior with this lore twist, we wanted to make sure we focused on a very team-oriented aspect for her kit. Amaterasu has abilities that are pretty new and unique. One is her passive, which actually places a debuffing aura on the enemy that will stay on them and affect other enemies near them. So it's really, that's something we've never done before. She has a very unique, almost a stance switch, but not quite like any other stance switch we've had in the game yet.
We wanted to show off more of her weapon proficiency, so it was really fun kind of to dive into the Japanese lore and also the samurai aspect of the culture. When she goes to perform Hanato, which is the sheathing of the sword, there's a very specific way where she has to actually holster the sword and then draw the blade to actually sheath it. It's very nitpicky, but we feel like it's appropriate since she is the first Japanese goddess.
We've been so excited about the launch of the Japanese Pantheon that we wanted to do an event to help celebrate that. And we've had all these great ideas for Japanese-inspired skins. We have an amazing kaiju skin for Sobek, we have a new skin for Neith, and so many other awesome skins that we really just can't wait for you guys to see it.
The magnitude, like how many different gods and demons and spirits they have. Look out for some really strange shit coming up.
We've got a lot of great things coming out in 2016, and it all starts with the Japanese Pantheon and the launch of Amaterasu, and we can't wait for you guys to get to play her.
All right, and some pretty cool stuff there coming to Smite.
The Kaiju Sobek.
The Sobek skin is absolutely
But
amazing.
you switched roles. You're
Yeah,
mid
but
now.
I'll play
you
a
can't play
mid.
it.
I'll
You gonna
play
play
a
a mid?
Why not?
Let's play him anything.
Reckless.
Anything mid.
Reckless, that's what you are. Of course, welcome back, Amaterasu and Incon. You guys had a nice break. I hope that break was fun.
It was amazing. Where was your break? Did you?
You know what? That hurts.
Yeah.
That hurts right to the heart.
We just look better. Golden Boy and I just look better, so they want to keep us on.
That is a bold-faced lie.
Come on, I gotta pretend, man. I gotta pretend. Back me up.
Well, you know what? What will make us look good, and here's where my professional transitions come along. Some bona fide clothing. That's right, folks. Pro transition. You actually can pick up bona fide clothing. Buy one, get one 50% off of the Pantheon shirts, people. So
that's like half my wardrobe.
There you go. There you go. So, well, yeah, I can only imagine. It's actually quite nice because those are the shirts that always fit me well. Everything else, it fits me big or fits me too tight. Bona fide, always right in the middle. In any case, so we have Hit Point as well, guys. Big shout out to those guys. Smite merch. You can go to smite.hitpoint.tv. Make sure you use that promo code HPSWC. You get 10% off of all that good stuff there. So again, big thank you to those guys for supporting this event. But you know what? We gotta talk about this next matchup because we have a good one coming up here. I know there's just a lot of fun things. We talk about all the good stuff that's coming to Smite, but we are at the World Championships, and we have a heck of a one coming up here.
It's 2 returning teams to the SWC. There's 3 teams that were here last year. They've come back. Of course, Cloud9, the hometown heroes, the champions from Europe. Not SK, Fnatic, formerly known as SK Gaming, and then QG Reapers. So these 2 teams were here last year, QG and Fnatic, and they're here to face off once again.
Yeah, and QG Reapers, I mean, these guys, they bring a lot to the table. I think we saw quite a bit out of OMG that would lend us to believe that, hey, you know what, like China's adapting, they're learning, but it's still very much Europe and NA dominated. And speaking of Europe on the other side, you're dealing with a very, very strong team of Fnatic, a roster that has not made any changes, which is absurd because this is eSports, and in eSports, you change teams, like you sneeze wrong, you drop that player. That's just how it works here. So, Incon, over to you about the sustainability of this Fnatic team and how they've been able to hold it together for so long.
Yeah, one of the best things you can do, honestly, as a team is keeping the same members together. One of the best things about Envy, actually, as well, is our roster is one of the longest-standing rosters in North America. Fnatic has been around even longer than we have. They've had the same roster for such a long time. You build so much synergy, and you really get a lot of friendship built up between you, and the best thing you can do as a team is to be friends with each other. When you're friends, you play way better.
Now, a thing to note, though, is Amaterasu, you actually faced off against this team last year and gave them their 4th place finish. Thoughts about this squad this time around, and how do you feel about their chances against QG?
Well, Fnatic are, at the Super Regionals, I felt they had a very slow performance until they got to the wildcard match, which got them here against Eager. And then we saw a completely different Captain Twig than we normally do. He really went off. He got that team involved. He got the game going early, which is not Fnatic style. Fnatic like to wait until the team fights, until the late game, and then they really give it to the enemy team. And I want to see more of this Twig. I want to see Twig who went crazy and really got the game going for Fnatic.
All right, well, speaking of Fnatic, let's go ahead and show you guys a little bit about this team.
Fnatic. Maniac. Captain Twig. Zeros. Badger. Real X.
All right, there is Fnatic, a team that comes with them a lot of clout and you know, potential. All right, well, let's go ahead and run through this one here and talk about the solo player. And Ada, we'll actually kick off with you, Maniac. That's one of the notes here is that he's a very loud player, very energetic player. Are you expecting that here on stage?
I love Maniac. I'm fully expecting to hear him just yell through, and we're going to hear him like he's so loud. He is one of the old school solo players. He's one of the few in Europe who really stuck to the NA style of playing Warriors and Frontlines the entire way through. So for EU, he's kind of the flagship solo in terms of tanky frontliners like the Omega or the Divio style.
Nice, very cool stuff. What about for you?
For me, Mania is that player that just gets in your face. For those that haven't seen him at a LAN before, that guy screams and yells when he gets excited. And when he gets excited, the rest of the team gets excited. You'll have reels in him going back and forth, screaming at each other, yeah, we're destroying them. And having that as an enemy team is very disheartening.
Well, I would have to say, hopefully we go into a listen-in, because I would love to hear that.
Crazy.
Yeah, I can only imagine, right? That'd be some pretty cool stuff. Now, Captain Twig in the jungle. You know, we could potentially see Thor out of him, a variety of jungle picks, but how do you feel about this guy?
You know, Captain Twig and Zyros specifically lane swapped in the middle of Season 2, and it's benefited Zyros more so than Captain Twig, but, you know, Amaterasu was talking about it earlier. Captain Twig, he has stepped up his game near the end of Season 2, and specifically at the Super Regionals, played phenomenally against Eager in that wildcard matchup, but he's not always playing at that level, so which Twig are we going to see?
Well, I think Twig, he has always been very good. I don't want to undersell him, but he plays a very selfless style of jungle in which he will take the frontline gods or the setup gods and get not so great KDAs, and he's more behind the scenes. And at Super Regionals, we saw a different kind where he just, you know, I'm going to be the star, I'm going to get these kills, I'm going to get everything going. So, you know, if he doesn't go for that style, that's fine. It's the way Fnatic have always played. But for me, that's what I really want to see, because Twig is a fantastic player, and he doesn't always get the recognition he deserves.
Honestly, too, this roster is so strong, and it's interesting because people used to say that Badger was the weakest member of the team for a very long time. It was widely considered that he was the weakest member, and he's actually kicked it up this season and played extremely well in the support role. And honestly, I'm very proud of him as a fellow support back in the day. He has played so well, and now people are looking towards Captain Twig on being the player. They don't know if he's going to show up or not, and so it's really awesome for Badger to step it up this season.
Speaking of Badger, let's actually go ahead and talk about him. A very aggressive player, as you mentioned, kind of evolved since that time. Adonis, over to you here. You know, I guess, how do you feel about Badger's influence on this team and his improvements, as Incon had pointed out before?
You know, he stepped it up. He was the guy back in Season 1 that anytime he rotated into the jungle, he was dying. He was getting picked off, and it was like, that was what people game planned around this Fnatic lineup was, well, we'll just wait till Badger rotates and we'll pick him. This time, he's the one looking to pick off other players. He's the aggressor. Will play anything under the sun. That's the thing, too, with Badger is he has a very deep COD pool. He will play those aggressive gods like Ares and Bacchus, which I think he's better at, but he's also willing to play the Gebs and the Athenas, the more supportive style, to make sure that, you know, Reels and Zyros and his carries stay alive.
So you played Ataraxia against him quite a bit. Was that the case? You know, wait for Badger to rotate and then just pick him off?
You know, at one time or another, that is, you know, he did have a bit of a dip. But he, as you know, as Incon said, he has really stepped up his game. I think he's always been pretty good. He got a lot of flack they didn't deserve, but you know, he did get picked in the jungle a few times. But no, he is much better now, and you know, I don't think we'll see that. I would be surprised if we see Badger get picked in the jungle alone.
All right, and then we have Zyros to talk about, playing in the mid. You know, a great early game carry player for his team. You know, we kind of been highlighting mid quite a bit, actually. I think I'll go over to you, Incon, for that one. Why don't you shed some light on what we could see out of him?
Zyros is, in my opinion, one of, if not the strongest mid laners in the entire world. Yeah. He plays so consistently well. And look at that guy. That is a scary man right there. He will give you the death glare, and he's the nicest guy you'll ever meet in person, which is the funniest thing. No, but he is one of the strongest mid players in the entire world, and no matter what he picks, I expect to see incredible work out of him.
And we haven't talked about this guy yet, but we got to talk about Reels, the hunter, the one and only.
Reels is the man in not only just Fnatic, but
Yeah.
you know, Europe. This guy has been not only one of the best hunters in Europe, if not the best, sorry, Ataraxia, but one of the best in the world for since 2013. I mean, he's been laning with Badja since 2013, right? This roster made no roster swaps, you know, for 2 years, but their lane has been together for, I believe, 3, if not more. I mean, they are so comfortable with each other in Reels. He is the player that Fnatic looks to when the game goes late. Fnatic is that team that, you know, they're not going to really look for aggression early. Sometimes they do, but typically their game style is very late game oriented, and they throw everything on Reels, and he will always perform.
Reels is the shot man, really. I don't know who actually does the shot calling, but to my understanding, I believe Reels is a big part of it, because Fnatic, you often see them when they play their games, they just stall it out and they farm and they get to the team fights, because Fnatic, if any team is going to be known for their team fights, it's Fnatic. I would say they are arguably, you know, the best in the world, best in Europe at least. So really, what we expect is Reels to just farm, play it safe. He never gets ganked. He just waits and waits and waits. And when he gets his 4th, 5th item online, then he gets the team together and he pushes them down. He tells them where to go and he carries. He is the strongest example of a hyper carry hunter player in SMITE, in all regions, in my opinion.
He's like one of those players, and you faced off against him, right? So I'm almost certain that for you, he's like one of those guys where you're like, I really don't want to face this guy. Right?
It's a bit scary, you know. I enjoy a challenge. I'll play whoever the best is, but Reels late game team fights, you really have to watch for him. He's going to sneak around and start destroying your team.
All right. Well, speaking of, you know, who needs to be careful about Reels, we got to talk about QG Reapers, a team that has also, you know, claimed the title of a returning squad from last year's SMITE World Championships. Let's take a closer look.
Shogo Reapers. Mikasa. Yuan. Knight. Aya. Master Lu.
All right, there's QG Reapers, and before we actually talk about the members of this team, there's one person in particular that we have to talk about, and that's Knight. Knight last year had some crazy plays as Anubis, and both of you guys, you both seem really giddy to talk about Knight. So, you know, Adonis, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Incon, because, you know, I do want to get the insight from a mid player, but Adonis, you just seem like you're going to burst out of the chair.
You know, China came last year having only had the game for a couple months, and, you know, it was kind of like, all right, what's China really going to do? How good are they? And, you know, their teamwork wasn't really that great. They didn't really have the same meta North America and Europe had, who had played the game for, you know, 2+ years, but what they had were fantastic mechanics, and Anubis has always been that god that does so much damage, some of the highest burst in SMITE, but he's so dangerous to play as a mage, and no one is ever willing to bring him out. And then Knight comes out, and he's just destroying with Anubis. Obviously, you know, QG Reapers, Doja's dog last year, they lost, but it was just so electrifying to see how good they were and how willing, you know, that squad was to play these crazy picks.
I think he also played in the show match, right? What was it, Allied versus Imstar, which was kind of hilarious. All right, over to you, Incon. How do you feel about Knight? Do you think we're going to see something crazy like that again, or you think maybe goes back to his Zeus and plays that a little bit?
I expect to see the Anubis coming out of Knight again. That was the pick that he came out with that everybody was looking towards. I actually had an opportunity to play with him during that show match you were talking about, and it was incredible that even with the language barrier on the team, he still knew exactly where to be for shot calling at all points during our game, which I'd like to think contributed to why we won. So shout outs to Knight.
All right, but here's the thing, though. You know, you talk about his ability to react to those call-outs, but at regionals he was a little weak on his rotations, which is something that you had noted, Adonis. Do you think that? I mean, I'm hoping that he would have kind of corrected that wrong.
Hopefully. I mean, the team as a whole, the individuals are so good, and I would say, I would very likely argue that they were better individually than the OMGB squad that we saw earlier, but their teamwork was just very offbeat, a very big mess, and you know, the enemy mid laner is over ganking dual lane, and he's doing back harpies, and you can't do that, so it's going to be important for Knight to try and step up his rotations in this matchup.
Yeah, maybe his rotations are actually suffering because he's so used to playing Anubis. You know, Anubis doesn't rotate. People come to Anubis, so you know, maybe that's the secret. Maybe Knight just needs to play Anubis, and then the game revolves around him.
So then moving forward with the rest of the players on this team, we got to talk about Yun Chidai, or just Yun. You know, he probably could be the best player in China, potentially. You know, and of course, we don't know the true potential yet. But Ataraxia, we'll start with you. You know, I guess, you know, that's quite something to live up to, right? To be a player of that magnitude. I mean, you know, you're going to see these players over the next couple of months and years potentially just become phenomenal at this game. And to kind of have that title right now is pretty shocking.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's there is definitely a lot of hype around this guy. He is rumored to be the star player of the team. So, you know, everyone associates the Asian teams in other MOBAs with very high skill cap and mechanically amazing. So to hear that the star player might be the jungle is really exciting for me. Maybe we're going to see some excellent Thor play that could rival adapting. So really, for me, I just want to see some high skill cap jungles come out of this guy and really see what he can do.
Yeah. What about for you, Wincon?
For me, I agree the same thing. This is the kind of guy that you want to see come out and pick those difficult-to-play characters because he's so mechanically inclined. I would actually love to see a Neja out of him, but I think we might even see some Neja support today.
Yep.
So maybe he won't be able to get his hands on the Neja.
All right, exciting stuff indeed. And then Mikasa and the solo. Let's talk about him now, because again, you know, these are players returning. They've played here at the Cobb Energy Center. They've felt the vibrations and the energy from the crowd. This is a new opportunity for this team, and although they came in second in their group over here, still, I would think a lot of people are familiar with them and feel confident in this team's ability based off of what we saw last year, and they've only had a year to get better. Adonis, we'll go to you on that one, and then we'll kind of break down the other two players real quick.
Mikasa, very standard picks that we're seeing, you know, like most laners, nothing crazy from him. I think we're going to be seeing some pretty tanky frontliners.
Now, Incon, you mentioned the Neja support. That will be from IF, potentially?
That would be potentially from IF. So me personally, I'm just wondering if he's going to play Sylvanas or if he's going to play Neja.
That was a bad... That was a bad pun.
Everybody gets one.
That's a face palm, if I've ever seen one. Fail fish. All right, and then we have Ataraxia, Master Lu. You know, just an aggressive player here. Is that what you want to see going up against Fnatic?
Yeah, he runs kill lanes with IF, is my understanding. And I was talking to Zapman on the way over here, and he said he was watching these games back last night, and he was really impressed with how good this guy was. He was hitting all of his shots, and they were getting, you know, a lot done in the lane, even though they lost the series at the regionals. So for me, Master Lu, I think we could see something crazy come off in dual lane.
All right, folks. Well, that's going to be the breakdown of our two teams, but now it is time to toss it over to the stage and get things ready for this matchup. It's going to be a good one. Sean, take it away.
Thank you so much, Alex. How's everybody doing? What a treat we have coming up here in our fourth of the day. I'm joined by Reels. Reels, how are you feeling?
Pretty good. I'm ready to play.
Opposite you is a man that's got a lot of followers here in Knight and his QG Reapers. How do you feel about them?
Yeah, well, pretty scared of his Cabraca mid, but other than that, I think we'll be fine.
Other than that, he's going to be fine. Knight, how are you doing?
We will beat you so bad.
Okay. Anything you'd like to add to that, Knight? A man of few words. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Knight. Now, I have to give you a chance to anything you'd like to reply to those few but also powerful words.
That's not even. I'm not even gonna replying to that. Let's let the gameplay do the talking.
Gameplay does the talking. Guys, are you ready for this? All right, it's time to do the shaking. Please, gentlemen, shake hands. Go to your teams. The best of luck to both of you. Have to say, words from Knight. That's pretty, that gave me goosebumps right there. You guys are ready, these guys are ready. Do you want to get into the fourth? Come on, guys, you want to get into the fourth? I think that's about the mood we're looking for. Let's start it up with picks and bans.
All right, here we go. Okay, I actually, let me not even act like that didn't happen. He said, we will beat you so bad. And it would have been great, like when Sean brought the mic back, if he would have just said, so bad. Like that would have been like the cherry on the top of an epic moment. All right, folks, here we go. Picks and bans. Ban phase kicks off first. We'll see what both teams go for here. Are you expecting more meta bans or just potential targets?
For GG, I'm not sure. Fnatic are probably going to go meta. Maybe a target ban against the Naja support if it's something they don't want to deal with. But, you know, Fnatic will also play Naja as well in the jungle. Could be something they could look for Captain Twig.
Zeus
already targeted banning Knight here. They don't want to deal with some of his more popular characters, Zeus being one of the guys that he's been running lately and having quite a bit of success with.
This is a similarity we're seeing with Epsilon, because Fnatic and Epsilon are scrim partners leading up to this event, and we saw that Epsilon in the same second pick position banned the Zeus out first, but they did not ban the Hell.
Okay, and Cirquet going for QG Reapers. So you know, just standard, keeping it simple. Okay.
No hesitation either with the Soul highlight.
QG is caught up on that meta, dude. They are not going to let Soul go anywhere to Fnatic. That is a great first pick, and there's still multiple roles you can run it in. Totally viable in mid and ADC, so it's also a flex pick at the same time.
Okay, okay. We'll see what Fnatic goes for here as well.
I'm expecting a Chiron here, I think. I think Reels likes the guard. It has that early aggression.
We haven't seen Chiron yet.
Not
We haven't,
I was expecting Anhur, because Anhur has always been Reels' fallback, and it's very powerful early, and with the recent buff to his ult, can translate late. But yeah, Kepler going to be picked up for Badja.
And Bologna going in again. People really like her from that cinematic, man. I think that's the influence.
She's also very good. You know,
no. It's all cinematic. Everyone wants.
Not to mention, she's so incredibly safe in that lane. There's nobody really that's going to come out and just utterly destroy her in lane. And she's going to transition into the mid lane, the mid game always, and she's going to bring everything that you expect the Bologna kit to bring.
This is another parallel we're seeing with Epsilon as well. Xingshan is available, and they opted to go for the Bologna over it. So maybe these teams have worked something out, and we're seeing this come out again.
Here we go, people.
Here we go.
He nodded his head. He's like, I'm in it. I'm in it. Let's do this. Is he going to lock in the Anubis?
I would love to see the Anubis lock in here. It's actually such a great idea.
And it's in.
There it is.
It's in.
Such actually a smart pick with the Geb there. You see the Geb pick, which is such an incredibly needed pick for having an Anubis. Anubis having no escape means you have to have the Geb shield there to protect the Anubis, otherwise you're just going to die over and over again.
Knight knows best. Knight knows what the crowd wants.
I didn't think he actually would pick Anubis this year.
Well, I actually thought about it because as soon as I saw Zeus go, I was like, well, you know what? I mean, what the heck, right? Why not go with Anubis?
All right.
mean, you know, like he's comfortable with it, and potentially could see some crazy stuff. Neath gets locked in here for Fnatic. Guys, what do you think about the Anubis pick, Amaterasu?
Well, going back to the Anubis, Incon, they've got Kepri, they've got Bologna. Is this the Anubis game that you really
It's going to be a hard game for it's going to be a hard game for Anubis no matter what you're going against. But as of right now, they do have the right team comp themselves to be using the Anubis with that Geb shield, able to protect the Anubis. But the Geb is going to have to be going to that mid lane all the time to make sure he's okay. Although picking the Anubis as well did put them in trouble, where now Xing 10 got banned on the Fnatic side of things. So they did pick Anubis over picking up a Xing 10.
I like the Thor ban here. You know, you have the Bologna over on the side of Fnatic, which is going to do very well at diving Anubis and locking him down. You can't also give Fnatic the Thor, which is something Captain Twig is very comfortable with. And this is a little bit of a problem I'm seeing. The fact that they have the Anubis, they have the Geb paired up with it, but Fnatic have gods that are very good at locking them down and diving. Hunbats and Bologna are going to be all over
I was going to mention that, Hunbats. I mean, we've seen Hunbats just decimate teams in this competition so far. And, I'm a little worried about that just because of how freaking good Hunbats is. And there's Guan Yu, who gets locked up there.
The Hunbat's win ratio right now is through the roof. I don't believe Hunbat has lost a game yet. I would love to see the Thanatos pick. You combine Thanatos and Anubis for early game right there with that jungle mid combo, and you cannot, I repeat, you cannot fight people at the mid Harpies. If they go for the early aggression against Fnatic at the mid Harpies, they should be looking to contest them and not splitting them.
This is going to be, I can't wait to see what our casters think of this one. But Ataraxia, what are your thoughts about that Thanatos pick?
Well, one of the great things about the Thanatos is that Kepri, when he came out, was a very strong pick. pick, and one of the nerfs they gave to him was that gods with executes could go through his resurrecting ultimate. So now they have this counter to Khepri as well as this early pressure to protect Anubis in the same respect as offense is the best defense.
All right, and Freya gets locked in as the last pick there. What does the Freya pick mean here, boys?
That means we have a Neath middle.
Yeah.
With Reels going on Freya ADC. We knew that Reels really enjoys the Freya, and of course the Neath being picked earlier was a flex pick so they could work out if they wanted to pick Freya or not in the ADC role.
All right, folks. Well, here we go. It is going to be two teams who competed last year at the SMITE World Championships facing off for the first time here in 2016. Fnatic and QG Reapers. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the commentary desk for the 4th time today. I'm Bart, joined by Hindu Man and, of course, Maximum Jackson. It's a roar. Hey! His first appearance here today, guys. Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, if you are just joining us, we are halfway through the single game sets of the day. This one is Fnatic going against the QG Reapers. We're going to see among the best in Europe going up against among the best in China.
Well, this is going to be like, honestly, on paper, a 10-minute game, unless China make this work. Be honest.
Yeah, I really like the Neath pick though from Fnatic. Like that stops Thanatos, that stops Anubis. It's really, really good against their team.
Exactly. So when Anubis tries to do anything, Neath will Weaver coming through, going to shut him down straight away.
Well, as per usual, I think that what we're going to be talking about here is QG Reapers have a pretty big onus on themselves to get this snowball rolling. If they don't get off to a fast start with this composition that is extremely early game focused, they're going to have a tough time versus the double hunter lineup from Fnatic. Also want to point out, front lining for QG is going to be very, very difficult with the Freya. You don't have a natural front line kind of warrior tank outside of the Guan Yu plus a Geb shield. But even still, I mean, Freya putting in those gumballs takes it down real fast.
Sure. I expect to see Thanatos go a tankier build this time as well, just to support the front line.
I don't know, man. Like, I'm thinking it's like Heartseeker if they're winning this game. I mean, they need snowball.
I guess.
So we got 2 wards on the side, on the right side. It could be a Thanatos invade. It looks like he's just staying in base though, so.
But they went very deep for those wards. The whole of QG grouped up, pushed right, got the wards down quick. I guess they're worried themselves about an invade, but Guan Yu and Thanatos together can invade.
I'm pretty surprised.
Well, guys, first time we see a killing spree here during this game, you're going to have an opportunity to roll the chest yet again by putting in whatever code pops up there after we see 3 kills without a death from any player on the map. And, well, who's your money on, boys, for the first killing spree of this game?
Player,
not team.
Knight or Heroes.
Knight, or we could also see one in the jungle. Yeah. One in the jungle could go for it and make it happen with Thanatos, too.
I don't think we're going to see Humbats get it, but it's going to be Anubis, Thanatos, or
Reels.
Heroes.
Oh, like 27 minutes in the game, Reels comes online, and
Knight going to be a few steps behind. Zero's getting into the mid lane here. That pulled just a hair off of the kind of the optimal mark there.
And that lane matchup, Neath versus an Anubis as well, is generally, you know, you can throw down the Plague of Locust, but as soon as you stand there, you're going to take free poke from Zeros every single time.
Yeah, well, I mean, the important thing here is that Neath doesn't have a disable, well, specifically a stun to stop the channeling of the Plague of Locust, which makes this not an impossible matchup for the Anubis. Generally, if you're facing something that has a hard stun, though, in the mid lane, it's nearly impossible to win the lane, but Knight, in theory, can draw this even.
I'm curious to see what level he's going to get his wrap. Like, that's going to be super important for the kills.
Well, I can tell you that
level 3 or level 4?
When I play Anubis in the mid lane, Max, at my my bronze level, I usually take 2 points of Plague of Locust before going for the wrap. I mean, because you just don't really have any kill potential until you have a couple of levels. And really, Grasping Hands, it's hard to say. Grasping Hands in a game like this may be easier just to throw it out there, sit underneath the tower and wait, but that's not to say that Fnatic doesn't have a tremendous lineup for diving towers. One of the best, in fact. Hunbat's very mobile, Bologna very mobile, and then you have a Khepri to pull you out.
And you still got Neath just in case you need it, just to go Weaver across and support the fight.
Yeah. He did take his wrap. He did take his wrap. We might see a fight.
It's a 1-2-3.
Oh, but left-hand side, look at the pressure they've got onto If is in trouble. Freya will get first. No, the stun was good. Mikasar's trying to do what he can. So Master Lu is doing what he can to keep it alive. Reels is still going down. Oh, the pulse is up, but it's a trade.
Wow.
It's a trade.
And
Bart is in trouble here.
That's got to be to the favor of the QG Reapers there.
Well,
Fnatic gets the first blood, but
there's
still.
no gold, but free farm.
There's 3 minions going to the tower, too. That's a big win for QG, I think. Even though they got the first blood, that's lost experience on Fnatic's side.
QG came out and said they were going to win.
Well, yeah.
I mean, but the way they said it, too. They didn't even think about it. They just went, We will crush you.
All right, but I am looking for this Thanatos and Anubis to pick up a kill. I mean, they need kills in the early game. You need 5 kills, maybe minimum between these guys to get this game in the first 10 minutes really into their ballpark squarely.
I don't think they need 5. They just need 1 or 2. They're both pretty good late game. They do a ton of damage still. Thanatos has his execute. They're against the Khepri. That's really good. So they just need to look to transition really well. Oh, we got all
transition real well. Thanatos coming in nicely there onto Twig, but Twig turning it around on Knight, who had to push up to support. They're not going to find the pick though that they're after.
The wrap there was a little bit off the mark, unfortunately. Looks like he's trying to wait it out. Still a bloodbath over here in the duo lane. Master Lu will fall the soul, taken out of position if he's been banished into the Neath ultimate as well. But it doesn't look like we're going to pick up a kill there. Oh,
they
will
indeed.
They will.
Pull back in from Badger. Double kill to Reels already.
So right there, it was just a case of them staying way too long. They needed to back after they got that kill. It was really, really good for them, but now Fnatic's right back in the driver's seat in duo lane.
Exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, and what's making me a little bit nervous here is Knight's been pushed underneath this tower a couple times by the Neath using what has been called the reverse clear kind of style of play where you use your backflip to kill the last couple minions, then you have it available for the Spirit Weave in the next wave. And because of that, that's going to mean Neath, not only with a global ultimate, is going to be able to get into these fights more often, but also be able to rotate the Anubis potentially as well. It's going to be, again, it's a tough lane.
I really feel Fnatic, during picks and bans, they look like they've practiced and looked to what QG have run in the past. They banned the Hell, and also at the same time, they've picked the Neath in mid lane again. And really on the side of QG, the jungler is the big carry for their team. Having the Thanatos there, yeah, it's great, but when the Will Weaver's going to come in every single time to block it after he comes in, it's not going to work out as they hope.
I mean, realistically here, had Fnatic picked up the Soul over the Freya, they would have had the best possible team composition for a Western team. Considering how the meta is going, what they prefer to pick, this is almost kind of the primo lineup.
I do like Freya better late game. Freya's really, really strong on reels. Definitely, he's awesome at Freya, so.
Yeah, that
argument you can make, I feel like.
Neath middle and magical-based hunter composition with a Khepri and your choice of soul laner, generally Bologna being at the top of that list. And maybe you could say, oh, Serket's better than Hunbots in certain situations, but generally speaking, this is the strongest lineup that we've seen out of most of especially the European teams. We have seen Guan Yu factor pretty heavily in North America, however.
One nice thing to talk about as well, though, Gold Fury control. I mean, QG do have an opportunity there with the Anubis. They have the opportunity to secure that. There's nothing really like burst heavy on the side of Fnatic that can burst it down as quick.
But here's the thing about Anubis, is that Spirit Robe and Magi's Blessing end him. Especially the Magi's Blessing. I mean,
That's true.
There's no way he's getting a solo kill with Magi's.
That's true.
Well, I feel like Magi's is really good. They have a Thanatos silence to just take it off right away. So I feel like they're not going to pick the Magi's up. Spirit Robe does do well against him, but he still burns protections. Like, that's awesome no matter what.
And he's still got about, 9 to 15 minutes before he's going to have to deal with any of those items, around that 15-minute mark plus is when you're going to see maybe the first third position defensive items coming out from the junglers especially.
So I want to look to see QG bake gold for you. They have Geb with Blink. They have a Thanatos with Ultimate. I just want to see them do something around gold. They have Anubis, and they just have a really good team comp for it.
I agree, but the problem they have is that QG, during the regionals, when we watch them, their attempts at objectives are not very good. They won't go for them. Their mechanical skill seems pretty strong. They're good at fighting.
There's
Here's the fight.
Blink. Knock up on a 1. Badger's trouble. Cataclysm uses well. Spirit Sight was a little bit off the mark here. Up will go Thanatos, looking now to bail his team out. In fact, will stun out the Hun bots. Will get some damage out of the laser from Knight. But the dog unable to secure a kill, and it's 1 for 3 still for Fnatic.
They should have taken Badger out. Badger was a free kill there, potentially. They had Knight in position with the follow-up after the dunk from Thanatos. They look for Humbats, but Reels gets killed!
Reels got soloed by Master Lu.
Well, to be fair, last year we said Master Lu was the Chinese Zapman, and well, he just showed up.
Does Zapman beat Reels in lane?
Zapman says he does. Zapman says he does.
Didn't they lose?
But going back to the Khepri kill, they didn't want to land on him because they were afraid of the Khepri ult. They wanted him to get the threshold before they landed, so that's why they were hesitant. They maybe should have went for it just because they would have got the Khepri ult anyways, and they would have had a chance.
She's going to make a play for Bologna. She's got a ton of damage, Mikasa trying to make the turnaround, but Maniac just jumps onto his face. Here comes Young, though, on the Thanatos. Not going to continue in, guys. It looks like we're going to stall here for just a moment, so let's take another look there at that duo lane solo by Master Lu.
So obviously it was on the Sol that he picked up the kill, and here we go. Look at him, they traded off between the two. Reels goes in aggressively there, but he misses a lot of the pulses and the damage, plus the Pharaoh form just speeded up the attack speed. go back to lane, relax a second, wait for the cooldowns, look for it again. This is what we're waiting for. Reels seems to be hanging, waiting to make the rotation one more time.
Well, Reels is trying to make the hot plays, what it looks like there to me.
Yeah, that was just really well played.
No, I don't even think he was trying to make hot plays. I think he just straight up disrespected him and walked into lane when he shouldn't have. He should have just went around.
Yeah, and you notice there that Soul ultimate where basically the sunbursts come down from the sky, the first one does knock up, and that's what really secured that kill, was a nice placement of the ultimate out of Master Lu.
I also agree with Reels as well. Reels a little bit disrespectful there. He didn't use his ultimate. He normally would ult very, very quickly in those situations. He normally knows and does that very well on Freya.
Honestly,
normally just go around.
Meh in this game. Like they haven't really come out of the gate swinging. They traded a kill that should have been an easy first blood without a trade. Reels chased that really far without Pulse coming back up.
I think it's not as clean because they're also disrespecting the composition, I want to say. That's
I think so as well.
I mean, it's Thanatos and Anubis, so you're like, okay, whatever, you know, we can mess around in the early game a little bit, and then late game comes, and we'll still kill them anyway.
So right now in dual lane, they have Pen Boots online while Reels has Fatalis, so there's no way for Reels to fight back if they get into a boxing match, and that's what happened on the last kill.
Yeah, that's true. We don't, you know, this is really going to be one of the first lands, the second land that, you know, that it's been certainly available, where you're going to see two magical-based hunters going off against each other. Normally, you'll see a Freya Fatalis into Pen Boots going against something like a Power Boots Iqbal or Power Boots Soul Eater or Power Boots Executioner, right? And that's when you say, okay, the hunter can pull ahead of the Freya in that instance before Demonic Grip comes online. How does Soul match up against the itemization of Freya?
The itemization matchup is pretty good, honestly, overall. The two can trade out pretty evenly. You can actually see how the trades go down. If you can juke one or two pulses, then you will see the Soul come out on top.
No, Soul's going to come out on top, I feel like, right now, no matter what, until Reels picks his Pen Boots up. Once Reels gets his Pen Boots, they can fight evenly.
But what about when they both have 3 items?
When they have 3 items, I think Freya's still just a little bit behind Soul, so they could still fight. But right now, it's a blowout.
Full build, I definitely feel Freya.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be Demonic Grip into Poly out of the Soul. Potentially, I mean, he could move on from the Polynomicon and go into a different item, but and it's gonna be Fatalis into Pen Boots out of the Freya plus Demonic or Spear.
Spear.
Yeah, Spear for sure.
Always Spear.
I like the penetration coming out of the Soul. We don't see a lot of Souls build Pen, and Pen's just so strong. Demonic Grip on her 2, it hits twice in stacks, so it does crazy damage.
Zero's channeling the Whirlweaver there.
No, recall.
It was recall. I thought it was channeling the Whirlweaver.
I think it's like the same pose.
It looks very, very similar between the two. I was like a bit confused. One thing as well. There is an advantage for Fnatic. They have a hunter, an actual AD carry in this game. There is none on the side of QG. When you look at their lineup, getting to the towers is going to cause them issues.
And they also have a Bellona that's 1,000 gold ahead. That's huge, I feel like.
Yeah, I think all things told, though, I mean, losing Reels there in that 1v1 has put Fnatic, they're eating their slice of humble pie. They've kind of slowed down the pace of this game here.
I'd say that, especially because Reels just got the double kill as well just before that, so he's very confident in the lane. Big bounty going over to the Soul as well, Master Lu. One of the names that we've heard of before mentioned by this team, I really want to see one get involved on the Thanatos, though. His build, pretty standard so far, just, you know, boots into Jotuns.
I'm curious to see what Zeros goes for next. If he gets Soul Eater, it's going to be so hard for Thanatos to kill him, but we might get a fight here in mids. Nope, they're just jumping away.
Well, the Harpies are due to spawn. They're just starting to flash now. Both teams want to contest, and Zeros, it looks like, you know, QG have given that up, looking for the pressure onto Twig instead. Not going to find it, so left Harpies go to Fnatic.
Yeah, QG just, I mean, they're moments away from being able to contend on that left side camp. Right side camp coming up shortly. And one of the things that, Aurora, you pointed out about Thanatos was how good he is in this situation, but it looks like Fnatic's getting the better of QG for now.
Obviously,
oh boy. Cataclysm in the back line, Hunbot in the back line of the Reapers. Young just trying to make it out on Thanatos. Knight does get the benefit of the Stone Shield, and that's going to be If on an island all by himself, and down he will fall for the 5th kill for Fnatic.
And he was on an island for a very long time there too. The double blink happened at the same time. Twig went in, zoned the rest away, and Geb can't get out of that after the Cataclysm's down.
We're probably going to see Fnatic go to Gold Fury. Thanatos ult's down, Anubis ult's down, and one's dead, so we're going to definitely see them go over to Gold Fury and
there's still Sol alive though, and they don't have the Fear No Evil available for Twig to defend this one, but can QG realize this is going on?
They see it. Master Lu turns the corner. They know it's there. He's not going to get it in time. He's going to get banished out by the Freya, and now walk down in some trouble. Going to try to disapparate. Going to use the ultimate as well. That'll be enough to self-peel, and now here comes the rest of QG, but they're going to bail out even with the very, very low Hun bots.
Oh, but on the backside, engagement between Master Lu and Reels, and there's the Whirlweaver from Zeros we was talking about.
My God.
He will fall.
Yeah, I can't believe that Master Lu decided to go fight that.
I don't think he had a choice. Reels made him. Reels was there like, we will fight this. You killed me once, we're fighting still.
I really, really like the 3 placement by Knight. It totally stopped their engagement there. They only lost 1 because of that, so great play coming by Knight.
Yeah, Grasping Hands helping zone the team there, 6-2 for Fnatic here. They're up just a few thousand gold here, 4K gold, 4K experience. not insurmountable, but definitely not where QG wants to be with their composition for now. They're going to need to really, I mean, they need to win a big team fight here shortly to get back into this one.
The Anubis pick at 3rd slot in the picks and bans phase was just strange.
You could have picked him 5th.
They could have picked him last pick. Yeah. They saved that for Thanatos, but they've not done anything with the Anubis so far.
They maybe felt like Fnatic might have banned it, so that's why they picked the 3rd.
Do you really think? Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if
like you never know.
They banned Xingtian instead, but you know, they might have banned that Anubis.
I mean, they could have looked at it, and QG have played this in the regionals as well, the Anubis, so they've gone to what they've played before and found some success with. I just think this composition is going to really struggle.
Yeah, I feel like they have decent late game, even though they have Thanatos and Anubis.
That's true.
Really good shred coming out of Guanyu and Anubis. That's going to put people down on really, really low protections. And they also have the Soul and Geb for burst damage. So I still feel like they could do well here. It's
They
not really over yet.
They have Maniac on this Bologna who's just whacking away at the back of Mikasar's head here. Look at that, get back to your tier 2 basically. He's still beating him down. On the other side of the map, Geb's in trouble.
If is not going to die for now. The knockup is going to be there. Stone Shield used. Freya waiting for it to fall down. One more shot to do it. Real's going to try to walk this one down. Pulse will secure the kill on the backside. Master Lu rooted yet again. And then hugged by the bug. And down he will fall. Here comes Knight. The beam is out. Can he take down Badger? No, the ultimate out of the Khepri will save Badger, and the Banish will keep him alive for now. Mikasa should be able to walk this one down. No, he won't. Bail out. They'll leave it for Thanatos. Thanatos will get the reset off the ultimate. Looking for the silence, doesn't find it. Now Young in a tough spot, fighting in the blown ultimate. Mikasa still alive. And
he's still alive.
Knight goes down as rotation comes in from Zeros on the Neef, and it's a full-out bail for the Reapers. The bludgeon, the ultimate. Down he falls. A killing spree for Zeros, and that will start your giveaway as Young tries to run away from the rest of the team.
One trying to get away from this, but going to be close from all sides as well. Will fall down to the end, hand from Zeros in the end. A double kill for him, and a good fight for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, basically an extended engagement, which Fnatic rotates a little bit slower, but ends up coming out ahead there as they were able to kind of close off the escape routes for QG.
They did the initial engagement onto If, and then after that, the fight continued. And to be fair, QG, like you said, they were the first ones in position there, Aurora.
Yeah, I liked how QG played that fight a lot, but I really like how Captain Twig played it. He really made them work for the kill. Thanatos ult, Geb ult, Geb knockup, a lot of stuff went on him to pick him up.
Badger did the same thing. He kind of held them in position because he was like, I'm going to die, but I've got my revive, so I'm going to use it on myself, keep them in this position so we can lock them and force the fight.
Yep, that's what Khepri does.
Ended up big for Fnatic overall. I mean, we even saw a late rotation, obviously, from Maniac in that engagement. We definitely saw Mikasar turn up early. He had an opportunity to pick up Khepri earlier on, missed it when the abduct came out.
Well, no, I think they made the call to have the Guanyu move off of the Khepri and try to find a stun on someone else so that Thanatos can collect that kill, but
yeah,
just didn't work out.
I mean, they got Thanatos to kill, okay, but it needs a little bit more right now. He's level, what, 12? I mean, he's doing okay against Twig, only a level difference.
Matching up fairly well against Twig, 700 gold behind or so, but the team is pretty far behind me. Almost 2K gold on the Guanyu behind the Bologna.
I want to see a pick here out of QG. That's what they need to get back into the game. They have Thanatos ult, so Khepri ult will get stopped, and they also have a wrap. They have Geb ult, Geb knockup. They have a lot of tools here to get a pick.
A lot of tools to get a pick, but it's 11-4 now for Fnatic and QG Reapers. Well, the team fights aren't going too bad. We knew they were a mechanically strong team in terms of the 1v1 abilities, but when it comes to the after effects, their objective control is where they lack.
Mikasa forced to hop onto the cavalry charge there to get back underneath the tower. Bologna continuing to shut down the solo lane.
I really like that by Fnatic. He didn't really have to ult there, but he thought more people were coming, and they just forced a free Guanyu ult for nothing. That was great by Fnatic.
Well, now Bologna can rotate around the back in mid lane. Look where he's positioned behind the tier 1 tower here. The boys of Fnatic starting to siege up. There's no minions yet.
They have a sentry there, does Fnatic as well, so he knows that he's not seen for now. Bologna in a great position, as you mentioned. Maniac waiting in the wings, waiting for the push to come. Still hiding, Roman, Victor, any moment now.
Need to be careful because there's a cataclysm there from Geb, and Knight is there. If
he goes, Maniac, tower aggro. He's going to slow down the Thanatos for now over the top of Bludgeon as well. Stone Shield has been used early. Fiona Evil's going to push 2 back underneath the tower. It's If that they're queuing off on under now. Cataclysm is good. The beam comes out. It's doing damage to Maniac, but not fast enough to hold him off. Trying to find an ultimate to land is Young. He cannot go onto the Hunbots. Hunbots just too powerful. Even without that ultimate, the level advantage is going to hold Thanatos back. And with that, Fnatic will continue the siege with...
Oh, wait. Blink in. Good shield there onto the Soul to get him out of danger from Zeros as well, as they're still trying to defend this QG now, but a little bit wasted from Fnatic. They didn't find as much as they wanted there, but they're still trying to force something. Instead, this could turn.
Ultimate used by Knight there. Not going to find too much, unfortunately. They'll find Young. I mean, yeah, if that Thanatos gets picked up by the Khepri, it's certain death, as he does not have the HP pool to sustain through the damage of Fnatic.
So I want to see Geb do more. He did it there, which was great. The fight previously, he needs to keep knocking up these bludgeons instead of shielding him, because he shielded a bludgeon in the previous fight.
Oh, Blink engage! He does get a good abduct off with a shield in response. The damage from Sol's going to zone them out for a second as she's on the front line all alone for now. She's going to take a lot of poke, but now the tower shot's raining in.
It's surprising to see how well that Fnatic is able to take these extended sieges going into a team with a Guan Yu. It seems like they're always coming out ahead in HP, even after the healing comes through.
And that's the benefit of Guan, right? He just continuously heals the team, and if you can keep the fight going, you can continue to sustain.
Yeah, if they didn't have Guan there, they probably would have all died, maybe except one of them. Guan's just doing wonders right now for QG.
But Fnatic is forcing everything here, Bart. They're forcing the towers down, they're forcing fights at Gold Fury. Even if they don't win the engagement, they're still getting the objectives they're after, which is what they really need.
Indeed, there'll be no response here from the QG Reapers at the Gold Fury. Everyone leaving the base now. Sol forced to go defend the tier 1 tower on the left side. That's going to extend the lead to 8,000 gold, 10,500 experience on the side of Fnatic. It's 12-4, 17 and a half minutes into this one, guys. If you are just joining us, it's the 4th game of 8 in the single games today, followed by a best of 3 in the Xbox side of things. But a fight breaking out of the Gold Fury with no objective to take.
Wow, they missed everything on Twig, and now Twig's going to put some pressure on tonight with the help of Maniac. Bludgeon will secure the kill, and he's just going to walk away. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean,
just keep going.
The Anubis ultimate does a tremendous amount of damage, but you saw what it did to Maniac there. Basically nothing.
Well, Master Lu in trouble. Let's go, she says, trying to get away. Juku out and will make it out for now. But once again, Fnatic pressure just keeping out.
That should result in a tier 1 as well.
Yeah, I like this. They're taking the buff as well. They're taking everything they can, and they're going to try to push the left tower down, but they got minions all the way up here, so we might not see it.
Yeah, I'd love to push it, but I mean, I don't know. The response, that tower's so low that, you know, Reals may just leave it up just so that the Soul's forced to come back to the lane and fight him and maybe try to find another kill before taking it down, but they can rotate over there.
Two big talking points. Zeros has played very, very well in this mid lane. 5-0 and 4, been involved in the majority of the kills throughout the whole game. But the 1v1 matchup of Maniac versus Mikasa there in the solo lane, he's had a fine time there, Maniac. He put pressure on consistently. He got the tower earlier on, and he's making the plays in the fights too.
The one thing I want to see is Master Lu get into these fights and use his ultimates. He had some really phenomenal ones early game, and if he keeps those up in the late game, they can maybe turn the fight around, because Soul's ultimate is so powerful.
Wow, it's a Warlock sash for the Soul.
So going to go for the stacks. It's 18 minutes in. I mean, it's a little bit late.
Yeah, I think it's too late for that. Oh, we got a fight here.
Mikasa's in a bit of trouble here. Does have the cavalry charge available and will end up using that one to get out of danger. But that's what Fnatic wanted last time, and then they forced a fight afterwards.
Yeah, they're perfectly happy with that play, I think, on the side of Fnatic. Every time they can force that Guan Yu ultimate, it's going to be a win, because cavalry charge is one of the best kind of counter-initiation tools that Guan Yu has outside of
Well, we've a left-hand side looking
forward
for
as
Sol. They will get the pressure onto her, but that's all she wrote. Reals wanted the 1v1 there with the support.
I want to see the damage again. I think Bologna has massive damage this game. He's just doing whatever he wants. Look at that. 15,000 damage. That's insane.
Oh, Blink in. They're looking for the pressure onto Zeros, but immediate backflip in response. Gets away. Twig now blinks at himself. Fear no evil over the top. Looking for the damage onto Knight, but Knight responds with some poke back. Thanatos in there with the Cataclysm from Gem in support. Twig's in trouble now. Will Twig fall? No, leaps away. But here comes Maniac.
Maniac doing a ton of damage with the bludgeon on the backside. Anubis to fall, continuing on into If. If with the rollout, he's going to make it out of here for now. Looks like Young will be fine as well on the Thanatos. QG will, oh no. No. Bye-bye.
He's also going to fall down. He actually stood and just accepted his fate. Then he had no way of escaping whatsoever. Blink in and ducks as well. Reals
this doesn't ever stop.
Yep, Reals going to get himself a double kill as well, and you can see that Mikasa is going to back all the way to base.
Yeah, they were also able to pick up the Soul in left lane. The combination between Badger and Reals.
Well, what happened was QG initiated mid lane, failed the initiation, and Badger wasn't there, so he went over to the duo lane to put pressure on, finds the kill, and meanwhile the 3v4 in the mid lane ended up going in Fnatic's favor as well.
They go up 1,000 gold just from the kills. They'll take another 1,500 out of the tier 2 tower here. Will the boys of Fnatic, they'll take a tier 1 on the left side as well, it appears, and they'll farm out the rest of the jungle, including the mid camps, strangling QG out of a comeback, and this one, it appears, through 20.5 minutes.
The messy start that we saw, the backwards and forwards in the lane for the most part in the duo, everything else seemed to just farm off and continue as expected. But then, slowly but surely, it's been a methodical game from Fnatic.
Yeah, Fnatic's playing really, really well. Maniac's a standout player definitely for this game. He's just doing whatever he wants.
Is it Maniac or Zeros? I mean, Zeros has been the quiet one in this game, but look at his build. He's aimed to crit now already. 5-0 and 4, level 19.
No, yeah, Zeros is phenomenal, but I just feel like Maniac's pushing them all out.
Had the most impact, I think, as well. I mean, like, the Soul lane's been a huge liability. The Guan Yu has been consistently pushed out, especially now that the Frostbound Hammer's done. He's liable to die.
And that matchup can go either way as well, to be fair. I mean, the matchup Guan versus Bologna straight up is kind of go both ways.
Well, we're going to see exactly how powerful Maniac is.
There we go.
Zone out the team. In will go QG, but the Fire Giant I don't think was really committed to by Fnatic. He'll land on the back line and try to do the damage to Maniac, but Maniac will continue to zone the team. Down will go If on the front line, and now Fnatic.
So If goes in, he tries to get an initiation off, but he gets isolated on his own. Once again, Juan tries to go on someone to support. He goes on Bologna, the tankiest target, doesn't find anything.
Look at this, Maniac Zoom, he's just gonna back and teleport right in at full mana. That's just gonna be hard to deal with for them. Look at, he's right there on the Fire Giant. Oh, they allowed a lot of pits on the fire.
I don't think they really thought about that one too much with Reels up close, but maybe they've got a chance to go in here. Nope, too little too late. They're not gonna find the kill. Mikasa now isolated, has to cavalry charge away.
Mikasa, the Neath ultimate just a bit off. The Hunbot's ultimate is good to hit over at Smash as well. They really want this kill. Mikasa going deep indeed, and they will get an overhand smash from Captain Twig, sealing the deal. 22 minutes in, it's 19-4, and Fnatic is knocking on the door as Young will go down as well.
Tier 2 on the right-hand side should be the next objective for them. All with the Fire Giant here, all decent mana and health. Potentially look for a Phoenix or quick back to base. What would you do, Aurora?
I think they might look for a Phoenix. One is dead right now, and they have the Fire Giant. They have the pressure right now as well, so they're going to look at the Phoenix right here.
Let's take a look at Gold in hand. That'll help us understand exactly when they will go back. I mean, yeah, it's about 2K on Hunbot, but yeah, given this, with only about 1,000 on the Bologna, just went back and bought. Yeah, I think it makes sense. They'll take the Phoenix. They have the power plays, or were mentioned. They have a couple members down. And yeah, they'll shoot the gumballs in from Freya. The double Hunter, very, very good at objectives. Freya not the best against necessarily the Phoenix.
Oh, but Neath is a lot better than Sol, for example. I mean, just because of the physical, so it will fall down for them as well. What was the point of the build here on Captain Twig? Have you noticed it's all pen? He went Wing Blade, no crit items that you normally set up on Bats is looking for extra damage. It's a very supportive kind of Bats build, right?
This is the World's build.
Well,
just like last year.
No, because everyone had Wing Blade last year.
Yeah.
That was the difference.
But I mean, that's what we saw. We saw all these junglers that we were like, these damage carry junglers foregoing damage items in lieu of the Wing Blade.
Yeah, I really like Pen, though. Pen's like the best stat for damage for sure on squishy targets. With the Pen he has right now, if he gets a crit on the back line, he's going to do massive damage.
Well, Gold Fury looks like it's going to be a foregone conclusion here on the side of Fnatic. Maniac starts it up. Zeros acquiesces to kill it. Alienware's Gold Fury is down for the third time this game in favor of Fnatic.
And just look at how the graphs are showing you there. Just constant pressure for Fnatic, winning most of the objective fights and the team fights that have followed. There was signs of life from QG at times.
This game seems like a candidate that we may see our first 30,000 Golder experience difference.
I think so too. I think Fnatic are just going to play this one very carefully, go down every single lane, take every tower, take every Phoenix. They're not just going to push on like enemy did and just look to end.
I feel like QG is going to try to stand up on the next Phoenix. They have Thanatos, they have Geb, but Fnatic has the Bologna ult, so I feel like there's going to be a hard initiation in, and it's going to be the last fight of the game.
Honestly, quite a bit could come down to the Shield of the Underworld on the Guan Yu. Like, if he's able to return a tremendous amount of damage and force Reels or Zeros out of the fight, or at least stop their DPS from coming out, you know, that could be the window that they need. Mail of Renewal is up on Thanatos as well, so you know, it could turn into a nice
Master Lu's in trouble.
Not if Master Lu goes down. Disapparate is going to be enough for now.
And now he's going to have to sit on the backside for quite a considerable amount of time there before that's available for them. This potentially means that they have to give up this tower already, and you can see QG, well aware of that, going to back up themselves.
Yeah, with Mikasa having no mana here, they can't really heal themselves. It's the right call. They can see the tier 2 and fight at the base.
Reels is really scary right now.
Master Lu.
Yep.
Okay.
He's good, but yeah, Reels is extremely scary. He has both his pen items done. He's going to be hitting very hard on Geb
Keep an eye on Badger.
and the front lines.
Badger looking for the root, not going to find it there.
Yeah,
oh, what?
No, they just want the protections.
Rally here.
No, that was a misclick.
No,
come on. Oh, here's the initiation. Blink crackers, and there's the bomb from Soul coming down. No wrap hit from Anubis. Reels in the sky, returning damage. Mikasa should fall. No, a good shield from Geb will save the day. And it's actually Twig that falls down tonight.
Thanatos is up in the air. He's waiting for that backflip. Going to come down, find a stun on it too, but they don't have very much damage here. He's going to beads, but still will get knocked up. Young trying to get out of this fight. Maniac, he's going to get stopped out of the bludgeon. That's good. Silence as well from the Thanatos. Beads away. Neath ultimate is stopped by it. It will be going down here, as will Anubis. Knight is down, chasing into the base. Are the boys of Fnatic in some trouble as Maniac here, but the Bulwark of Hope preventing a lot of that damage from coming through. High levels of mitigation out of that item when you drop under the threshold. And indeed, just fine is Fnatic. They drop only one in Captain Twig. Signs of life from QG. A nice fight picked up as well, but still.
I agree. QG, it wasn't clean from Fnatic that at all, and QG came out on top. A blinking from Badger, gonna get the abductor, forcing away Soul once again.
Master Lu got hit by 2 shots from Reels, and is at 1/3 HP.
I mean, she's a mage after all, right? She's very, very squishy for the most part, even with the Warlock Slash, which actually is still not fully stacked.
This, my friends, appears to be where this game will end. One final surge from QG. And indeed, it will push Fnatic out of the base. Fnatic, you're right, Graham, on this one. You know, they're definitely biding their time. Another Roman Victor off the mark this time, but will provide the protections. QG continuing forward.
Can they find it?
Young, they find one onto Maniac. He barely got below the threshold, and then they will actually hold, it appears, for now. Can they keep the Fire Maidens out now? A Phoenix is going to come up on the right side in a few moments, but the Titan is already slipping down under AK. Reels will pick up a kill on Thanatos.
Ouch! He got bursted on now. All you can see is QG can really sit in base. All the Phoenix is down. Phoenix is going to spawn on the right, though, soon. It will begin flashing shortly.
That is a very brave soul.
That's a very
about that
dead
far.
soul.
Ultimate used. Knight is there, channeling his ultimate as well. Not much cooking. Badja just doing whatever he wants in the front line there. No one can stop the Khepri. They tried to tee off on him earlier on, but now he's just flat out too tanky. Fnatic piling in on the Titan, down under 4K, down under 3K HP, falling, and down it will go indeed. Fnatic will defeat the QG Reapers in just under 30 minutes. Guys, well, it was a snowball composition. It seemed like it didn't really get off to a great start out of QG.
And I think that's been the thing with China the whole weekend so far. The both games we've seen from China, their ideas have been good. The execution has hurt them both times.
I really liked that game out of QG, though. They showed they had a lot of potential there. They just didn't convert on the early fights. They could have easily went either way.
Completely agree. It's about the early game. They go for these early game comps from what we can see from the Chinese teams both times, and they didn't manage to execute it perfectly.
And Master Lu, the solo kill on Reels.
I know, right? That's the achievement unlocked
did
there.
that, right?
Got the solo kill on Reels, no problem.
You know, I do think that it's interesting to point out now that with QG losing this game, they will go on to face OMGB later on in the bracket. So we're going to have a China versus China game, as OMG did drop to Pain.
That's correct.
That should be hype.
And it'll be Pain versus Epsilon later on as well.
Let's not talk about that.
Oh, they're going to do that one? Why not?
That's
Brazil
scary.
looking good.
That's scary.
Brazil looking good.
Yeah, but it's Brazil do win their first game. The only international team outside of the Western world to make it with a victory.
So far this tournament.
So far, we saw
this tournament, at least 2 more of them can win.
But this was the last game of the pre-seeded teams. Right now we're going to go into the winners playing each other, losers playing each other, guys. But that's enough out of us, Max. Any final words?
I liked how QG played, but Fnatic got the best of them.
Well, there you go, guys. From our lovely analysts here in Aurora, guys. Let's toss it back over to our real analysts. It's Golden Boy and Adonis, guys. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Bart. All right, so that game kind of went south for QG very, very quickly. You know, you did see at the beginning there, you know, looked good, right? You know, from the top down, but then as you start to get a little bit more granular, things started to crumble, and then you just saw Fnatic run with it.
Yeah, you saw the game pretty, not even, but only slightly in Fnatic's favor. They had a couple kills. Reels actually ends up with the first blood at 145. Almost turned dangerous, though, because Badja didn't want to steal the kill away from him, so Reels went a little deep, so Reels did fall as well. Then the next 2 kills, once again, coming out from Reels, gets a double a minute later. I mean, Reels just got so far ahead so early.
So Reels, world-class hunter, gets the first blood, 2 kills after that, and then gets soloed by the Chinese. I mean, Reels, come on, dude. Let's go.
Well, so actually something that the casters had noted in that one was that it could have been like a possible disrespect. Like, he just didn't think that he would do that. I don't know. Incon, what do you think?
Reels definitely walked in a position that he wouldn't have normally of, I think, in one of his games. I think he was kind of feeling himself like, oh, I've got a couple of kills. He's not going to come aggressive on me, and definitely put himself out of position into a spot he would not have normally done.
Yeah, and, you know, another thing to note, too, is that Freya pick, man. You know, Freya really did change the course of the battle a couple times there. Some great plays, without a doubt. All right, so breaking it down some more, though, you know, kind of talking about that Anubis pick, maybe not the best thing in hindsight?
It looked good at the start. You know, you want to burn through players, but you take a look at the gods that Fnatic drafted, and they were very good at getting away from the Anubis. Not only did they have the Khepri for the revive, but additionally, we never saw Captain Twig actually jump in aggressively. All he ever did was teleport in with the monkey or use his blink, and he didn't need to use his jump until Knight ulted.
Yeah, I mean, with the Anubis pick, it's fun, you know, but is it really the pick you want to bring out of Worlds? It's Anubis, you know, he's not a top tier pick, and maybe if they picked something else, then Knight could have had a stronger showing, maybe like a Kronos or something, because I know Channel loves that, but the Anubis, it is fun, but...
For me, honestly, I don't mind the Anubis pick. For me, it was more of the fact that they did not play aggressive early. When he picked up the wrap at level 3, I was waiting for him to wrap so Thanatos would guaranteed hit his scythe. If he could have guaranteed hit his scythe, at level 3, that's like half your health, which means they could have instantly blew somebody up, but they were playing way too passive.
All right, and another thing to note too that our production team had sent my way was that QG had 0 tower damage throughout that entire matchup, which of course makes sense considering that they were pretty much getting pushed the entire time. You talked about aggression. Fnatic definitely did that.
Yeah, this is not the first time we've seen this either. Earlier today, we had another game where there was 0 tower damage done. And that's just indicative of the fact that you're getting pushed back and you're not playing aggressive. And that could be the fact you're on the main stage in front of tons of people screaming and that you're getting a little bit, a little bit scared, so you're trying to play a little bit back.
Yeah.
But you've got to be playing more aggressive if you want to be winning.
I would say it's a little different, though, because I think the other 0 tower damage was Isurus. And Isurus, you could see, was playing scared. But, I wouldn't say QG was playing scared.
Yeah.
They were playing defensive with the aggressive team comp. So they were just playing their team comp wrong more than anything.
I agree. Isurus were definitely playing scared, you see. And I don't think, we saw QG, Reels is ahead, he's 3-1, and he still goes for it. They were not playing scared. They were playing to win. I think it was literally through lack of opportunity. Fnatic just did not let any waves go through. They didn't give them the opportunity to actually play that comp aggressively. So that's to Fnatic's credit.
Yeah, I think that, just Fnatic for them, it was just control the entire game, right? I mean, they had it from the get-go. They knew that they could outmatch the Anubis, which was kind of like the surprise pick, right? And they had the ability to just, they didn't have to worry about it, right? Which was actually kind of nice for them. And you could definitely see that comfort sometimes a little too much, which, sometimes happens. But I do want to ask about Fnatic going into the rest of the competition as we actually take a look at the map control graph here. This was at 5 minutes in the matchup, so you can tell already pretty even, right? 48% for QG, 52% for Fnatic. But then end of game and the tides turn. I mean, pretty much, the red, there's more red than there's more blue. Is John Madden over here. It's pretty easy to understand.
The big thing for me is look at Gold Fury and Fire Giant, 100% on both of those. What we're seeing right now is the control of the Gold Fury is really swinging games. So many teams right now are getting free Gold Furies without any contention, whether it be that they burn the beads of the other team, they burn their ultimates, the other team is not able to contest right now, and that was the exact same thing that we saw here.
Not a single steal all tournament yet either.
Not a single. That's because I'm not playing.
Yeah, Incon, one of the kings of Gold Fury steals over here.
And also another thing too, mid Harpies, 80% for Fnatic, 20% for QG. Again, there's just, there's not really much you could do in that situation when you're simply just getting outplayed. And that's really how I felt like Fnatic did. We had made mention that their defensive play, they stayed with the defensive play yet were aggressive, right? Unlike Isurus, which was just playing scared, as you had mentioned before. But yet, this time around, it was just, Fnatic is just really good, and they proved that even with QG playing their game.
You think that it was 80% for the mid-harp control, and you think that Anubis versus Thanatos, they should really, at least early on, really get that control.
Which it looked like, too, 5 minutes in, it was pretty even.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, but they just didn't make it happen after that. And I think, as Incon said, if you're going to pick those gods, you're going to pick a Thanatos, you need to get going early. You're going to pick an Anubis, you need to be aggressive so they can't just camp you. And unfortunately, we didn't see that.
I have 2 points to that. We actually saw QG try and get aggressive at, I think, one of the first mid-harpies, maybe 5-6 minutes. The Geb blinked in. But at the same time, Hunbats also jumped in and they forced Knight out. So Knight was trying to escape the gank while the Geb was trying to be aggressive, and it was just kind of like an awkward moment. And Knight wasn't really able to get off that many strong ults, and multiple times we saw Thanatos execute one person, and like almost every time he was in the air, no one was in execute range. It just didn't seem QG could find the damage or focus the damage well enough.
I do want to say, though, that while we did see a lot of misplayed ultimates coming out from QG, actually If had great Geb shields. He had a ton of Geb shields that were completely on point that saved his teammates and actually turned a lot of fights for them, but it just wasn't quite enough on his own.
Well, speaking of turning fights in their favor, I want to talk about a potential huge team fight that happened just around the 20-minute mark, where Maniac actually came out huge and helped out his teammate Reels secure a double kill. That could have went in the favor of QG, and who knows, maybe we'll be singing a different tune, I don't know, but that still right there just proves, like, you'd mentioned Geb and that kind of breakdown of communication with QG. Meanwhile, Fnatic just completely synergized.
And Maniac played phenomenally. Maybe, I don't know who is player of the game, but he was my player of the game. Just how strong.
Player of your heart.
Player of my heart, for sure. I mean, he just got a couple levels ahead of the Guan Yu and then just put the pressure on Knight. Like, it's just every single time, like, this is the player you're talking about. Maniac just dives into the back line and just non-stop is just focusing players down. He died once, and that was, you know, when they were like diving the Titan at the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, again, a tough loss for QG, but I would say that Fnatic came into this one the heavy favorites, and they proved why they are one of the top teams in competitive Smite. Moving forward, though, if I am correct, Fnatic will face off against Enemy, and then, but before that, though, we have Epsilon returning back to the stage to face off against Pain Gaming. So some pretty good matchups coming up. Wouldn't you agree? I agree. Epsilon versus Pain Gaming will be interesting. Both those teams, of course, have already won their games previously. Everybody expects Epsilon to win, but at the same time, nobody really expected Pain to beat OMG. Honestly, people were leaning towards OMG in the audience. I got out, talked to people. They said, oh, yeah, China's totally going to win this one. And when Pain took that,
I don't know. Q said the other thing. Q is all about, he was like, I believe in Brazil, but I think it was mostly because he got beat by them. So he's like, if they beat us, they better go far.
They better win the entire thing.
Makes a lot of sense. All right, well, folks, we have Sean on the floor with an interview. What's going on, Sean?
Hello, hello, Alex. I am indeed out here on the floor, joined by Lydia and Trix from none other than Paradigm. How are you guys doing?
I'm awesome. I'm hyped.
Hyped, that's a good start. Now, Lydia, you're one of the co-owners of Paradigm. That's got to be pretty exciting. Get your team here. There's literally millions to play for.
I get nervous watching them, so I don't know how they do it.
I get nervous too. How are you feeling, Trix?
I mean, right now we're feeling good. We're excited for the games tomorrow, obviously. A little bit nervous to play on such a big stage, but we're prepared and we're ready. And when we first get in game, the nervous is going to go away and we're just going to play our game.
Now, of course, today is kind of an easy day for you because you don't have to play until tomorrow, but you don't know yet who you're going to play. Does that play mind games? Are there people that you're already looking for?
I mean, to be honest, it's nice watching one of the teams that you have to play before you have to play, so they don't know anything about us, but we know something about them. So to be honest, we feel like we're in the advantage, and we're looking forward to tomorrow, and we're really confident at this point.
Confidence is key. Now, of course, when you're sitting here looking after your teams, what does that mean? I mean, are you just trying to keep them out of trouble? Are you, making sure they eat right?
I mean, Paradigm is trouble to begin with, so my life is really difficult.
A difficult life. And how do you deal with the players like Trix?
You just make sure he eats and put him into bed at the right time.
He sounds a little bit like a Tamagotchi. I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm not really sure. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, Paradigm will be playing tomorrow, but there'll be lots more action coming up here. So for now, from us, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sean. All right, so that's right. There is still plenty more to be had here at the SMITE World Championships. We have Epsilon coming up once again against Pain Gaming.
Oh,
yeah. We had mentioned Pain before and how, this team, people kind of wrote them off against a very, very interesting OMG roster. But yet now they're facing off against Epsilon, a team that looks poised to go all the way. Ataraxia, your thoughts on Epsilon versus Pain?
I am really excited to see Stalker versus Demi. We talked about Stalker's tier and how great it was, and then we got to see Stalker's tier and how great it is. So I'm really interested to see how Demi deals with this because he is a master of counter matchups. That's the one thing. He is a very deep god pool, and he's willing to play a lot of things, whether they're standard or not. So for me, are they going to let Stalker get this tier? And then what's Demi going to do with it?
If I was Epsilon, I would go ahead and just ban out the tier. It's his most comfortable guide. He's the star player of Pain Gaming. No reason to give it to him, just like there's no reason to give Adapting Thor.
Absolutely.
And, that tier could become a contested pick. I don't necessarily know if it will, but Demi is one of the other players in the world that is willing to play tier and loves playing. And like you said, his deep god pool, he'll play Poseidon as well. I don't know how much of that was experimentation during the Pro League, but seeing what Demi's going to play is going to be pretty exciting.
It's interesting you mentioned the Poseidon, actually, because Poseidon used to be, I'm not sure it still is, but Poseidon was his counter to tier.
Yes.
He does very well in lane because it stops him having any wave clear, so Poseidon just shoves him under tower constantly. And then you have the really big kill potential because tier's ultimate is the only way you get away from the Kraken, and the timing can be a bit iffy.
I want to see if Demi's going to remain the Undying, basically. Like 15 deaths in 28 games it's stupid. Like, you should not have that few deaths. It's like half a death a game. It's incredible. And Demi, we haven't really seen him challenged at all this year outside of Super Regionals. I don't know if Stalker's going to be the man to do it, but it could be.
I mean, potential, right? I mean, Stalker comes with him a lot of hype. I mean, he is a star player for this team. So if someone could do it, I mean, that would be the guy on Pain that would have to make it happen. But taking a look here at Epsilon, I mean, this roster is just so good and so talented. Everyone expects them to go far. We had mentioned it before. You know, people say top 4 could realistically be Epsilon, Fnatic, Cloud9, and Paradigm. You know, Pain Gaming knows that everyone's writing them off in this game. So again, lots of pressure on them. Could they perform, especially considering that everyone wrote them off for their first matchup against China's OMG?
And that's the thing too, is you take a look at the styles, and you know, both these game styles may benefit Pain Gaming because just like OMG, Epsilon very aggressive, especially out of the jungle, and we saw how well Pain adapted to that aggression and played this counter-engage style, especially, you know, you see Sultan in the middle, they're playing that Giannis escaping so many ganks, having perfect positioning, and you know, Nagare in the support role just doing a great job of keeping him and his carries alive. So the game style of Epsilon could play into Pain's hands.
Yeah, I really want to see out of Pain Gaming what we haven't seen yet, which is an aggressive early game comp that you play aggressive. We're seeing sometimes people are just playing very passive early because they pick passive comps. We've also seen aggressive comps played passive. I want to see a jungle invade. It's a best of 1. You put your best foot forward and you throw Epsilon off early, because if you let them get anywhere close to a mid game, there's no chance.
So, you know, I asked it at the beginning in the first couple rounds when I said, all right, here you go. This is it, right? Do you play cautious or, you know, but against Epsilon, you have to give them everything you possibly have. I mean, this is going to be, I would honestly think, the toughest challenge for Pain Gaming yet. Wouldn't you agree, Atarexia?
Absolutely. I mean, you come against this world-class team. They have so much. They have this just an aura around them. You know, even though they came in as a second seed, they are just so. You go against them and you're fearful. You know, they have such a presence, and overcoming that on the stage, it's no small task. You know, it's a big ask.
Do you expect Incon and Adonis to see meta bans, or do you expect to see more target bans out of Pain Gaming to Epsilon?
I'd say it's pretty meta. Outside of maybe Thor might be banned out. I'm not exactly sure who's first pick on this squad, but no team you saw Isurus, right? They left open a lot of picks, and then they first picked Thor. And apparently, you know, just getting word, Epsilon is first pick. So I do expect to see that Thor banned out away from adapting.
Yeah, if your Epsilon's going to have the first pick option, you know they're going to pick up Thor. There's no reason not to. Give him the comfort pick. Give him the greatest jungler in the world, questionably. Not questionably.
I think over, like maybe
him and Andy, right?
Between the two, yeah.
Between the two of them, I would not give him the Thor. But at the same time, if you want to leave open Xing, Ten, Bellona, all these, Soul, there's so many incredibly strong gods right now. So really, you just got to pick what poison you want.
That's very true. You know, and we'll see if that actually comes into fruition here. You know, I think Pain Gaming, you know, they know that they have their backs against the wall, and they know that this is a huge opportunity for them to make a statement at SMITE World Championships. The winner of this matchup, as a matter of fact, will move into the
they're going to be on the lower side.
4. So it'll be a lower part of the bracket where they will face off against the loser of Enemy and Fnatic. So by all means, this is not an easy road for either team, right? If Pain wins, they're dealing with another NA powerhouse, another EU powerhouse, and then for Epsilon, we could see the biggest challenge that this team has had.
And, you know, Epsilon, it's going to be interesting because that bottom bracket, if they end up winning over Pain, it's going to be looking pretty stacked if Enemy or Fnatic find their way down there. There's 3 teams that could all, you know, we expect to all compete for the title outside of maybe Enemy, but I mean, even Enemy, they looked pretty good earlier on, so who knows?
Yeah. Anorexia?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the thing is, that's Cloud9 side of the bracket, right? So,
yes.
So you know, whichever team comes through, this is no doubt the hardest road. Paradigm are fantastic, and they are the challenge on the top side. But you know, we have Enemy, Fnatic, Epsilon, and C9 all on this bottom side, and it's not a good place to be unless you really love a challenge. You know, if you want to be the best, then this is where to be.
Honestly,
you know,
if I'm Epsilon, I would much rather go up against Cloud9, the Paradigm, because you just lost to Paradigm. They've proven that they can beat you. So if they beat Pain Gaming to go against Cloud9, I count that as a huge win. You want to be going against Cloud9 in this case.
And the immortal words of the nature boy, Ric Flair, in order for you to be the best, you got to beat the best.
All right.
And that is the second WWE reference in this broadcast.
There's only going to be
20 more.
You know what? There's only going to be one SMITE World Championship or champion for Season 2. You're gonna have to beat everyone no matter what. So, you know, play to win here. But OMGB, or excuse me, not OMG, Pain Gaming, their chances, it's going to be hard for them matching up against Epsilon here. If I'm going to see something big, I really expect to see it out of that mid lane. I think Yaman really plays to help adapting, while we see the jungler for Pain really play and try and help awareness. So it's going to be interesting.
Okay, so here's the thing. How many deaths does Dimmy have?
It was 15 in 28
No,
games.
but how many does he have in this game, do you think?
0.
0.
0.
0.
If someone on Epsilon is going to go without death or with the... regardless of how this tournament goes, I will say now that I think that Dimmy is going to be the least death on the team. And no, I'm going to say it in the world. I think regardless of whether Epsilon win or not, Dimmy will have the least deaths in the entire tournament.
That's kind of crazy to think. You know, you had said that's just insane, right? I mean, it is. Like, and for Pain, you know, do you think that shutting down Dimmy might act... And again, we're talking about, like, you know, this is like the greatest thing that would ever happen for Pain and those 5 gentlemen. But shutting down Dimmy on solo, is that like, you know, the goal that they should have, or not even worry about that and just move forward to the other 4 members?
I mean, I don't think they should try and, like, that's the thing. Like, if you're trying to shut down Dimmy, that's playing in Epsilon's favor, because he's not, you can't shut him down. What you do is you go even with him, and you make sure to transition into team fights. If you're like trying to spend your focus on the guy who never dies, if that's what you're putting all your efforts and resources, Epsilon's like, okay, because we trust Dimmy to not die. If you're sending 3 to his lane, they're going to do gold tier. He's like, putting that much effort and patience into trying to shut him down is just, it's bad.
I agree. Trying to shut down Dimmy is not the right situation here. Stalker's going to have to handle Dimmy all on his own. He's going to have to take him on by himself, because you have to put pressure elsewhere on the map. Adapting's not going to be focusing on the lane because tanks are being played in that lane. You don't want to be ganking a Xing10 or a Bologna over and over again. You want to be ganking the squishier targets.
Makes sense. What about adapting? You know, again, you had listed him as the GOAT before. He had one heck of a game. This guy is just, you know, again, an Epsilon roster, all 5 just playing lights out. And you're looking at this matchup between Adapting and Honor in the, or excuse me, wrong team. Adapting and Madrugao.
Yes.
Right, there you go. You got to roll the tongue.
I can't do that. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Ataraxia, over to you. Does Madrugao have the opportunity, say that 5 times fast, by the way, it's insane, to go toe-to-toe here with Adapting?
Well, he certainly has the opportunity, but whether he'll deliver is another question. I think Adapting, you know, it's always the question of his god pool. It's so... Everyone associates him with Thor, and rightly so. He's probably, you know, him and Andy contested for the best Thors, but he's very good at it. But he's also very good at everything else. And I think it's just that he gets Thor so much that people haven't realized that it's not, you know, it's not just Adapting's Thor, it's Adapting's everything.
I mean, we saw his Hun bats earlier, too. Just
exactly, yeah, that was
the
insane.
perfect
With the
mechanics.
chain and everything, you know, that's not something that you just, that's Adapting, you know, and so... For me, I'd love to see Adapting just play something different, you know?
I would love
Maybe
to see
stay away
Adapting.
from Thor, just try
I'd love
something
him to
new.
break out Mercury, honestly.
Oh,
I think
Mercury.
Mercury's going to be one of these breakout picks of the tournament. Nobody's taken it out yet. They want to play it slow and keep it hidden. I don't think it's going to be hidden for too much longer.
He was banned once.
You got to play to win. He was banned, yeah. He was banned once. You got to play to win. I think now is the time to bring out the Mercury, make people afraid of it, so they ban out your Mercury instead of your Thor.
Ah, interesting thing there. I mean, again, everyone kind of expects the, you know, the Thor ban, right? I mean, you know, that kind of makes sense. And if you show someone, hey, I could do just as bad. But then the question comes, you know, in regards to Epsilon using this particular god against some of the, you know, top tier teams here, especially if they face off against the likes of Cloud9 in the semifinals, as people have been predicting. Does that even become a factor? Is Mercury just as effective, or is it just because
Mercury
of the situation?
Is one of the best junglers in the game right now. He's a little bit underrated. He's one of the few gods in the game that can get something absurd like 150 power at level 1 if you build him correctly with sprint and speed buff and all the things you can do. His gank potential is incredibly unstoppable, even more so than Thor. For Thor, you can ward his typical ganking locations by the Gold Fury. For Mercury, he's typically going to ult you down the lane, and you can't ward behind their tier 1 tower without putting yourself extremely out of position.
What I want to talk about most with Mercury, if that becomes a factor, whether it's this matchup or the next one, is the fact that gods that people don't traditionally play against and how effective they are. Even if they're not the strongest god in their role, if players haven't practiced or been practicing these gods, it can really throw them off. It's not that they're so much better, right? It's not that Mercury is so much better than Thor or significantly better. It's the fact that I haven't played against Mercury in forever, and when he ganks my lane at 3 minutes because he ulted behind that tier 1 tower, it just throws you off guard, and it's not something you're used to. I think you have probably the best example with Ares and Ymir against North America last year.
Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, when you don't play against these gods, they have you see a few gods who have very unique gank styles, and Mercury is alone. He is the only god who will come from behind a tower. You can't even see him. You know, his teammates will get him vision, and then he's going to ult down the lane. And unless you've played against a lot of Mercury, or you're constantly thinking, where's Mercury, where's Mercury, where's Mercury, you're going to get caught off guard, sorry. And especially in the duo, because it's the longest lane, you have that sense of security with your support. I am the worst person for getting ganked by Mercury. It's awful. I love the god, he's one of my favorites, but I hate to play against him because I'm very forgetful for that. So, I mean, I just love to see him. I really hope we get him.
Speaking of other picks, we haven't seen too much. I was talking with Anatoly and QE a little bit during the last game. We haven't really seen too much Chiron. Why do you really think that is, Nate?
I don't know. I really expected to see Chiron just all the time. You know, maybe. I mean, Reels with Freya, that's understandable. Soul's been open a couple of times, it's understandable. But we've seen Neath picked over it and a Medusa once, right?
Do you expect to see either more in the second half of this first round, or maybe best of threes, best of fives?
I hope so. I'm dumbfounded, really. Chiron, in my opinion, is a very versatile hunter who is good at everything. He doesn't have a bad point, so why teams aren't picking him early, I don't know.
For me right now, it comes down to two options, right? Either people are trying to save that pick and they don't want to, show anything too early, or because he is one of the newer gods in the game, they hadn't had enough time to practice with him, and maybe they're not super comfortable with him, at least in terms of breaking him out at a World Championship level.
Yeah, a lot of question marks going into this picks and ban. Do we potentially see some surprise picks? Do we see what we've been seeing throughout? That is the question. Adonis?
Epsilon will play standard. If anyone's going to do anything crazy, it'll be Pain Gaming. If something crazy happens, it's Pain.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, folks. So, without further ado, we have Sean down at the stage with an interview. Sean, what's going on?
I am indeed on the stage, Golden Boys. How are you guys doing? I'm lucky enough to be joined. Irafa, how are you doing, sir?
I'm awesome, thank you.
Good. Standing over here is Schultzen from Pain. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Now, we were having a little trash talk here before the cameras came on, and there were some words going back and forth. So I'm just going to ask, can you recap what we were talking about, Irafa?
I'm not BM, dude.
No?
I may have said we'll F6 if they get one kill, but it's just banter.
It's just banter. It's all healthy. But of course, Schultz, how did that make you feel?
Oh, we're going to see in stage.
Pardon?
We're going to see in stage, or we're going to see in the game.
You're going to do it in the game, or you're going to say it now on stage?
No, we're going to do it in the game.
It's all going to be in the game. How does that make you feel, knowing that it's all going to happen in the game and none of the words on the stage mean anything?
I'm looking forward to it. They've come a long way. They deserve it. It's going to be some GGs.
That's some beautiful stuff. A round of applause to these two guys. Now, gentlemen, it is important that we shake hands even after the words that were shared here. So please, come forward and shake hands. I can tell you right now, there's a little intensity there. It was tough getting it out of them, but I promise it'll be a good match. Are you guys ready for this next match between Epsilon and Pain Gaming? Come on, guys. I believe in you. Let us hear you. Come on, make some noise. That was absolutely beautiful. Guys, I'm sure they're going to put on performance. Wish them the best of luck. Let's head over to picks and bans.
All right. Thank you so much. It's kind of like taking blood from a stone there, almost.
They got it out eventually,
Yeah.
Rapper trying to stay a little bit reserved. He to take a spill in the middle of the year.
That makes sense.
I think it might be safe for him to stick away from the BM for a little bit.
Yeah, I think, he had a small ban in the middle of the year, but he's rebounded nice,
sure.
at the SWC. So
okay, all right. So here we go, folks. Picks and bans have started here, and it's going to be bans coming in first for Epsilon. Bologna will not be in this one. Soul gets knocked out for Pain. Let's see what Epsilon goes with here.
Pretty standard bans coming out right now with the Bologna and the Soul. Nothing too crazy right now, just two of the strongest gods in the game that we don't want to deal with, but we got to keep an active look out for the Thor.
So when we look at this Bologna ban, what we noticed when we saw Epsilon play before is that they didn't ban it, because they don't think anyone's going to first pick it. They think the people are going to take the Sol or the Jingshan or whatever, and then they're going to take it on the second pick. So clearly what we're seeing here, the fact that they will ban it on first pick, is that they have something they're willing to pick, but they definitely don't want to play against the Bologna. So
they've also already immediately adapted to Pain Gaming style, right? They played, Madruga played that Bologna in the jungle role, in that counter-initiate style, and then I believe they also had the Geb instead of the Khepri, but Khepri kind of the same regard as Geb, a very defensive support. And, you know, Epsilon are kind of just taking away that comfort of play style that Pain really like.
Oh, okay, and Neath ban coming through here. Thor?
No, oh, yeah. We haven't seen Zeus all
They
really
did ban the Zeus, as did Fnatic, Scrim Partners, so clearly Zeus a very highly thought of pick here by both teams.
Zeus, while still an incredibly strong character, had received a nerf fairly recently to his bounce time. It does move quite a bit slower, which does affect Zeus in terms of getting your stacks on for the detonate. So we're going to see how much that affects Epsilon here and how comfortable they are with that new timing.
All right, well, let's see if Thor gets picked up here for Pain.
I feel like if it's not picked up for Pain, then Epsilon are almost guaranteed to lock it in.
There you go.
Like, Thor provides so much for your team, not only offensively, but defensively as well. And yeah, Pain, they have to lock it in, because if Adapting gets Thor, he's just going to be able to protect
Chiron,
the
here we
there
go.
We go.
Maybe the first time we see Chiron, he's locked in. And that's exciting. We get to see Chiron being played.
And this was planned, because you could see the two gods they banned were hunters who do very well against Chiron.
I agree. That's incredibly smart bans for wanting to pick up the Chiron. One of his problems is early game is clear isn't the strongest, especially against characters like Sol or Neath who have incredible clear. So that allows him to go into the hunter role, though they could still run it mid lane, although it looks doubtful at this point. And Xing 10 on the side of Epsilon eSports because it's Xing 10.
I mean, Xing 10, one of the hardest Guardians to kill, you know, on Dimmy, one of the hardest players to kill, so it's going to be interesting.
Should be a good game for Dimmy here. And the thing about the Jingshan as well is that we didn't see them pick it up before because Bologna was available. Yes. Bologna has a very good lane against Xing because she pushes him down and Xing can't really get rolling early. But with Bologna off the board, Jingshan can do whatever he wants.
Pain Gaming coming with the Athena as well, now having a ton of global presence coming out of their team. Athena and the Thor is giving you presence across the entirety of the map. To be noted, though, the Athena ultimate cooldown is quite long right now, so I expect to see her to go into cooldown boost to make up for that.
Any thoughts about on her as well here? You know, good hunter pick here for Epsilon, and Tyr gets picked for Pain.
Emilito has always loved his on her. He's one of the flagship European players for on her. And, you know, Stalker's Tyr, very excited to see how this does against Jingshan. I believe it's quite a good matchup for Tyr. But when it comes to team fights, who's going to do more work, Xing or Tyr?
Fenrir coming out for adapting. I haven't seen personally his Fenrir in quite a while, actually.
We actually saw it at Super Regionals, and I hated it. It was it wasn't like terrible, but he was getting poked out. He was going in at bad times. He just it was probably his worst performing game was on that Fenrir.
It wasn't the same presence that he had with Thor and Hunbat.
Same, and Kronos, the last pick locked in. That's going to the mid lane.
What do you think last pick going to be for Pain?
Oh no, that's solo. Oh, is that?
So it's a Jingshan support and then a Kronos solo.
That's what it has to be then.
Yeah, because Kronos does do well against Tyr. Same thing, you lock him out of his Fearless. So Kronos actually has significant 1v1 potential against Tyr.
Look at this global presence coming out of Pain Gaming. As if Thor and Athena weren't enough, let's put Janus on our team so everybody can go across the entirety of the map.
And Tyr's going to have TP as well.
So early picks. Who do you think's going to take it? Lightning round, go.
Epsilon.
Epsilon takes it. Pain Gaming, better team comp.
Epsilon, Dimmy is going to 1v1 Tyr. All day, all day.
All right, folks. Well, let's see how all this pans out. Epsilon eSports versus Pain Gaming. Casters, take it away.
Thanks very much, Golden Boy. We're here live, and we've got an exciting one more time. This time it's Epsilon taking on Pain, as we just heard. And, I mean, he's right down the middle. I see Dimmy on a Kronos. I see Adapting on a Fenrir. This is a throwback competition from Epsilon.
And I agree with what Incon said backstage as well, is that I really feel Pain Gaming have the best composition here, but I'm going to side with Epsilon.
I really like the Fenrir pick from Adapting. They have a lot of dashes. Chiron has a dash, Athena has a dash, Tyr has his Fearless is technically a dash.
And they got globals on top of that?
Yeah, and they got globals on top of that. So look at Adapting making big impact in this game, and I think Epsilon will take it.
Exactly. I mean, recently Adonis did mention that the performance on Adapting Fenrir wasn't his strongest then, but remember when Epsilon first came onto the scene, what was Adapting playing? It was Fenrir, 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 Fenrir. This is what I think we're going to see Epsilon play, And I think we're going to see some of that old school, hello, we're still here to play, and they're going to take on the Brazilians.
Rafa going to ward over the wall there and see the entire team of Pain Gaming grouped up on the corner. Very lucky they didn't get caught out of position on that one.
Yeah, you know, I'm really curious about how this on her Xing 10 lane is going to pan out. I've actually never seen it before. I've never played it before, so I really want to see the synergy here.
Well, it should really be knock-ups into impales for the most part, right?
Yeah, good poke, yeah.
You get the impale into the walls constantly or into the pillar. It should be pretty aggressive, this lane overall, and I was waiting for Epsilon to do this.
They are against Chiron, though, who has an insane amount of sustain in lane.
Yes, which is why they're going to look, most likely why they're going to look to be aggressive so they can kill him before he heals that all up.
You discussed with me off air, like when we were like analyzing these games and talking about the gods, Chiron has the best level 2 in the Haunter role.
Yeah, he has a really good level 2. To me, he's like a neat.
But is it better than Anher in terms of the kill aggression?
I think they're pretty even in a way. Yeah,
Wow.
they're pretty even.
Wow, Anher is not the king of the dual lane fight.
Pre-5.
Pre-5, okay.
I'm really excited, honestly, again, talking about the dual lane. Rafa, sure, it's always the Sylvanas that we talk about because he was almost undefeated on that one. But it's usually the aggressive supports that come out of Rafa that are exciting. I mean, if you remember back when Epsilon started, again, it was Thanatos support. Now, it didn't work, but that's the way that he thinks about. So the Xing Qian, very aggressive. And here we go, being aggressive right away.
Analyst going to go in here, and they've immediately just reset the buff. They didn't choose to try and grab that one, Epsilon. They were just out of range to actually keep the aggro of the actual thing, but they do force a reset, which I think is this really going to help them that much?
The one thing they get here is they guarantee that they push first, which gives you a big advantage in lane in the 2v2.
So look at Rafa's positioning right here. He comes to lane and he stands behind these minions, just preventing Pain from even moving forward.
Yeah, Rafa and Emelita really want to set the pressure first because Chiron and Athena should probably outpush on her in Xing 10, so they did that play so they can get the first push and try to dominate the lane that way.
You can see the pressure being put on by Emelita. They're clearing it down. And look at the pressure there in the mid lane onto Schultz, and had to portal through the wall carefully after the aggression on it, and the rotation from Epsilon immediately for the purple buff that was left up.
It's a 1-minute rotation here coming out from Epsilon. I mean, aggression, is there a more harsh word for it?
I mean, you can tell that Epsilon probably talked about this pre-game. They said, hey, look, we want to shut down the Chiron pick. We're going to invade the purple. The main goal is just to stop him from taking it. They know they have the pressure in mid lane with Zeus. They're going to rotate over, take the purple.
Well, this is old school Epsilon as well. Very early aggression early on, put the pressure on the team and keep it there. And like you said, Athena, Chiron should out push. Well, they're not now. They're pinned under the tower. Meanwhile, the mid lane and jungler of Pain haven't managed to do anything, and they're getting invaded again.
Exactly, and going back to it, Epsilon is going to look for this early aggression, especially with the Fenrir pick, and they're going to continue this all while ignoring Dimmy. And then sometime later, Dimmy's going to show up as a full-level Chronos and just do what he can.
They're going to come up behind the opposition here from their own lane. Just clear out the minion wave once again. They're going to hit 5 relatively soon here, Epsilon, and denying Pain Gaming on that Giannis, on that 4 hitting 5 for now, will slow down this global presence they've got.
And that's exactly what it's about to bring. We've been talking a lot about Epsilon being successful.
Good taunt.
And right here, the taunt from Pain, unable to really come off of it. And aggression is the name. Emelito gets the pin against the wall, but Athena will go ahead and retreat.
I love what Emelito did there. There was no way he was going to get any kills, but he just wanted to show that he's not scared. He's ready to fight at any time.
Talk about trying to get a kill, adapting, those swinging around the back now. Did meet Thor there, so they know where he is. Leaps in, aggression onto Arcangel. Great taunt, though, will save the life of his AD carry.
That was a for sure first blood, but thankfully for Pain Gaming, we saw Athena come out. Absolute perfect.
The reaction time on Athena really saved the Chiron there. I thought it was guaranteed first blood.
Me too.
Just, anytime you're able to interrupt
They're still going for it, though.
And there's the ultimate out of
They're still going
jumped
for
over
it.
the wall, and Melito gets first blood. Epsilon on the board.
Rafa, you better get ready to F6, buddy, because you're in a world of danger now. He will fall down as a casualty here to the tower in Athena.
Last hit goes to the tower, though. It's all about the pride.
I don't see no surrender vote. That's what he was saying on stage.
But great play by Rafa there. You know, he saw the 2 carries coming in, try to get that kill. He said, okay, Athena hit me last. Let me run into the tower, give the kill to the support.
Especially, we saw how well Schultzen did on this Giannis pick earlier. And right before Epsilon got a little fancy over in the left lane, that's what I wanted to touch on. This Giannis and a Schultzen, we're going to see more and more of this control. And he'll be able to out-rotate and respond to the adapting theoretically. So we'll see if Pain Gaming able to keep up to this high-tempo game that Epsilon is forcing them to play.
And Adapting's positioning so far on this Fenrir has been very, very strong. Very forward in the jungle consistently. We just remember the red buff there. They're on time for the Harpies on the right here before the lefts even come up.
And the thing that I love is that Adapting is ganking the dual lane. The dual lane is very easy kills, especially for the Fenrir against the Chiron, and he's really putting in the pressure, making his presence felt.
When you think about it, what Pain Gaming's composition is, where the hell do you gank anywhere else?
True.
Like, you've got a Tyr? No, you're not really going to find anything against a Lawbringer. Then you've got a Giannis in mid lane, who's going to get defended by Athena anyway. So, well, let's try and pick on the horsey, you know?
Well, it's working out so far. Early on in this game, it's separated by about 1,000, but honestly, I think this is more close to tied than anything else.
I think we're going to see Adapting after he gets his speed, but probably look to invade left again, or maybe look to put more pressure left, and maybe an early Gold Fury.
Well, the speed is coming up on the right-hand side for Pain Gaming there, so and already you can see Tyr Stalker rotating over to support. Supposed star of Pain Gaming is Stalker on that Tyr once again, and we saw at the beginning of the game when he saw his camera, he went, well, if it's not broke, not fix it. He just like put his hand there, like, well, if they're going to keep giving it me, I'm going to keep picking Tyr. So far, he's doing okay in the lane against Dimmy. Dimmy will be quite happy to farm off, though, here is this Kronos.
I do like how Pain Gaming, they as you said, Hindu, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You stick to the same old picks. You understand what you're strong at, and this is important since Epsilon is forcing Pain Gaming to play at this up-tempo speed. It's slowed down right now. It's important for Pain to be able to bring out the picks that they're comfortable with.
You got to think about how smart the Kronos pick is, right? Stalker on Tyr, he really has no kill potential on the Kronos, so they're just going to leave the solo lane alone as much as possible. Let the Kronos farm and outscale the Tyr late game.
Well, Thor going aggressive. Invades, Pain trying to respond somehow. Mad is in the air, but he's as good as dead if he comes down aggressively. Thanks to that Zeus ultimate, Epsilon doesn't wind up with a kill, but they wind up with the map presence.
But how are they going to get out of that? Because it's actually Epsilon on their side of the jungle now. It's like
that's what I'm saying.
Pushing back, but Giannis going to go all the way back to back Harpies and get out.
The good thing about this is that Pain Gaming is doing what they need to do. They need to focus the Zeus in the early game. Thor scales very well with levels. He'll be able to one-shot that Zeus soon.
Well, they used ult from Thor, ult from Giannis, ult from Athena there, and they still lose the red buff as well on this left-hand side.
They lost the red buff, and just systematically, Epsilon is taking all of the experience and gold off of the enemy jungle. And because of that, Thor just hit level 7.
It's relatively clean from Epsilon so far. This is what we saw through the Pro League throughout the regular season. Going around systematically destroying the jungle. Keep an eye out, though, for the Sentry Ward baits. I'm expecting them again, and I hope Pain Gaming did their homework so they don't get picked in the jungle, because this team will wait in the jungle for like 30, 40 seconds just to catch you. Clearing a ward.
I mean, I think what Pain Gaming needs to do is they need to target this Kronos. This is probably the easiest kill that they have on the board right now. Honor's ahead, and he's a level ahead. What they can do here is store dunk and chain CC the Kronos before he can get his ultimate off. And even if they want to get crazy, Athena ult too. They might lose Gold Fury.
If they do it, yeah, that's what I was going to say, Gold Fury. I mean, is it worth losing the Gold Fury for that one pick on a
They need to make something happen right now. They're falling more and more behind.
Yeah, I still think you look towards the Zeus a little bit, especially if you can get that ultimate out the way Pain did earlier. They forced the ultimate out of Yaman and then send him right back to lane without getting the kill. If you force the ultimate out, go away, and then come right back and he has no more ultimate, that's a perfect opportunity. Pain Gaming needs to they need to pick a mage, essentially. Pick the mid lane or the solo lane, but pick one, because we're not seeing that yet.
They were trying to find a pick at the mid Harpies there, but they were a little bit late on the rotation. 4 members were there, including Stalker, who rotated over from the solo lane, but already Epsilon had taken that one down. The lefts are up here. We may see a fight.
We might. It's a 3-on-2
power
presence to Pain Gaming, and because of that, Epsilon intelligently backs off a little bit.
I really want to see the Athena here play more up. She doesn't need to dash in. She just needs to walk up to them, make her presence felt, so Epsilon doesn't feel so comfortable in the mid lane by pushing and then rotating the mid Harpies.
The Athena player from Pain Gaming has played very, very well so far this tournament. I think some of his positioning has been on point. His engagements and actually helping out his teammates has been a real credit to him. He's a very good player.
Again, speaking about the Athena, we keep seeing the taunt being saved. You say you want to see the Athena being push up, be a little more aggressive. Well, he's saving that taunt for the Brutalize out of the Fenrir. We saw how successful that was earlier on when it saved the life real quick in the long lane, interrupting that Brutalize, taking off half or more of that damage by taunting out of that. So that might be where the support is holding that taunt a little back.
Well, globals are available now. You can see where Thor is positioned on this side of the map as well, looking for some pressure. But Epsilon playing quite far back now. They've given up the early game pressure that they had and put the pressure to Chiron. But now Chiron's hit that stride where he's almost unkillable in the lanes up.
Yeah, I mean, I love what Epsilon does. They play back when they don't have jungle support. Now that Adapting's coming over, they're going to look to be more aggressive.
Talk about aggressive. There we go. Aggression onto Schultz. Some beads were forced there from him. And the wall as well from the jungler. Now the Gold Fury being pulled again. And they've got a Zeus. You know, they can try and bait this out.
I'm not sure if they're really looking to do the Gold Fury. What they're really doing is pulling it. So Pain's comms are like, oh, they're doing Gold Fury. They're doing Gold Fury. Let's peek it. And they want to look for the pick.
Do the peek, see if they actually respawn in time. And if they do respawn at the wrong time,
And that's a play. That's a classic plan of Epsilon right here. We'll see Rapper shove himself in the middle lane. Thor comes right on down to that Zeus ultimate. Yaman's still alive because it's a 1-on-3. Thor's in a little bit of trouble, but finds the portal. Meanwhile, all the way from the side, Emilito shows up. Shelton barely lives, but Pain makes it out alive.
Emilito's rotation was good there. He got good damage off, but if he would have just looked behind him or heard a comms call, he would have found the kill and the guy escaped.
And I mean, that's the power of Giannis, right? He had 2 portals up and he managed to
he got out
to
himself,
escape.
and he also got Thor
and he got
out.
Thor out, exactly.
And then got out again. So really well played by Schulzen in the mid lane there. Thor, very, very lucky to get out of that one. The dunk was good, but there was just no follow-up to it.
Exactly, that's what we were talking about. With respects to the Zeus, if you want to gank him, you got to surprise him and get rid of that ultimate, because especially when you're a character like Thor, or even we saw Thanatos last game, if you're going to come right in the middle of something, Zeus can punish you for that, because he just drops that circle on his feet, and you're going to take 2 to 3 ticks.
Talk about punishing, though, you can see the build coming out from Dimmy here. Looks like Warlock Slash is being worked on.
Of course.
Should be finished relatively soon.
And something impressive that Pain Game is doing is with all the invades that Epsilon did early, they didn't crumble under the pressure. They're only not even 1,000 gold down.
Which isn't bad. I mean, with the Gold Fury still standing, though, that's the main thing for them. And Gold Fury's not as valuable as it used to be in the early stages. But the longer this game goes on, both teams are going to turn their attention to it.
We'll take a look. We just passed the 10-minute mark, so that Fire Giant has spawned. Probably not going to be a target anytime soon. The kills are about even, and the gold as well. So Epsilon has a sort of tiny lead, but right now it's really all about Pain Gaming just sort of treading the water against this early Fenrir, early on her, just pure fight-minded.
They're treading this water very well, though, and it's a good credit to the Brazilian team. Last year, they did not look anywhere near the capability of being able to stand up against a European or North American team. And this time around, well, 10 minutes in, this has been the closest one so far.
Yeah, Pain Gaming has been nothing but impressive this game.
Adapting, and Emilito now sort of holding hands, looking for the next target. Pain Gaming going to do the same thing. Pull something out of Epsilon's playbook and make themselves known by the Gold Fury, really just looking for some of that vision.
Yeah, right now it seems like both teams are testing each other. It's like, oh, come here, let me bait you in here, but both teams are playing extremely disciplined, and I wonder when it's going to break open.
It's just so interesting because this is classic Epsilon. I mean, when you want to talk about mind games.
Well, 16 minutes. if we're gonna say when's it gonna break open, watch the 16-minute mark, because this is where Epsilon generally go, okay, let's flick that switch.
Exactly. They like to play these games, especially and like things like that. Dimmy shoving himself over the wall.
You can do it again.
Just not letting Stalker back. One more time. That's Dimmy. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Dimmy.
Someone like Stalker know there's a ward there?
Well, see, actually, the beauty of this, Smite's a game of inches, right? By stopping that back twice, Stalker has to stay in lane.
Well,
he has no option.
He can stay in lane.
Those minions.
He can stay in lane, but what Dimmy did, he did give away this fact there's a ward, right? You get hit once over a wall, you're like, oh, that was lucky. You get hit twice in a row like that, you're like, okay, there's a ward.
Yeah, then there's no way Thor's going to come over because he knows it's warded.
So now you're going to see an opportunity where you'll see Thor look for a different opportunity instead of coming from that pathway to gank if he does do so.
Stalker's going to go behind his tier 1 tower and try to back. He's not even going to back anymore. Okay.
Oh, look at this, though. Pain Gaming attempts in the Gold Fury now. This is trying to put
Gold
the
Fury
pressure
down
on.
to 25%. No vision on it. Pain Gaming steals the first objective of the game. Epsilon none the wiser.
Taking
Pain
a
Gaming
tactic.
are in the lead.
That's taking a tactic out of Epsilon's book now. They're the ones that usually do that. And Pain's like, well, if you're going to make these plays, make sure you got things warded up, boys.
Surprise Gold Fury. Pain Gaming. Brazilians looking on point
Yeah, it's
right
actually
here.
something we haven't really been talking about, but their wards have been on point.
They really have.
Read all around the mini-map. They saw that adapting back to base, and they said, okay, let's try it. Let's try Gold Fury.
That's a big thing. Their communications must be on point today as well, because talking about who's backed, who's not, that's when the shot caller will make the decisions of whether we try and do something. But look at this Epsilon starting to group up and try and force something mid lane here. Not many minions for it. You can even see Emilito has made the transition as well to mid, but they're not being able to find anything just yet.
Nobody's been in the long lane for a while, really, the rotation, especially after that Gold Fury is down. There's no real, I don't want to say there's no reason to be in that long lane, but all the attention can be diverted elsewhere now that Gold Fury is down.
Yeah, and what I want to see is that Adapting has a 2-level lead on Thor. What kind of impact is he going to have in the team fights? And also, Stalker had a 2-level lead. Now it's a 1-level lead on Dimmy. I want to see what kind of impact he's going to have in these team fights.
I think by the playstyle, just so I have Epsilon there going mid lane, trying to force something. They look a bit aggravated, but the Pain Gaming got that Gold Fury for free more than anything else. They're like, okay, fine, but let's make something happen in mid.
You know, we haven't really touched on itemization, and a lot of it is because we see a lot of standard stuff, but the Enchile coming out of the solo lane tier, I absolutely love it. Now, I don't love this item all the time. This is not a one-fits-all item like a Jotuns or something. Schultzen putting in some work in the mid lane. Enchile is a perfect item for ability-based physical gods against a magical god. That sounds very specific because it is.
You're against the Zeus, you're also against the Kronos as well, so you're going to have to deal with a lot in the front line. You get cooldown reduction. Taylor loves cooldown reduction.
That's all Tier wants.
Works out well for him, and, you know, I think it's a wise pickup here.
Yeah, I want to touch on what happened in the mid lane a little bit ago. Athena, she taunted the Xing 10, got him down to about 3/5 HP. That's the kind of plays they need to make more often. Make Epsilon feel uncomfortable.
We want to see Athena being more aggressive. Is that what we're saying here? Just get on the front line over and over.
Exactly, and I want you to expand on that a little bit. You've mentioned twice now in this game about feel. Earlier on, Emilito had no chance of getting the kill, but needed to show how he felt about not being
show you're not
scared.
afraid. A lot of these teams, you know, when they play against a North America or a European powerhouse like that, they play a little scared. But Athena can do that all day. She could just walk up, taunt. Giannis can use his 2, get a lot of poke off for free, and walk away.
I'll tell you, you talk about playing scared, but Pain Gaming, they ain't playing scared so far today. They took the Gold Fury away from Epsilon. They've gone at it consistently. They've not dropped too many kills. They've actually had a gold lead for, you know, a tiny bit of time.
Exactly.
It's not a big gold lead, but it's a gold lead.
And these little things, right? So Pain wins their last match, right? So they come out and they have a little bit of confidence. They steal a Gold Fury against Epsilon. They take a page out of it, right? They get a little bit more confidence. You know what happened the last time a team got confidence? Enemy wound up at Worlds. Confidence can do amazing things through a game, so watch out for Pain Gaming if they win a couple more of these small skirmishes.
Well, so far, Epsilon, they're the ones that technically have the back foot here for now. It looks like it's Pain Gaming that are the ones that have now got the Gold Fury. They're just happy to farm. Epsilon stopped with the invasions onto the buffs all of a sudden. Why is it slowed down, Zap? Is this because of the comps? Or?
There's not much going on the map. All the buffs are taken. Both teams are actually playing perfectly, right? None of them are given an inch. I think the next point of contention will be when the Gold Fury spawns, and both teams know that, so they say, hey, all right, let's farm our jungle, let's get an extra item in, ward, and then look for picks around Gold Fury time. Yeah,
it's a one-on-one game. The gold is relatively even. Pain with a slight lead, but basically if you slip up, it's going to open the window for an easy tower. So both teams being very careful to not even make the chance until the objective opens itself.
Look at that experience per minute on Stalker. That is a guy that knows this god very, very well. Against a negative lane matchup for the most part against Kronos, yeah, okay, Tyr can't really get killed by Kronos for the most part if he plays it right. But yeah, generating that much experience in that lane, he's having a very good time. And I like, because the Amsile as well, he's at least stacking and making good effect of this.
So this on-her Chiron matchup seems pretty even going on right here. We're riding along with Emilito. Who would you rather be in this duel lane?
Definitely Chiron. I think Chiron's a little bit better than on her. He has a little bit more utility, a cripple on his 1, also a cleanse on it. And but one thing about Honor is that his pillar, his 1, it's an AoE slow, area effect slow, it's a big slow. It really affects team fights a lot, and a lot of people don't notice that. So we'll see how both hunters use their kit effectively.
And also the displacement, because the pillar just being there anyway, it's like an extra little, you know, objective in the jungle.
That's really the big point here that I want to go home, and you touched on both of them when it comes to these.
Mid lane, we maybe see something going on here. Aggression from
double
Rafa.
stun coming out of adapting right on top of the mid laner and the jungler. And I think that's one of those plays you were talking about, just asserting dominance.
Well, asserting dominance, both teams looking for aggression, but neither one really finding much so far this game. It still comes down to that last Gold Fury, which is now spawning once again, just come up. So will we see Epsilon make the mistake last time and let the ward coverage slip?
Love that mid lane ward. I absolutely love that mid lane ward. This ward that we see right in the lane, this originated on one team, and then it spread throughout Europe. Then it spread to NA Europe, and now we see the Brazilians use it.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you so much information. A lot of times the mid lane and the jungle say, oh, mid wave's push, we could just rotate to the right lane without them knowing. But now Pain Gaming knows, and it can capitalize on it.
It's also because the sentries get dropped in the jungle at the corner, so if you waste a ward there, the sentry's going to clean up. You're not going to sentry that position. Look at this, though. Epsilon, they want to do Gold Fury. They're trying to pull people in, Rafa, and adapting while away of it.
Yeah, that's actually a technique.
Oh, Stalker just went, what up, Dimmy? I'm taking your blue. I did not expect that.
The tables have turned. Fearless power cleave right into Dimmy, doing a little bit of damage on top. And this is a battle. The stun is strong, but not strong enough. We'll go to the other side, and Thor's going to come right on down, looking for Rafa.
No, he's not. He held it in the air instead. Went defensively. Changed his mind on that one.
Such great discipline by Pain Gaming. I mean, you could have easily landed on that. Oh, Rafa's leap is down. But if you saw in the corner, Yamin and Emilito were waiting for him to land.
Look at that man fight over.
We come right on back to the solo lane. You see, still raging on. Stalker and Dimmy. This is a grudge match.
It is a grudge match over there, and Dimmy's having a really hard time up against Stalker. But although adapted, jumping in, putting pressure on Schultzen. Very, very low. He will fall down to Emilito. Rafa gets out of danger on the backside, just about 1-0 exchange.
Again, though, you want to talk about this Pain Gaming team treading water or doing well against what Epsilon does. You saw how many abilities were forced out, and Rafa being forced out by the Chiron himself.
And that's just a product of Pain Gaming's wards again. They have all the wards by the Gold Fury side. He saw iRaffer rotating somewhat unsafe way, and he hit the skill shots.
Exactly, and about those wards. So we saw Pain Gaming pull the Gold Fury with Epsilon Sentry underneath it. They didn't clear it, and you see where this red ward is, where it was, right underneath. It was just out of range of the Sentry. Tells you two things. One, Pain Gaming knows the exact width of the radius of the vision the Sentry's gonna give you. They place it right outside. Epsilon now think they have vision control, but they don't. Pain Gaming can tell when people are going to the Gold Fury. They use that information secretly, and it's the secrecy that got that kill for Pain Gaming.
Closest game of the day so far. We're approaching 20 minutes in this one now between the two. 2-2. Look at the golden experience graphs. Relatively even heads up. Like that's nothing on the backwards and forwards.
Yeah, I mean the game is so even. In a game like this, one mistake can break it over for a team and they start snowballing.
Especially when the game gets longer too. Like you drop 2 kills and all of a sudden you lost a Gold Fury, maybe even 2 towers. The gold will add up and put pressure on Adapting. Gonna go back and take his red buff now. Give it over to Yamin once again as Rafa on the front side clearing out wards in the jungle. Gonna get focused down a little bit there and push back and lose that Sentry ward.
Rafa not afraid to stare down 4 players, but maybe afraid to jump in. So he plays a little safe. Adapting though, not quite afraid. Jumps right on in, gets a stun, grabs one in the mouth. Not enough to kill. That is 2 ultimates down from Epsilon, and they get nothing for it.
They don't get anything yet. Schulzen on the backside puts some pressure on Amelito. Rafa in alone there. Sorry, not Rafa. Yeah, it is. In alone over there. Amelito still playing pressure on mid. Oh,
beautiful.
From Yamin will pick up the kill and secure it for the team.
That's the 1-2 punch if I've ever seen it, and one more from around the back. Rafa takes out the
Rafa. Now he's in trouble. It's the fearless from Stalker with the rotation. Kill goes to Arcanjo, and Chiron's starting to get a bit of steam going for himself.
Yeah, but I got to talk about Emelito. I'm really impressed with his play. A lot of the last 3 kills have been because of Emelito rotating.
I agree. He's been everywhere. He's rotated every single time.
He hit almost, I think, 7 out of 8 on her ulti pillars, and that is not easy to do, especially on Giannis.
And now he's put the pressure on once again. Adapting though on the right-hand side, being aggressed on by Stalker, and Adapting under pressure from Stalker. He does have the ultimate available. He's going to go for it. Does find the connection. One more hit. No, the jump away is good. And he's even going to pop the ult to disengage as well. Dimmy helps to save his jungler's life.
Adapting puts himself in trouble by trying to be fancy and going for the stun on somebody 4 levels higher than him. But he still manages to find a way out thanks to some good zigzags. Fantastic play. Honestly, out of Adapting, yeah.
Well, Adapting seen as one of the best players in the world, and Stalker just went, all right, let's fight.
Yep.
And Adapting, little lack of respect there, I guess.
That's what we were talking about, the confidence level.
Yeah, and it's an interesting game. Both junglers are actually struggling this game.
They are.
Lowest level,
Amelito's
close to lowest level on the team. And
Amelito's not level 17, up there on his own against 2 for the most part, with Rafa following in. He's really putting the pressure on this game.
I think this game is a good notification of how Epsilon is not just one player. It's very easy to look at how Epsilon has played over the past season and say, yeah, well, good, you have Adapting, good for you. But they're still keeping up right now, and it's because it's a team effort.
I mean, anyone on that team can carry. Even Rafa on his support role can carry. He makes amazing plays all the time.
You give him a Xing Qian, I think he can carry too.
I think so.
So pressure on mid lane once again from Epsilon, just pushing it in. No real signs from Pain Gaming just yet towards the Gold Fury, which is where Adapting's hanging around now. And he's actually going to meet Chiron doing the purple. Don't think he's going to go for it, though.
So mid tower is as good as down. Is it important for Epsilon to take that down as quick as possible, or do they want to leave that for a while?
They don't need to force it. I mean, it's going to go down no matter what. Maybe when a fight breaks out and everyone retreats, they can sneak it, but...
They forced a lot out of shots, and then they got his ultimate and the beads early on. He came around the back and got picked out of position. That ult's on cooldown, his beads are on cooldown. Epsilon should be looking for the fight for the Gold Fury here if they can. Try and put the pressure on. They're actually looking for the pick of Stalker.
Pain Gaming repeatedly looking for the flank. Stalker in some trouble thanks to the damage out of Dimmy, but he'll be safe enough to find himself underneath the tower. And I think that was the story right there. Pain Gaming tried to flank with a Giannis, didn't work out. They tried to flank with a Tier, didn't work out. But importantly, it drags Epsilon out into the middle lane. It's no longer a fight about this Gold Fury. It's about this inevitable tower.
I'd love to see what Adapting's doing. As soon as he sees the Giannis, no matter what, no question asked, he's going to jump on him and do this guarantee there, so he knows he does a lot.
Tower falls down.
That's a dead Athena.
Thor is in this sky, looking for the dunk down. Rafa's up, misses on everybody. Where is Thor going to go? And it's onto Amelito. Berserker Barrage is good, but the return damage from Amelito, and Yamin destroys the Thor and pushes him back.
Adapting still being aggressive. Dimmy gets the last hit, but Arcanjo makes it pay. Adapting gets one more as well. Here he is, gets one in the mouth. Basic, there it is. One more, down he goes. Stalker is on the bad side of the double kill, going the way of Adapting.
Tier 2 tower being pushed down. Now with a new wave coming in on top of that. They should be able to bring this one down because it's only Schultz alive to try and do anything. No, sorry, no one's allowed to try and do anything.
Yeah, it's such a great team fight by Epsilon. What they do is they go in, and once their cooldowns are down, they run away until their cooldowns are back up, forcing Pain into an awkward position.
Absolutely love this. You want me to say it? It's the stuff after the stuff. They get the kill immediately. Tower, Fire Giant. No conversation. This team knows what they want.
Thor's ult is down. Giannis is dead long enough. This is what he said. The longer the game goes on, the longer the respawns are. And Epsilon, they knew what to do. They got 2 towers in the end of that engagement and the Fire Giant.
The smallest window. That was probably risky. Raffer was low. Some of the players were low. They only had 3 out of 5, right? But they knew, Epsilon knew they wanted to jump on in there as soon as they opened up the window the slightest amount.
They knew it was free. The one person they needed to worry about was the Giannis.
Exactly.
If Giannis was up, he could have used his ultimate through space and time to get to the Fire Giant right away to contest it.
I love response. Good response here from Pain Gaming. Go straight for the Gold Fury bolt. Look at this. Epsilon know what's going on. They are here in tow. The Gold Fury will go down. But good pull from Schultz will stop Rafa. But maybe he's going to keep committing, forcing the beads onto Thor. Everyone disengages. Pain gets something.
You know, I love that. Again, going the way of confidence and showing how you want to play it. He forced the beads on a Thor. But you notice what Thor did? He turned around and decided to fight.
Yep.
Yeah, you want to use your ult? I can hit you too.
Yeah, that shows a sign of an experienced player. He knows that Raffer used all his cooldowns. Thor used his beats. He knew his spin was free. He could get that free damage. There's no reason not to do that play.
Exactly. Pain Gaming is really, well, they're trailing right now by 3K, and Epsilon has some map control, but Pain Gaming is really putting on a show.
Because they got that gold free. If they could just hold out on this Fire Giant and not lose too much. As jungler dies, but if they didn't lose too much, they could still bring this game back.
Well, those beads being down meant that he falls. Now the tier 2 tower falls as well, and Adapting cost him his ultimate though.
Exactly, and that's one thing. It was an ultimate in the middle of the jungle. Really, where you want these Fender ultimates is on these sieges. You want to be able to go under the tower, ult, and bring somebody into a horrible situation. So I don't think it's the end of the day, but that might not have been a necessary ultimate.
And now this is going to be one of the strengths of Kronos. Look how fast he took down the Phoenix. It's unreal.
Okay, so Phoenix falls down, but you saw Athena walk to the front side, then go for the taunt, get impaled back at the same time as a chain lightning him, and he took it back to his team as well. So poke them out, take the Phoenix. Round we go towards the right-hand side, more than likely.
Just always objective-minded is this Epsilon team. They're always thinking again. You saw how quickly they went to that Phoenix? There were, again, no conversation.
It's not as clean as I expected from Epsilon, though. I expect Epsilon to be more confident, a little bit more aggressive. They've played and respected Pain Gaming. And I feel that from all the EU teams so far that we've seen, they've been very respectful.
Well, but, honestly, Epsilon started the game like that, remember? Every jungle camp was taken, and they had to slow it down because Pain Gaming forced them to.
Yeah,
So.
I'm just more impressed with how Pain Gaming play. They really showed a lot of maturity in this team. They know that they understand the meta. They understand where they're weak. They understand where they're strong. And they just got a little bit outplayed during the team fight stage.
It's still not over, though. Like you said, I mean, Fire Giant is still on the side of Epsilon here, but they're not going to be able to end the game just off this Fire Giant. At 30 minutes in, you know, we'll get towards 30 minutes.
It's way far from over. We're going to hit 27 minutes, 10-4 read the kills, but that's a different story. These teams are separated by about 5,000 gold. That is a team fight in a Gold Fury. Yeah. That's all that is. That is so easy.
Exactly. Pain Game is definitely still in it, and they have 2 players level 20. If that Giannis hits level 20, they're right back in.
Where was that tower?
One person to talk about, though, in this game is Yamin. He's very quiet last game, but he had a good performance last game. No one really spoke about him. This game, yet again, Yamin, 4-0-5. He's doing work on this Zeus consistently. His position has been pretty good for the most part. He's been picked once, potentially, but he got out of trouble with the support of his team.
I'm still talking about Dimmy. Still talking about Dimmy on his classic Kronos pick. A lot of these kills have wound up being 90% Dimmy damage, and then Yamin hits the trucker horn.
I mean,
you know, the detonate gets the kill.
Round the back, though, here we go. Fearless misses from Stalker. He has to disengage, but he gets gunned down. The weave brings him back all the way in from Rafa, picking up the kill, and now Adapting finds one. The duck from Thor, though, zones him out. The Phoenix is still down.
That's a big deal, though. The loss of tier early on in that situation is going to leave Pain Gaming without a lot of control options. And because of that, Epsilon able to take out a couple of members. 2 members dead on the side of Pain Gaming. 2 Phoenixes are already down. This third one will inevitably fall right here. Beautiful hit. And there's Adapting going right underneath the Titan.
Emilio dived in, and now we're going to see one kill, though. Athena did find one, but Yamin secures Arcanjo, the Chiron. Meanwhile, Rafa zoning further.
I don't know if Epsilon can do this. I don't think they can dive this.
As soon as the Dapping died, there's no chance.
You would have done that, though.
I mean, I would have.
You would have done it.
Yeah, I would have dove.
Easy.
I would have followed my jungle.
We've seen that happen.
Yeah, definitely.
No, never.
I think there's an old classic Allied clip of you trying to solo a Titan and then...
I don't remember that.
I'm actually excited that we're going to see Pain Gaming tomorrow because they did win the one game. They will move on to face off in the quarterfinals. And I'm excited to see what they can take from these 2 games they've played today. They've looked really good overall. They've got things to learn from. They're not out of it, but it's more, you know, it's edging that way with all 3 Nixes down. It's a tough road.
Yeah, I mean, I expect Epsilon here. Fire Giant's about to be up. I expect Epsilon to take a free Fire Giant and then look for the kill.
So you look for the steal, right? As Pain, you've got...
Pain has to. Pain has to.
You've got Yarnasul, you've got Thorol, you've got Athena. Surely one of you might be able to make it in. And teleport from Tyr as well.
And don't forget, Chiron goes through walls. This team that Pain Gaming has set up, I mean, what else could you want? Maybe a chalk silence?
Well,
maybe I just wanted to say chalk.
Here we go.
I don't know, but the Fire Giant being started up right now by Epsilon.
Schultzen, it's on you, buddy, because I don't think anyone else is going to get there in time. Here comes Stalker.
Tyr being pinged out, walking right over the ward. Already down. Now he's in trouble. Fearless power clean, but it's on the wrong target. That's a support. Has to use the flip to get out of there. Raffer, with a beautiful wall against him, is stopped in his tracks.
Thor's wall was very good then, but it may be a little bit too late for the boys. Left-hand Phoenix will respawn soon. You'll see that start to flash in the top left-hand corner. And already Epsilon heading over there to make sure they take it down again.
Red buff goes the way of Yaman as well. So Epsilon taking everything possible on the map right now as we hit the half-hour mark. It looks like Epsilon Pain Gaming has done a good job of sort of stopping the bleeding, but now they're 11,000 gold down, 3 Phoenixes dead as well, and that looks like one dead Tyr, but he finds a portal to get himself out.
Well, he finds it into Rafa, but now waiting for the fire minions to pour through. You can see Epsilon push mid lane, Dimmy on the right, pushing that one in too. They're just going to slowly but surely poke down this Fire Giant here. Pain Gaming have got to commit soon.
And Titan's low, Titan's 50, Titan's 20, Titan's dead. This one going the way of the European number 2 seed. It is Epsilon.
Epsilon with a decent performance there, but please keep clapping for Brazil as well, because those guys, they are the future. I can really see it.
I mean, Pain Gaming did everything they could early on to really stop and continue how they wanted to. It really just was that one pinnacle moment where Epsilon just turned everything around.
Yeah, I was super impressed by Pain Gaming. They played a great game. Epsilon showed that they had a little bit more experience in the team fights, and they took it from there.
But they slowed Epsilon's game plan back at them.
20 minutes, it was even.
They got the Gold Fury, first of all, and then Epsilon known for around 60 minutes, really turning up. And it was Pain that were like, no, you're not doing that. And they played the game plan well.
Exactly. What was most exciting for me was Epsilon started that hot tempo, and Pain said, no, we're going to play at a different tempo the way we want to, and that's exactly what happened. Ultimately, it goes the way of Epsilon, but why don't we take a look at how Golden Boy and the rest of everybody break down the game.
Thank you so much, guys. What a game. It was around 15 minutes in, I would say, and it was still 1-1. And then finally you start to see some action happen, even though it went 2-2. And then that's when things started to really act up. But Pain Gaming actually brought it early to Epsilon. But Epsilon, good job for them to hold it off.
Fantastic performance from both teams. And I do want to talk about that. 15 minutes, I believe it was into the 19 or 20 minute mark when it was dead even. And there was actually a point in the game where I felt like Pain, if they had been the aggressors, they could have won. But I think they weren't scared like the other teams were. They were timid, though. You could see it. There was opportunities that they had to dive, but they played very passively. And shout-outs, though, to Epsilon, and most notably Yaman, honestly, for getting a lot of poke damage off and not allowing Pain to be the aggressors.
Yeah, seeing that Pain just couldn't quite find the right opportunity to go in. They were looking, but they just wouldn't pull the trigger. They were just short of pulling the trigger, and if they would have just gone in a little bit harder, they really could have turned that game around, because it was completely even 20 minutes in against Epsilon eSports of all teams.
To me, it really felt like that it was, they were there, and they were even, and they were getting their farm, and it was all, it was the best farming that we've seen out of an international team, in my opinion, but they weren't, they weren't actually ever aggressive. Everything they got was counterfighting. And eventually, when you're even like that, you have to finish, you have to start going aggressive.
And they had the aggressive team, too. They had 3 globals. They had Thor, they had Giannis, Athena, and they also had a Tyr, which, picking up teleport and stuff, but still nothing from them.
Yeah, let's actually talk about that Logitech First Blood Going to go ahead and bring that up here in just a second. On her, you know, again, just it was actually pretty cool to see on her because we didn't see a lot of on her in 2015 SMITE World Championships, but pretty cool to see this here, at least for myself.
I think this first blood might have been a little bit of disrespect, honestly, out of them. This was a very early tower dive in order to get that first blood, but it also resulted in a kill back actually on Raffer, so it was a 1-for-1 trade there for the first blood.
Yeah, good work there, without a doubt. And all right, so, you know, talking about, you know, a couple of the dives that had happened in that game, you know, especially that first one, and even that awesome Chiron snipe was actually really cool. I saw the chat just lost their mind when that happened. You know, overall, though, this was, and if you take a look at some of the stats here, I mean, it did kind of inflate a little bit there in favor of Yaman. He just way past even, you know, hitting the text so of win. We get it. You really, you did a good job, buddy.
I mean, Zeus took a nerf, but still, like, this god right now is just, he has some of the most, if not the highest burst in Smite right now. He is such a phenomenal mid laner, and it comes down to can you protect him? And I wouldn't say that Epsilon drafted a good team to protect him, but the unwillingness for Pain to force the engagement as a full group every once in a while that you'd see a Thor dunk in, but there'd be no follow-up, allowed Yaman to just carry this team.
I mean, this is where Zeus really excels. You know, he is the team fight mage. He's just big circles. He hits everyone with his chain lightning and his detonates. And it's not surprising to see that amount of damage come out of him. What is interesting, though, is the lack of damage, really, that came out of Pain Gaming. Janus, I think, setting quite low on about 6,000. Which compared to Yaman's.
Was it that low?
Yeah,
I think
was actually
so, yeah.
6.8. 6.8K, so just about 7, under 7.
Yeah, this is Pain Game. We see their lack of aggressiveness. These fights were going, and they were getting these counter picks, but that was really just Epsilon going in and maybe just going too hard, and then they capitalized, but they weren't looking for the fights, and they weren't actually landing nearly as much damage as Epsilon were.
I feel like Pain's Hunter, too, was really looking for opportunities. He actually had the highest damage on his team by quite a bit, and he was landing his skills. We saw the awesome ultimate, which led to the 2 to get a kill there over in the Hunter lane, but he couldn't do it by himself. You know, he needed the rest of his team to really give him the initiations with the Athena and the Thor, you know, to get in there, and they weren't doing it.
Yeah, full, like, shout-outs to Arcanjo. He played phenomenally in that Hunter role. I'm not necessarily saying he outplayed Emilito, but he definitely played the best on his team that was consistent. He was the one, it seemed, that was looking for stuff, and, you know, we saw Schultz, and you saw how low damage it was, 6.7K or 6.8K around there.
Yeah.
It just, you could even see it in his positioning. He was always so far away from his team. Thor dunked in on 4 while Epsilon was actually diving that tower. That's when Epsilon first started getting the lead. They got that 5-for-1. You know, Thor dunks into the back line, and Schultzen's like over in dual lane, like just trying to run away. So he was playing a little bit timid, a little bit scared. They weren't completely scared like we saw from Isurus, but they were just very unwilling to take engagements when they had the opportunity.
So let me ask you guys this, right? I mean, you were pretty much at a deadlock for a good portion of that game, right? It was about a 30-minute game, I would say, and then you're looking around 15, 18 minutes in. You got like those first the 2 kills registered for both teams there, right? What actually happened for Pain? Was it a matter of Epsilon just taking their time, or was it Pain just not capable of being able to enact anything? Because this was another game yet again where we saw no tower damage for Pain. So clearly something was going on as we actually take a look at the map control.
I think it came down to, honestly, to initiation. Pain had a very strong initiation composition. When you have an Athena on your team, you expect to see the Pain Deviande style of gameplay coming out of it, right? Where you're just going extremely, almost overly aggressive to a point. And you just didn't see that from them, where they weren't coming out getting the initiation, especially on targets like Zeus, who have absolutely no way to get away.
And I do want to go back to the Zeus pick, because we actually saw the Athena position herself in a spot to where she could taunt the Zeus or taunt others, but instead of the team immediately going and the Athena taunting, Yaman threw out that shield and then bounced chain lightning, and so many times the Athena would walk up in a position to where I can get aggressive now and then get poked to half and then backs off. And then Epsilon started taking small advantages off of that. It was just like the team just needed at one point to say, go. And no one ever said that from them.
Another thing, too, to keep in mind, if you guys actually noticed in that graphic, was Pain actually had 100% Gold Fury. 100% Gold Fury. And yet they, you know, unless that was a miscalculation there was 100% gold freeze, right?
Yeah, I can believe that because they got it after the fight. They got the first one of the game. That was a very good sneaky fight, gold free, which I believe they did against Kiwi's team. Shout out to Kiwi. And then after Epsilon got the Fire Giant, they correctly responded by saying, "Look, we can get the gold for here. It's it's a silver lining at the very least." So yeah, I can see that.
But it didn't really pan out for them positively, right?
I mean, it did give them enough of a. It kept them in the game, right? At one point, they even had a little bit of a gold lead, and so they were playing it correctly. But as Adonis said, they weren't going in. They had that moment where they had to just go, just do it. That's what they needed at the very end.
You needed to meme it up. You needed
they needed just one meme.
They needed Shia. They needed like a Shia mixtape to like get them pumped already. Maybe that's what they'll do tomorrow. Like they'll get prepped for it.
It makes perfect sense. All right, so the cool thing here, folks, is that there's a lot of really, again, to repeat the same thing, cool items that you guys can get, cool skins, actually. The wonderful thing that Hi-Rez does is that they transfer skins from one character in a game to another, and it's actually kind of interesting. Why don't you break this one down for us?
Yeah, Hi-Rez, we've introduced Paladins as well as Jetpack Fighter, the new mobile game on iOS, and there is now a Leona Nemesis skin, Leona, a character in Jetpack Fighter, so there's ways to unlock that there. You just need to do
all you got to do is just play the game.
Play the game.
Just play the game. That's it. Play the game. Link your account, obviously, and you can get yourself a Leona Nemesis skin. Cool stuff, which, again, speaking of Jetpack Fighter, we actually have an awesome video to show you guys. So why don't we go ahead, take a look at that before we set up our next matchup here at the SMITE World Championship.
3, 2, 1.
And here we are back standing in this awesome crowd. How are you guys doing? So much energy, so much joy here. One of the guys who is integral in making all of this happen. APC, you are an eSports guru for the wonderful people of Hi-Rez. Tell us a little about how that came to be.
Yeah, it all started at an event, not as big as this, I guess. I was a Tribes Pro, and I guess, Senpai Bart noticed me. In the bill, I got really close with the company. I helped them out at some events, and I got a random call when I moved from home, and they're like, "Hey, do you want a job at Hi-Rez?" I was like, "What?" And they're like, "What? Are you kidding me?" Of course I do. And so that was 3.5 years ago, or about 3 and a couple months ago, and here I am today. This is really weird to see it go from being, a college student playing video games to, and it wasn't anything. I'm a meteorologist, by the way, so that has nothing to do with what I'm doing now. But here I am today with this awesome venue with this awesome crowd, guys. This means so much to me. I'll admit, I cried a little bit during the open ceremony. It was beautiful.
I think we all shed a little tear during that opening ceremony. It was fantastic. Now, when you work in a company like Hi-Rez, eSports is such an important and integral part of their day-to-day. How do you guys prepare for something of the magnitude of the SMITE World Championship?
Yeah, so after Super Regionals, we really buckled down, got all the assets we needed for our North American and European teams, but obviously we have other teams from around the world. During their regionals as well, we needed to get the same assets. So production's just busting their butts all day, every day, during the Christmas holiday, during the New Year's holiday. It was a long way coming, and we knew that there was going to be some people that needed to go see their families too, so we had a lot of crunching to do. The admin's doing a really good job just making sure the players are getting the right accommodations, making sure they're understanding what to do when they get here and all that. The casters prepping every single and analyzing every single game. It's just something that us in esports in general just love doing. Not to mention everybody else. There's people other than esports that are in the marketing, that are in the development, obviously, that make this happen. And they're here enjoying it as much as we're all enjoying it. So this is a moment for not just the fans, not just for us, but also the people that make the game. And sadly, not everybody can be here. I wish you could be. But if you're watching, thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to the company, and myself included.
Beautiful words. Round of applause for APC, everybody. Truly a star of the world. World star. For now, we're going to head back over and let the guys take things from here. Video break first.
So this year's Odyssey is in full swing, and just like last year, there's a collection bonus when you get all of the items. Now last year it was the Tier 5 Archon Thanatos. This year, with the announcement of the Japanese Pantheon, we wanted to do a skin for one of our most popular gods, Thor, that celebrated modern Japanese culture. And we wanted to give you guys a sneak peek at all of the work that went into making this skin.
We've been planning for this skin since June. We started with concepts, and then we decided what kind of things that we wanted to put into the skin.
We started off concepting just different ideas to do something really cool that the community would like. The one challenge with this guy was to make a really big character that actually looks and feels like an anime character.
We were both given the task of designing the pilot and what the mech would look like. Because I normally don't think of like mechs wielding around a giant hammer, but it was a lot of fun. Tried to make it look like anime, but still have something to do with like, Norse mythology, I guess, in a way. It's a nice challenge, and I gladly accepted it.
Animation for Thor, we wanted it to be very dynamic. So, pieces flying in as he's transforming into this, from this pilot to this mech.
One of the things we really liked about this year's Epic skin is that it had two different presentations, as opposed to last year's that kind of built up. Having two different presentations gives us more to sink our teeth into, and it also gives, hopefully, the end user a more empowered feel as they level up through the character. With the help of some very good rigging, we actually have the pieces to build the transformation, and everything can kind of snap on and transform, and basically make the pilot truly a mech pilot.
Not only do we have two characters that we have to do separate sets of effects for, but we also have a kind of a different, more Japanese stylistic take on the effects. Robot armor is just really unique and different feeling from everything else that we've done. He has a cool foot thruster glide when he's in combat mode versus his regular run. When he kills minions, he gets the ragdoll impulse that we normally reserve for abilities and stuff. It's really awesome and fulfilling to play.
We wanted to have Thor have his own soundtrack. All the music is baked into each map, so we had to redesign how our engine played sound.
We decided that, doing more of an electronic score, using some synthesizers. Generally, the SMITE music's this big, over-the-top, epic, orchestral, choir kind of theme. We ditched all that and said, all right, no over-the-top orchestra, we want this over-the-top fun.
One of the things that the team really wanted to have was a card that would start in his pilot form and then move into his fully mechanized form. It's pretty cool.
The Ragnarok Force X skin has been one of the biggest undertakings we've done, but it's also been a labor of love, and we really enjoy putting it together for you guys, and we hope that you really enjoy it. And all of that is leading into, of course, the launch next year of our new Pantheon, the Japanese Pantheon, that we really can't wait for you guys to get a look at. And we'll have even more details coming on the new Pantheon at the SMITE World Championship in 2016.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk, the Alienware Analyst Desk at the SMITE World Championship 2016. Joining us once again, the ever so lovable QE and Anatoly. How's it going, guys? Excited?
Yep, definitely excited for this next game, Enemy versus Fnatic.
This should be a good matchup. I'm pumped for this one, Adonis.
I mean, especially after that last game where we saw, QE's boy, well, maybe not his boys, the guys who knocked him out, performed.
I don't know if they're friends.
I don't know if they're friends, but they performed very well against Epsilon. I mean, that game, it could have gone to pain if they had closed it out a little bit better, but I mean, Enemy versus Fnatic, everyone has been kind of riding off Enemy, but they played so good earlier on, and Fnatic is such a 10-year team. They really shut down QG Reapers, so this could go either way.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible matchup here. A classic NA versus EU matchup without a doubt, and two teams that, in my opinion, I think have a statement to make, right? because for Enemy, people are doubting them. They don't think that they can contend with the top 4. For Fnatic, it's about placing better than what they did last year at the 2015 SMITE World Championships. So, Anatoly, for you, how do you feel about Enemy's chances here up against a very dominant team in Fnatic, especially considering that they have younger players, I would say inexperienced in a stage such as this here at the Cobb Energy Center? How do you feel about the squad?
So it's interesting. Enemy doesn't really have too much international experience, whereas Fnatic has been to like almost every single LAN since the launch tournament when they were known as SK Gaming back then. And yeah, like you mentioned, the inexperience coming out of Enemy, this is why I would have to lean a little bit towards Fnatic for that specific reason. Just Fnatic has so much experience against North American teams, the aggressiveness, the passiveness, so Fnatic definitely on top.
QE?
I would say Fnatic has a bit of an edge on this one, but Enemy should not be undervalued because they've proven themselves to be really good players.
Yeah, they're a great team, and they have a lot to offer here. You know, a strong matchup against Avant-Garde, again, a team that a lot of people thought could contend well with Enemy and ended up shutting them out. And Adonis, you had that opinion. You felt like Avant-Garde was going to, you know, take it to Enemy.
Like if there was going to be a close international matchup between, you know, NA and EU versus the other international teams, I thought that was it. Clearly, it was actually Pain bringing it to Europe. But I mean, this Enemy squad, they are just so young and so hungry, and hearing their comms against Avant-Garde, I think, is the brightest spot they have, because Fnatic have kind of some of the most clustered comms of any team when we actually listen into them, whereas Enemies were so clean. It was Pain calling targets, Vedium making audibles, and if they can keep that calm, even if they get behind, I could see Enemy having a very close matchup, if not upsetting Fnatic here.
Well, that's where a player like Pain is going to, you know, play a role here, right? He is the leader of this team. He is the one that is trying to take these young guns to victory, you know, lead them to that championship. So I could totally see that being the case. But maybe, you know, disorganization is organization for Fnatic?
For Fnatic, it surely is. I mean, they've been playing together for so long, and you know, their dual lane has been together since 2013. The team as a whole has been together since early 2014. I mean, these 5 members are so tenured at the top levels of SMITE, and you know, they're always kind of on that breaking edge, but they always pull through. Fnatic just seems to have like that kind of aura around them.
Yeah, they're like it's a second family to them. They've been playing for that long. You know, obviously you're going to have problems as you go out throughout the months and the years, but I mean, that's kind of required for a team to grow as a whole. To get that strength, you have to go through the bumps and bruises. It's like a marriage, you know. Okay,
you just compared SMITE to marriage. As a married man, I can attest to this. It's quite grueling. No, but yeah, right. My wife's watching at home. She's like, "Well, this is it. Calling a lawyer now. We're just gonna get the paper sent in the mail." No, but QE, over to you here. Let's just chat about Enemy and the youth of this team. You are a younger player yourself, and you did compete in a stage such as this for your first time. So that must have been a really like just eye-opening experience for you, right? So I guess living in their shoes, what do you think that these players on Enemy are thinking right now?
I'm pretty sure they're pretty excited to be playing at Worlds. It's the first time for mostly of them. Pain actually did play in the launch tournament, so that's his second time at the event. But it's pretty, I think they're pretty excited to be playing on the stage.
Yeah, and all right, Adonis.
Okay.
I thought of another WWE reference. Would you say that Enemy beating Fnatic would be an RKO out of nowhere?
No, it probably wouldn't be. It wouldn't be an RK out of nowhere. I don't have any WWE reference to follow us up. I'll have to work on them.
Yeah, no.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you're not doing that, then you're doing it wrong.
I'm gonna work on it. That's my goal.
That's actually
is to tag team with you. We gotta be the tag team.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there we go. See, I'm working on it.
We're gonna be like New Day. There you go.
Okay, yeah. I don't.
Day rocks. Anyway.
But no, Enemy beating Fnatic here.
That's four.
Wouldn't be incredibly crazy. This is kind of the matchup on the first day that we thought could. Likely be the closest contested one. Fnatic, I still think people have the edge going to them. But Fnatic, funny enough, back in Season 1, they were the best team on LAN in Europe. and one of the worst online. And Season 2 has really been a swap for them. They've actually been one of the best online teams, finished top 2 in every single split, but they come to LAN and they got eliminated like the first round every single time, when typically they were the team that's like yelling and screaming and coming in as like the 5th seed and taking first. This year it hasn't been the same thing.
Yeah, in the Super Regionals, we actually saw that where Paradigm was able to defeat them. I believe the score was 3-0. And
they got swept. It was bad.
They were not prepared as much as Paradigm was prepared for Fnatic. But looking back at now it's Worlds, now it's time to step it up. There's no more slack. You either win this or you go home.
And they also had that game against QG, which one could say was, you know, a good confidence booster, right? I mean, granted, Enemy also had that matchup against Avant-Garde. So, you know, either way, right, both teams are fresh. They had time to play Smite on this stage. I think, though, Fnatic is looking pretty good. But, I mean, honestly, you know, the Patriot in me, the America in me, I really like Enemy. I think Enemy could take this one.
I think either team could take it, but I think Enemy, they have a good chance to stay upset.
All right, folks. Well, without further ado, let's go ahead and toss it over to Sean down at the stage. Sean, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Here we are again on the stage. Are you guys all out there? Can you hear anything? Can you hear any? Guys, come on. Are you out there? Guys, this is a big deal. Fnatic Pain Gaming, this is a big deal. Sorry, mate. Sorry. Enemy. My bad. You guys can boo. Boo. Get it out of your system. Get it out of your system. Enemy. Pain. I apologize. There's pain in your name.
Pain is me.
Yeah, that confused me. I'm sorry. I'm simple like that. Now, right before the camera was turned on, there was just a little bit of trash talking starting up. So that makes me think that you have something to say. What would you like to say to the good people of Fnatic?
Well, it's like first game. The harder part of this game is putting the headphones on. So once it's done, we're probably going to win, right?
Girls, come on over here. Come on over here. A lot of talk about headphones, a lot of talk about things being simple. How does that make you feel?
It's fine. Like I said before, let the gameplay do the talking. We'll see what happens when we get into the game, you know?
Anything you'd like to say to the gameplay being the real issue here and, you know, headphones not really mattering?
Let's go.
It's go time. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Gentlemen, you still want to shake hands? Maybe hug it out? No? Nah. And I thought I felt uncomfortable. All right, guys. This is it. Enemy versus Fnatic. Are you guys ready for this? Come on, guys. Day one, we need more than that. Are you guys ready for this? I think we're ready for this, guys. They're getting ready. You're ready, which of course means it's time to get into picks and bans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sean, the king of awkward, without a doubt. You know.
He's trying to save the awkward.
He's trying to the king of preventing awkward.
There
That's what I meant
it
to
could
say.
have been. It could always go worse. That's what I've learned.
Oh, it could always go worse. Kind of like you know, dude just in the middle of the camera at the beginning of the show. It can always go worse. You know. All right, folks. So here we go. Picks and bans time. Who are you looking? Again, I asked this question at the start of everyone. Target bans or meta bans? What do you think we're going to see here?
I think we'll see a little bit of mix because these teams, they're, I mean, they all play top tier gods, and I guess it's not even that. It's straight into targets. They're going to take Reels' Freya away.
Yeah, and Reels plays a really scary Freya. He always dominates in the late game, so his comfort 2 late game picks are definitely Freya and Rom. I'll be surprised, honestly, if they ban away Rom here. This is probably going to be more of like either a Xingqian, Chiron, or a Soul ban here coming up.
What do you guys think about that Zeus ban? I mean, we saw what Zeus did in that last game. I mean, he was pretty dominant.
There's no reason to not ban Zeus for the most part. I mean, right now, he's just a top tier mid.
Zeus is pretty good overall. He has a lot of damage, a lot of push, a lot of control.
There goes Bologna. That's
another like that's we actually haven't seen Bologna banned away yet. This is once again I think a target against Maniac. Make sure that Maniac and Reels, who played phenomenally on those 2 characters, aren't comfortable.
Yeah, Bologna definitely. Bologna definitely the top solo laner of the game, so the fact that Enemy is not going for it on Soul Machine makes me believe that they're going for either a more passive Soul laner later on, and they're more prioritizing the Soul or the Chiron right now, which are both open. It'll be surprising to see how Enemy first picks here.
Do you think they're going to go Soul? Vedium had a pretty decent Soul. They picked it a lot early at the Super Regionals, so although they didn't have like the most crazy success, but now, a month and a half in, I mean, how do you feel about Soul right now, QE?
I feel like Soul is pretty good in lane, but honestly, I'd rather see Chiron over Soul.
Okay.
Well, it seems like they don't agree with you guys because Jean-Quid just got picked up. So.
Yeah, Chaos definitely known a lot for his Jean-Quid. It's very safe, very difficult to kill when you have especially a tanky lineup and composition. If you go Warlock Sash, yeah.
This could be a Neath too after the Soul. They could just put this Soul in duo and then grab the Neath mid for Zyros, which is something European teams really like. And yeah, I think that's
so smart.
That's what they're going to go with.
They should pay you to do this.
I think they do. They're just not the teams. I should get extra money and help the teams.
That's a good pick there. So Soul Neath, that's going to give him a lot of flexibility. Where does Enemy go here, Anatoly?
Xing Chen is actually still open, so I would not be surprised if Xing Chen gets picked up here.
I like to see Chiron though. I really want to see Chiron.
You just want to see Chiron played.
Chiron's so good.
Oh wait, your dreams may come true.
Oh, please.
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 I just want Chiron, please. And no, never mind. They don't like you.
They baited you, QE.
They baited.
And I like this.
Feels
Kepri
bad,
pick.
man.
I like this Kepri pick because this is probably Pain's second best god behind Athena.
I like Kepri as well, especially with Zhonghui.
It's, when you have a Zhonghui running in the backline with a Kepri that could get him out of like an aggressive play, that's always a good composition. And Xing Chen does get locked in for Enemy, one of the next best solo laners next to Bologna that was banned away.
Okay, immediately, Enemy right now is screaming late game tankiness with the Zhong, Kepri, and Jing. They're going to need high pressure out of their jungle. You need to see something very aggressive coming out of a Just here, or else they risk getting behind early because Fnatic, they have a lot of pressure and push.
All right, and we've seen what Humbat's can do. I mean, this god is just amazing. I've enjoyed watching Humbat's quite a bit come out of jungle and just really bug the crap out of it.
One of the few gods that hasn't been buffed in such a long time, yet is still a god that's been in the game, one of the first gods in the game. I mean, it's just the Fear No Evil creates so much space for your team that you can do so many things off of it.
And right here, with that Bastet ban and the Hunbat's pickup, that's definitely targeted away from Adjust. He played a very aggressive Hunbat earlier on, and they don't want him to do that again. So they take those two picks away from him, leaving him. Circuit is still open here too, so maybe that's something that Enemy is going to lean towards.
And Guan Cena takes a seat. That's 5.
Still, are you going to have a counter? Maybe production can get you a counter.
I would be actually pretty dope. Hopefully Vinnie Mac hits me up for a job.
So a third target ban, though, this is directly away from Salt Machine. Guan Yu almost never really banned anymore, so they definitely want to make sure that Salt Machine isn't on anything comfortable. Or excuse me, Maniac.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, it'd be kind of awkward if Enemy would have target banned themselves, right?
All right, who's going to be coming up next here for Fnatic as they're thinking? And, we have not seen Sylvanas played, and that's locked in.
So that's a very safe duo lane between Neath and Sylvanas. They both have sustain, and
actually it should be Soul, I think.
Yeah, it's probably Soul Sylvanas.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry.
They could run it either way, though. I mean, Fnatic traditionally would run the Soul in duo, but they could switch it up in Paradigm, and Paradigm would actually run the Soul in mid.
They have some great flexibility there with Neath and Soul, right? So it gives them a lot of opportunities. And even then, right, I mean, for Enemy, they're probably thinking, okay, yeah, they could take it with the Soul, with Sylvanas, but maybe they just mix it up and throw Neath in there. You never know, right? That's the benefit of that pick.
I really like Circuit here because they have 3 squishy targets on Fnatic, so Circuit should be able to pick one of them off.
And Treblanque in a second here, yes. So Circuit and Treblanque get locked in. All right, thoughts on this pick, Adonis?
I like the Treblanque as a god in total, but the problem is they don't have, like, Enemy has pressure in 0 lanes. And Fnatic have pressure.
Usually you want pressure in 1 lane.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you have this core in the Jingten, Kepri, Zhong that are very late game based, very counter engaged and defensive based, you're going to need pressure out of your jungle. Circuit is okay, but not the best at it.
All right, predictions, lightning round. Adonis, go.
Fnatic.
Fnatic.
Oh, all right. Well, you know what? Just because I love bacon, America all day, Enemy is going to take this one. Let's see how this pans out, though, boys. It's a classic battle between North America and Europe. Enemy versus Fnatic. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the commentary desk yet again. And I must tell you that We Love Bacon is a Brazilian team, not an American team. I'm not sure what. Once again, joining us is Aurora. I'm Bart, and this is DM, and we are moments away from Fnatic versus Enemy. You heard it, Fnatic in 3 from the Analysts. Golden Boy, he didn't know what he's talking about anyway. He says enemy. What do you guys think? Fnatic, yes?
It's going to be close. I feel like most of everybody's saying Fnatic, but Enemy can just as easily win as Fnatic, in my opinion.
I mean, I go back to Super Regionals, and Enemy had a really good performance, but it was close, whereas Fnatic versus Eager was not. The last time we saw them perform, I mean, I got to give it to Fnatic.
Fnatic is a very, very good squad. We've seen them, although I do want to say that they didn't look like they were firing on all cylinders going into, minute 1 through minute 10 versus QG. If they don't get off to that good start versus Enemy, Enemy is definitely a team that is known for their early game play. Payne Devion leading the charge here, and you gotta like Adjust getting the Cirque as well in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a feel about that. I mean, right, like, Cirque got really far down the list as well.
Yeah, look at Enemy's comp. I think they like it a lot. They have Khepri Shablanke, really, really good for counter-engaging. They also have Zhang Kui, which is great for counter-engaging, and Cirque is gonna pick off any stragglers. They also have Xingtian, and he's just insanely strong right now. So I'm surprised Enemy ended up with this lineup. I think this is a great lineup for them to take this game.
What do you think about the tier pick into Xingtian?
I think it's good. It has healing, so it could sustain against Xingtian, but still it's super hard to keep up with him in late game.
I'm looking at 3 healers, 2 of them in the core positions. That's Real's going to be healing himself up, Maniac healing himself on the tier, Badger with the AoE heals going into a Cirque.
Zyros heals as well.
Zyro heals as well, that's right, as a soul. That one a little bit more janky. That it's a self-heal that's
Ooh, look at this. I like this a lot. I think they're going to try to fight him at red buff.
They are indeed. We'll see if Fnatic is able to spot this one out.
Too early. Now they go. Yeah.
Now they're going to move in. They have the ward coverage. They're waiting.
Soul has no way out of this.
Can they grab Soul? She's slowed down. Khepri trying to turn the corner. Payne, can he get the hug? He's going to go for it. Indeed, here we go. Vicium going to put out the poison dart, so it's not going to be enough to get the kill. Can they bully out the red buff now, or is Enemy going to just come up empty on this invade?
Honestly, this could be worse, because now with Zyros having this much health, he doesn't really have a way to continue fighting in lane. Beautiful Spirit Arrow by Reals. Vicium forced to take that potion. And wow, look at that.
Just as you were saying, Soul gonna have some problems being at 50% HP going into the mid lane. Well, that's the same right. The duo lane here, both under 50%. Payne Devion and Vicium have some work cut out for them now.
Oh, another Spirit Arrow.
Uh-oh. He saves him for now, but he's low. That shield's gonna take, but a good shot from Reals. First shot to Europe.
Well, that's the thing. Payne Devion goes for the body block layer. Doesn't matter. Bad just shoots those arcing shots over the top. Would have found that kill either way. Fnatic still finds a way to prioritize the
Payne's gotta be careful here. Sylvanas might hit level 2 off the next melee minion. If he gets pulled, he's gonna die.
He's
look for it. Look for Badger to ping level 2.
He's got it.
Here.
He's
there it is.
Go for it.
Can he find the pull?
Abduct is up.
No. We'll wait for the abduct. And then he's going to throw it out raw. Not going to find it there, will Badger, but he does force a little bit more mana out of Payne.
With this, Reals and Badger can now go into the jungle, get their purple buff, or go for the invade, albeit that's a little risky.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. They just got kills. They're lower health, and it looks like they're just going to try to keep out-pushing them, which is just as good as getting their purple.
And look at Enemy deciding to stall out that lane there. Good call, as they were going to lose considerable lane advantage by clearing that one out again. Back over to the solo lane now, where it's Salt Machine versus Maniac. And this is how this matchup's going to go. Xingtian, generally speaking, a character that's going to sit around 50% HP for the first 6 or 7 levels as he stacks up his HP 5 and gets those abilities online. And really his ability to clear being the most suspect for the first few levels.
I would like to see Maniac just hard push the next wave and immediately back right as the blue buff is about to end. This would give him boots too and extra mana, because he is getting maybe not super low, but by the time this goes through, I love that, by the way, using the bluestone to keep everything locked together. You see him pushing right through. Salt Machine's going to have a hard time pushing this.
Yeah, Salt Machine forced to kind of walk out of this one. He's going to eat a Fearless Chain as well. Not going to go into the cleave.
Salt Machine's definitely fine with this. Xingtian's late game is the best late game there is out there right now, I feel. And
for a Guardian or for a God?
Just for a God. He's that good.
Mercury?
Mercury?
Mercury goes, hey, mage, or bye, mage.
Yeah, but Xingtian goes, hey, everybody, bye, everybody.
That's fair.
Mercury, we've seen him ban out once or twice so far in this tournament. Haven't had any really major showings from him. Similarly, I think a God that's been maybe a bit underrepresented, Hell. We've only seen a couple Hell bans.
Yeah.
I mean, she did receive a few nerfs. I mean, but generally speaking, fairly modest considering what she can do for a team.
I think that's just been the ebb and flow of Smite forever.
Fair
Things become flavor of the month, and tiny nerfs will turn people off because maybe they weren't winning as hard as they thought they would have been before.
So Fnatic picked up a kill in dual lane. Enemy's fine with this, I feel like. They're just going to sit back and farm now. Fnatic needs to try to turn this kill into something else.
How much
I
of their
feel
strategy...
like Enemy's comp is really strong.
That's not fair, because Kabam was never fine with giving up first blood.
It's Kabam.
Yeah, the throwback. Well, what I do want to ask you here is, I mean, how much of the strategy from Enemy is just waiting for Xingtian?
It's and Zhang Kui, both of them.
Right. Okay. So they need. So is the key to success here for Enemy having that resilient front line? Like, do these fights have to go that the Xingtian gets free reign, or can they take a little bit more of a Fnatic fight, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, they could just sit here all day and just clear these minions like they're doing right now. The green crew of Surket, Zhang Kui, and Jing Tan are just going to run around and kill everybody in these mid-game fights.
And it's not like Tyr is going to show up in the end game and like decide everything. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's just not that type
Watch
of player.
a fearless cleave combo, like
man.
decide the game. I will never let you live that down.
Tyr has the potential to do that. It's super hard to do that, and the other team kind of has to make a mistake for that to happen.
A little bit early on the exorcism, yet still Captain Twig forced away. Adjust, looking for
An enemy doing no damage here.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. He's still staying around though. Not sure who this went to.
No, Tyr picked him up with his power cleave.
Did he?
Yeah.
A Shibalanke ultimate was expended there as well, curiously enough.
I think they felt like they're going to engage, so they just didn't want to fight. I don't agree with this. I think it's a good bad for Adjust is alone against 3 people. If he gets pulled, he could die.
Well, what is he expecting is going to happen? He's going to throw out a Cobra's Kiss and find a kill?
He might have got one of those.
He actually may have.
I don't think he got it.
I don't think he did, though. I mean, it's not a lot of damage.
He only hit the first dart, and it didn't die off the first dart.
I'm surprised Badger didn't play up there and just try to pull him. If he hit a random pull, he could have died.
Yeah, it feels like a good time to zone, indeed, yeah.
Maybe he didn't know where Khepri was.
No, yeah, that's a good point.
Then again, I mean...
I still feel like he could have done it.
Yeah, like, even if Khepri was there. But still 1-0, Fnatic in a good spot. They're getting both mid camps that round. They're still up 1-0 on the first blood, about 700 gold.
An experience lead going to the side of enemy, where gold is going to Fnatic, but still, this will be the closest opening 5 minutes as we've seen so far in the SMITE World Championships.
There's not many times where we see invades go south and not work out, but I really feel like this is one of the few times they didn't get the buff, they didn't get the kill. Vicium goes into lane at half health as a result, and that first blood, I mean, it hurts.
I think they just needed to change their routing to dual lane. Mid got poked out extremely hard, and it gave Zhang the chance to win lane. Enemies on the bad side, and what I mean by that, it takes longer from red buff to mid on order side than it does from chaos to mid lane on chaos side.
What is this?
This is slowly becoming a hallmark for the Fnatic squad.
Yeah,
Gold Fury at 5 minutes, uncontested.
Whoa.
Vicium turns the corner, but down she goes. 2 hunters, you gotta respect the double hunters.
The one big thing there is that Zyros puts the circle on the ground from Radiance. That is an insane amount of damage.
Tremendous damage, yeah.
It's insane.
Another thing to look at too is they're using the Neath route to secure every gold Fury, and that's super good. Zyros played Neath last game, and now we got Reels on him. So they just have really, really good gold Fury secure.
I mean, you backflip, right? Just try to do as much as you can. Reels plus Zyros on the Stellar Burst. I mean, it's a lot of burst damage very quickly. It's very hard to react to, and of all the hunters in the game, I think Shibalanke was probably the least likely to take that Gold Fury away.
Yeah, those darts just don't do enough damage.
Even with how the early game went for both teams, really, Tyr sitting at the top of the XP charts. Zhang Kui has just overtaken Soul with the pick up of the red buff, but generally speaking, Soul is getting the better of this lane somehow, even with that rough start. I mean, look at the GPM charts, quite considerably above Zhang Kui.
I think enemy's still fine with this. They're just going to keep trying to build up, and they're going to look for one team fight that changes the game. Once Jing Ten gets online, and he's backing at level 9 here, this is a really good power spike if he's able to pick up another cooldown.
What is he looking for, breastplate?
Yeah, probably breastplate. That's the most famous build right now.
So they'll rotate Adjust over to help clear his wave out, and then Salt Machine will probably fall back here. Maniac looking for the Fearless Chain. He'll throw out a blue stance and a cleave as well, but that's going to be all she wrote for now. Salt Machine going to go ahead and recall here in the lane. Maniac may jump under tower here to try to stop this one. Captain Twig's going to miss. The Furious Monkey will hit the overhand smash. Damage coming out from Adjust. There's the in-hand. Ultimate comes out, but it's going to be mostly avoided by Adjust. And Captain Twig's going to be forced out of this one. One more in-hand. He goes down, and Twig is bye-bye.
Both of them were just staring at each other like, I want to kill you, and I have to back off.
Yeah, the thing was there, Tyr was actually I felt like Adjust could capitalize on that, but he didn't know, so it's just hard to say.
And Salt Machine still hasn't backed. I mean, he's still sitting pretty low in the Mon department, but his teleport's back up now. Pain Evian in a lot of trouble. Chaos. World Weaver coming through. Pain doesn't block that either, but some reason they're backing off here.
Yeah, look at how unwilling both of these teams are to fight.
Look at the gold lead. Fnatic just has a big gold lead, and I think they're going to keep trying to snowball this and not give enemy the team fight that they want.
Well, yeah, why bother fighting there if you're already in the lead? Just death by 1,000 cuts?
Feels like Badger has been everywhere so far in this game. Really worth highlighting the support play coming out of Fnatic. Sylvanas, I believe the first Sylvanas we're seeing in the tournament as well.
Look at this, and that's another left camp that's going to go to red. There's no way they could steal this away. Chaos going to be forced to walk back into the mid lane.
Well, guys, we're approaching the 8-minute mark now. It's just a single kill on the board in favor of Fnatic. This is a best-of-1 contest in the qualification rounds here at the SWC. Fnatic enjoying a gold lead of just under 3,000 gold, 2,500 to be precise, and just under 2,000 experience going their way as well. but it's not going to be enough to feel too safe against this enemy squad going into the mid game with the tremendous amount of team fight that they do have, and of course the possibility of chaos in the back line from, well, Adjustin, chaos.
Impressive to me that Vicium level 9 with the 2 rotations he's had, whereas Reels, who has not left the lane at all, is sitting at level 9.
Yeah, Reels has just been farming. They both got like the same amount of XP, I feel like.
What is this gold difference? Oh my god.
Yeah.
First Blood and Gold Fury, like, whew.
That's what I was going to say. The XP is the same, but the gold's 1,000 almost. It's crazy.
On Hunters, of all things.
That's scary.
That's probably the worst.
At least he's Shablanke.
Exactly.
Shablanke can come back and still do stuff later on, especially with his ult. Even if he's doing no damage, if you press Darkness, you're helping so much in a team fight.
Shablanke also does gain 5 power permanently per kill, up to 30 total power.
Right, and 50 base in-hand power for activating Bolus.
So this character has 80, essentially 80 free damage built into his kit, if you can find those.
Lag, they're playing from Europe.
Lag.
Yeah, Europe.
But there it is, Darkest of Nights going to be used by Vicium to get himself out of that.
Well, Weaver, Adjust kills Maniac over in the right.
And he wasn't even diving the tower there. They just find him out in the middle of the lane. That's a return kill from enemy.
They needed that.
Going back to the Sylvanas kill, I don't think it was lag. I think he was predicting.
It wasn't lag.
No, I think he was predicting the Shablanke dash right out of the root, and it interrupted right away.
Right. You're absolutely right.
I think that's what he was trying to do there. I think it was smart play by Badger.
It
it looks really bad when it
support
doesn't work.
players just trying to help each other out
it
there.
looks bad when it doesn't work. But if you hit that, that's a play they're going to show over and over and over and over again.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. I mean, I think you're absolutely right. He's covering the option there, and you know, when the option doesn't hit, sometimes it's like, what was he doing? But hey, he would have been a genius had he hit that pull.
Left side,
Reels
trouble here.
dead.
Reels guaranteed to go down.
Oh.
It's a good attempt, buddy, but I'll see you later.
See you,
Badger
Badger.
gonna fall. Enemy takes a pretty decent kill lead here. Just gonna try to find something.
It's too little too late coming out of Captain Swig
wait,
here.
maybe
No,
not.
Zero's doing too much damage to Vicium, and no one has checked the mid laner. Zero's doing a ton of damage here. He's going to walk down Pain as well. Disapparate, pop over to the left side. Pain Devion trying to get out of this one. Overhead smash is going to be good, but he's getting his ultimate down just in time.
Salt Machine.
Here's the Salt Machine. Xingtian knocking up Captain Twig. Can he find the damage? Indeed he can, with the dot coming out as well. Gold Fury spawning in just a moment as enemy goes up 4 kills to 2. Gold Fury hops down, and they may be able to make something out of this. Zero's, he's going to get stunned out. Well, Salt Machine, he goes for the ultimate into the Disapparate. He just wanted to avoid that stun. Salt Machine trying something there, not finding it.
He was just trying to time it for the end. I think he tried to use it as late as possible, but it just doesn't work that way. So
in the meantime,
yeah, look at that.
Down to the bottom left of your screen.
That split push cam showing that Maniac continues to push on. Pain Devion still hasn't backed yet. Low mana, low health. Needs to go back, which means Gold Fury won't be contested for now. 500 gold going to be added to the Fnatic roster's wallets. Tier 1 falls.
So what happened there? I think the fight would have went way better for enemy. We might have a fight here. No, Tier's just power clearing the way of healing up to full health.
Runs.
But going back to what I was saying, I think I know Pain pulled him and he wasn't able to use his ultimate, and that's why it never went off on any of his carries that fight. He was inside a Kepri hug.
No, yeah, of course. I mean, you can't cast spells while you're casting spells.
Exactly.
So
cancel it though.
4-2 right now. We're going down to the blue buff. Salt Machine and Adjust teaming up for this one. Gold Fury is available. I'm expecting big ward coverage and a big battle over sentries coming out in the next 30 or so seconds.
Well, all things told here, we're looking at a fairly close game. I mean, that big rotation from Xingtian, they do give up the tower. They find a few kills on the back of it, though. They've made up a lot of the experience gap has enemy against Fnatic. The gold, notwithstanding, though, still around 2K. They made up some room, but Gold Fury still factoring pretty heavily to this gold lead for Fnatic. She is back up, as I mentioned, at the end of that last fight, and you got to think enemies thinking, you can see the ward coverage already there. They really need to at least have a good contest of the next Gold Fury, if not taking it themselves.
Yeah, so we haven't seen a 5v5 team fight yet. We've seen Salt Machine rotate over and help clean up a 4v5 team fight. I want to see what happens when Tyr rotates over. The fights are going pretty close. Soul had amazing burst there. She put her ultimate in the perfect spot. And if we see a Tyr over there as well, I feel like they could easily take these fights right now.
Oh, Isurus? Nope, looks to be okay. I thought he got carded there, but he just managed to escape. It still takes about 50% of his health. He'll gain a small amount of it back.
Little things like that, the root on Captain Twig to force out his dash is just veteran supportmanship. Like that's what you want to do. You just want to make it as irritating as possible for the other team.
All right, so pushing into the mid lane. It's a 3v3. Jumping over the wall, the ambush used for Adjust. Not sure what he's looking for. Blink still available.
Yeah, I wonder if they had the icon up for the left side mid camp there and he was just going to go sniff it out. But indeed it is down. Looking at the items here, guys, anything standing out to you?
We got attack speed boots on Shibalanke. I think that could be considered pretty normal. Otherwise, everything else seems pretty static.
I want to see what he goes into with the uncommon stash. I wonder if it's going to be an ethereal or a stacking item. Wolfie's known for using a stacking item, but I feel like ethereal staff's a lot better.
Could be gem.
It could be gem.
I mean,
Gems.
that
good.
dot.
Oh, we got it all here.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this now? What is this? They're trying for a good pull. Chaos is in a bad spot, but it's just able to keep him safe for now. A lot of ultimates used on both sides.
Chaos will get a good bit of damage out with that Junkway ultimate. Now needs to be careful. He tried to move forward to get a little extra out of it. And here comes Tyr. You were wondering when he's going to join the fight. Chaos getting juggled around, and down he will go indeed. The ultimate's going to be used by Pain Devon to save a Just. But that's a couple ultimates now used. Here comes Xing Tian.
Oh.
He's going to throw out the ultimate. He's going to find some minions. He's going to toss them at Sylvanas. Nothing cooking just yet. Reels does find the kill in the Pain Devon in the meantime. He tries to make it underneath the Tier 1 tower, and it's 5 members strong of Fnatic knocking on the door of Tier 1. And now another Gold Fury going to be started up by them.
Really thought he was going to teleport when that monkey hit. I thought he was going to dive. I mean, that's Captain Twig in a nutshell.
And you know how much no.
Bates, Bates.
Hey, what were you trying to do there, Saw Machine? They say as he turns the corner, it's just Vicium and the Xing Tian, who's very low in mana. And remember, he did use his ultimate in that last engagement, not going to have the big team fight spells.
Oh, Maniac taking a lot of damage.
Tremendous amount of damage. And here comes Adjust. Adjust going to get enough to get that killing spree as well, guys. We have Fnatic's comms now. Let's take a listen in as the Gold Fury's at 30%.
He's him. We're gonna get gold now. We're gonna get gold now. Go. Bring it to me. Nice, we got it. Get out. Back out. Room. Back out. Keep running. Yeah, back out. That's a jump. We help him? No, he's out.
That's my bitch.
Fuck, I should've not get We have to go straight to mid. That was a bit deep, Maniac, there. Yeah, I thought you guys would have done like. We should have let them come a bit further in.
Fnatic takes a pretty clean Gold Fury. Not a bad fight either.
Yeah, that fight was pretty interesting. I feel like if Salt Machine didn't use his ult in mid and miss it, they could have turned that fight around for sure. I feel like he was trying to hit everybody at the same time, trying to make the big play, and that's why he just couldn't hit anybody.
I think that's a problem with almost everyone we see play Xing Tian. They're always trying to make the play. They're like, they're going for the Giffy Cat, not for the win.
Yeah.
And if he just would have focused on one person, picked off one, that
he could have got
Fury,
2, I feel like.
You think he could even gotten 2? He's
I
looking
think
for
he could have
4.
got 2 for sure. I think he was just trying to go for Sylvanas and then the group of 3 people that are on the left side, and Sylvanas was on the right.
It's an old adage of MOBA players is, even though you have this massive team fight ultimate, it's up every 60, 90, 120 seconds, whatever it is. If you can use it to get a solo kill, especially in the early game, especially when you can be sure that you're not going to need it again for a couple minutes, you should always go for it. And a lot of times you'll see players holding on to those team fight ultimates for those perfect situations, as we were mentioning there. So Salt Machine, maybe a little bit of nerve showing there, going for the best play possible instead of the safe one.
I mean, enemies up 5-4 in kills right now, but the golden experience still belong to Fnatic, and pretty handily. 2,000 experience, maybe not the end of the world, but 4,000 gold is definitely on the way there.
Oh, Vicium going to be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to use his ultimate in response. Captain Twig will use his as well. There's a Rising Jaguar to get out. Adjust. He's going to cut off Captain Twig, do a ton of damage here. He needs to get that in hand. He will indeed. The Catalyst has been activated. It's going to put Captain Twig down to about half HP. Here comes the rest of Enemy, but also here comes the rest of Fnatic. It's a 4v4 for now.
What is this?
Sylvanas. He knocks up one. Pain Devon's going to be the target. They're going to pull him in. Big CC chain coming out. Not going to be enough to get the kill just yet. Moving forward to zeros. A lot of damage going to come out of that Starburst, and indeed, Pain Devon will go down. Nicely triggering his ultimate there as well. Not another set of damage coming out from Soul just yet. Adjust backing off, going to try to secure this buff for his team while Fnatic takes the purple buff away from Enemy.
Maniac, are you lost?
Yeah, what's Tyr doing down there?
You good, man?
It looks like he was trying to proxy a wave.
I don't know what he was doing. I mean, I guess he had the tier 2, but Adjust is here.
Oh, boy.
He has no ultimate, though.
He could still do a decent amount of damage. Taunt, Deathbane's on cooldown. How long until it's up? Good heal, power cleave out of the Fearless, turning it around, getting him out of there, but still going. Zyros trying for it. The slow's already been used. The final bit of mana will be used for the jump, and Salt Machine somehow gets out of there safely.
Yeah, no
Deathbane.
Deathbane.
Saved him right there.
Yeah, basically the no Deathbane meant that they could put the damage on the team. And the fact he had 2 targets was very good for him.
The demons.
Isolated here, trying to move forward on the Zhang Kui, putting out the damage. Captain Twig out of mana. They're going to tee off on the Badger now. Salt Machine's in good position to keep him locked down.
Whoa.
In the meantime, Chaos does get picked up by Tyr, moving in with the cleave. And Vicium finds a return kill onto Badger. It's a 1-for-1 advantage now to Enemy, as it does give the bonus power to Shibalanke, trying to chase down Twig as a just, but he's stopped by Reels. And this is why Reels is considered the most dangerous hunter in Europe.
How does he find these spirit arrows? So many of them. Wow, we're going to go right to the back line. Pain Devon going for the abduct. Not going to get too much out of it. Was that Beats? That was Beats.
Shout out to Vicium there. He hit almost every single auto attack in that team fight. He only missed one, and it was the second one he fired out.
Well, we've answered a couple of questions here, guys, as this team fight recap does come up. A kill apiece. Gold going to the way of Fnatic. Experience going the way of Fnatic as... No, I'm sorry, Enemy by 10. Very, Very close fight there, and not much exchange between the two teams, about 50 gold and 50 experience or so.
Plus, remember, that's a stack of the passive for Vicium.
That's right, it comes out ahead for enemy, absolutely.
Just barely.
Yeah, enemy's happy with this right now for sure. They're just going to keep farming until it goes later and later and later, and then they're going to have one big explosive team fight.
Well, like I was saying here, we have some questions answered from earlier. It is an ethereal staff that's been picked up by the Xingqian. You have Cirquette obviously going into her Deathbringer eventually. It's a Warlocks coming out of Zhong. Standard build-up out of the Hunters there. And over on the other side, worth highlighting the Wingblade, once again from Hunbat, once again from Captain Twig.
6-5 still. Enemy trying to fight forward. I feel like Adjust has been the key here. Even though we've seen him maybe not get off the cleanest team fights, he's still 3-0-1. He's been, I think, the biggest portion of the team so far. It was just like that at Regionals. I mean, again, I credit their trip here to Adjust Humbat's ult. One of the best, if not the best Humbat's ult we have ever seen in competitive.
Yeah, that Humbat's ult was crazy. And it's funny, too. Twig also had an amazing Humbat's ult to get them to Worlds as well. So
That's true.
Both junglers have Humbat's ults that are crazy.
But only one of them can play Hunbats at a time. And indeed, that is Captain Twig.
Well, I mean, today, I guess.
Today, yeah.
We can just like go play in the back. Yeah.
But still 6-5 for enemy. And this one is, as you hear Aurora keep saying, enemy feels like they're in a pretty good spot here, I think. Even though they're looking at a 4,000 gold disadvantage, do have the better late game. And they do have a pretty formidable team fight versus Fnatic. It really comes down to, once again, it's Maniac and Twig really setting up these big team fight CCs that are going to allow Fnatic to win.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Fnatic can easily win a team fight. They have heavy burst out of Soul, and they also have the Humbat's ult to spread everybody apart. So they could easily take this game and just run with it, but I definitely feel like Fnatic can easily lose a fight just due to the Zhonghui and Jingtian alone.
The Gold Fury's back up. So far, that's gone the way of Fnatic pretty handily for every game that they've played today. I mean, this 5-minute Gold Fury rush, I really hope that the teams that might have to fight this guy or these guys tomorrow are paying attention to what they're doing with.
Well, it's anytime they are able to select this double Hunter set, right? You just don't look at it on paper and go like, oh yeah, that's an early Gold Fury team. But with the 2 Hunters, especially the Soul as well, all the damage that she's able to put out, it's effective for them. And Soul now getting online, 3rd item finish. It's going to be the Polynomicon in addition to the Chronos Pendant and Pen Boots. So Soul able to put out some damage. More of an in-hander here than a spellcaster as we've seen in recent memory.
So enemy has the vision on the Gold Fury so far, but they only have 1 more sentry left in their inventory compared to Fnatic, who have 3 sentry wards remaining. So it should belong to them at the end. But I guess they could back. They have to be very careful about their positioning here. Enemy cannot afford to lose another Gold Fury.
Looks like Pain's just scouting it out right now. He sees nobody's on it, so they're not too worried right now. Oh, red buff just came up. We're going to probably see Zhong take it. Oh, no, they're going to start a Gold Fury here.
Gold Fury started up, Fnatic. They're going to see what the response is from enemy. They'll notice that there's a couple spotting them out, and they'll move back. That looked like a timing from Fnatic right as that red buff came up to go ahead and take the Gold Fury and try to spread enemy out. Catch them doing buffs. Vicium now the one to start it up. Xbalanque, obviously a very capable hunter at tanking the Gold Fury with the amount of damage he puts out in addition to the lifesteal.
But that's what I was talking about. They wasted their last sentry. Now they've lost that fight. They still have another sentry in the inventory. If we see Maniac rotate over, they're going to lose all control. Was that a Maniac ult? No, okay. Stuck in between 2. Adjust in a strange position here, but should be fine. Decent damage. Adjust taking a lot.
Assault Machine continues over to the mid lane here. He's going to leave Adjust out on the wing. The fight breaking out. Captain Twig, they get a Hunbat's ultimate, but not much follow-up there to Fnatic. This is a pretty decent position for enemy now. If they can find Assault Machine in the right spot, he's going to go for the root. Not going to go for the ultimate just yet. A couple people moving away from him. A blink going to be used. Zhonghui ultimate being channeled. Xbalanque trying to do what he can as well with his ultimate. It's going to be Badja who's going to take the brunt of the team. Maniac does get affected by that ultimate. Not going to get any healing out of that blue stance too. Not sure if he's really allowing for that in this fight. Now Assault Machine trying to maintain a front line for his team. Getting bursted down a bit, but it looks like enemy will make it out of there unscathed with a kill to their name.
And there's kill out Xbalanque too, that is. Like, that's 5 more power for Xbalanque. It's just going to keep ramping and ramping up.
Remember, when we saw enemy really make their first stand, Envy started that game 4-0 the first game of the set, and enemy came back and won that. Don't count them out just because they're down a few thousand gold. They're making that lead back a little by little. They're already back into the 3,000s.
Assault Machine now really showing what the Xingqian is capable of, zoning out the team, able to kind of square off with at least 2, maybe a 3rd as well, as long as being careful. There's the ultimate coming out, but the Disapparate is going to hit from Zyros as well. He's going to have a few moments in this form, and now they're going to pile in on top of him. Down will go Soul. Real trouble now as he is also rooted out. Vicium, as you heard Brandon mention, credited now for a 3rd kill. That's 15 bonus power onto the Xbalanque, getting closer and closer to basically a full item worth of power out of simply kills.
It's just auto after auto after auto. Vicium's just pounding them back into their base.
Maniac teleporting in, trying to hold the front line. It looks like they really want this tower, and enemy is going to do their best to take it down.
Salt Machine, once again, he's the one to watch on the Xingqian here. Going to be maintaining that front line. Couple players rooted out. Reels has been all over the place. Chaos, he's going to get pulled in. Zhang Kui does not have the ultimate available, so he can't fire that one off. Salt Machine now is going to be CC'd under tower. Painivan going to return the favor onto Maniac, but Tier, that Lawbringer passive says only 1 second of CC in any condition, and there you saw it come into play as Enemy looks to push this wave back into the tower.
Blue power creep with Sylvanas Heal just topped him off right away.
Yeah, it's going to be no problem for Maniac. I mean, as long as it doesn't have that Circuit ultimate poison on him, he'll be able to heal up really any poke pretty easily between Wisps and Blue Stance power play.
23 minutes in, Gold Fury still available and a few people backing on the side of blue. Maniac clearing up the Sentry Ward once again, 50 gold credited to him.
8-5 now, guys, looking at just under 23.5 minutes. And the lead it hasn't really continued to grow from Fnatic. In fact, it's been just experience being taken back fight by Enemy. Now they have the experience advantage slightly in their favor, really a negligible amount. And the gold, it's getting closer and closer to the point where you're looking at, one way to think about that is percentage of total net worth of the team. A 3,000 gold advantage over, 48,000 gold total on the side of Enemy is not so impactful.
This next Gold Fury fight's going to be big. If any of the teams get a deicide out of it or kill 4 of them and keep 4 players alive, they're going to go straight to Fire Giant, and that's when we're going to see the bases start getting broken open.
We got penetration online for Zhang Kui. Not quite yet, aside from the boots there for Soul. She'll be going into Spear the Magus next.
Blanque, he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's got Executioner done. He's going to start hitting the front line really, really hard.
Yeah.
How is he ahead? I guess it's the Bluestone Pendant. Well, Golden Hand, if you wouldn't mind. We're looking at Neath. Yeah, not quite there. About 230 gold away from being able to pick up that Executioner.
Look at Reels. He's invested 1,800 gold into actives.
Versus the 300.
300, and that's where you see the disparity playing out in the items. But that does give a momentary power spike. 2 old Vician there, plus the 10 bonus power. He's swinging, and Reels can't box him, at least for the moment.
He does have Itchy Vol, so he can box him a little.
Box him, no problem.
Hey.
60 power swing is pretty good. Reels, they're going to force the backflip out of Reels. They're going to force Fnatic into the choke here, will Enemy.
So the last time we saw this fight, Captain Twig had used his ultimate early. No one on Fnatic was able to follow up. With this chance, they still have that Humbot's ult, so I hope that Enemy doesn't try to play into a fight that they shouldn't be in.
It looks like their goal is to continue pushing this mid lane in and forcing Fnatic to split out, but of course that splits them as well. Salt Machine, he's perfectly happy to run through, the entire team, essentially. May fire the ultimate here on the back line. They'll find a nice little lockup. He'll find 2. 1 is going to be Beats. He'll toss another. Hunbot's ultimate going to use to spread this fight out. Maniac doing what he can. He's going to go over the top and try to bail out Reels. Reels is the call, it sounds like, from Fnatic. We got to get our Hunter safe. Salt Machine going to be able to chase him down, knocks him up. There's the kill coming out as a Ghost lands. Salt Machine credited for the kill. Painivan will sit in the Soul Ultimate to get healed by his own ultimate. Adjusts some trouble, makes it over the wall with the ambush. Maniac can't follow it up. Barely alive is Circuit. And, well, that is one of the most dreaded sights for any Smite player.
Wait, how is Zhang Kui ultimate still active? Like, it has not been used. What?
He must have got it during that fight, because I can't imagine him not letting it rip there.
I think it's fine. I think he saved it because he didn't want to get turned on that fight. And they knew they were already winning the fight. But I feel like he didn't have to.
But I'm saying, how do you have that presence of mind on the world stage against one of the most highly rated LAN teams of all times? Like, I'm hitting 4, I'm smashing F just in case. Like, God bless.
Well, here we go. Once again, Captain Twig and Maniac looking into 4 members of Enemy. Now all 5 rotating in. Badger, Twig, Maniac, Zeros on the side of Fnatic. It's a 4v5 at best as Reels is still down. Reels now going to come back up. Does have the World Weaver ultimate on cooldown still. Not going to be able to pick out a single target.
If Fnatic walks into this, Zhang Kui still has ult, so they're going to lose the fight, I feel like, if they just walk straight in.
Captain Twig still has actually got his ultimate back already, thanks to the Jotuns. Adjusting a good spot, but doesn't quite find the follow-up. Gold Fury still getting tanked.
Yeah, and looks like Enemy's going to make the call to fall back from this one.
Oh, I don't know about that. They're giving up. They possibly could have been giving up the Gold Fury.
They're going to give up their tier 1 if they didn't. It looks like they want to keep that.
Trying for it.
Yeah, I mean, like, the map control coming out of your tier 1 is pretty good, but I mean, it's like a single shot away. Badger can just kind of throw one over the wall and find that kill, no problem.
Gonna see a Solar Flare used, not gonna be found. We have what was that? Someone backed. Okay, no, it was just Salt Machine. He does have his teleport as well, so he's still technically in the fight. 3,500 gold separate the teams. Fnatic has been at this lead for quite some time, and it still seems like Enemy's getting the upper hand in every engagement.
Gold Fury started up yet again. She's sitting at about just over 12,500 HP here, so we'll take the team a little bit of time to get it down.
We got 3 Sentry Wards right now in the inventory of Enemy, and they already have control there as well. So it's going to be very hard for Fnatic to fight into the dark parts of the map.
And they also have the Darkness ult too, so it's going to be super hard for them to fight. Zhang Kui plus Darkness, if they all walk to a clump, Jingten's just going to toss all of them and force all their beads.
Warrior's Bane online for Circuit. We have the Titan's Bane, however, all ready for Captain Twig's Hun bots.
Right, there's a big difference between that fourth position, though. You have a wing blade going into a Deathbringer.
That's true. And actually, they're very similar gods in terms of build, as you can see. But yeah, he doesn't go into the Deathbringer. He's looking for a little bit more movement and tankiness, getting very close to the CC cap as well. With this build, this means he cannot go into Spirit Robe or Mail of Renewal, which have been very flavorful in the past 6 months.
Well, Captain Twig went this build as well last time we saw him play Hun bots here.
Oh, and apparently I was wrong. He did not go Spear of the Magus. He went Obsidian Shard for harder in-hand hits. This is better for Soul in terms of objective clear. Wants to kill towers, phoenixes, titans.
More of a caster style of build up here, with the exception of maybe the Polynomicon could have been a Bancroft if you're going for max damage as a mage, really. And when we say that, we really what we mean is the ultimate.
Structure damage is insane.
But yeah, structure now with Obsidian.
Polynomicon.
Yeah, that's right.
I love this, though. We have a Runic Shield coming out from Maniac. This will reduce the damage that Chaos and Pain de Viand are doing and reduce the attack speed of Vedium. So we're actually getting a lot out of this item.
Indeed. 28 minutes now. The Gold Fury, I mean, it's just going to be this stalemate around the Gold Fury, it looks like, right? I mean, like, neither team is really willing to commit to it fully. Fnatic seems to be the one that wants to be the aggressor, but the vision, as you mentioned, Brandon, a couple times, is being controlled by enemy.
But this gold is not getting any better. I mean, look, it's 3,200, and that's after they took the tower?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, that was a tier 1 tower, right? They got 500 gold out of it. And really, I mean, that's been the story of this game, is enemy finding an experience lead through all of this.
So we have one more on the side of Fnatic, and we're talking about Sentry Wards. They'll be able to place down and win it, but Vedium still has his as well. So it should still go to enemy.
I mean, how many more times do you think Pain's going to root and Spirit Ball, 3 people on the other side of that wall?
This is a Gold Fury dance for the ages right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big one. I mean, it's been what, probably now about 5-6 minutes? I think 10? Yeah, I mean, it's
it's been 10 minutes, I feel like.
Uh-oh. Why, Pain? Why?
Pain in an awkward spot. He's fairly tanky, though, on the Kepri. Don't want to be forced to use his ultimate here if he can.
They're going deep, man. They're trying for it.
Oh, this Xing Tian ultimate could be huge. You'll be able to get it off in traffic here. The Zhong Kui ultimate was used as well. Badger getting low. Reels chased down. Badger goes down as well. That's 2 at least for now. Maniac some trouble. Captain Twig, he wants to go back in, but I don't think he can. Maniac getting exploded by Shiba Lange. Vicium doing the damage. Zero's going to be zoned out as well. Tyr thought he was so tanky and so cheeky, but all the penetration out of Vicium just goes right through him, and now enemy in great position for a tier 1 and a Gold Fury.
I mean, Heavenly Agility plus Recall Demons, there's nothing to do to fight it. You have to pop Shell and you have to get out. They tried to fight into it and they just couldn't.
Pain de Viand won that fight. Oh, we got Zero's in trouble.
He's trying for it. Can he get into the Corpulent form? He might be safe. Salt Machine going deep for it. Goes for the second jump, gets juked. He's in the background. Pain's going to keep him safe. No, he's actually going to get out of this one. He's going to get pulled all the way back, and Zyro still falls.
The plays, Pain de Viand, and the communication coming out of the enemy squad. Salt Machine, it was close. That last tower shot almost didn't kill him.
The biggest thing on that Gold Fury was Shell out of Pain de Viande. He popped it right as Humbots ulted, and all their damage came in at the same time.
Twig, you gonna go for it? No.
Exercise Demon's gonna be enough.
I think that's gonna be it. Let's go to the grabs here. I think they've tied it up.
They're very close, yes indeed. 500 gold and now 7K experience out of the last team fight. That team fight recap is gonna read like 100 million experience on the side of enemy. I mean, they just made what? I mean, that was literally 7,000 experience off of a team fight plus Gold Fury. I mean, that's a tremendous swing.
They won the fight handily. They didn't lose a single person.
So I was talking to Adonis yesterday, and I brought up that I feel like it comes down to pick and ban for this set. And he's like, I think Fnatic's still going to win, but enemy, with this pick and ban, I think they're extremely hard to beat.
I think Fnatic, I want to say that they maybe just kind of forgot about Xing. I mean, not literally, but like, maybe they just didn't remember enemy at Super Regional.
See, I don't think it's that Xing Chen is like the best character in the game, but you put Xing Chen, who is unkillable, with a Kepri who will make him literally unkillable.
It's Salt Machine on Xing Chen was a huge part of this success of enemy at Super Regionals. Like, he carried games.
But I feel like,
yeah, I mean, like, that's what I'm saying. Right? That's what Xing Chen. He's just like, yeah.
What do you do? I mean, at this point, I mean, he's just come online, right? I mean, that's just how it goes, buddy. I mean, it's just like Xing Chen just, he stacks up these defensive items. The Ethereal Staff with all of the HP gives him, enough damage. The percentage damage really, really helps him build so tanky without really needing
And they're investing. They're investing.
The bonus protection that's coming up from Pain de Viand in these circumstances as well, not to mention the Soul Eater from Vicium giving the bonus protections. He is a very, very resilient frontliner.
Decent damage, but I mean, Salt Machine just doesn't seem to care. Still not unstable. She's not getting full damage, and Maniac in place, not going to get it. Adjust beads and out of there.
That doesn't happen. You don't CC Tyr until you kill him. That's like almost impossible to do. That's fully credited to the amount of damage that Vicium is putting out. Executioner was a tremendous pickup for this team. In fact, the entire game has changed now that he's able to shred the frontline tanks.
Yeah, Vicium now 5 of his 6 kills, almost pretty much a critical mass. He's got Rage online, he's going crit, and I mean, he has the damage. Player damage right now still belongs to Soul, but he's starting to catch up.
This is a really tough position, and I think to be as a Neath, especially for reals, where you are a hunter that doesn't scale as aggressively in the late game. You're looking at now about 33 minutes, going to be 35 before you get another engagement, into a Shibalanke who's beating your farm.
I feel like what Fnatic needs to do is look for a huge Soul ult, because she's doing so much damage right now. If they could get a big one up, Ocean 10 ults!
He's going to find Soul. She's going to get into the incorporeal form. The Salt Machine's perfectly happy to fight all 3 members.
Remember, she is knockback immune during that. So even if she doesn't get into the form, she's not getting thrown. Isurus being very smart about his usage of his 3. Oh, knocked up. Yes.
And Divion looking to zone the team out. Salt Machine, he's holding out the Hun bots for now. Badger goes in, he realizes the Fire Giant's only about 50%. Healing back up now as enemy disengages. They're going to try to turn on to Badger. The Soul Ultimate comes out, doesn't do enough damage to really change the fight. Chaos in the front line, channeling his ultimate. He's got the Khepri ultimate on top of him as well to keep him alive. No way they can burst him down. Maniac causing chaos in the back lines. Captain Twig around the corner. Enemy still going to move forward. They're going to find the poison darts on to Tier, but it does look like overall Fnatic comes out ahead in the poke game. Adjust.
All over the place. No, he's stuck. He's stuck. He's stuck. He's down.
He got blown up by that Neath ultimate there, holding him in place and allowing the damage to come in.
Got him.
ECM force out of the back line. Here comes Salt Machine. Here comes Salt Machine. Does he have what it takes to find this kill? He needs to make space for Shibalanke to put the damage in. He's the only real damage remaining on the board.
How does Reels keep finding these max range Spirit Arrows? Salt Machine gonna chuck one back, but it's gonna be Maniac. Do they want this for real? He's staying alive for now. Good heal. Few more shots. Chaos.
He puts into the back line.
He's back in.
Oh my God, Chaos! Chaos has just turned this game on the head with the port in from Zhonghui. Finds a 2-man stun into the double kill now for Shibalanke, sitting on 5 kills, nearly max passive.
That teleport out of nowhere.
I mean, nobody saw that one coming, and Chaos maybe coming up with the biggest play so far in this tournament. This could put enemy into the victor's seat, and I think that everyone, I mean, you heard the analyst, you heard us, almost everyone has Fnatic winning this game, but enemy is poised to take it.
What does enemy have to do to get the casters and the analysts and the fans to make them think they're going to win the game?
Wait, does he not have Fire Giant buff? Did they steal it?
Wait.
No. Salt Machine was just dead.
No.
All right, let's take a look here once again, guys, as Zhonghui. He just picks up a teleport and casually walks in. No one has the ward coverage. No one notices him coming. And this is the easiest Book of Demon stun in the history of Smite. Beep, easy peasy. That's an easy kill. And down they go. Chaos credited with a double.
And remember, at level 20, that's max stun time, plus the card is double stun time, guaranteeing those 2 kills. Like you said, I think that's probably the biggest play we've seen of the tournament so far, except when in picks and bans, Knight picked Anubis because I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, that was pretty
I love you, Knight.
Well, Gold Fury coming back up here shortly, guys. We're looking at enemy continuing to pull ahead now. 11,000 experience from what was once just a couple hundred. And now the gold has swung as far as Fnatic got in the lead. Back in favor of enemy. Is enemy this good?
But let's take a moment here, because a lot of this experience is ineffective at this point. Badger is 1 level behind, and Reels is 1 level behind. Everyone else is tied, so that normal 11,000 is not that big of a deal. The gold, however, 5,400 plus the Fire Giant buff on the side of enemy, that's the big deal.
As the Alienware Gold Fury does come into effect there. Yet another taken. It's 2 apiece here for the squads. So Fnatic no longer enjoying that gold lead off of objectives alone. A tier 1 and a tier 2 pending now from enemy, as they're going to make this lead into the 5 digits. Just going to be cresting over 10K as this next fight breaks out. Enemy looking to siege into the tower. Salt Machine holding the front line as one would expect. And the tower will be conceded by Fnatic.
That was so quick. Another 1,500 gold added. And, I mean, Fnatic's completely lost control of this game. It's starting to spiral out of control. They need to make a defense.
This is the best feeling that you get, I think, playing MOBAs, is when you know you're so far ahead, and you just go down one lane, take towers, walk over to the next lane, start taking towers, and you just force the enemy team to fight you or to concede so much, such a big moral hit, basically, by just watching towers fall.
Just in the jungle, perfect timing on the speed buff, goes right in to steal it away. Twig's not going to have that either, and he's going to go right to the back line.
Fnatic's conceding the tier 2 as well. They're just going to try to poke out Salt Machine. Not that they're going to do anything. Here goes Salt Machine. Let's take a listen in with enemy comms as they look for the fight and the siege into the base. Enemy finds another couple kills, and now they're going to make their way into the Titan's lair. Got him down to about 50% HP. Only one Phoenix down. Enemy looking to end their second game by walking into the base before the Phoenixes are gone, and indeed, Enemy will defeat Fnatic in 37 minutes, 45 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, Enemy has moved on to the winner's side of the bracket.
From the bottom of the barrel to world champion contenders, Enemy finds themselves on the winner's side of the bracket through the first day.
Unbelievable performance there out of the guys, and I think, you know, as much as Aurora said it, I think it's still worth pointing out, Enemy is down 4,000 gold and didn't for a second look like they were worried about it. I mean, you kept pointing, I kept pointing it out. I think it's really the most salient point from this entire game was how well they held up looking at that 5,000 gold disparity.
They weren't, it was like they were 5,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
They just always fought, and they were always winning.
Yeah, that's Enemy for ya.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how they play the game. I mean, that's what we saw at Super Regionals, and once again, we see it here, and once again, we see Salt Machine on Xing10 not come up huge, like winning the game for the team, but absurdly disruptive in the backline. And you saw towards the end, there's just nothing they could do to him.
Adjust was uncontrollable throughout 90% of the game, but Chaos teleporting into the fight. The one fight that Fnatic truly won in the mid or end game, and he just blows them away with this out-of-control teleport. I don't think I've ever seen a mid laner pick up teleport.
You're going to see that play a few more times this weekend, I bet you, as we replay that one, guys. But with that, let's toss it back over to the Alienware Analyst Desk and the one and only Alex Mendez. Take it away, Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, Bart. Now I'm going to use this opportunity here to actually say, I called it. That's right. This guy. Bart said I had no idea what some rejected Tribes commentator telling me I have no idea what I'm talking about. But yet I called it Murica all day, every day. But seriously, though, what a game we witnessed there. That was a good one.
I think it played out in the sense that, you know, the commentator was talking about the end there, that 4K gold lead. And we were talking about it back here, too, right? The 4K gold lead was, you know, it was nice. But the problem was Fnatic couldn't extend it. They had the pressure at every single lane, but, I mean, just Enemy was doing such a fantastic job of making sure Fnatic couldn't get that far ahead. And it got to a point where we knew Enemy had the better late game comp. We just didn't think they'd be able to make it there, and they made it.
Yeah, they got the first two early Gold Furies, but they weren't able to extend it with the tower pushes and stuff like that. So the fact of the matter was that Enemy was just too tanky late game. They had the Capri for the revives, and there was just nothing Fnatic could do late game.
Yeah, it was a tough battle, you know, toward the end there. You know, you kind of throwing all your eggs basket at the early game. You made mention of it before, too, right? Where you said, you know, zero lane presence, right? Aggression for Enemy, but yet they were able to turn that into a successful run, which I have to say is honestly an incredible feat for them to defeat a team like Fnatic. But let's take a look at the Logitech First Blood. Adonis, run us through this one.
So this was actually the result of Enemy trying to invade. It was unsuccessful. They got nothing out of it. And then when they got back to lane, they had already been poked out. And then Reels and Badger, I mean, Sylvanas Neath, it hasn't been played in a while because Sylvanas has fallen off. It gets picked very easily, but it just destroys the enemy if they're not aware of it. It has a lot of burst potential and really lane controlling, and that's what we saw there. Level 1, I mean, Vicium, he had his darts, he didn't have his escape, and he just got picked off.
Yeah, you have to think about it. Like, if you're going to invade, you have to make sure that if the invade goes south, like, if nothing happens after the invade, you have to make sure that the 2v2 in your duel lane is going to be able to at least stalemate, if not get away. The fact of the matter was that he had to go the poison darts, and there was no escape, and that's why they got the first blood.
I want to talk to Chewy, because he actually mentioned he had something similar happen to him with Pain, where he tried to invade, got nothing off of it. Like, what's the mindset? How do you recover?
It's pretty rough, especially because you're spending a lot of time and skills into trying to get a buff or invading to success, and when it fails, it just puts your morale way down, and you gotta do something after it.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and something you point out here as we take a look at the stats. I mean, look at Zyros with Soul. I mean, pretty much so much damage putting forward here. Just not enough for them. On the other side, pretty even. Anything crazy to take away from here, Adonis?
I think this is kind of what we expected, but I mean, you take a look at the Soul lane damage as well, and the direct matchup in that Soul lane was pretty one-sided once they got out of laning phase, once they got to team fights, and Xing10 was doing so much in the back line, like just zoning out the Soul underneath, and there was really nothing that Hunbats or Badge on that Sylvanas could do about it. And on the other side, you know, Maniac, he was trying to do the same thing, trying to stop Vicium on that Jablanque. and then just died. Like, he just got blown up by Vishim every single time.
Yeah, so the thing that I wanted to point out was the fact that Maniac, he had to go the Stone of Gaia, and then he went Runic Shield after Runeforge Hammer, which is why he was getting blown up by Vishim in the mid to late game team fights.
Another thing to take a look at was the Gold Fury drop that enemy had, right? Because there was a point in time where, yes, in kills, enemy were up, but in gold, you know, Fnatic were up, right? And commentators did mention, like, hey, you know, that's still something to take in consideration, but it's not as much. And then, you know, Gold Fury becomes available for them, but instead of them like trying to go for it, they use it as a way to initiate, for them to be able to initiate those fights and let Fnatic play right into their hands.
Yeah, it was the 25-minute mark, actually. Enemies started feeling themselves. They were starting to win the fights. They were still down that 4K gold that, you know, we were talking about so much. They started up Gold Fury, and immediately they dropped it. And I think that was a smart presence of mind because it still wasn't that late into the game where I think they had the very dominant team comp. I think still at that point, Fnatic could fight into them. But enemy, they're like, okay, why are we throwing? Why are we trying to feel ourselves too much? Why are we trying to make these overly aggressive plays? We haven't been aggressive all game. Let Fnatic mess up, and that's kind of what they did later on.
At that point, if they try to do the Gold Fury, it could go really bad, and then Fnatic could take the lead and just snowball after that. So the best play is what they did. It was just letting Fnatic try to do the plays and just counter-engage, because they had a really good comp to counter-engage and just get to late game as possible, which their comp really shines.
Now, the player of the game, got to talk about this because it is none other than Adjust. Adjust is the player of the game, the jungler for enemy. A very impressive run that they had. So congratulations to him because, you know, he just played like an absolute savage.
I mean, he was all over the map, creating a lot of disruption. You know, they banned, Fnatic specifically banned away and took away 2 of his characters in Bastet and Humbats, and he just picks up Serket. And for some reason, Europe doesn't like Serket. They never pick it, never ban it, and North America loves it.
Yeah, it's definitely not in their style. North America likes to play those hyper-aggressive early ganks because they also go for the solo lane ganks, which we saw coming out of Adjust, ganking the solo lane on a couple of occasions. So this is why Serket's such a viable god, because you just don't expect to get ganked in the solo lane when you're tanky like that.
Another one, another play that, you know, that kind of caught my attention, of course, again, congratulations to Adjust, who had many, many incredible plays. Was actually that T2 tower dive, that tier 2 tower dive that ended up occurring, where Kevry brought him back. I thought that was like the coolest thing. Like, I'm looking at it, and again, you know, it's no surprise. Like, my knowledge of professional Smite is very limited, you know. But when I see something like that happen, you have to appreciate that. It doesn't matter what kind of game you play. You have to appreciate a play like that because it was very heads up, very smart play.
There was multiple levels to that play. Not only did Salt Machine know that the damage from the Serket ultimate wasn't going to be enough to kill the soul when she went into that immune form, her kind of like an Aegis, basically. So he dove the tower knowing that Pain's ultimate up was on Kepri, and then after he got the kill, he actually died to tower on purpose.
Yeah, it was incredible. Like, he, with the Kepri's ultimate, he gets a buff on damage, which will made possible to kill the soul. And then he killed himself in purpose for the tower.
It really heads up play, right? Those are the kinds of things that you want to see, you know, at the SMITE World Championships. When you're playing for the amount of money that you're playing for, when you're playing for the title, right? Those are the things that you want to see out of a squad like enemy.
And what's interesting was he didn't necessarily need to go for that play. They already got a 3-for-0 in that 25-minute mark Gold Fury, where Pain Devion received a lot of ultimates on himself. And then on top of that, afterwards, they went to the tier 2 tower, and he just added a little bit more salt to the wounds on top of that.
I got Salt Machine. I got it.
Oh, man, look at that.
The Salt Machine's just churning.
That's a good dad joke. That's a good dad joke. All right, well, folks, you try. All right, folks, well, that is going to do it for that one. Enemy will move on in the bracket, and they will face off against Pain Gaming. And we'll talk a little bit about that when we come back. But before we do, we actually have an interview down on the floor.
Thank you, Alex. I am down on the floor here in the thick of it. Everybody's taking a moment, getting a refresher. These games are coming hot and heavy. And one thing that's pretty exciting is I get to stand next to a veritable veteran. Say that with me. Veteran of the Hi-Rez world. Coleman, how you doing, buddy?
Doing great. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. What a pleasure it is to be here. But it's a pleasure to stand next to you because you're doing something kind of special, new, wonderful, and it's going down today.
That's right. We're mixing it up a little bit. As you know, Hi-Rez has been expanding its horizons recently. We have Smite on a console, first MOBA, really awesome. And we also have been working on something else on the side that we're happy to announce today. a new mobile game called Jetpack Fighter. And it's a very high-speed platforming side-scroller game, very true to the Hi-Rez roots. Like, we're a company that thrives on high-speed action, skill-based gameplay. You know, we're all players of games ourselves, like really devoted game players. And so we want to make games that we want to play. And, you know, we were looking at mobile as a new market. And, you know, let's make a sweet action game just like all our other games, totally free to play. You can, you know, log in and play it today.
Log in and play today. Now, the question that's on my lips is it on iOS?
Absolutely, it's on iOS.
Done. Player one right here. I'm in the base. All right, so tell me a little bit more about this. Is this something I can go competitive in this?
Yeah, so it's actually, it's very easy to pick up and play, and it's casual friendly for, you know, kind of the average player, but like all high-res games, there's a competitive element in it. I mentioned before, it's a very high-speed, action-based game. So there's actually a speedrunning element that's built in where you can compete against other players on leaderboards by racing against them against their best times. So you can like race their ghosts basically and try to take them out.
Absolutely perfect. Jetpack Fighter. Do it. Do it now. So what's next for you? How you guys put this out? It's out there. See the response. How does that go?
Well, definitely we'll be looking hard at it. As with all high-res games, you know, the launch day is actually where it begins. So, you know, we're hoping to add a lot of new content over time, continue to refine it, polish it, add some new features, some more social features, ways to get into the game and kind of get engaged. And yeah, there's a fighter collection element, so we're hoping to be putting out more fighters over time with different super abilities and passives and things you can collect, so lots in store.
All sounds very good. Now, I'm sure there's plenty of people out there who agree that Hi-Rez make fantastic games because they make them for the players. Guys? That was way too easy, but I'm sure that this is going to be good, so everybody go out and get your hands on Jetpack Fighter, support that, play it out, and give you guys feedback, right? Where can the guys follow you guys for feedback? Where do you want that? How do you want to get that? You want them to tweet at you directly?
So that's fine, actually. I will check it and I will respond. But we also have, there's a @JetpackFighter Twitter that you can follow for updates on future new platforms and other things like that. And there's also a Jetpack Fighter Facebook page and a Reddit as well. So, you know, we're hoping to get a lot of community involvement as we continue iterating on the game and making it better. We want you guys telling us what you want to see, what you don't like, and, you know, we'll work on it and make this game together.
And that's what we love about Hi-Rez. So guys, absolutely do it. Get involved with Jetpack Fighter. Let the guys know what you think. Get involved in this great game. What more can I say? Anything you want to add?
So one more thing that I think is very pertinent to a lot of the people here. So there are two awesome crossovers between Jetpack Fighter and SMITE that I think a lot of people here are going to be interested in. So one of those, in Jetpack Fighter, we have a special guest from the SMITE universe. The goddess Nemesis is available.
Any fans of Nemesis out here? You guys have no excuse. You should be downloading it right now.
So, and she's very true to her SMITE roots. I was the designer of both, so we made sure that she's got the same kind of flavor, but works in a cool, fast side-scroller universe. And on top of that, the way you unlock her is you just link your Hi-Rez account, and you're good to go. You can get her on day one totally for free.
Well played, sir. GG. Well, anything else to add to that? It's like Christmas all over again. Come on, hit me with it.
We keep just giving things away. I don't know how we like stay in business, but on top of this, in SMITE, you can get a very awesome skin for Nemesis based on a character Leona from Jetpack Fighter, also completely free.
You're just hitting all the points here. I almost don't dare ask it. Is there more?
Yes. That skin is so awesome. Let me tell you real quick. You have custom music while you're playing from Jetpack Fighter, sweet effects, custom VO. She is all around awesome. And the way you get her is by unlocking Leona in Jetpack Fighter, you will get a promotional code. That promotional code, you can use it yourself or you can give it to a friend who maybe is an Android player or whatever else. Depends how generous you're feeling. That code, you can redeem it in SMITE and get your skin for free.
I'm pretty much done here. I mean, you've stolen the show for me. I mean, there's lots more show to come.
There's a lot of game left.
There's a lot of game left. Guys, absolutely do it. Jetpack Fighter, do it. But for now, we're going to head over to the man, the myth, the legend, Golden Boy.
Wow, I don't know how I can follow that one up. That was good. I don't know about, you know,
Legend
I'm a
for
man.
sure.
I'm a man.
You're a legend for
no,
sure.
I'm a man.
You are
I'm not
legend.
a myth because I live. Legend, you know. I mean, I don't
I
know.
find you a legend.
Oh, thank you so much. You're a legend in my heart.
Oh, thank you.
You know that? There you go. Look at that. T1 Banta. Anyway, so let's talk about this bracket here, folks. Guys, you know, the matches have been incredible today. And, you know, again, not to rub salt into the wound, you know, but enemy won. And all you guys looked at me and were like, oh, you're wrong. And here I stand victorious. Because of that victory, they're going to be facing off against Pain Gaming, who had a very interesting matchup against Epsilon. Now, we were talking about this earlier, you know, what Pain could do, and we'll dive into that in a second. But coming up next, our last two games of the broadcast will actually be Isurus Gaming versus Oh My God B or OMG B. This is going to prove to be a fun matchup, without a doubt. And then Avant-Garde versus QG Reapers. So those are going to be our last two games, and those are elimination games, people. So whoever loses this, say bye-bye, because their dreams of hoisting up the hammer is over. While the winners live to fight another day, unfortunately, they will be fighting against the likes of Paradigm and Cloud9. So
yeah,
it's going to be a very tough road for these final 4 teams that we have left in this competition.
Like I said at the start of the day, losing those first round matchups or winning them was so critical, because losing them means you're either out or you're going up against first seeds. So right now, Isurus, I think they looked pretty good, but they're going to be facing off against OMGB, who really struggled against Pain Gaming.
Yeah, they actually were trying to aggress on Pain Gaming, but they couldn't. And Pain just, I think it was the fastest game of today. Actually, it was like 20 minutes or so, and Pain just rolled over them.
Yeah, the Thor and the Circuit combo just didn't really work out for OMGB. Both these teams necessarily losing their matchups really easily. Isurus getting kind of stunned by Epsilon, and OMG losing to Pain pretty heavily.
So this is not only going to be critical, but also a confidence booster for both teams, right? Whoever wins this one will feel rather good, of course, knowing that the challenge ahead is probably going to be their greatest challenge yet. Still, though, they would be in the top 8 of the SMITE World Championship. And there you see Isurus Gaming. We saw them at the top of the broadcast. There was a lot of questions coming into it. Can Isurus contend with Epsilon? We found out that was not the case, as they will now be facing off against OMGB. Another thing real quick I just want to talk about real fast is that Epsilon Fnatic matchup that we're going to see tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be fireworks. That's going to be an insane game, because that was a critical match for Fnatic that they had to win to avoid I would say the hell portion of the bracket with Cloud9 and Epsilon just waiting like sharks in the water.
And Epsilon and Fnatic are scrim partners. They've been scrim partners for the last 3 or 4 months, and that's really what helped Fnatic get over the hump of Paradigm in the regular season. You know, and obviously not Super Regionals, which Paradigm won, but Fnatic got better because Epsilon were scrimming them, and the teams themselves share a lot of private picks and bans and strategies. So that matchup, like you said, is probably going to be pretty crazy. And then, you know, the winner of that potentially having to face Cloud9.
Again, all that stuff will be taking place tomorrow, folks. But for the time being, our eyes are set on Isurus Gaming versus OMGB. So we know a little bit more about these two teams, most namely OMGB, which came with a lot of question marks. We just were not sure. What do you think, Adonis, they need to do here against Isurus Gaming? Isurus has had a lot of time to sit, relax, and collect their thoughts, right, ever since that loss to Epsilon.
Isurus also was able to watch OMG. They knew that the loser of the next match was going to be the team they were going to have to face in the bracket, so I'm sure they did a lot of studying together, and I expect that they're going to come out with probably a strategy similar to Pain, where they're going to allow OMG to kind of be the aggressors, because that just, you know, we saw QG Reapers as well. Like, that's their style. They like running these aggressive style compositions, and I think they're just going to play back and defensive and allow them to come into them. My big thing, though, for Isurus is making sure they do not play scared, because they have been the most fearful of any team. They goose-egged Game 1. They didn't get a single kill against Epsilon, the only team to put up 0 kills so far. So if I'm assuming, you know, they're going to feel a little more confident going against China, but they still, if they play the way they did against Epsilon, they could just lose.
Very true.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the picks and bans, honestly. If OMGB picks the same way they did last time and they don't get a snowball, because when you go with Thor and Circuit, you're intended to kind of roll with it. And that wasn't part of their game plan. They switched the Soul Lane with the support, and they kind of like faltered. The Thor was like 5-6 levels behind the enemy tier, and it just didn't really work out.
So, all right. So we have Awareness, who's someone we have to talk about. Again, star player here, playing in the mid. You know, who really enjoys Giannis, and we see what he's capable of doing with that. You know, I guess what do you think is going to be the go-to here? And Anatolia, we'll go to you for Awareness, and then Kiwi, feel free to chime in as well. Do you feel like what kind of god should he go with here? You know, what should they be thinking about versus OMG? And also for OMG, do you think they try and focus on Giannis, or you know, maybe just focus on more meta bans?
Well, like Kiwi mentioned earlier, that Awareness really leans heavily toward Giannis. So if OMG bans Giannis away and he's looking for more of those safe style gods, it's definitely going to be more of the Agni or the tanky Zhang Kui to kind of go forward from there.
I can agree. I would like to see another Agni.
Of course you would.
Yeah. But yeah, I would like to see Agni because it's pretty safe and it has a lot of burst damage.
Okay, okay. So that's going to set things up nice. And then EXTT, the Hunter, you know, let's talk about him now, because you are indeed a hunter. So how do you feel about this mix-up with OMGB? Where do you think he stands? Do you think he's going to fare well against him?
I think AXT will do really well against OMGB. I think he can play scared, but he played really well against Epsilon. Actually, he avoided a Gab ultimate and a Humbat's ultimate with his Hui dash. So.
Okay. Okay.
I'd like to expand upon that. I felt like EXTT felt he was the only one playing very well against that Epsilon matchup. I mean, he, like you said, he was getting so much pressure coming out from adapting early on, and adapting actually, you know, ganked his lane 2 or 3 times for 10 minutes and then had to switch it over because EXTT was never dying. And I know you've played against him as well. Is he typically someone who's like gets ganked a lot? Is he very good about playing that counter engage style and defensively?
Yeah, he actually gets ganked a lot, and he knows how to avoid the ganks. He plays really safe and knows what will happen when somebody's coming to.
And China did the same thing as well in their matchup against Pain Gaming. There was a lot of aggression, especially into that red buff and that dual lane early on, so maybe something that EXTT can be prepared for.
Yeah, maybe they're going to switch it up a little bit and play aggressive from the very start level 1. If they go for like some kind of an early aggressive support like Ymir or Ares, we'll see a lot of fireworks early on.
Yeah, but when you imagine, I mean, okay, so do both teams play the aggressive card here? And or knowing that OMG will do this,
yes,
does Isurus have more freedom to decide where they want to go?
I think so, and they also saw how successful Pain was in that defensive counter engage. Kind of it's kind of just like what Enemy did against Fnatic. Let the other team over-aggress, overextend, mess up, start losing farm, and then take small wins off of it to where you have the better composition come late game or mid game and can just roll with it and win.
All right, so folks, without further ado, let's go ahead and get into our next matchup, second to last matchup of today's broadcast, and we have Sean over at the stage.
I am indeed on the stage. How are you guys doing? Ready for this matchup? How are you doing, sir?
我们会全力以赴赢得这场比赛的 OMG fighting.
I'm sure it was powerful. Thank you very much. Sir, what would you like to say?
Good luck to OMG.
Good luck to OMG. Perfect words. Gentlemen, shake hands. Guys, we're about to get this one underway. Are you sure you're ready? Makes me very happy. Looks like these guys are getting ready, so it's in to picks and bans.
All right, here we go, folks. OMGB versus Isurus. Loser goes home. Winner, well, they have quite the tall order in front of them, but they live to fight another day. And this is going to be an interesting matchup because it will be China versus Latin America. And it's fun. I like that.
That's really exciting.
Bit, right? It really lives to the international spirit of this competition.
I mean, you know, Pain Gaming already defeated China here, so we'll have to see if the other South American team could come out on top here. You know, Isurus, I think I favorite them here in this matchup, but you know, China, the region as a whole, has shown that they're willing to do anything in picks and bans and any kind of style, which could really throw off Isurus here, especially at a best of one for elimination.
Yeah, well,
so that's the Blue Whale's Thor goes bye-bye there in the first ban.
That's Nurse as well, so banning away from both of, neither jungler are going to get that comfort
We
pick.
saw the damage that Sol did in that last matchup, so that makes sense. Giannis is goodbye as well, so that means no Giannis there for a mid player, so that's gonna that's gonna suck for him.
I really want to see a
Athena
over here from OMGB. Like that's their go-to for Bluefish, and he preferred the Chronos in the first game, and as we do see Bologna being picked here for OMGB.
And so these were actually two of the first matches we saw of the day, and so both these teams got to watch all the other teams compete, take a look at some of the best teams in each region. They saw Fnatic and Enemy play, so this could be them picking up that Bologna knowing how lane dominant it is.
Yeah, and again, good adapting, right? Just looking at it.
He's on Epsilon.
Clearly. And there goes Zeus as well for Isurus. We saw Zeus get banned out earlier. But this time around, we'll make a stand here for Isurus.
Awareness actually values Zeus really high. He played a lot of Zeus in back on the regionals.
All right, and Kepri also gets locked in here. And we've seen how important Kepri has been throughout this day.
And I like the Kepri pickup along with the Zeus. Zeus is that god that does so much damage, but super squishy mage with no escape, so you want to pair it with a Geb or an Athena or a Kepri, something that's very defensive. Between Geb and Kepri, I'm taking the guy with the revive, so Isurus make sure to lock that in, something to protect their main carry with.
That revive has been very clutch, but here comes the Neath and Xing 10 pick up here potentially for
I like the
OMG.
Neath pick to focus on Zeus because Zeus is really squishy and don't have a real escape, and so burst damage on Zeus is the best way you can do with him.
So it looks like we're going to have probably a Bologna jungle, unless that's a Xing support. Mercury being highlighted here for Isurus Gaming, and it is being locked in. This is going to be the first time that Mercury is played in this tournament. It was banned in one of the games, but hasn't seen any playing time until now.
I like that Crotus ban, but they're also leaving Hell open, and we know Bluefish, that's his other god. It's Hell and Chronos, and Hell right now has a lot of protection on his team. He has the Neath, so he has the global in that dual lane to make sure he stays alive from ganks. The Bologna, a big AoE stun, big protection buff, and then Xing 10, you know, not the best peeler, but can deal with the opponent's back line so they can't dive as efficiently.
Chronos gets banned out here for Isurus Gaming. Let's see what OMG decides to go with. And okay, so Sobek is going to get dropped here.
A very safe solo laner. Probably something that I'm assuming the Xing 10 doesn't want to deal with. Now the question is, where's that Bologna going? Is that Bologna going to jungle, you think?
Well, with the Sobek ban, it leads me to believe that the Bologna is going to be solo lane, Xing Chen's going to be the support. So to avoid the Sobek versus Bologna matchup, they just banned that away. Chiron being hovered over here, and
yes, thank God, finally.
Chiron getting locked in.
QE, you're loving the Chiron.
Dude, I love Chiron. My favorite god.
It's your favorite god?
Wait, but Agni, man.
Yeah, second favorite god.
Okay, see, caught you in a lie. Caught you in your web of lies.
Next time.
Next time.
On stage, playing, you know, not at the Analyst because you got knocked out. You can play Chiron.
And Isis.
Yeah,
and Hunbats is going to get. We've seen what Hunbats has done throughout this competition, folks. Awesome god to be using. So I guess that answers your question about where Bologna is going to be going.
Solo.
Yeah. And last but not least, Tyr. We've seen Tyr picked up quite a bit, favored a lot. So a good picks and bans, guys. Let's go ahead, lightning round. Who do you think is going to take it?
Isurus.
Isurus?
Yeah, I'm going to lean a little bit towards Isurus with the Kepri and
I'm going to go Isurus as well. Are you going to be the spoiler?
I'm going with OMG.
Right.
Let's go. Because you know what? I know what I'm talking about, Bart, you freaking liar. Okay, so that's going to do it, folks. It should be a great matchup. Our second to last matchup of the day. OMGB versus Isurus Gaming. Who will come out on top? Who will live to fight another day? Casters, take it here.
Thank you very much, Alex. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the commentary desk. Just a couple more games to play here on the PC side today. I am Bart, joined by F-Dot and Zapman immediately to my left, as you've seen a couple times today, guys. And this one is going to be an interesting one. It's China going up against Latin America here, OMGB versus Isurus Gaming. What do we think is going to happen in this matchup? I mean, the teams have come in. They're relatively standard compositions, generally speaking, from what we've seen so far earlier in the tournament. Who do you think has the edge? Who are we liking?
I mean, honestly, I think this one's going to be pretty close, especially comparatively speaking to some of the other matches that we've seen.
Okay.
Which is exciting because we get to see, two different regions come against each other. Isurus looked very strong, but maybe a little timid. OMGB was anything but timid. So I think that aggression coming out from the Chinese side will give them an advantage.
Yeah, my biggest thing is that we're finally seeing Mercury, a pick that's regarded by most players as a really strong pick. And this is the first time we're going to see him in this tournament. We'll see what he can do.
No, it's an honor. He did struggle a little bit in their first game, but granted they were going up against well, one of the favorites for
Epsilon
the tournament as a whole. So,
oh, look at this grouping.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a fight. I don't think, generally speaking, teams are too keen to fight into a Khepri at level 1 just because everyone has all that temporary HP from the shield. But still, you see Bluefish tossing out some little bit of love out of the Wing Gust.
Just some poke. And everything was just sort of, really the reason everybody groups up is so that we can drop the wards. You see the vision on the left side of the map, and there's really no penalty for that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get lucky. You know what I mean? They were grouped up as 5. Maybe they catch one guy warding, by themselves, getting a little greedy, and
it looks like all of our teams are pretty determined to not make that specific mistake. We've seen pretty much exclusively 5-man roam in the start through the first 30 seconds of the game to get those wards down. Everyone recalls the base regardless of the poke, and we'll go ahead and start out this red buff here. We'll take a look at OMGB's start, as it looks like Santor is going to be drawing the aggro here onto the Xingqian.
The Xingqian playing in the support role. It's actually something interesting that we've seen come out here tonight, and it's not something that's pretty traditional. Xingqian has really made an identity for himself over in the solo lane, but what he's able to bring to the long lane is a little bit of little similar to what Ares brings, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has 3 damaging abilities, so he's able to provide an on her or a Neath with that extra damage to actually get that kill.
Ooh. Keeping that chain lightning there is the Isis. Off the last minion, but we'll be fine. Zeus does not have detonate just yet to put out Spirit Ball to finish off the archers there. And while you see just how powerful the Zeus is, Isis for a long time considered the kind of the best and the optimal mid laner for clear. Zeus having his way. Here we go. EXTT not going to find the knockback onto Chiron, but you see just how dangerous this lane can be.
Love the play out of Neath right there, just playing defensive enough for, again, Xingqian is support, but right here, this is a very aggressive lane, so Neath is able to do a little bit of the support side as well.
Yeah, I mean, Chiron and Capri are really aggressive lane, but Xingqian is super safe having 2 leaps.
It's actually interesting here. You take a look at Chiron and Capri, and there's 2 very defined roles. The Hunkbug picks up Santorsky, but he's going to be all right there.
It's fine. Luo able to put out a couple shots to dissuade them from moving forward too much, but still a lot of HP ticked away off of the Xingqian.
Yeah, I love the aggression coming out from EXT. He really wants to show his Chinese counterparts that he's not afraid, and he is looking to make plays this game.
Yeah, and again, touching upon the roles, there's very defined roles, right? Chiron's aggressive, and Khepri protects that. Here on the side of OMG, they're sharing it, right? Neath is aggressive, but she also has to be defensive as well. Same thing with Xingqian. He's the support, but he's going to be aggressive. So it's more balanced on the side of the blue squad. Does that give them an advantage, the fact that both teams, the fact that both players have the option?
Yeah, I mean, well, the one thing that gives the advantage in this lane is Capri's passive, right? He gets a little shield every 10 seconds, 13 seconds.
Right.
And with that way, he sustains a lot of the poke compared to his counterparts in the lane.
Zamet, tell me a little bit about how Neath and Chiron are going to stack up against each other when they're both sitting on 4 or 5 items around 25 to 30 minutes in this game. Who's got the advantage in the late game?
I mean, they're both pretty even. They have no attack speed steroid. They both have sustain, Chiron in his passive and Neath in her Unravel, in her 2 ability. So it really depends who's hitting their skill shots and who's hitting it more consistently.
Seems like Chiron probably has the advantage just in the raw 1v1 with the ultimate, but besides that, in team fights, they're pretty equal.
Chiron should win the 1v1, but Neath does have that global presence, which makes her a little bit better when it's 1v1.
6 and 1 up dozen the other. It seems like between these two here, EXTT doing what he can to keep this wave from pushing in too far, but it doesn't look like the Neath Xingqian has been able to really aggressively push us in. What do you think about both hunters in this case going for Transcendence openings?
To me, that spells out that they want to be aggressive. If they were going to go for the more passive, tanky build in the Soul Eater, they pretty much just want to farm. But if going Transcendence means they want to use their abilities a lot, as much as they can, I'm sure we're going to see both hunters looking to rotate and make plays early.
Exactly, and I always like Neath being built with the Transcendence, honestly, because it just gives more oomph to that ultimate, and the more damage you can put on that ultimate means the less damage you have to deal across the map, so the smallest opportunities can be made into larger ones.
And, well, of course, it'll also give both of these hunters effectively infinite mana for most of the team fighting stage. Transcendence does provide a tremendous amount of mana out of this item, especially once finished and fully stacked. You don't get much more damage out of it, but you get a ton of mana. Oh, the first fight breaking out here. EXTT in a lot of trouble on the Chiron. Will have a dash of his ultimate available as well. Has to find a kill to revive. Will not. And Santorsky will get the first blood here. Logitech first blood going to the way of OMGB.
What an interesting interaction here. We haven't really seen Chiron played a lot, but it seemed like the Chiron ult took the priority over the Khepri ult. So as soon as Chiron ult was finished, even though the Khepri ult was on him, he ended up dying.
Right, and these are the little things. These are the interactions that you sort of have to know when you're at this level of play. And maybe a little bit of a panic there on the side, but you have to be aware of how these things work together. Great dodge right there coming out of the solo laner on OMG.
Wow.
Double stun with the up and down. She wants to fight. Bologna not going to be ganked this time around.
That is the solo laner's ultimate, the up and down. And big shout out to MM there. I mean, the sidestep god there. He just hits A and just gets all out of the way of Nowzer's incoming Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, 9 out of 10 Bologna players there would have ultied away.
Yep.
But MM, knowing his character front and back, made the right play there.
And that right there, that's exactly what we were just talking about, knowing the intricacies and just how much damage that Bologna can take, getting the double stun, and then, you know, the stick-with-itness to stay there and decide to go the 2v1. Yeah.
You know, you said it's the little things with that Khepri and Chiron interaction there. It's also the little things that are making somebody on the development staff like really like, oh no, it's that, no, uh-oh. Yeah, you got Pon out there somewhere like, oh, I think that's a bug.
He's making a ready throw right now.
We know. OMGB here, though, with the early advantage through 5 minutes. They've garnered, about 1,100 gold lead. The experience, however, still in favor of Isurus. How is this the case?
They're just farming better. They're grouping up better, sharing buffs a little bit better than OMG.
But, like, you know, you get 800 gold on top of that 300 gold bounty for first blood going the way of Oh My God. And we're still waiting. You know, how is Isurus going to really affect this one? I mean, they're continuing to pull ahead in experience, in fact, as they've just done a better job of, I think you mentioned, I mean, really exploiting Bumba's mask there's got to be the answer.
Exactly.
Yeah, I really
experience share.
Exactly, experience share, and I really want to see this Mercury either make a play for the Isis or the Neath. I really think he can make a play there. He can kill them pretty easily, especially with Khepri ult making it safe.
I just want to see Mercury have an impact at all.
Here we go. He's actually going for the dual lane.
Yeah, he's looking for the play here, and you'll notice the Mercury in the top left part of the mini map looking to find an ultimate from behind his tier 1, but Neath is farming at the back camp. You know, we'll see how much patience that we have over here on the side of Honor if he's willing to wait for the Neath to come back to lane to try to set things up with Chiron.
Meanwhile, OMG looking towards the mid lane. Ultimate comes down onto the Zeus, but the Hug Bug saves the day. Stunned from around the way. Gets the monkey out of trouble. Bluefish helping out Blue Whale.
And just like that, Mercury pulled off of the dual lane. Will not find that kill, nor will there be a kill going the way of Blue Whale. I mean, what was that play? That was like Blue Whale didn't really have a good shot of killing him there. It seemed like it was almost entirely like just trying to get beads and force out some poke.
Yeah, exactly. And also, that's the danger of Zeus. If you don't kill him right away, he's going to instantly turn, throw out his shield, bounce it off, and probably one-shot you.
It's actually interesting there because I think what happened there was a quick audible. It looked like the blink out of Hun Bats was shorter than he intended, so the ultimate wasn't kill potential.
Couldn't push away from the tower.
Exactly. I think they were looking for the kill, but credit to OMG, they immediately noticed that they weren't able to because of the short blink. So what they do is they get what they can. They get the beads, they get the ult, they walk away. But more importantly, they take the jungler away from the gank on the dual lane side. They force him in the mid lane.
Oh, that was, I mean, Luo.
Yeah.
That's a play right there. I mean, basically, he throws out that backflip. It's a little bit extra damage. Really, it just means there's no retaliation from Chiron, not even with his effectively free damage.
Yeah, it seems like EXT is kind of forcing his aggression a little bit too much, running into the Neath while she has her Spirit Arrow up. It's just asking to get poked.
Here we're going to see a little more aggression. Blue Whale, the enemy side of the jungle, looking for that purple buff. It's successful.
Jeez.
But OMG doesn't want to test the water.
EXT gonna have a hard time in this lane. Santorsky gonna go for the ultimate there. He's gonna get pulled back by Bethany now. And here comes the Mercury ultimate as well. And there's the kill. I'm sorry, the first kill on the board for Isurus does go credited to XTT there, who sneaks in a single in hand to find that kill through all the ultimates.
And that is a kill that's going to help him out a lot. He was falling way behind the Neath.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, even just the stacks that he's going to get now as a result of just a little bit more gold coming in. I mean, he's about, what, 20 stacks or so behind the Neath. Granted, he does have the beads one online, but that early death slowed down that transcendence timing, very considerably.
And one of the things that it's so scary to really rotate out of that dual lane. I'm sure you know that because it's so easy to just, well, I missed a little bit of this. MM's going to push a little bit.
He was looking for the stun there and get a little bit more poke out on the tier, maybe force him back if he could. As the blue buffs are coming up, looking to make that play is Bologna. Yeah, that's going to be a blink in for an extra hit. And it did look like that one crit, but in the meantime, Blue Whale, no, not going to take any damage out of the Zeus shield. Wing Gus going to stop the minions in their tracks, and OMGB continues to pressure the mid lane.
But yeah, so that rotation out of EXT, I mean, that's a gamble. If you don't get that kill, you're losing so much.
Yeah, I mean, if this early in the game, one wave is so important. You know, you can't afford to miss it. That's why rotating is definitely very scary, especially in the early game.
OMG, they're hunting on the right side of the map. I believe they are standing on an Isurus ward. Nowser knows this is going on. Blue Whale now finds himself stuck between three. The leap comes out. He's in some trouble. Bead's going to be used. He'll get rooted as well. Where is the tier follow-up? It looks like Nowser's a little bit hesitant to go in there. He'll only hit out with the cleave there. I mean, they had an opportunity maybe to make a play on the Blue Whale, but still not going to find the kill.
Yeah, what a nice play by Blue Whale there. He just made that little slight sidestep, and it made tier misses fearless.
Second time now. Yeah, we noticed that also in the short lane by MM. It's really the tier pick is strong, and you're able to really nail it, but not from the front. OMG is noticing what's happening, and they're just able to dance around this tier a little bit. If Isurus wants their solo laner to make more of an impact, he needs to be a little bit more sneaky and surprised, come around from the backside maybe.
Well, guys, we're approaching the 10-minute mark elapsed in this game. OMG holding the gold lead at 1,200. It's been fairly stagnant there, and Experience moving back and forth as the teams pick up the camps and farm out the lane minions, effectively even there in the XP graphs. 1 kill apiece as well, and well, looks like you might as well buckle your seatbelt in, guys. This one's looking like it's going to go pretty late considering how passive this early game has been.
And the later this game goes, the more powerful that Mercury's going to get.
And the Zeus.
And the Zeus. Look for Mercury to be one-shotting either the Neath or the Isis pretty easily.
Exactly. You take a look at the compositions here, and OMG, I mean, everybody wants a Bologna on their team. Late game, early game, mid game, doesn't really matter. But you take a look at everybody else. I mean, Neath, Isis, these are gods that are fantastic, but they're not exactly these late game powerhouses like a 2-shot out of Mercury or Zeus just, you know, hitting the detonate and getting a triple, right?
Definitely. Isurus definitely has the way better late game team comp, especially with that Kepri keeping them
alive.
So, I mean, how much advantage does OMG need going into the mid stage of this game? I mean, do they need to get on the horse now and really, you know, start building that advantage, or do they have a little bit of time to play with still?
No, they really need to get on the horse. They really need to start making plays with that Neath ult. I haven't really seen any gank attempts with that Neath ult yet.
Well, here's one gank attempt.
And Tortsky, yeah, no, indeed. He's just going to get beads away by the Zeus. He's going to lock him down underneath the tower, but not even Xingtian can dive a Zeus early game underneath the tier 1. He's just going to get exploded. So 1 ultimate expended, still 9 up on the map. Blue Whale takes a bit of poke from EXTT, as well as Isurus will look to defend their purple buff.
That's a lot of poke on a Blue Whale. Beautiful jump away from the hug bug, and now Betney in a little bit of trouble. There's a Zeus ultimate. Zeus in some trouble himself. 1-2 punch. Blue Whale off of the Neath assist to get the kill.
That Neath ultimate couldn't have come at a better time. Zeus was about to put the damage out. EXTT, he's going to get walked down as well. Chiron, once he dashes away, there's really not much you can do to self.
And now these are the kind of plays OMG need to make with their early game team comp here.
I mean, you ask and they perform.
And they delivered.
That's exactly as we said. That's what OMG needs to do now. They're a little bit ahead by about maybe 2,000 gold, give or take. And this is where they have the position to. They have 1 foot ready to go, and they're looking for the next one right here in the middle lane, forcing Tier to jump, followed up by 1 more jump. Not enough to dive the tower quite this early. But OMG, this is exactly where they want to be right now.
I'm a little surprised that OMG didn't go and pressure Gold Fury there with 2 members down, EXTT in addition to Awareness, Zeus Ultimate factoring very heavily into the Gold Fury. Maybe a little bit of sign of you know how advanced these Western teams are that we've seen. I mean, still a younger scene over in Latin America, Brazil, and China.
Yeah, I mean, all you really need is a slight window to take off that Gold Fury. Ever since it was introduced that the Gold Fury started scaling from the early game to the late game, it's a lot easier to do the Gold Fury in the early game and a lot easier to sneak it.
Especially when you have the Circle of Protection and Isis. This is one of the classic examples of a god that is sometimes picked with the early Gold Fury specifically in mind. Yeah. The ultimate out of Isis just makes it so difficult to really come back.
Yeah, the Isis ult plus the Neath root into her weave would do probably half of the HP of the Gold Fury at this stage of the game.
Well, not going to go for it there. Not going to look to push advantages OMG. And what we've heard the analysts say kind of repeatedly throughout the event when referencing especially this Chinese team is that their objective secure is probably their weakest point. And so maybe they're just kind of playing to their known weakness in this case and not trying to do too much. But EXTT is going to run down Hun bots nice and easy there. And there's a good example of the strength of Chiron. You know, you get a single target in a corridor, and you can hit 3 or 4 in-hands on the way in.
Yeah, a little surprising that Blue Whale held his ult there. Maybe could have used it to secure his escape.
To be fair, I mean, China's had significantly less time with Chiron.
True.
Than perhaps Latin America or especially North America. And, you know, maybe it's just a lack of familiarity with the god there, not really expecting him to be able to walk him down that easily.
Yeah. It's also, I mean, from a jungler's perspective, right? Hun bats, we have some damage in the mid lane. That's a stun and not quite done. Up for the side, MM. Misses the dash, but 1 more.
That'll do it.
Bop.
But still, I mean, that's a lot of abilities used to pick up a tier who is not necessarily the best target for that. Mercury's going to move across, but there's no real follow-up from the team. Yeah, we want to resume. And in we go. I mean, this fight's continuing to break out on the left side here. Bologna's going to try to zone out the team. Looks like Neath is continuing to box the Zeus. They're trying to walk down awareness.
There it is.
Yeah, they're going to find awareness. In fact, Luo's going to get that kill. EXCT in a lot of trouble here. Xing Chen going to find everybody and toss them back, waiting for the Kepri ultimate. No, Blue Whale jumps the gun just a bit there. But in the meantime, they do pick up Bettany, trying to leap away. Not going to go over the wall from Honor, but that's still not enough. Luo is credited with the triple and looking for a quadra, but not going to find the pin onto Honor. And that still will break this game open for OMG. A couple thousand gold. Where's the objective off the back of it?
Yeah, and actually, Isurus did a sneaky play while OMG were fighting the tier in the mid lane. They snuck a Gold Fury in.
Yeah, we did just miss that. Yeah, Gold Fury was picked up, and that is going to prevent this from being a tremendous gold and experience advantage in favor of OMG. You see those graphs drop straight down on the right side.
Very, very crafty play as well. And you know, before that all started, I was getting onto a mention talking about Hun Bats and not using that ultimate defensively. Hun Bats largely is just a Fear No Evil bot, right? There's other things that he can do damage-wise, but it's really all about that Fear No Evil. Dropping a defensive ultimate out of Hun Bats is demoralizing almost. It's really an awful feeling because of what if I had that ult? Well, you take a look at OMG, that's what happens if he has that ult. Let's take a second look at it right here.
Show it to me, Intel. Here we go. This is Luo's triple kill. Gold Fury has gone down. He'll walk down awareness here. Looks like he must find the route through the wall. This is about where we left him on the main screen. There it is. In addition to the Bologna backflip, gonna seal the deal there. Yeah, style points out of Luo. You hear the admiration of the North American hunter here in Zatman. That's an easy kill on to Bettany on the old Kepri, and one final unravel over the wall. And it didn't even look at the explosion.
Looked away.
That's big time style right there. Not gonna be able to find the Mercury, but still a triple kill credited, and it hasn't stopped just yet. Mercury gonna move through 3, but not before his support dies. That ultimate did come out fairly well, but Honor has no mana or team to follow it up. Shooting off the astral, well, they're not called astral arrows, but hell, they're astral arrows out of EXTT there. They get the Chiron ultimate on the back of it as well. Only 2 ultimates remaining. Bettany, of course, is dead, and just Nowzers is up. This is a good opportunity for OMG to push if they're able to recognize this.
Doesn't look like they're going to go in that direction, though, Bart. They're just going to head spread out and really force their lane advantage here. That's very different from what we see. OMG, it seems like we keep talking about how they aren't really finding those objectives after the fights, but they're finding the lane pressure after those fights.
Blue Whale Hun bots waiting in the wings, waiting for EXTT to move up, and he will not. Sniffed out nicely there by the enemy hunter. Nice game presence coming out from EXTT.
Yeah, but this is definitely smart by OMG. They want to focus where they're the strongest, right? And Neath has 3 levels, or actually 4 levels on the enemy Chiron. They need to focus on that duo lane and get those towers down.
Yeah, and then, you know, stop giving up triple kills to the enemy carry. That's really a lot of why she's so powerful, right? I mean, it wasn't like her laning phase was up, she was abusing EXTT that whole time. I mean, that's purely just Luo picking up a triple and continuing with a sound and safe itemization underneath.
And this is when Neath is really at her scariest, is when she's
wait. I'm sorry, let me check that. This is Chiron building Soul Eater before boots. That's what happened.
Yeah.
That's where this level advantage came from.
That's a lot of damage that he's missing out that the Neath had in those crucial team fights.
Exactly, and you know, it's very easy to say that, you know, any character this far ahead is in a good spot, but Neath specifically, because she's so ability-based, right? And with hunters, levels give you the basic attack advantage, and most hunters have steroids to increase that. Well, Neath, she doesn't have one, but with the level advantage, you get the boon of the abilities and the basic attacks, which is a threat.
Exactly, and that's also the beauty of Neath. She has built-in sustain, so you can actually get away with the boots built first before the Soul Eater more than, let's say, another god can, like maybe Chiron.
And not to mention, Chiron doesn't have the attack speed steroid either. So you know, even all things the same, right? Neath doesn't even need the bonus attack speed versus him.
Well, see, that's why I find it so curious. I find it very curious that the Soul Eater is being built on the Chiron before the boots, because Chiron does have that heal built in, just like a Neath. It's in his passive, so that lifesteal not necessarily as it's not the numero uno thing you need to be thinking about. The movement speed might have been the right way to go.
Yeah, but what might have swayed his judgment was that he was behind the Neath.
Right.
Neath has so much damage built into her kin, and he was probably getting poked out of lane a lot, you know, during the laning phase. So he was probably like, all right, I'll go for the safe bet. I won't go for damage. I'll go for the Soul Eater and try to weather the storm.
But Isurus has to feel pretty decent about their standing here. They have the much better late game. You're looking at only a couple thousand gold that you're behind here, and your Mercury has quietly continued farming here. He's got a 3-level advantage over the Hun bots, sitting on his boots plus a golden bow, not a golden boy, a golden bow, and a short sword as well. So a little bonus crit coming out there on top of his base crit out of the golden bow. Mercury's about to come significantly impact these fights, I think.
Yeah, definitely. That's actually one thing I've been impressed with the Mercury with Onur. He's been farming 10 times better than Humbots. He's at least had a 2-level lead since level 7 or 8, I think.
Which is this is the light.
Oh, and they got a tower here as well in the mid lane. I mean, you can't leave Mercury unchecked for this long. Even throwing out that Neath ultimate, I mean, it'll stop him for the moment, but he's going to go deep and past the tower here. Honor.
He's gonna meet the Bologna, but here on the left-hand side, we've got Nauser caught out in between 3 members of OMG. He's gonna have to use his ultimate to get out of the Zeus. I think the Zeus ultimate's a little more valuable than the Lawbringer.
Yeah, it's 2 ultimates used, still 3 remaining on the side of OMG. Luo did shoot out his to try to stop the Mercury split push.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more patience on those big AoE ults on the Zeus.
Oh, yeah.
He could use that maybe for this gold streak.
Last time Tyr did get bursted down before they were able to rally to him, so maybe just trying to stop that there. Gold Fury going to be uncontested there. No ultimate necessary from the Isis in the meantime. Mercury does split push down a tier 1 tower, but not a great trade.
This is something that, you know, OMG was ahead 2,000-3,000 gold. They're playing like they're ahead 5 or 7. They're in the enemy jungle, and Isurus isn't contesting it. They're at a Gold Fury, and Isurus isn't contesting it. They're not that far ahead.
Well, they saw Honor split pushing in the mid lane there, and they know that Mercury's the only major threat in these team fights, and in he comes looking for Bluefish. The detonation's going to come out from the Ice ultimate. Will still go down to a Made You Look. And there you can see the impact Mercury can have. He should really be able to make an impact here if they're able to CC one more target. Chain Lightning going to do nicely there. The detonation going to be big coming out of the Zeus. Still looking for that wrap up as Honor. Going to move forward here with a special delivery momentarily. There it is. Not going to find what he was looking for though. And Luo going to be able to just walk out of this one, taking one more Major Look, but it will not crit.
Yeah, OMG cannot leave this Zeus uncontested. If you saw in that team fight, he was alone by the red buff, just waiting, dancing around, waiting for his cooldowns to come up, and OMG didn't pay any attention to him, and he made him pay.
OMG's got to keep hoping that the Zeus keeps that quick trigger finger on the ultimate, because that has been their saving grace right now. There hasn't been a real thunderstorm anywhere near these team fights, but it's interesting. OMG is ahead, and as you said, we're looking at the junglers. It's really up to Merc right now.
Yeah.
That's what Isurus has to look at right now. He's in a position, not just even, he's actually ahead despite his team being down. He's the one that's got
He's the one that's 4 levels ahead now.
Exactly.
Well,
how 4?
4 levels.
4 levels ahead of the Hunbots, but in return, Neath sitting on a 4 now 3 level advantage over the Chiron at 19 and 16 apiece. She's closing in on that level 20.
Each of these teams wind up with their own individual sort of flag holder, I guess. Isurus got to look towards their Merc and protect him, and OMG's all looking at their Neath right now.
The big difference is Merc is all late game.
Yes, that's the scary part. I mean, that's the thing. You get wrapped up by a Merc and thrown into a wall. You're dead before you hit the ground. Neath can deal some damage, but she's going to turn into more of a team fight hunter as the game goes on, and look more for Neath to sort of try to control that Mercury. It's really important for Neath to start exploding weaves on that Merc to really control his destruction during the team fights.
No, the good news is they have Xingqian to kind of help peel as well. They have the Frostbound Hammer out from Bologna to help reduce some of that attack speed. Awareness in a lot of trouble, but Capri ultimate will save him as the Neath ultimate was expended and ultimate traded. But they get the Zeus ultimate on top of that as well. This should make this tier 1 fairly free for Luo. Couple enhance should do it. Bologna, Roman Victor over the top. The bludgeon going to do a bunch of damage. Off the mark for Zeus, doesn't matter. Spirit Ball is going to be enough to do it. Now Bettany's the one that they're going to turn their attention to on the backside. Santor has picked up one. Will toss the Chiron back into the fight. Bologna and MM going to move forward there. Ice ultimate going to heal up Luo. No way Nauser can really effectively box this one out. That one will go credited to Santorsky as the Xingqian with the dot, and now a tier 2 pending for OMG as Isurus is looking like they're having a hard time contending with the Chinese seed number 2.
4 players barking down the left-hand side, looking directly at the opponent and the tower at the same time. Here finally come the minions, so those backdoor protections are gone, and those basics from Isis, Bologna, and Neath combine to take out the tier 2. That's 1,500 more gold on the side of OMG, leading by about 7,000 gold.
Yeah, really impressed with the way MM is playing. He knew that that the Zeus speeds were down. Capriol was down, so he said, okay, guys, let's just dive this. I know it's safe to dive. I know I can kill the Zeus before he gets any damage off, and they did just that.
Look at that golden hand. Isis is going to go ahead and back right now, and she'll purchase herself. The spear is online, so this is really the core right here. If you want to take a look at itemization and to just boil it down for mages, you really have You have movement speed, which comes with cooldown reduction or whatnot. A big power bank, which is that Book of Thoth. That's going to be a big chunk of power. And then finally, that penetration. That, once you have those 3 items online for a mage, you really start to get the ball rolling. And with those 3 items, Isis can really start to make a larger impact in these fights, more than she has already.
Yeah, I really like Ice's itemization. The Breastplate of Valor is really smart. She knows that the only way she can die is getting killed by the Mercury, getting bursted down by him. So all she needs to do is survive his burst, and they'll win the team fight.
Would you think about a Nemean line in the situation for some of these characters?
Sure, definitely. Against any auto attack god, Nemean line is extremely strong.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Bologna pick that up, but it's either going to be that or Nick Violet.
Oh, wow. Look at it.
Going deep here. Santori's going to be wrapped up before he can get the ultimate out, but still does have that ultimate available. He's going to go ahead and grab it. Not going to find anybody as the beads are going to be used. There's a Zeus ultimate underneath the tower to try to protect. Wing Gust should be enough to pop that Kepri ultimate. Indeed it is. It's the bludgeon over the top that will do it finally. And Nauser, he's moved in as well, but the tier not going to find really anybody out of that. Gold Fury will be back up in about 15 seconds. And it looks like Isurus wants to continue to fight, but splitting the uprights there is Honor. In will go MM. And, well, Shield of the Underworld going to be reflecting a lot of the damage there. About a 550 damage crit coming out in the meantime. Blue Whale, he goes deep, and he finds yet another one. That's 2 members down now for Isurus, just simply poked out by OMGB.
I loved seeing this sequence right here because we saw both sides of the coin out of OMG. We saw what happens when they make a plan. Space was created by the Hunbat's ultimate intentionally to kill that tier 1 tower. That was the game plan, right? When the Mercury came through, they took the opportunity. They got the counter engage as well. So not only can they adhere to their own plan, they can adjust the enemy plan as well. And now, OMG just barking down a tier 2 given to them by Isurus.
Yeah, very smart team fighting by OMG. They knew that a lot of their cooldowns were down, so they all said retreat, retreat, retreat. Isurus kind of got baited in. They grouped up. Bologna saw got a 4-man ult, I believe it was, and they won the fight.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that Mercury ultimate missing. I mean, they're really trying to make the play to open up this Gold Fury was Isurus. Instead, it will be OMG that successfully does control the Golden Lady for the 3rd time this game. They will take the 2nd Gold Fury to their side. OMG pulling ahead 10,000 gold now through 25 minutes.
That's the big mark for me. I'm always looking at that 5 digits. Once you hit that 10,000 gold mark, it is a task for the opponent to really come down. That's 2 team fights, right? That's not just a single one in a Gold Fury. 10,000 gold is a strong
Is this
mark.
the big enough lead, Zatman? We were talking about it, looking like OMG needs to win this game somewhere between, 25 and 35 minutes is going to be their window. 10,000 gold, 10,000 experience, sufficient, you think?
100% sufficient. I expect OMG to take this game as long as they don't make any crucial mistakes or huge mistakes.
And honestly, the way OMG has...
Wait. Is that a Rod of Asclepius being built on the Isis?
Gotta move fast.
I mean, movement speed, a bunch of power, and the bonus healing is really what's so curious about that.
Well, Isis, one of the beautiful things about Isis, and you can see as she had the cooldown reduction being thought of originally with those boots, is Isis is one of those gods that can work in 2 different ways, right? At the end of the day, she can just be, hey, mage, big damage, but she brings so much utility that helps out.
Does Rod of Asclepius, does that affect funeral rites, her passive?
I don't believe so.
I don't think it does.
HP5.
No.
That's HP 5. It's only healing. So it is literally only the ultimate that's really going to be affected by this.
Wow.
There once was a man.
Yeah, remember when, you play an assassin and you get dove by 2 people and they blow
What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, like, there's really no option. I mean, you saw him. He popped his beads and, like, tried to dash. Didn't even get a sprint out before he just exploded there. And, well, that's the risk of running a paper-thin melee assassin, is that you are stuck out of position often. EXCT dashes the wrong way there, actually, into the team and tries to turn it.
Yeah, it looked like he was he dashed to get away from the projectile through the wall, but unfortunately, the only direction he could get away from that projectile was into the enemy clutches.
Yeah.
Great play by OMG, forcing Isurus into a bad situation, now creating space to get that tower, and one more time, an egregious ultimate. I do not agree with that.
That one's tough to say. I mean, it does force OMG off, and it does build some time for their Mercury to get back. You'll notice as well, I think maybe even the bigger drop there was that the Kepri Shell 3 was used in that engagement, which means they will not have it available for this forced engagement here at the Fire Giant, where Nauser and the rest of Isurus are forced to fight, but it doesn't matter. Fire Giant already picked up, and here comes the fury of OMG, EXTT. He's already dead. He just hasn't decided to be it yet, and down he will go. MM getting credited for that kill. Santorsky, he's going to get the beads from Bettany. This should be an easy follow-up. Spirit Ball was not on the mark. It doesn't matter. The knockup was. Bettany trying to do what he can. Isis should have enough damage here. The ultimate going to be used to heal up again. Spear ball on the mark, one more hit. He is not gonna, he may take down actually to the passive here.
A little bit of split TPS right there. You notice the Hunbat switched the target thinking that Kepri was a bad idea. Just not enough control damage onto a single target allows those kills to get away. But what's more important than kills on gods? Kills on Phoenixes. Right one goes down, mid lane being aggressed on as well right now. Santorsky doing a wonderful job of tanking the objective. 2 Phoenixes for the price of 1 right now. 16-6, read the kills. We're just under 30 minutes. And OMG is making their name very strong.
OMG is playing incredibly smart. They saw the Zeus ultimate was down. They said, okay, immediate Fire Giant. They really have no way to contend us.
Oh, yeah.
And then they take 2 Phoenixes. Instead of being greedy and going for the third, they see that EXT on the Chiron was coming up, had 10 seconds left, went for the safe play, and now they're just pushed down left.
Yeah, OMG, we were talking about how they were a little reluctant to take the objectives before. They're just looking for no doubters. They don't want to be in a situation, even though their composition's lending themselves to be in these situations, they don't want to be in a situation where Isurus can take something, because that's really, I mean, that's where the throws come from, right?
Look at I mean, basically what they've done here is now they have the Mercury Killer, right? They have Bologna.
Yeah.
She has Hide of the Nemean Lion. She has a Shieldy on the world, which means if he can't effectively engage into her, she's got the Frostbound Hammer to slow down the attack speed. She's got the long range from the whip as well.
Yeah.
The Bulwark of Hope to prevent any major damage coming out when she gets into the threshold. Runeforge for bonus protections and HP. All very cost-effective items, all very focused in doing one thing and one thing only, which is making sure that Mercury does not wipe the team. Do not be surprised to see a Runic Shield as a 6th item from Xingtian as well. Just get a little bit of extra anti-attack speed, and Exploded is on her. I mean, they could pick up a Witchblade on anyone here.
Yeah.
Really, they have so many options to continue marginalizing how much impact this Mercury can have, and he's the only option that Isurus has.
Exactly, Bart. OMG knew Isurus' win condition, and that was the Mercury late game, and they itemized perfectly for that.
Yeah, I mean, the surrender vote is up. Isurus knows that the writing is on the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Phoenix has fallen, and right now the Chinese team OMG is pushing in onto the Titan. The damage is down, so is the Circle of Protection. Players are being aggressed on, and the Titan taking damage halfway dead.
Isurus is just throwing out pot shots from the well, and indeed, the Titan will fall 17-6 in just under 30 minutes, right at the point where they absolutely need it to win. OMGB does, and well, it was a very successful strategy. Was that the strategy? I mean, they drafted into it, and they looked like they had this early in composition. Do you think they were forced to adjust that seeing the Mercury pick, or do you think that they drafted into the Mercury on purpose?
I think they just had a game plan of where they wanted to be aggressive early. OMGB, especially China teams in general, are known to be aggressive. They picked the Neath that allows them to be dominant in lane, and you saw how much attention they paid to that purple and red buff of Isurus.
Yeah, well, one of the things for me, I think, when I mentioned it earlier about how OMG was able to utilize their plan and then adjust right in that mid lane, I think that was a microcosm of the entire game itself. Right. OMG had a plan going forward, and then when Mercury came, Mercury started cutting through this team like a hot knife through butter, right? Well, what does OMG do? They go ahead, bring out the Bologna, and just itemize her to be the rock to the Mercury scissors. So they adjust correctly, OMG wind up with the win.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think where this game goes topsy-turvy is when Isurus tries to make that play when their tier 2 goes down. They use the Mercury ultimate to try to catch up, and it just whiffed. And had he hit a couple people, maybe they wipe a few members. They get the Gold Fury. They start turning this one around, but unfortunately, didn't go their way. They lose a few, and Isurus will be the first team eliminated from the SMITE World Championship here. They have lost out of the winners round, but thank you very much, of course, to the boys from Latin America for coming over. And thank you very much to my co-commentators, guys. Let's toss it back over to the analysts one more time. Golden Boy, take it away. Tell us what you saw.
Thank you so much, Bart. What I saw was me being right 2 times in a row. I mean, seriously, like, come on, at some point, just listen to the fat guy. That's all I ask.
I'm there with you, man. What are you trying to say?
You did not call that.
I'm just gonna let you predict first, and I'm just gonna follow everything.
Never again. No, I'm actually always gonna predict and go against everything you guys say.
All right.
No, but seriously, awesome game for OMG. A huge win for them. Unfortunate for Isurus, though. They had a tough run here at the SMITE World Championships. I mean, going up first against Epsilon, getting shut out, and then, facing off against China's OMG, and just could not hang. But here goes your Logitech First Blood, and, Anatoly, break this down for us.
So basically, there was a gank from the Humbats, and Xingtian just doing Xingtian things. He got an easy kill on the Chiron, and on top of that First Blood, they were able to invade the purple buff, which was actually the theme of the game for the most part. They just consistently invaded the purple buff.
They invaded the purple buff like 3 or 4 times. It was really sad for the Hunter player for Isurus.
Yeah, they just could not seem to get anything going, Isurus. And when they did have that shining light, that one opportunity, OMG was just there to shut them down every single time. So with them moving on to the next round here, they will face off against, I believe it's going to be Paradigm.
Yes.
So that's going to be a tough one.
I mean,
it goes without saying.
When you lose the first round, you're going up against a first seeder. You're getting eliminated. I'd say facing Paradigm's a little bit better than going home, though. To be fair, so they have that to hold. But it's going to be a rough time for OMG tomorrow on.
Yeah, I mean, finishing top 8 there, right, without a doubt, is huge for OMG, and especially in a very, very tough pool. I mean, they had quite the game against Pain Gaming there, in that second matchup of the day. A lot of people felt good about OMG going up against Pain, but then OMG, they just crumbled under that pressure, and really shining this time around. That gives them that opportunity to move forward till tomorrow. Huge wins for them.
I think team composition-wise, they, instead of playing the Circuit Thor, OMG ran a Bologna this time in Soul Lane, which allows them a little bit more flexibility if they couldn't snowball early, but they were able to get the snowball going early, and then Bologna also a great game coming out.
Let's talk about the post-game stats here. Anatoly, why don't you run us through this here? What are some of the things that have stood out to you in the player damage category?
So it was very difficult for the Mercury to go off because every time he would dive the backline, the Isis ultimate would just be there waiting for him, and there was nothing much he could do. The Neath was able to get a triple kill somewhere in the middle of the game where the Bologna and the Xing Chen was able to dive the backline and set up the Neath for a lot of easy kills there, which resulted in a lot of player damage for her.
Yeah, again, you have to highlight how talented OMG was in this matchup, but this triple kill, as a matter of fact, that we want to talk about, this Neath triple kill, very, very good stuff out of OMG. Again, I'm going to keep saying that because I'm so impressed by them.
Yeah, Luo played phenomenally in this match, and just all 3 of these kills were kind of just like picking off the players in the back line, and you could see Khepri trying to escape, run straight into the Neath, and then finally Chiron coming out of that Khepri ult also got picked up and actually sniped over the wall with that heal.
Yeah, that Xing Chen double ulti would just set her up for such easy kills,
Yeah, and speaking of Xing Chen, because we haven't really, had a chance much to talk about. Everyone's been really focused on banning Xing Chen, and if you are Paradigm, certainly you're keeping that into consideration because that gave OMG a great opportunity to be able to capitalize on their opponents.
So funny enough, at the Super Regionals, the first matchup, Paradigm was actually almost wasn't even here. They actually almost got eliminated by Dignitas. It was a team that they didn't prepare for because they thought they would walk over and 3-0 them. They prepared more for their second round matchup, Fnatic. And actually, Dignitas brought them to all 5 games. And the 2 games that Dignitas won, they played Xing Chen and destroyed the Soul Lane. After that, Paradigm banded every single game for the rest of the tournament. So I think Paradigm are pretty well versed in this god. So I don't know. This Xing Chen right now is a top 2 Soul Laner alongside Bologna. So these are the 2 gods I expect to see battling it out for most of the tournament.
Kuri, your thoughts?
I agree. Xing Chen is just so strong in the game.
Yeah.
He just brings so much CC, so much sustain, so much control of the fight.
Yeah, just the presence alone has been something to take note of. Again, just awesome run there from OMG. What about for you, Anatoly? Who else in this game actually shined?
Necessarily not in the game, but like their strategy changed so well. And if they just execute this strategy against Paradigm, but I don't necessarily think that they will because the Xing Chen is going to be banned. An aggressive team like OMGB wanting to get these gods like the Bologna, like the Xing Chen, Paradigm's going to have to make sure that they don't allow them to do it.
And taking a look at some of these stats here, attack buff actually getting picked up 89% of the time from OMG.
That's rough.
But Gold Fury, you had Isurus pick one off, right? You had Isurus get one, but really just OMG, they were on that consistently. Fire Giant pickup as well, obviously huge for them, led to that victory for sure.
And this is the OMG we kind of expected to see coming in here. A lot of heavy invades, a lot of aggression, and when it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We saw it against Pain. They weren't able to get rolling, and they couldn't snowball. However, in this second round matchup, they were able to take it to Isurus and advance on. Unfortunately, though, Isurus is going to be falling.
So, Anatoly, you are OMG. You just defeated Isurus. You look great. You feel like this was a huge opportunity for you. Now you know you have to face Paradigm tomorrow. It is almost 7 o'clock here. You have plenty of time to get rest. What do you do before you go to sleep? Do you actually gather together, talk as a team, figure out, okay, can we change our strategy? Should they change their strategy of consistent aggression, or just keep with it?
They should definitely change their strategy. From tomorrow, consider today. Today was the best of 1. Tomorrow's the best of 3. Everything changes. They have to do their homework. They have to know what are like some of the strategies that Paradigm do run, and they have to prepare for at least 2 to 3 of them, and then they have to come up with their own strategies to kind of counter that. So there's going to be a lot of homework and a lot of time to prepare for Paradigm. And there's more footage of Paradigm than there is of OMG. So in that regard, there's more homework available for OMG.
What about for you, Kiwi?
I agree with totally. They need to prepare for like 2 or 3 strategies because Paradigm can just change and adapt real quickly. They're a really experienced team, and they, yeah.
Yeah, just again, very talented squad. Paradigm is, so it's going to be tough. But coming up next, though, we have Avant-Garde versus QG Reapers, folks. This is going to be our final game of the broadcast for day 1 here at the SMITE World Championships. It's been incredible so far, and we thank you guys so much for joining us. Now, this matchup is going to begin in just a minute, but before we do, we're going to go to a quick break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Alright, so you know how sometimes you wear a dead animal on your head? Well, that's where Shibalanke comes in, hidden Jaguar Sun. You see, Shibalanke and his brother Hunapu, known as the Hero Twins, knew that their lives were leading towards the ultimate boss battle, a confrontation with the Lords of Death, chiefs of the underworld who murdered their dearest papa. However, they were not yet ready. They were woefully underleveled and would need to spend time blowing and playing with balls. By which I mean blowguns in the game pits, obviously. Anyway, after grinding for a bit, they decided to test their strength, and who better to fight than the evil bird lord, Seven Macaw? After all, he replaced his teeth with jewels and declared himself the sun and the moon, so he was kind of asking for it. Well, the Hero Twins fired their blowguns and knocked out some of the bird lord's teeth, who responded by tearing Hunapu's arm off. Welp, time to change strategies. The twins went and got an elderly couple to pretend to be dentists, and when Seven Macaw came to get his teeth fixed, they pulled the rest of them out and replaced them with white corn. Boom, son, get dunked. The oversized bird was so humiliated, he died of despair. Oh, and the Hero Twins went on to avenge their father, and Shibalanke became the moon. So everyone was happy. Well, except the bird. He's still dead. Did you know YouTube has subscription functionality? It's true. Just click that subscribe button and prove me right. Heck.
What is up, everyone? Welcome. I'm joined by Hi-Rez here, the Environment Art Director, and I believe the most recent project you've done is the new Chinese Joust map. Have you guys seen the new map? Do you guys like the new map? What was the inspiration for this new Chinese Joust map?
Well, obviously, we wanted to do a map in the Chinese Pantheon for quite a while. The culture, the architecture, the art, it's just so rich. And so with this, we went the Sun Wukong legend. So it features the Sky Palace, you've got the Jade Empire's castle, and it's really, really nice.
So beyond the environment, the NPCs as well have also been changed. What did you guys do to that?
Well, with the NPCs, you know, our character team, animation team went above and beyond, as always. We've touched all of them. They've all have a rich background in that Chinese culture. They different creatures, you know, with the different buff camps. We've touched the towers, the phoenixes, all brand new, all Chinese, all ready to go.
What's your favorite part of the new map?
Well, actually, it's something we started last year. So at the last SWC, we introduced the new Conquest map. And one of the big things we did, which was kind of new to SMITE, is we blew out the sides. We have the beach lane, we have the lava side. We made the world seem as big, you know, to be the battleground of the gods. In this map, we've taken it to the next level. It's on floating islands, it's in the sky, it's all vista. So you really get that sense that you're just up there fighting in the clouds.
I mean, my favorite part, you know, you have the Jade Emperor, the Knights, or as the minions coming from the red side, and then on the blue side, you have Sun Wukong's monkey army. What else in there is there like homages to Sun Wukong?
Well, we have the Peach Orchard, which is mentioned in the legend. Obviously, you know, the Emperor's Castle is there. But yeah, it's the soldiers, you know, representing the Jade Emperor on one side, and then you have the demons and the beast from the other side that are invading.
So this is your second SMITE World Championship. Are you enjoying it?
It's yours too.
That's right.
So I'm really, really enjoying it. It's not often you get this chance to kind of sit in the stands, watch the games, enjoy the sport, enjoy the game that you made with the fans. And it's incredible. Like, I love all of them. The fans are great. The people, obviously, that I work with, I love. And, you know, meeting the teams, meeting these people I see online every day, it's just incredible.
Well, thank you so much, Holt. And we'll be right back, guys, right after this break.
My name is Riley Unzelman, and my in-game name is Incon.
The way I actually wound up in esports was playing ranked on the leaderboards, which anybody can do. Anybody can just go and play ranked in Smite as long as you have a level 30 account. I played out a long time, probably more than I should have, honestly, at that point in my life. But I got to #1 on the ranked leaderboard, which got me a trial with Denial Esports, which was at the time the 4th place team in North America.
Riley throws himself 100% into the goals that he sets for himself. He works incredibly hard to make something that's kind of a crazy dream or a crazy goal a reality, and I think his success definitely comes out of that.
I think his success has been really cool. I've been with him since the beginning, so I've watched him rise up, watched him get more and more popular, get better at the game, get onto better teams, and it's been really, really cool to see.
Tourette's has presented me with an interesting opportunity in the world of professional gaming. A lot of people growing up, whenever you have any sort of disability, they tell you, oh, well, this will be harder, or you won't be able to do this. And I think that gives a lot of people drive to just go and do it to spite people. And that's not a bad thing. It's the drive in the inside that tells you I can do whatever I'm going to do. I may have to work harder and I may have to work longer, but I'm going to work for it and I'm going to achieve that. And that was for me in professional gaming.
I think he deals with Tourette's with humor. In a lot of ways, he's sort of built a joke around his community that's kind of the thing that people notice about him.
When you're trying to see where the enemy is and your eyes are closed every half a second, it gets a little bit more difficult trying to deduce where the enemy is going to move.
I feel like it has maybe helped set him apart a little bit from the rest of the pack. It's something that's unique to him, and it kind of shows people that, hey, I have this disease, I have this thing that happens to me it's a bad thing, but I don't let it affect me. I'm able to power through it.
The community in Smite has been so supportive of me from day one, telling me that you can do this, coming out to my streams, watching YouTube videos, hanging out with me at LANs, all these super exciting things. And getting to meet those kind of people has brought me so much closer to Smite, and knowing that professional gaming is more about just the game itself. It's about meeting people, it's about making lifelong friends.
Sometimes you have to take time for yourself because working 15 hours a day, 7 days a week isn't sustainable. So he generally picks about one day, and that's the day that he spends with his family, and he spends with his friends, and he spends taking care of himself.
I love to go outside, and one of my favorite things to do is just walk around the beauty of Arkansas and take a breath away from the professional gaming, take a breath away from the stress, and just really enjoy the moment that you're in. My favorite part of the community is the interaction that you get from streaming on Twitch. You get a direct activity feed with the community. You can talk with your fans live every day while you're playing. If I had a message for the other teams, it would be everybody to keep your chins up. Not everybody can make Worlds. We didn't make Worlds this time. We're sticking together. You got to keep it going through. You got to stay strong. Keep the practice up. Keep your scrims up. Stay positive. Stay together. And more importantly, just be friends with each other. When you're friends with your teammates, you will always play better. That's why some of the best people in sports have close bonds that last for life.
Hey, you were in that video.
I think I knew that guy.
Yeah. Good-looking guy.
Wait, is that the Incon?
It's
from Envy?
Oh my God.
The team that didn't make it to Worlds?
They didn't make it to Worlds.
Hey, the Envy boys, though, did make it through the open bracket. Right now, they're going to be in the finals tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
So they may be on the main stage.
Congratulations. Minus you.
Minus me.
Okay.
I'm on this stage.
You're in the backstage. Well, actually, speaking of, as a matter of fact, before I go too far ahead of myself here, I do want to mention that after this matchup, we have the Xbox Smite competition that will be taking place. So nothing from us. You won't get our dash and go looks, all four of us. But you know what? You'll get some other guys. You have some other guys.
Today is going to be Cognitive Gaming versus Aware Gaming. That's of course going to happen after this match. The QG Reaper is taking on Avant-Garde. There'll be no Xbox tomorrow as I believe the open bracket finishes up, and then on Saturday it will be the other semifinals, Eager versus that open bracket team. Potentially Envy minus Incon.
Yeah, minus Incon. So that's going to be our Xbox matchups that will be coming up after this match here. So this is our last PC Smite match. And speaking of, we have to go ahead and get into this because we have QG Reapers versus Avant-Garde, another international matchup. We saw first-seeded OMG come out huge in their game against Isurus, sending them home. Now, could QG do the same thing against Avant-Garde? I have a feeling this is going to be a much different matchup, given how well Avant-Garde played at the beginning, of their game against Enemy. Thoughts?
This, I'm done predicting, Golden Boy, because you're just going to like trump me every time.
I'm not telling you to predict. We'll save that for later.
Coming to this, I said Avant-Garde was the best international team in this competition outside of North America and Europe, and they really got shut down in their first round matchup against Enemy. But to be fair, Enemy obviously have come prepared. They were able to upset Fnatic as well. So I think Avant's also riding well off of that. Just seeing that match where, okay, we lost to the team that just beat Fnatic. I think Avant are going to come into this confident, and the biggest thing I've seen from these international teams going up against the North American European competition has been how scared they play or how passive they play and how timid they play. And when they're when the international competition, when they face each other, it's not as bad.
I agree. I think that this is honestly going to be one of the closest matchups of the day. This is going to be the hardest one for me to predict because QG and Avant-Garde, they both had first games that we know, they didn't prefer, right? They didn't go into those games going like out of them. They're like, oh, it was close. It wasn't that close, right? So, but they're on equal footing in that sense. So it's really going to be who has gathered up the most since, and they've come back together and say, hey, we got another shot of this. We're not out of it yet. We win this game, and we're getting more money. And that's what matters, right? That's why you're here.
Yeah, again, it's a big opportunity for both teams, right? For QG to be able to have 2 Chinese teams in the top 8, that's big for professional Smite out in China. Alternatively, for Avant-Garde, I think if you think about the match they had against Enemy, so long as they just keep in mind that like whatever happened there happened already, right? And you just move forward. This is it, right? This is your last chance in this competition. Actually, I want to take this one over to you though. So you're Avant-Garde. What is the first thing that you're thinking about in regards to? And I already know the answer to this, but for those at home, what should you not do against QG?
Well, you should probably not ban Anubis. Let that through. Let him pick it.
Yeah.
My prediction for this is if QG pick Anubis, then I think Avant-Garde are going to take this. If they don't, then I'm giving it to QG.
They need to stay away from Anubis.
They really do. He's just not a good god. I love it, but it's too much fun, not enough good.
I don't think the crowd agrees with you. They were pretty excited when Knight locked at Anubis.
Yeah, but were they excited when he got any kills or did anything?
I don't hate the Anubis pick, but I think that he's honestly going to be leaning towards Zeus. We saw that Zeus was banned out against him in that match, and I imagine that's where he's going to be going towards as long as it's open.
Yeah, that's right. The Zeus actually we saw Zeus actually do a lot of work in the previous 2 games. So this could very well be the case here if they do manage to get that. But also, if you are, your opponents, you're thinking, okay, we're going to ban out Zeus, right? I mean, there's no skin off their back, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a possibility. Avant-Garde coming into this, I think that they're still very reliant on their jungler Ro, and I think that's going to come to be a big part in this matchup. We actually saw Ro try and be aggressive against Enemy early on in his matchup. He actually had a very early gank on that duo lane that just barely went south. And then actually, Enemy had a massive rotation because the Hunter subfloor tried to be aggressive while Ro and Biggie were backing off. And because he was lagging behind, he got caught and picked by a Just for first blood. And then after that, Biggie and Ro are trying to help him. They're not just going to leave their player there. And they ended up falling as well as a 3-for-1. And then Enemy from there were able to slowly snowball the game out of control. So I think it's going to be very important for Avant-Garde to try and secure this first blood. And we've seen that a lot. Like, the first blood has given teams confidence.
Oh, it's very true. I mean, what better way to start a game? You get that first kill. It's hype, right? You're in the booth. You're screaming at your teammates. You're energetic. And again, for you, Incom, that must play such a big role, right?
Yeah, so first blood, when you think about it, it's not the end of the game in terms of experience gain or gold game. Like, it's nice, but it's certainly not putting any games away. But what it is important for is the crowd. The crowd loves first bloods, and they love when people get the action going. And so being able to hear the crowd cheering for you that early is a huge deal in terms of momentum and how you're feeling, how happy you are.
Yeah, it's going to be really telling who gets that first blood. And, we'll get into all that good stuff later. Picks and bans coming up in just a second. But before we do, let's go ahead and toss it over to Sean.
Thank you so much, Alex. I am here on the stage. How are you guys doing? One more time. Your energy makes this super easy. It also makes it really easy to stand in between these 2 awesome, awesome contenders doing so well today. We'll start off with you, Biggie. How's your day been so far?
I mean, it wasn't nice to get dumpstered, I guess. But other than that, everyone's been super nice. A bunch of local, I didn't really, it's like hard to know whether you have fans here or not, but a bunch of local people and from interstate have come up to me and said, good luck, we're big fans, and like chatting to me, so it's really nice to know.
Guys, come on, make some noise if you're supporting, come on. You've got some serious fans here. These guys are giving you love. What would you like to say to them in this opportune moment?
I think it's pretty cliche, but I mean, thank you. Like, when there's no SMITE without fans, so yeah, thank you.
Well, I can tell you that I can speak for all these guys and everybody that's here. It's awesome to have you here, so thank you so much for being part of it. Now, on this side, Knight, the last time you broke everybody. What would you like to say this time?
Good luck, QD fighting.
Good luck, a man of few words. Guys, one more time for these two guys, Knight and Biggie. Are you guys ready for this? You still got some energy, more taste for more SMITE? Come on, guys, this is the SMITE World Championship. I want to hear you one more time. Oh, be still my beating heart. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Let's get this one underway because we're going to go into picks and bans.
All right, thank you so much there, Sean. Okay, so big crowd here for Avant-Garde supporting them, and that's going to be a good one. Let's see how they progress in this picks and bans, which, of course, as we know, is one of the most important parts of all of competitive SMITE. Adonis, what are you looking for here?
Right. Well, I mean, I kind of want to go back to that interview. Knight, when they faced Fnatic, he was talking some trash. This time it was a good luck. I think he's trying to like switch it back up again.
Keep it nice and modest, So here goes Sol and Giannis are going to get the boot there for Avant-Garde and QG. And Ataraxia, thoughts in regards to that?
I mean, pretty standard bans coming out. The Chiron, again, I'm surprised at this. He's had a 2-game showing, right, by both the Latin American and the Brazil teams, and I think he, 1-1, last one. Not quite sure if he's worth the ban, but if they think so, then they think so.
It's hard, though, leaving characters like Xing 10 open. He can still be banned right here, but you are leaving a lot on the table. And there's the Xing 10 ban. That's a very smart ban. But now you pick Bellona, and you kind of go uncontested, right? Normally, Bellona's open and Xing 10's open. Oh, okay, we're going to get one or the other. Not a big deal.
And Avant really like picking for Sporks anyway. They like getting him on a Comfort God and basically having the most dominant soul laner right now with Xing 10 down. No surprise on that pick. That first pick, I think, is probably one of the best things if not, that has to be the best thing they could pick. But also, Zeus is left open for Knight here.
That is true. He has his pick open. He also has his Anubis open. I'm just saying if he wants it. I know the crowd wants it, but there's that Zeus that we thought he'd be leaning towards since it was not banned out. And I think that is definitely the smarter pick here is the God of Gods.
Is it going to be the Khepri paired with it, though? That's what we've been seeing, that if Khepri and Zeus are left open. But no, it's actually Sobek, and this is actually, I think, more at a shot at Avant. I don't know how often QG really play this, but Avant-Garde loves Sobek in both the support and solo role. And now Bellona's going solo, but Biggie's still a very aggressive support player, so taking that away from him, I like it.
I think for sure that is definitely a research pick. It's a bit dicey leaving the Khepri open for Avant to take as they just did, but Sobek is very good against Bellona in solo, and they do play it in support. So if they want that Sobek for the solo matchup, then they need to get it now. And unfortunately, they did drop the Khepri, and it looks like it's going to be a Bellona jungle.
Honestly, that Sobek doesn't surprise me that much. We know that If and Master Lu love to run kill lanes, and what's more of a kill lane than a Sobek? Only if he had his new skin right now.
Oh, the Kaiju? He can't play it anyway.
Oh, but so pretty, though.
No, I actually think this Guan Yu is going to be jungle, though. Ro has practiced and played this before.
Really?
Yeah, like I said, he'll pick anything for the team. I guess he could go Bellona, but I think they want to put Sporks on something more comfortable, and that would be the Bellona.
So we got Guan Yu jungle?
Guan Yu jungle, yeah.
So is DJ Pernicus
DJ Pernicus.
Okay.
And he goes the same build. It's like Bluestone, Breastplate, heals a lot.
It's a shame. I'd love to see the Guan against the Sobek. He has quite a good matchup. It's one of the few that Guan actually gets pressure early, so we can actually have an impact before teamfights start. So maybe they'll switch it up, but I guess you're right. They do
tradition, Guan Yu typically goes to the jungle.
Yeah, that's true.
You think that Thanatos ban was in response to what we saw from them in that last game?
For sure. The Thanatos ban was definitely as well a part of the fact of having Khepri, right? When you have Khepri, you don't want to deal with a character that can make your ultimate completely useless. So you have to ban out a character like Thanatos that, of course, has been actually getting quite a bit of play this tournament, although not super successfully.
And Agni also gets banned earlier, so what?
Here's the kill lane.
They run.
Oh, I love it.
No, it's the Sobek Cupid throwback. They ran this in the regional event as well. Actually, I think this was the game that QG took away from OMGB in the grand finals. They ran a Sobek Cupid dual lane and just kind of dominated.
Yeah, they ran Medusa in all of their games, the ones that they lost, the 3 that they lost, and then the one they won was with a Cupid. I am a big fan of Cupid in terms of his kit. I love to play Cupid. He's a lot of fun, but I don't really, he's kind of annoying a little bit. So it's a pleasure to watch. I'm just glad I don't have to play him, and hopefully the voice lines are a bit quiet this time.
He's an incredibly fun god to play, but incredibly annoying to play against. As you say, nobody wants to get heart bombed for half of their health at level 3. But we see this incredibly tanky lineup coming out from Avant-Garde, finishing up with an Isis that gives a circle of protection, which for all intents and purposes makes you tankier and is a giant heal. And I do love the Huyi pick coming out for the extra penetration, as well as even more circles coming out from that team.
Huyi is a very good pick against that team, except for against the Cupid. Huyi is a very... it's a dangerous pick against Cupid because he doesn't have any CC immunity to get him out of the ult. So if he doesn't get that snap jump up before Cupid's cripple comes in, then he's going to be in trouble. And especially against Sobek, he's going to get knocked out of his jump more times, and it's going to really annoy him.
Wow, and a Hades pick for the final. All right, boys, let's do it. Picks, go. Start with you.
Avant.
QG.
QG. All right, let's go. Let's see how all this pans out, folks. It's going to be our final matchup for PC Smite today. Avant-Garde versus QG Reapers. Who is going to take it and move on to tomorrow? Who will be going home? Let's toss it to the casters.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. And for the conclusion of day number 1 of the SWC, we've got an exciting one. Honestly, I can't call this one left or right. Both of these teams have put on good performances throughout the day. Where are you looking at?
Well, that's perfect that you're going to be neutral because he's going Australia and I'm going China.
You like the Chao Gu that much?
I mean, Cupid. I'm sold.
They do have the Cupid. That's something to look at. So we've got some interesting picks here going on. Really, I'm looking at the Hades. Hades is a character that, I mean, he dominates the lane. Everybody knows about him.
Hades Cupid is bro comp.
Exactly. That's really what I'm looking at. So I'm excited to see how it comes together. Now, we've talked a bunch. Defend your Avant-Garde, guys. Why don't you tell us about what Australia is going to bring to the table?
Subfloor is the key to this matchup. He's got Huyi. We saw an amazing performance by him on this god at the PAX Australia Regional Finals. He's going to be the one to carry this team this game, and Avant-Garde's going to come out on top.
We'll take a look as we get into the game. We're heading in right about now, and we'll see if it all is going to be well for Avant-Garde versus Kwai Gu Reapers. It's the last PC game we're going to take a look at here at day number 1 of the SWC. Don't forget, tomorrow, the day after, and of course Sunday will all be longer series. This is just the final best of 1, so it's all on the line for this one game for these two teams.
So Cupid starting out of the gate with that Transcendence Rush. Remember, Heart Bomb scales, I think, 120% damage. So getting this online with boots is going to make that Heart Bomb swing for hundreds.
It looks like Ro and Oceania have both gone a power pot start. This is something they very much like to do against teams they feel like they have the edge on.
Ro also, and Ocheetah popped them about 7 to 10 seconds early there. So I don't know why they want to be so aggressive, perhaps to set up for possible invades, but they have so much coverage around the map with wards.
Yeah, just erring on the side of caution, I think. You know, it is worth it to get those last couple of seconds to min-max, but sometimes just being a little safe is worth it.
Yeah, Avant's told me pre-game that they know China likes to be aggressive very early on, so that's what all this ward coverage is for, is to get them through those first couple levels where they think China's going to be really, really aggressive.
Right, and I mean, it's a different team, of course, but we did see that out of OMG, really coming out earlier in the day, coming out into the enemy jungle very, very early on, so QG might have something similar in the bank. Avant-Garde leaning against that, playing it a little safe.
Now, for those of you out there who are North Americans who have been playing, you know, in ranked for a long time, been a fan of Smite for a long time, you actually might know Ro. Before the OCE servers came out, he was actually playing at what he called himself as DAT 300 ping life. He was actually a really high-ranked player.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that was him. Until recently, Knight's taking a lot of damage here. Ocheetah has him locked down.
One ability.
Going for it.
That's the first blood, ladies and gentlemen.
But. One more auto attack. Did he do it? No heal. Not in time. Ro trying to do some damage. Won't be a kill here. In fact, willing to trade damage.
Answers. Very important that QG answers very quickly, but Avant-Garde winds up with that bonus gold.
That turns out a little bit in QG's favor, though, because Ocheetah used a power pot, and he's not going to have that available. And it's just a bit of a waste.
So if you want to do the math at home, basically this 200 gold lead for Avant is almost backwards 250, right?
Yeah. Ro taking some damage there, just barely dodging that double tap. Oh, Cupid actually very low. How did this happen?
Just
Oh,
Nice.
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 Shouts to, well, everybody that thinks they created that one. That's a hot one on the
Just
streets.
not Weekend.
I heard he got some new original
Just
emotes.
Stop it.
God bless. Anyway, there's the hug bug going in on the left-hand side. Cupid in a little bit of trouble, but he'll be able to heal up with those hearts.
This is the kind of lane I wanted to see from Avantgarde in their previous matchup. Ho-Yi for subfloor, one of his top picks, and Biggie with Khepri plays it very aggressively. That's just his style of support, and to see them dominating the lane this early on is not really a surprise to me.
But remember, Cupid, still very strong. The issue is that Cupid at level 3 doesn't have access to his level 2 Heart Bomb. He has activated all 3 of his abilities to maintain presence in lane.
One of the big things that I think is going to be important for this Cupid is how long his dash is. His dash will take him almost from one side of the Ho-Yi ultimate to the other. So that situation where the Hunter gets stuck in those falling suns, I don't think is really going to be as dangerous for this Cupid in the lane.
Plus, remember, subfloor has Khepri right next to him. This means that he doesn't have to worry about Fields of Love. He can take the combo and be rezzed out of it. They can trade one ult for one ult and still sit fine.
Thor's sitting here just waiting for the opportunity. Avantgarde, the second they push a little bit too far into their lane, we're going to see Thor go right into the air.
And neither of them have their ultimates available to get out of it. Biggie without the revive. It looks like Juan's going in aggressively.
Nice. Got out of there real quick. As soon as he spots him, he turns around and abducts right out. That's what you're looking for.
And you know what Thor does? He says, okay, can I get the gank? No, but I can help zone. So he shows his face, and that just creates a situation where Avantgarde has to pull back, and they can zone them away from that dual lane.
He's trying to kind of hot step away from the Spirit Ball. She uses it just to clear. Smart. By throwing that from max range, she ensures that she's getting the experience she otherwise might have lost.
We'll take a look at the solo lane for the first time tonight. Sporks versus the Mikasa's Hades here. Level 6 versus 5. A little slight lead by the way of Hades. Probably not too surprising.
I don't know, man. For Mikasa to have been that low is pretty surprising to me.
Sure.
I mean, it's Hades. That's what Hades does. Perfect rotation from Wan Chi.
Yeah, this is time perfect. These players are really, you can tell that they're almost timing the buffs. And look at that. It's not just the jungler, it's also the mid laner. Zeus has rotated over here to confirm this blue buff.
But on the other side of the map, the jungler and mid rotate to steal the purple. But yes. No, wait, yes.
I mean, that's the triple beam balance, right? We see that the next step so often with the gank and solo lane equals a Gold Fury, right? Well, an invade on the solo lane equals an invade on the dual lane if you play your cards right.
But it could be argued that the blue buff is more important than the purple buff.
There can't be an argument of that. Of course it's more important. Nothing on the dual lane matters. Except for the Gold Fury, I guess.
Maybe a little bit here or there. Gonna have to now Avantgarde are they see what happened over on the other side. They're gonna send 3 people to 1 buff.
Okay, so that timing, that's the kind of stuff that gives me the goosebumps, right? They get the top side purple, then they come for the bottom side purple and finish it right as red spawns. Like, oh, God bless.
Isis is one of Achida's favorite gods. He played it a lot in the Oceanic Pro League, and he's really on point with his Spirit Balls. Look for those to influence team fights.
Knight is in the mid lane. I thought IF was going to go for the pull there. I mean, into Zeus, like, whew.
I got a little excited for that one as well.
I really thought China was going to be the Odin Zeus combo.
Really?
I really thought it was going to be them.
Maybe. Here we have a little bit of fight over the left-hand Harpies. Looks like one went to Zeus, the other went to Isis.
Possible. I actually thought that we saw both go to red. Oh, Spork's getting sent back again. He has no teleport this time. He's going to lose experience here.
Yeah, and that's the Hades effect, right? Like, Hades is just always going to be able to dominate the lane. And it's said a lot about the solo laner, so it's not always about winning the lane. Sometimes it's about learning how to lose gracefully.
He's got that Breastplate of Valor online. It's impossible to hurt him. It's impossible to stop him from clearing. I mean, this is just what Hades does. And he's doing it well. You'll note the gold difference is about 300.
Guan Yu is going to go over and help out the solo lane as well. Alone needs a little assistance, and Hades will slink back into the lane as we take a look at Isis here in the mid lane, just doing work, trying to keep up in the farm.
Look at the disparity in player damage, though, between Mikasa and Sporks. It's more than double.
Well, I mean, Hades.
Yeah.
You know, he dashes in, then fears you into the creeps, and then hits you for, what, it's like 8,000?
Well, a big part of that could be argued that that's less the effect of Hades and more Malona being in the wrong spot, right? Against the Hades, you don't want to stand in that wave.
I mean, you don't have to. That's the best part is if he dashes in and then hits you one time with an auto attack, the fear will pull you into the wave sometimes. You just take, like I said, it was like 8,000, right?
It's just interesting because as the Hades here, you have so many options. You could do what Brandon just said, which is just being very aggressive, right? Using the fear to go ahead and ensure some damage, or you can use the fear to interrupt the bludgeon. At this point, you don't even need to do that because Bologna already on her back foot.
I really like the early shell coming out from Biggie, anticipating that Zeus ult in the next team fight.
Biggie, speaking of, going back into the lane. Subfloor there as well. We haven't seen the real famed Sobek Cupid swing here. We're looking for the pull, but I don't think... Oh, wait, oh, nope.
Ooh, that was the attempt, but it was a little bit off the mark. If going to take a little bit of poke for that, but not too much. Already level 7, so the minions not doing too much.
But Cupid is stacking right now compared to Subfloor, who's just gone for boots. Cupid is a much more dangerous player at this point. Ro, gonna chase down, gonna force Wanchi to the air.
Oh, I thought that Spirit Ball might have been curtains, but not quite. Here we go. Cupid forcing. There it is. Master Lu with a kill thanks to the ultimate. Assist coming out, and Guan Yu going to be healed up a little bit by the Biggie. Great hug bug. But Ro falls down nonetheless. Master Lu on the better half of a double kill if combines for another one. That's 3 kills out of the duo lane for QG. Sports.
He's got the slow from the chain lightning. He's going to have a detonate, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Oh, yeah, look at this. Trying to dive in as well. The craziness of Master Lu. But QG Reaper's coming up big in that one.
Yeah, that was a big one coming out of QG right there. Avant-Garde they started off well, but QG able to turn it around.
There was a little bit of confusion in that fight for Ro. He was unsure whether he wanted to stay on the Ice Assault or stay in the Zeus ult to pop the Khepri revive.
Exactly. It was honestly, I mean, it looked like Avant-Garde dropped the ball, but really QG just put them in an impossible situation.
So it would have been a free Gold Fury, but they elect instead for the Tier 1. The reason that this is so important is because Ocheetah doesn't have a form of CC immunity. By taking away that defensive route from the tower, it's going to ensure that very aggressive QG Reapers have another aggressive route into the mid lane.
And also, just noting how China has shown themselves to play. China's they're not quick to go for the objectives, right? We see them pushing their lane advantage a lot. If they continue to do that, that means they're going to push Isis onto her Tier 2 tower, making it that much longer for her to reach the Gold Fury or Fire Giant, opening up those objectives.
Ro made a very quick rotation there to solo and just to absorb some more experience. Early on in Avant's kind of history, Ro was famed for kind of a weakened style of jungling, looking to camp the solo lane a lot, help Sporks get ahead, but absorbing that experience and not staying around too long. Oh, there was a Thor ult over there as well.
I'm serious, Thor ulted just now?
Or it was a teleport, one of the two.
It's possible. No,
it was a teleport. He's got his ultimate up.
Like, wow, that's really aggressive.
Yeah.
My God. Onto Bologna, of all people. But Hades is level 12? What?
Yep.
What?
He hasn't rotated.
Kills?
He hasn't rotated.
Hades is also leading his opponent by about 500 gold. First item, Breastplate of Valor. Not even going boots.
No, I mean, he'll go boots next. It's possible that he goes into pen boots. It's possible he goes into cooldown. Either one will suit this build. I would probably like to see him go into a spirit robe later, so maybe go for pen boots.
Right.
Decent damage.
Ooh, the shield throw out there.
Better damage.
And there, great hit onto the ward.
No.
That ultimate, not so great.
Ro is maybe having a little bit of trouble adapting to America, I think.
Something has happened. There's a little bit of shake going on right here in QG. They're going to take the opportunity granted by the space, and Mikasa just forcing Biggie out of the situation. 25 on that Gold Fury. Make that 0. QG picks up the gold.
I'm not sure why Mikasa didn't ult there. He could lock Biggie down right now. The abduct was down. It's back up now. He has no way out of this, though.
Stop that bug.
And he was crippled for no abduct. He was silenced for no ult. There was nowhere to go. Gold Fury plus a kill, QG.
This is quick.
Sporks has also been split pushing the whole time. He might get that Tier 1 tower, but it's really not worth when the Gold Fury's down.
I mean, he's going to trade the Tier 1 tower for that team fight, Gold Fury, and the Tier 1 tower?
Thor's up. He's looking around, using himself as a ward. He's going to see subfloor super deep. He'll see 2 people in mid, 1 person dead, and there's still 1 person on the map split pushing. This will be a 1-for-1 tower trade. Sporks not in a great position here, left Tier 1 to fall.
You know, I absolutely love that play out of Thor from QG. It's something that I call it the satellite ult. I absolutely love it because it just takes all of the guesswork out of whatever objective you're trying to push. That Tier 1, maybe there's a rotation, maybe there's not. Hey, Thor, go up in the air.
And this is kind of what we expected to happen early game. We knew China was going to be really, really aggressive early on. They've got the kills, they've got the golden XP lead at this point. Avant-Garde just need to stick into this one and get it going towards the mid to late game.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look, and you have the Bologna and the Hou-Yi, so late game, not exactly super scary, but watch out for that Zeus on the other side.
I'm just such a fan of watching the QG Reapers play. I mean, I've been so accustomed to the North American and European metas for so long, and to see someone shake the game up in such a crazy way, it really is a breath of fresh air. And it's players like Knight and IF that just make this so much more of a special event for me.
Expand on that to me for me a little bit. What about, like, what is China doing differently that really excites you?
They don't care about dying. It's awesome. They really don't. It's like when Cloud9 is like scrimming, right? It just looks like that.
Gotta go in.
They're
I
just
will
willing to
always go
fight
in.
all the time.
I'm still going in. I will never not be going in.
I'm down.
Yeah, that's what they're about. Just keeping on, Rowan Sports on the right-hand side. I mean, they're really just sort of protecting their tier 1 at this point. There's nothing that they can push up to the tier 2 safely. Right now, Avant-Garde just trying to keep the enemy all at bay.
EXP per minute still belongs, it looks like, to Mikasa. 745 per minute, over almost 100 right now ahead of Sporks, who is in second place.
That'll do it. Yeah.
And then Cupid actually riding the top after kind of a rough early game. And Cupid is actually a really good matchup against Ho Yi.
Mid lane. Avant-Garde thought about pushing, but QG quickly finds themselves here. But another missed pluck out of If. You know, for all of good that QG has been doing, we haven't seen it out of the Sobek.
2-5. Let's go to the graphs here and show you just how QG's lead has been extended. You see, they go up a little bit, but they take it right back down with that small little hump in the middle there. That was the 1-for-1 tier 1 trade. The big spike down, of course, was the Gold Fury.
Now, that, of course, is a big one. Gold Fury about halfway to her next spawn. We'll take a look right now. With that in mind, with the fact that the Gold Fury is halfway to her next spawn, that's going to be a situation where maybe we'll see some teams stall until then.
Take a look at Mikasa. He's got Shield of the Underworld. He's going to pop that when he goes down into his Pillar of Agony and just be doing so much damage to Avant-Garde.
So early, too. I mean, he's really looking to turn this one now. I mean, why not? Level 15, highest in the game by 2. Grab it.
And honestly, so Shield of the Underworld functions best when the enemy doesn't press tab, right? If you don't understand that the Shield of the Underworld, you're going to get smoked by it. So by buying this so early, it also gives you the element of surprise in that regard.
A little bit of a strange item choice out of Rogue. Actually, we see Master Lu taking a lot of damage.
He's gone.
I like that decision. You know, a lot was used for that kill, right? But Avant-Garde is sitting down 4,000. You got to get it.
Was that really a lot? I mean, you got Rose ult, right? It wasn't that much.
That's fair. I'll give you that.
It's a 1-for-1 trade for ult plus a kill. And they don't lose the tier 2 in mid, although it kind of got crippled there. They took about 60% of its health down.
Spork's able to play enough
defense
to stop it. Knocked out of the pull is the bug. And a great wall of Thor is going to stop Sporks in his tracks. Level 14. A little bit more tanky than might have thought previously. There's a Pillar of Agony. Khepri ults himself, but it's just a matter of time. Gets out of the way one more time. If going to miss the pluck. But Biggie falls down to the Thor.
With this, Ro has good potential for counter initiation. He has used his ultimate, but given the fact that he does have his heal, he can keep his team fresh. Look at the health bars for IF and Mikasa now.
Rose also got a Heartwood Amulet here, so that means Biggie's not going to have to pick it up and he's going to look for another form of magical defense.
I love that decision. I actually really love the itemization out of this Guan Yu right now. You've got that blue stone as a second item, which it's very cheap, it's very efficient, it's a bridge item. And then by picking up that aura, as you said, it just opens up the possibilities for Biggie to do different things. So sort of sharing that support role as Ro.
On the other hand, Ochita going right into more damage. In fact, a spear before the Chronos, before even like a Pyth or a Bancrofts, he's going right into penetration. So it looks like he's trying to set up as much as possible for the team.
He's really respecting what Mikasa and IF are doing, being the front lines for their team.
Yeah, you know, I take a look at that ISIS and the penetration, and it's definitely not a bad thing. But here in the situation with the team comp, with the ISIS being the main form of magical damage, I think I would have liked to see a little bit more, maybe cooldown reduction, or just something more on the utility side of things, since she's not helping anybody else really with that spear.
Mikasa in there, he's diving right to the back line. This time, Biggie a bit more patient, doesn't go for the abduct. Gold Fury does get reset, so far a wash.
That's Hades playing just like the warrior he's supposed to be, right? Just creating that space out of the solo lane so the team can look at the Gold Fury, but not looking at the Gold Fury. Instead, looking directly for the fight. Down comes Thor. He's going to be a little bit off the mark. Double tap, not going to hit either. So QG Reaper's jungler having a little bit of issue right there.
Heavenly Agility gave them a perfect disengage, but now they're trying to go back in and they're going to be lacking a 900 gold active. Spork's going in. He's going to take some damage for this one. Oh, and a perfect wall. He's completely stuck.
Another good wall coming out from QG. So for all the other misses, those walls are on point. It's a party of ultimates down there.
Rose ult has been used. They're deep into the backline. Ochita very low as IF finally finds a pull. Biggie in the backline, but a huge spirit ball. Gonna keep him out of there. Ochita will fall right after Biggie to fall as well.
Subfloor just retreating and throwing out ricochets as much as he can. Rowe has committed himself to the death. 3 down on the side of Avant-Garde. QG, 0.
Wanchi's keeping Subfloor locked down under the tier 2. The rest of the team, of course, goes right for the Gold Fury, but Sporks is here. Now, there's not going to be a Parabellum chance here. Of course, they're going to stop the bludgeon. He's going down.
Yeah, that's toast for him.
He thought he was the Bloner in the cinematic.
That balloon in the cinematic would have killed 3 of those people, taken the Gold Fury, and then probably taken a tower.
She also had Fire Giant buff, though, so you got to think about that one.
This looks just really awkward from Avant-Garde. This doesn't seem like their usual playstyle. They're not really certain when to engage. They're just kind of dancing around a little bit. It's a lot of respect for QG, but they're just not being the usual aggressive selves.
Do you reckon that's because of Avant-Garde? As we said, I mean, a lot of these regions are inclusive. China specifically, it's really hard to get a hold of VODs or whatnot out of China. Do you think that's just Avant-Garde being unfamiliar with the way QG brings to the table?
I wouldn't say so, because they've scrimmed them a fair few times this week, so they know what the Chinese are going to do. I just think it's a little bit of jitters. You know, this is the first time that Australia is on the world stage for Smite.
Wow.
Well, let's go to the graphs here. A Gold Fury falls at 17 minutes with QG Reapers being up 10-3, and I imagine the gold lead, about 6,000 gold.
Yeah, that'll do it right now. Looking very, very strong. Our QG Reapers. China has really come out to play this year.
7,500 experience as well. I mean, Master Lu has a level ahead. Mikasa, 2 levels ahead of Bologna. Knight getting a level ahead in the middle as well. Look at this. Mikasa going right for Biggie.
Sandwich.
He's been flung back, should have abduct, and he will get out. A little bit late there. It was Wanchi.
I love the walls that are coming out of Thor here. I mean, it's just, there's a lot to be talked about the other abilities, but the walls have been on point.
Subfloor's backed here to be part of the team fight, and that's something he's really noted for is these rotations.
Rowe right now, again, level behind. Sporks not in a good position. Rowe going to be forced to escape as well. With the Rising Dawn on cooldown, they're going to lose a lot of potential. And look at Biggie's mana. I think he recognizes this threat as well. He's going to take the back. This will make a 5v4 power play. Wanchi from the back.
Yeah, here in comes QG. They understand and they know how down. Look. There it is. Just Ochita has nothing to say about anything. If the one credited for that one underneath the tower is Mikasa, he's forced Rowe into the ultimate. Mikasa gonna pay for it though. Rowe with the kill. Defense out of Avant-Garde is looking strong. QG 5-on-4 doesn't matter. Avant-Garde plays D strong enough to save their tier 2 middle tower.
Subfloor with a good turnaround. Gonna not dodge it. I thought he is out of there. Wanchi finds the double tap. Biggie gonna get the solar flare off the mark. QG Reapers get the beginning, but it's Avant-Garde with the end.
Wanchi clearly knows how to play Thor. He got a perfect teleport to the other side of the wall at maximum range, and then hit the double tap perfectly to finish off Subfloor.
Yeah, you know, it's actually really funny. Wanchi, he's been missing these hammers and a lot of the other stuff. He's nailing them when they matter.
This is good for Avant-Garde though, because they won that fight 3-2. This is confidence for them, and that's something I think is one of Avant's biggest problems is confidence.
And that wasn't a bad fight. Like, that wasn't QG Reapers making a bunch of mistakes. That was just straight up Avant-Garde doing well.
Yeah, it was just a change of understanding. Hey, look, they're going to dive us. We understand what we can do, and utilizing that tower as a 5th player very, very well. Understanding that Mikasa was going to take lethal damage, not forcing the overkill into that Hades.
Biggie very far behind not only QG, but the rest of his team as well. And that's one thing he was noted for in the Oceanic Pro League was he's very aggressive, but as a result suffers in farming.
So far, I mean, the farming I don't think has been too terrible. Mikasa, though, has just been light years ahead of what seems like everyone. I mean, he's level 17. Granted, he's been that for a while.
I reckon you see Biggie's gone for his second item here, sorry, his third item.
Right.
I think that'll be a Pestilence. Healing reduction, you've got the Cupid, you've got the Hades. I reckon that'll be the thing that he's going for there.
Why not, right? Why not? Healing at this point in this game with this meta is very important. Remember how tanky everybody is. Getting that healing off the board in any form is a big deal.
And you can see actually QG recognizes that IF has got the Weakening Curse online very early to deal with the Guan Yu heals, which I think he recognizes a lot of people disrespect how much healing that actually puts out.
It's been Zatman, right? Commentary talking about the Guan Yu heal all day today.
I mean, the Guan Yu heal, what's so deceptive about it, it's a small heal, but it's so consistent, right? You throw out a little Guan heal, and it doesn't do a lot. But when you throw out 4 of them in a single team fight, now all of a sudden, everybody has 25% more HP than they did previously.
They're going right in. Mikasa starts to tank it up. They're trying to get this tower down. It is very, very low. Only about 20% remaining. Diving, no, not diving, being flung to the back line is Sporks, but he finds a way out thanks to the Heavenly Agility.
Thor in a situation to look, lands on the backside, immediately finds his way out.
That was perfect. He actually pushed them away from the tower just not long enough for them to get the kill on it. Master Luke continues to fight into the objective.
Still here, QG, mid lane. Tier 2 for Avant-Garde. Previously, AG did protect this one. We'll see. It's got a sliver of HP. Honestly, this might be haphazard to even fight on it. Thor,
they don't see him.
He's not even coming around the backside. He's looking for the front side. Spork's in some trouble. Forced out away from the tower. There's the ultimate underneath. Here comes Hades.
Mikasa's got 2 locked down. 4 subfloor away as Knight finds Sporks. Watch he right back into the fight. Row, Sun to the background, trying to fight his way out. But Knight's about to say good night as IF gets the kill.
Ocheeta's alive for one moment. Bang, there it is. Wan Chi with the kill onto Ocheeta.
And right back to the mid lane they go. This will be a Phoenix. There's not enough damage for them to defend out, especially with how much healing is going down.
Fantastic play by QG. Why don't you break down what we just saw?
So Avant-Garde they were just out of position, and with Wan Chi in the back there, just able to get off some CC and damage, it was tremendous for QG to be able to push that tower, and now it's a Phoenix. They're looking towards Fire Giant.
Now looking towards, they're just running towards it. It's you still have 18 seconds on the Isis, right? Ro's going to be about 10 seconds by the time QG gets there, unless they look directly for the tower.
I like this better. I mean, so many games have been thrown at a Fire Giant just because of a steal. They don't even need kills.
Yeah.
So for them to go to an objective that is pretty much guaranteed at this stage of the game, get 1,500 more gold. I mean, let's take a look at gold in hand right now. It's going to show you 2,000, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. They're going to go spend it. They're going to be up 10K.
Yeah, we'll take a look at how QG, they're just stripping the rest of the jungle, just in case. We'll take a look at how the rest of them continue going on. Here we have Avant-Garde looking towards it, get at least what they can out of the vision, but QG really looking strong.
Yeah, they're hanging around the Fire Giant at this point. They pop a ward down, and they want to make sure they know when QG take that.
Rotating over, Sporks and Ocheeta aiming towards the left side. Gold Fury is available. 2,000 or 1,750, fine. F dot, don't you look at me. 1,750 gold right now is very important to Avant-Garde. They can't afford any more losses. They have to not die by being bled out in gold.
One thing that I think Avant is really suffering from is that Biggie is not the initiation in this game. It's either Ro or Sporks, but even then they haven't been initiating. They've been countering QG's aggression, and that's just something they're not used to.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing when you're talking about Khepri from the time he was introduced into the game, is the fact that there's not an initiation. You need it from somewhere else. It's Bologna's job, but we're just not seeing it.
This is a stay free situation. Another Gold Fury for QG Reapers.
That drive by Gold Fury. Take it or leave it. Would you like fries with that? No, but I'll take a tower. Coming on the left-hand side, QG looking directly for another tier 2.
Sporks rotating in. He's used his teleport to get to this side of the map. Another 1,500 gold they're fighting for as that tower gets aggressed into once again. And it's 5v5. Uh-oh. Stun coming out. Going right to the back line is Sporks trying to fight through. Subfloor gets decent damage onto Knight, but they're trying to rush it down.
There's one more time, the Pillar of Agony. Where's he going to go? The answer's nowhere. Avant-Garde has done a great job of pushing the enemy off. Knight picks up a kill nonetheless, but Avant-Garde still keeps the enemy off the tower.
Ro gets resurrected by Khepri. Subfloor finds a kill, but gets traded out. Is that going to be enough? Ro needs to get this team healed up. Ocheeta getting slammed, but unfortunately didn't get the teleport. They're trying for it. Ocheeta trying to stay alive here in the back line, looking for the spirit ball. Ro trying to stay alive as well.
No.
There goes Ocheeta. Ro's trying to fight back, but Mikasa got him.
QG looking so strong in this one. Avant-Garde just completely on the wrong foot. They don't know what's going on.
There's just too much to handle right now. I mean, this is exactly what QG did the last time. They went ahead, they pushed off, but Avant-Garde answered successfully. And one more time, well, for the moment, they defended that tower.
So it's going to be like, hey, QG, what did you guys do for the most of the time you were at the venue? It's like, oh, well, me as Hades and this Sobek took this tier 2 tower. I'd say that was about 60% of our weekend.
I mean, we every time we see a Hades in the soul lane, right, we mention the blue buff and how abysmal it is to watch Hades basic attack a blue buff down, Brandon. We just watched a Sobek and a Hades whack, 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 whack,
and yet every time I fight a Hades, it seems like they kill it in 3 hits.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's just how it works. You can't even touch it.
But I mean, went into another hardwood amulet there for Avant-Garde rather than something like a Pestilence we were mentioning before. That's going to be a double. It's not going to stack the passes on it. Sorry, it's just going to be when he's around or when Ro's around. That's when the main effect of it's going to be on. But I would have rather seen him on a Pestilence or maybe even a Bulwark just to keep him more alive in these team fights because he seems to be going out very quickly, managing to get Khepri ultimates off, but still without that hug bug there to pull some aggression away from his team. Avant's really suffering.
25 minutes into this contest, we're taking a look at how well Avant-Garde is trying to hang on to things. QG Reapers significantly in the lead, 19-8. Read the kills, and there's 14,000 gold on the good side of the red squad.
Subfloor's trying to do something here. He gets a very small amount of damage.
Fuck. Ouch. Not quite.
Still dead, though.
Don't matter.
Definitely does not matter. Trading out the Hunter for a Hunter ult, probably not a bad trade, even if it doesn't go off well.
You know, if we do want to split hairs, though, that Cupid ultimate is so strong for taking down these Phoenixes. It would be really effective if Avant-Garde wasn't just walking away.
Well, that's another Phoenix. They're going to go over towards the left side, start rushing it down. Shielded the Underworld and Hades ult are available. Mikasa trying to fight in. And I love them tanking this from max range and then trading it to the Sobek. It's so much effective health use. Flung back, though. Sporks is heart-bombed, and he's stunned.
Yeah, that's a double stun, and here comes the Hades one more time. Nowhere to go for the Hugbug. He's going to be forced out. QG focuses their attack onto the Phoenix. Isis forced ultimate in the back line, looking to heal up a little bit thanks to the ultimate out of Night. That's going to present a problem for Sobek. He's a little bit too deep, but he's just so tanky.
I mean, at this point, how do they take him down? They're trying to rush it down, but they're going into instant death. He's going to get the Resurrect.
Nice ult.
Sporks will come back
Thor's
to
up.
Biggie.
Thor's ult.
No, you won't do it. You won't do it.
He won't.
No, he won't. They'll clear this out. They lost 2 Phoenixes for this one, and Fire Giant is still available.
I like this decision by Avant-Garde being aggressive here.
I know they need to.
This just speaks to their playstyle so much. We saw it in the last game against Enemy. They chased them down there, but then they kind of overextended and paid for it. They can't afford to do that here. If they overextend, they lose 1 or 2 members. There could be game.
14,000 experience, 15,000 gold.
Wow.
As the Waigu Reapers, right?
Chaogu.
Chaogu Reapers.
You spent so long being the Chonga guy.
I know.
I can do the Chaogu.
Mikasa's in a lot of trouble from the back line. Master Lu trying to make it better. Rose going down. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far in favor, but Ochita out of position. Perfect stun. And Yonchi trying to get to the back line. Doesn't waste his damage until he gets there.
A little bit of trouble for Sporks. 3-on-1. Players from Avant-Garde playing on the backside. Here comes If. That's going to be some trouble. Down goes Sporks. Master Lu one more time on the Cupid.
I don't see many places Subfloor can go. He's slowed inside of stunned, and he's back to the base.
Knight one more time. 3 in a row. No deaths. Looking very strong for the famous mid laner on Chaogu.
Left side, Biggie's the only one left.
him.
I mean, why even bother? They have the fire minions burning into the base. The Titan's exposed in 2 lanes. Biggie's trying to fight and keep
Cupid's
Knight
by
away.
himself. Cupid's by himself.
Doesn't
There's
need
minions.
help.
There's Cupid. 50% already on the Titan with just 2 members. Down goes the ultimate. And here it is. Down goes the Titan. Avant-Garde. See you later.
The power of love, too much for Australia as Cupid closes that one out. Biggie left alive to watch it die, and it's with the hopes of Australia.
You think we do better against crocodiles? You know?
A little bit of experience there, but less experience against these Chinese teams.
A great showing, definitely, from the guys, all the way from down under. Guys, give it up, please, for your Australian powerhouses, Avant-Garde.
Always fun to take a look at the different regions that come together. And again, taking a look at the different play styles and everything that comes down to it. China has been lauded. And even I remember watching the Chinese regionals on the American broadcast, and people were just talking about how they weren't going for the objectives. Well, if it works, that's how you play.
How do you feel?
A little bit disappointed Avant was knocked out on the first day, but you know what? This is a very good learning experience for them. They're going to learn from this international competition they face. I mean, Enemy, they played them game 1. Enemy beat them quite convincingly, but that's such a good learning experience considering Enemy then took down Fnatic.
Well, that's it for the PC side of things. Me and F-Dot are going to take a break for a second. F-Dot, where are we going?
I'm going to take a break, and right now, we're going to the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, guys. Man, I have to say, one more time, you know, how does it feel to be right?
It feels pretty good. How does it feel in Canada? Does it feel good to be right?
Oh wait, you guys weren't right again. Who was right?
I predicted Epsilon would beat Isurus.
Definitely.
I did that. That's
a
solid
prediction.
I'm not shooting for zero right now.
Listen,
so we're good.
All I'm saying is my predictions are on point. I need to go to the track. I need to try my luck out there. I don't know. I have a skill. I have a gift.
People who watch the Pro League know never follow my predictions because I'm wrong.
Okay.
Most of the time, I was like the worst. I'm not even going to get into it. But my predictions, they're right. It's the teams and the players. They make sure I don't get them right. I blame them.
Yeah, definitely. All right, moving forward. Great matchup though for QG, man. These guys just have been so impressive. I guess, just to kind of dive into it, Cupid double kill for that Gold Fury. Love it. That was awesome. Way to go, Cupid. I think a lot of people were really hyped up to see that pick come to fruition there. And as we take a look here at the player damage as well as the rest of the stats, you got to talk about that Knight with Zeus. He did work.
I think it's pretty obvious that QG was way more comfortable with their picks this game. Knight on Zeus was way better than previously on as Anubis. We had the kill lane coming out of If and Master Lu. That Sobek Cupid was amazingly well. It did so strong, and this is definitely more of the picks that they should be leaning towards going into tomorrow's games.
Keep in mind, too, QG, they had that best of one against Fnatic, and, they had to get that Anubis pick, which a lot of people were really excited about. But you know what? Fnatic, they were ready for it, and they were able to counter against it real easily. This time around, though, Knight Zeus has been a difference maker, and one has to wonder if Knight had access to that Anubis, or to that Zeus. Maybe we could be singing a different tune about his performance in particular in that game.
Yeah, I think what we found out here is that Knight is, everyone knew this from last year. Knight is a very good player. He's very talented, and he was the star player from last year. And when you put him on a guard that's actually good and not Anubis, he does tons of work.
Your hate for Anubis is clear. Okay, we get it. You do not like him.
I really like him, but it's just, come on,
that's a low blow for a guy who's been wrong 3 times in a row. Come on.
Okay, all right, Golden Boy, I see how it is. I thought we were the tag team.
Oh, no, we're a team. We're a team. We just, happen to disagree sometimes, And
shots are fired.
I love being right. You clearly enjoy being wrong.
No, I do not, but I just happen to be wrong quite often for some reason.
Oh, man. But yeah, Amaterasu, continue your point.
Well, I mean, that was it, really, that Knight. You put him on a Zeus, he's a top-tier god, as we're quickly seeing. Teams are really starting to fall in love with him again, and he does a lot of work. So, shout-outs to Knight for that one. But the real star for me, though, was Mikasa on the Hades.
Yeah.
He went for a tanky-style Hades, which is not normally what I like. I said to Incon, I think you should go assassin, full damage and just pick someone off at the end. But he really made that tanky max CDR style work. He was constantly initiating these fights and abusing the low mobility that Avant-Garde had and really picking them up and separating them. So while Avant went in, they got picked off, and then Hades would still be left alive, much like a Xingqian, and his team came up and helped him out.
Yeah, he was doing an incredible amount of work there, making sure to wait for people's speeds to be down or for the movement abilities to be down. When either of those down, he went in. He was often getting 2 3-man ults where they could not possibly get out, which is incredible on Hades and exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, and speaking of, we didn't get a chance really to break down Hades because that was the final pick, and then we had to throw it immediately to the casters for the game. So yeah, I mean, again, we didn't get to talk about it, and seeing how big of a role Hades played here for QG, I guess the other teams have to wonder, was it just Avant-Garde's, I don't want to say inexperienced because clearly they're a great team, they're here at the World Championships, or was it just Hades being that good for QG?
I think QG played their game and Avant-Garde weren't able to because, we heard Hughes say it on the cast, right? Avant-Garde, destroyed their region. There was no one who could ever compete with them. They weren't used to playing in the defensive style. No one plays aggressive against them. So they're not used to the aggression coming out of China, and you really saw how powerful it was. Mikasa specifically, like you said, able to get a little bit ahead of Sporks, and then just he was in all these fights and Sporks wasn't, and by the time Sporks finally rotated, the fight's over, and so he wasn't able to get anything, and it was kind of it wasn't like a super slow bleed, but Avant were able to find a kill in a fight, right? But they lose one in a buff or a Gold Fury, they lose 2, so it's all these fights, they'd find something, just not enough. They weren't able to stay even.
For me, it really came down to the entirety of the team comp. What are you going to do? When Cupid ultis you, are you not going to beat and then use your movement ability to get out of that? Well, now the Hades is going to get you. Are you going to use your movement ability to get out of the Hades? Now the Cupid's going to ult you. Meanwhile, there's a Zeus ultimate the entire time, so you have to make sure you get out of that. There was so many abilities you had to make sure to get out of, and if you didn't use your beat to get out of one, then you were dead for another.
Yeah, and that's an unfortunate situation without a doubt for Avant-Garde. But again, QG just they had them play right into that, and it looked wonderful. I mean, even opportunities that we got to talk about that mid-tier 2 dive that ended up occurring there at around 1830. That was a 3-2 favor for Avant-Garde, right? So you're thinking, okay, Avant-Garde, you're starting to get things going. But then after that, you get another skirmish, you know, and not only did QG get Phoenix, but on top of that, they went 3 for 0, right? They just dominated Avant-Garde. So it was like any opportunity that AG had was just immediately taken away by QG, and that was definitely something that caught my attention.
Yeah, and you could see Avant try and force some stuff, most notably over on that left-hand side. I believe it was after the 20-minute mark. They were trying to pick off a player and go for that tier 1 tower, but Ochita went a little bit too far. He died, and that kind of like snowballed to the end of the game where we saw more Phoenixes taken. So, I mean, Avant-Garde, they tried to fight back, but unfortunately they were just too far behind at that point.
I think that really spells out the game for me when with Avant-Garde. It was, aside from the minor slip-up by QG at the tier 2 in the middle lane. Avant-Garde just, you know, they would bounce back from the initial initiation, and then they just go too far. They chase too much, and then they get collapsed on, or one of them gets picked off, and then it's over from there. And it was just, for me, it was thinking that they could really fight something when they couldn't.
And at that point, too, they were already so far behind, not to mention they were in the loser's bracket in their possibly final game. They were probably a little bit antsy trying to get themselves back into the game. They're like, oh, we have an opportunity, here we go, and then they took that opportunity a little bit too far.
And that's something I want to take, that sometimes it's a little bit of out of game and it wasn't in game, but I took note of it both times that we saw Biggie on stage. Just like his body language, he was very passive, very timid, where everyone else has been pretty like, hey, you know, QG fighting, you know, they were like ready to go. And Biggie's like, you know, it's an honor to be here, very passive, very timid. And that's, you know, not the Avant that, you know, we wanted to see come in here. We want to be like, we're here to win, we're here to play. And I didn't see that fire from him. And I don't know if that played a part in, you know, the player's mentality, but it looked like it to me in the gameplay.
Well, yeah. Well, I think that, you know, for China, and actually let's take a look at the bracket and talk about this, because you have 2 teams from China in the top 8. What does that say right now about SMITE in that region? That's huge. In my personal opinion, at least. I think that's big.
I mean, clearly China came to play, and their aggressive play style is, you know, they didn't come scared at all. We saw Isurus play a little bit scared. We saw Avant play a little bit passive at times. But, I mean, this team, both these Chinese teams, they came and they played their game style. And because they were so comfortable, they just came out over the other international competition. And we might even see them go farther, although both of them do have to face the first seeds in each respective region.
Having to go against Paradigm or Cloud9 tomorrow is definitely not your preferred case, but at the same time, the other guys you'd have to go against, there's Epsilon still in this, Fnatic, Enemy eSports, who came out with an incredible win over Fnatic earlier. So there's really no easy matches at this point. You're really getting down to the nitty-gritty, and every single match is going to be incredibly competitive.
Yeah, again, you know, I think for, you know, SMITE in China, this was a big day for them.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Granted, they could be, you know, for one more WWE reference, it could just be the immovable object. You know? I don't know if they're the unstoppable force, but without a doubt, Paradigm and Cloud9 certainly are immovable objects in this space. It's going to be a challenge for them, but I think this will be a big opportunity for you know, both Chinese teams actually learn a lot, you know, going into tomorrow. I'm not going to count them out yet, though, right? One thing to note is also QG. That matchup against Isurus actually, against Avant-Garde, looked a lot more dominating than the OMG matchup against Isurus, right?
Sure.
I think that QG actually, when they're able to run what they can run, are a pretty good team based off of what we saw. They knew what they wanted to accomplish. It wasn't like, you know, all right, let's try out a couple things and see what works out, right? And you know, hope that these fights work in our favor. QG looked like they were in the driver's seat the whole time.
Yeah, I agree. We saw some fantastic team fights and mechanical play coming out of them, which is exactly what we expected. Maybe the objectives, we didn't see the same control that we'd expect out of like Epsilon, or that we saw out of Epsilon today, actually. But they're not that far off, and I think that really speaks volumes to the region. And I'm excited to see, you know, what they can carry on over from day to day.
All right, so this is our final matchup of PC SMITE. Guys, before we close it out, thoughts in regards to today? Incom, we'll start with you.
I think we had a great day here today. We had some pretty close matches, and we even had a few upsets here. Enemy taking out Fnatic. I know not many people thought that was going to happen, except for maybe the audience here in North America thought that was going to happen, voting for the, you know, hometown Enemy. But overall, great game today, and I'm excited to see who comes out on top tomorrow.
Amaterasu?
Yeah, it's the same thing. You know, we saw exactly what we wanted to see out of Epsilon with that dominant performance, and for me personally, I'm super hyped to see Epsilon because they're very disciplined is the main thing that I took from their games, especially from their first one. They're here seriously, you know. They're not they're having fun, obviously. It's
Yeah.
SMITE, you play games, you have fun. But they are taking this so seriously, and that comes across in their play, and I absolutely love that.
And what about for you, Donis?
Enemy, they're a real contender. We said, everyone's like, okay, the top 4 are going to be Fnatic, Paradigm, Epsilon, Cloud9. Enemy came here. They look just as good as they did when they faced Envy in the Super Regionals. They're giving it their all. They clearly came prepared. They could potentially take it all, and if anyone sleeps on them, they're playing to lose.
All right, so before we end it, match of the day for tomorrow, match you're most looking forward to, lightning round at Araxia. Go.
Paradigm versus whoever makes it through.
Okay.
Anything seeing Enemy play again, now that they've won today, I think that's going to be an exciting match.
Epsilon versus Fnatic, not even close.
I got to actually agree with you
Yeah.
there. Look at that. We agree on something.
Hey,
Isn't that
something.
nice?
So does that mean I'm going to get it right? Like, that's going to be the
Nah,
exciting
probably not.
match.
Probably not. No, but I am excited for Epsilon versus Fnatic. That is probably going to be one of the most hype matches that we have going into the quarterfinals tomorrow. But that's going to do it for us here at the Alienware Analyst Desk for today. Folks, it has been an absolute pleasure, and we hope that you guys have enjoyed all the games. But we are not done yet. No, we are not. We have Xbox Smite coming up next after this. It's going to be the semifinals between COG and Aware. You're not going to want to go anywhere. Support these guys. It's been a grueling road for Xbox Smite players as well, but it has been an absolute pleasure. Of course, for Anatoly, QE3Q, and everyone else here at the Analyst Desk, big thank you for everyone tuning in today. We will see you all tomorrow for some more Smite action here, live from Atlanta, Georgia.
and the tragedies and set our spirits free. Together we can bring back home the ones who lost and give them love and give them love. They can try to bring us down, but we know we're much too proud to lose faith. We have what it takes. 'Cause we are a new generation. We are a new generation. We are a new generation. New generation. You can be anything you wish to be. Don't let anybody tell you differently. Because in this world there are no limitations. We can make our names live on through time and space. They can try to bring us down, but we know we're much too proud to lose faith. We have what it takes. 'Cause we are a new generation. We are.
Welcome to the SMITE God reveal for Amaterasu, the Shining Light. As the first rays of dawn cross the horizon, before all else they touch the land of the rising sun. That morning light which brings warmth and life is Amaterasu, the benevolent goddess of the sun. Universally, she is adored. Less so are her brothers, namely Susanoo, bringer of storms, whose jealousy of his sister's popularity drove him to burn her golden rice fields and shatter the sacred looms of her people. Grief-stricken at the destruction, Amaterasu sealed herself inside a deep cavern. Her people suffered, and the realm fell into crushing darkness. For an unknown time, she stayed there, hidden away from the atrocities of the world, until one day, a roar of celebration erupted from outside. Moving aside the great stone sealing the cavern, she peered cautiously out, catching a glimpse of an equally fair goddess in a gem-encrusted mirror. Amaterasu, driven by curiosity, ventured out to find the source of the joyous sound. Gathered around were hundreds of friends and loved ones. Atop a wide tub danced Usume, goddess of mirth, creating the erratic drumming to the joy of all. Amaterasu smiled, and light came back to the world. Seeing all those that depended on her, all those that loved her, Amaterasu vowed never again to hide away from calamity. She would instead face it, just as the dawn rises each new day. Amaterasu's passive is Illuminating Strike. Amaterasu illuminates enemies she hits with basic attacks. After 3 hits on the same target, the enemy is bathed in light, exposing their weaknesses and causing them to take more damage from all sources. Any other enemies that come near the illuminated enemy are exposed as well. Amaterasu's first ability is Divine Presence. Amaterasu harnesses the power of her jewel, healing herself over time and providing a buff to nearby allies. Her auras are always active, and every time this ability is activated, the auras switch between Valor and Benevolence. Valor provides bonus power, while Benevolence provides bonus movement speed. Heavenly Reflection is Amaterasu's second ability. Amaterasu charges her mirror for 5 seconds. While the mirror is charging, she takes decreased damage. Upon reactivation, or when the time runs out, the mirror will fire directly ahead of Amaterasu. The mirror will charge up from successfully attacking enemies or from taking damage, and can deal up to twice the base damage. Amaterasu's third ability is Glorious Charge. Amaterasu shines light off her sacred blade, silencing all enemies in front of her. She then dashes forward, dealing damage, piercing through the minions or stopping at the first god hit. Amaterasu's ultimate is Dazzling Offensive. Amaterasu focuses the power of the heavens into an impressive 3-strike combination attack. If at least one enemy is hit by a strike, each subsequent strike will become stronger. The second hit will deal extra damage and slow, while the third strike will deal even more damage and stun. Missing a strike on a single target will break the combo for that specific target. Amaterasu is a warrior who acts as a beacon for her team, providing support and turning the tides of battle using her divine weapons. With her jewel, she can provide allies with increased strength. Her mirror allows her to reflect damage back at enemies who choose to fight. And her sword shines bright, silencing enemies before a devastating dash. Amaterasu looks for the right time to go onto the offensive, dealing massive damage in front of her repeatedly, getting stronger with each strike. Look to pair Amaterasu with characters that can make use of her movement or power auras, such as Artemis, Thor, or Hercules. Amaterasu's players will need to be aware of how a battle is progressing to best use her skills. Knowing which aura to be using or when to activate your ultimate is key. Amaterasu's divine aura provides your team with extra mobility or power. When looking to engage an enemy team, look to have the movement speed aura to help your team get into position and engage faster than your opponents expect. Upon engaging, switch to power to help your team deal more damage to the enemy or even an objective if the fight is happening there. As the fight resolves, switch back to movement to either help allies flee or chase to finish the fight. While it may be tempting to use Glorious Charge for the damage against certain enemies, you may want to save this skill for the silence. This ability has a very quick activation, so it can be used to interrupt anything from slower abilities like Bellona's Cudgel or Thor's Berserker's Barrage to faster abilities like Agni's Flame Dash. Always be on the lookout to deny these abilities, as often this alone can win a battle. Heavenly Reflection pairs very well with Dazzling Offensive. Since Heavenly Reflection charges based on damage taken and damage dealt, activating Heavenly Reflection and then using Dazzling Offensive will allow you to chase targets and deal damage to them as the mirror is charging. Assuming Dazzling Offensive connects on all 3 hits, this should leave the target helplessly stunned, allowing the fully charged shield to connect easily. This can be a surprising amount of burst and can net you kills from players who aren't expecting it. Amaterasu and her team run into the enemy team near Fire Giant. Amaterasu uses her second ability to take decreased damage and ults in right away to disperse the enemy team, as well as hoping to stun enemies for Vulcan's incoming ultimate. Amaterasu secures her first kill with the second strike from her ultimate and her second kill with the third strike. She then uses Glorious Charge to get close to Janus and get the assist. Finally, Amaterasu switches her stance with her first ability, giving her allies the speed boost to finish Sovik. Amaterasu will want to start with Heavenly Reflection. This will give Amaterasu a powerful wave-clearing ability and poke tool if enemies choose to ignore Amaterasu. Follow this with a point in Divine Presence to gain extra utility and sustain. After putting an additional point into Heavenly Reflection, pick up Glorious Charge to gain the movement and silencing power of this skill. If you are fighting opponents that have interruptible abilities like Bologna's Bludgeon or Tyr's Fearless, you may want to get Glorious Charge earlier to deny them their main clearing tool. After level 5, your priority will be Dazzling Offensive, then Heavenly Reflection, followed by Divine Presence, and finally, Glorious Charge. Amaterasu excels by being in the thick of fights, as well as switching her auras to suit the situation of the battle. As such, she will need to build a mixture of protections and cooldown reduction to really shine. Start off with Bluestone to help clear enemy minions, and move into Mystical Mail. Next, pick up Warrior Tabby and Frostbound Hammer. With these items, Amaterasu will now have movement, power, and survivability. With her core out of the way, move into items like Jotun's and Titan's Bane to assist her damage and give her cooldown reduction, allowing her to always be in the right aura when needed. Finally, replace Bluestone for an item like Void Shield when being aggressive, or Heartward Amulet when being defensive. Thanks for watching the Smite God reveal for Amaterasu.
Hello guys, welcome back here to the SMITE World Championship. I have some sad news to say that for today, that was it for the SMITE World Championship. But fear not, because I guarantee that Friday, Saturday, and Sunday are gonna get a lot hotter, a lot crazier, and a lot more action going down right here. And you guys have the best seats and the best viewing all over the world to tune in. But for today, we still have the important duty of the Xbox One Invitational here at the SMITE World Championship. Yes, indeed, I'm joined by Zenborn and Soup Kitchen. Soup Kitchen's great name. Guys, how are you doing? How's your day going?
Thanks, I'm doing good. I'm really excited to play it, honestly, yeah. That's all.
Well, excitement, join the club. It's been a day of nerves for everybody, I think, as they stand in front of this fantastic audience. It's been rooting all the way. Soup Kitchen, how's your day been?
Oh, it's been great. I mean, we've been here for 8 hours, lots of intense competition. We got to meet a lot of cool people, and we've been having a blast.
Well, it has absolutely been that. Just so you guys understand, they've been playing throughout the day to get to this point, and it's not over, but we do need to settle some scores. Are you and your team ready to do battle?
Yes, let's go, boys!
Support. We knew that you guys were there. You knew they were there. And of course, Cog, I know that you guys have a little bit of favorite love out here. How are you feeling?
We're feeling great. Ching and Friends is always ready to take it home.
Ching and Friends, ready to take it home. Are you guys ready to see that? Come on, guys. Are you ready to see this? Gentlemen, I'd ask you to shake hands. A good, clean matchup. Yes, indeed. Join your teams. These guys are ready. Teams are getting ready. I know that you guys are ready, which can mean only one thing. These guys are about to get underway as we have the Xbox One Invitational here at the SMITE World Championship. Enjoy, and we'll see you later.
Welcome, Smite fans, to the first game of the Xbox Invitational here at the SMITE World Championship. I am Husey. Joining me is Fats.
Of course, Husey. I'm really excited to be here. Of course, we are the finalists of So You Think You Can Cast. We're here to bring you the Xbox One SMITE quarters?
Huh?
Quarters.
Quarters?
Quarters.
Sorry, I'm just still a little bit sad about Avant losing, but you know what? It's time to get over there. It's time to get into Xbox One Invitational between Aware Gaming EU and Cognitive Gaming. Now, the story with Aware, of course, is Watson out of the solo lane. As we head into picks and bans, expect to see him, you know, with something very strong like a Bologna.
Ooh, Watson on Bologna will be very dangerous. I'm kind of scared if they'll even let that happen. I doubt it very much, but I want to see what these picks and bans say. Now, in case you guys are not familiar with Xbox, it is the game of circles. You want characters who got circles.
So Jing Tan banned out first there by Aware Gaming. Not really a surprise there. Big circle god, as you just mentioned, and a very safe god for Soup's Kitchen to be playing out of the solo lane.
I mean, that that's a very strong god in the solo lane right now, both on PC and Xbox. The survivability with his passive, all the damage, and the damage reduction he has on his one. It's going to be really exciting to see what they can pick because he's gone.
Cognitive Gaming, expect them to kind of target ban Watson here, maybe Skizzle. We know Skizzle likes very aggressive junglers, and taking away something like maybe a Thor, which he's been known to play, but a Khepri here taking away from Zenborn, the support.
I mean, that's just a safe ban overall. Getting rid of Khepri, one of the better supports in the game, has the ability to revive somebody. If you're about to die, he drops his ult on you, and you have a chance at survival. Zeus on the other side being taken away.
Very sensible. Zeus, biggest circle god in the game with his ultimate. Very, very strong at the moment. With him off the board, Cognitive Gaming need to look. What do you think they're going to look towards for their middle?
Middles, well, you still have Yanis available.
Yep.
He's very scary, has that giant rotation possibilities. You have Isis, one of the strongest push gods in the game, and you don't have Zhong Kui, circle god himself.
Aware Gaming looking at Chiron here, very strong at the moment on both PC and Xbox. We saw it played earlier in the day, and that is going to be your first pick. Chiron, that's going to be going towards Dobson.
Chiron, first pick. I'm excited to see what this is going to be. How is it going to be used here on Xbox? I haven't seen him play it at all because, you know, he's recently added to the system.
I'm really excited to see how difficult it is to land his ultimate because, you know, that's a very big skill shot. And, you know, if you can land that, it's going to be devastating.
I'm excited to see, you know, what he's going to do as he bucks at people and just starts shooting. What support could really support Chiron like that? I mean, he has the ability to heal whenever he wants to, so maybe a Sobek for a double heal lane, or even a Sylvanas.
I'd like to see either of those two because the Sobek especially is a flex pick. Bologna locked in from Cognitive Gaming, very smart pick. That's taken away from Watson, one of his favorite gods, going towards Superskid and Sylvanas. Like you just mentioned, another big circle god, got sustained with his heals, as well as that, the Wrath of Terror ultimate's perfect setup for a mid lane explosion.
Now, Sylvanas on Xbox is a very scary, scary tree. I'll tell you that right now. Able to root somebody in place, get a good grab on him, pull him right back into that ultimate, somebody's gonna die.
Jelly loves playing Sylvanas. We've seen him hit a really nice couple of pulls. Thor locked in for Aware Gaming. This is what I said. Skizzle likes aggressive junglers. Thor, very difficult to play on Xbox, but if you can get it down, it's so devastating. And Athena as well. That's a double global there for Aware. Taking some strats, it seems, from Epsilon.
That is scary. I mean, you have the taunt right there on Athena, able to pull him back into damage. Thor, who has the global presence to just dunk down in any lane whenever he has the vision for it. I mean, it's a really scary situation overall. Hu Yi gonna be taken by Cognitive. Hu Yi.
Another big circle god, again with the Sunbreaker ultimate. Both Paul and Dobson, very much like Ho Yi, but Dobson's already got himself a Chiron. I'm very interested to see actually how this Ho Yi-Chiron matchup will go. Ho Yi noted for his ability to box with on hunters, but Chiron's got so much sustain inbuilt into his kit. It's going to be a very interesting matchup.
Now, you can put Athena either in the... Well, actually, no, in this situation, she's definitely going support. That's going to be a Chiron Athena lane versus a Sylvanas Hu Yi lane. Now, Sylvanas Hu Yi is one of the most dangerous lanes on Xbox because they have so many combos with each other that can just secure so much damage, and the Isis ban not going to let him push at all.
Isis was one of Aware's top picks at the ESL LAN in England where they qualified for this opportunity, but that was with a different middle laner. They've now got Liquids in the middle lane, and you know, he's a bit of an unknown. We don't know what he really favors. Hunbat's taken away by Aware. That's taking it straight away from Xing.
Well, it looks like Xing might not be too afraid. They're hovering Freya right now.
Ooh,
that is something I haven't seen in a while. A
Freya
jungle would be really exciting. Get him with the banish, 2 free shots, and it's locked in.
That just speaks to Xing so much. He's very, very aggressive. Out of the jungle is Freya.
Ooh, I'm wondering what they're going to grab on the other side here to combat this one. They already have their jungler. They already have their dual lane. Now they're looking for their mid, and there is the robot himself. They lock it in. Yanis, the god of doors.
3 globals on the side of Aware so far. Look for these really, really massive rotations. Sobek looking like it's going to be locked in from Aware, and it is. That's going to be going towards Watson in the solo lane, most likely, unless he plays a really, really tricky Athena.
Yeah, that Sobek is going to be having not a rough time against a Bologna. That's usually what you want to pick into somebody like that. I mean, you're scared they'll be able to push you out. Well, Sobek naturally tanky as a Guardian, as well as having a heal for himself.
Looks like we're just awaiting the... Oh, Odin.
Wait a second.
Is that going to be a Freya mid?
Freya mid or Freya.
Oh, it makes sense, right? Well, we know Xing's been playing a lot of Odin in PC rank. We've heard it from all the pros. And one thing about Xing is he likes to play PC rank with an Xbox controller, so we know his mechanics are going to be on point.
I mean, he's been practicing for this very night, and he's there right now against Aware Gaming EU. I'm excited to see what this Odin's going to bring to the table. It might shut down it's going to shut down the escape of Chiron.
I really like it as well because it's an anti-heal, and they're taking it away from away. I suppose it's last pick, actually, but, you know, having the anti-heal on their own side, actually, that shuts down Chiron's heal as well.
It shuts down Chiron's heal. It reduces attack speed as well. I mean, if he locks down Chiron, he has nowhere to go except hug the wall and hope he doesn't die.
All right, as we're getting ready to get into game here between these two teams, a bit of a regional rivalry here. We got Aware from EU, Cognitive from NA, and you know, I'm really interested to see maybe that'll factor into this game, a little bit of aggression coming out of these two teams early, perhaps, you know, just to kind of establish dominance.
I mean, the one thing I'm going to be looking at, of course, is going to be that dual lane. So Vanis and Hu Yi, they have the ability to have Mark of the Golden Crow set up into an easy ricochet stun, which is a root and a pull right after that, and a Rathatella into Sunbreaker. That's so much.
I think we all know, though, that solo lane is the place to be watching in this match between Soup's Kitchen and, of course, Watson from Aware. And now, folks, looks like we are getting into game number 1 of the Xbox One Invitational here at the SMITE World Championship. And we're going to be following along with Zen1 from Aware. Let's get a bit of a cheer from the crowd going on.
All right. I'm excited to see what these guys are going to do. We have some early grouping right now around the Gold Fury. They're trying to make sure that there's something there for them.
That's a Ho Yi mid.
What?
That's a Ho Yi mid. Take a look at that. That's something you don't see every day.
That's something you don't see at all. I mean, Hu Yi has a little bit of trouble in the clear department. I'm wondering what they're going to do here. I mean, that means Paul's going to have Freya. That's scary, too.
That's definitely very scary. But the thing about Hu Yi is he's a more ability-based hunter necessarily than auto attack, so it kind of works to play him middle, but I guess Paul's just more comfortable with Freya than Freya is, which is tricky to say.
Well, I'm guessing Freya is going to have that Hu Yi for the middle, and having a gank from Xing means it's going to be very easy with Odin slow to secure an easy bounce all over the walls and just take the health away.
There's been some big groupings from both teams this early in the game just to place down some safe wards. Actually, it looks like Aware's going for an invade here. Xing has got a red pop, but so does Skizzle. It doesn't look like Cog is aware that this is going on. You get it, Aware, because they're playing Aware?
I got it.
All right, Aware rotating in, looking to take away the speed buff. Skizzle's here, along with there's the jump from Xing, and they're going to give it up. Aware looking for the speed buff. Are they going to get it?
Oh, yeah, that's all there.
There's
nothing the opposite team could do. I mean, Cognitive's in a bad spot. They reset it. They said, you know what? This is not for us. That's going to be all
Aware's
theirs.
invading the purple buff as well. Look at the aggression coming out of the European. Zenmore just running straight up. That was a hog. He stole it.
He used hog.
Hog meta is back.
I'm really excited to even see hog being used right now. They're going to take both the starting buffs away from Cognitive Gaming. They're going to have the attack speed on a Dobson, and they're going to have that speed buff go on to the man in the jungle.
Look at the veterans leadership coming out from Xing, though. He knew his speed buff was gone. He rotated straight to mid lane, cleared up a wave, then took the left-hand side mid camp, and it looks like they're going to take the right-hand one as well. Oh my goodness, the bounce from Freya.
See, most people have trouble doing that on PC. Can you imagine how he's doing it on Xbox? I mean, if he had Mark of the Golden Crow on him right at that time, he would have probably died.
Bit of a boxing match going on in the solo lane. Watson versus Soup's Kitchen. We said pre-game, this is the matchup to watch. Soup's Kitchen, captain for Cognitive. Watson, the all-star player of Aware. And Gustavi taking a lot of damage, just hits level 2 now.
They're both just hit level 2 in the dual lane for Cognitive. That's going to be really hard. It's going to put them so far behind. You see Zenborn has level 3 because that hog he got onto the camp, and I guess Dobson just wasn't in the area to get that experience. Now they have access to 3 abilities. Aware's going to, Dobson's going to grab level 3 on this, and it's going to be a problem. Ooh, mid lane, though.
We mentioned before the veteran leadership of Xing. He recognizes that Janice from Aware went and invaded the speed buff, and he's just going to take the red buff straight away.
That's going to give even more power to a Hu Yi mid. A Hu Yi mid.
Liquids doesn't know that they're there. Xing looking for a jump. Freya's there as well. There is the shit. Nice double tap coming out from Freya. Barely gets away through the portal. Liquids. Freya looking for the auto attack. Can he get it? Skizzle is there to bait out his mid lane. Oh my goodness. Cognitive responding very nicely to Aware's aggression.
See, that was a really well thought out play. Instead of jumping first, he decided, you know what? You get the ricochet, you put the mark on him. He noticed the mark as soon as it happened, and he wasn't able to get out of there. And here's still more invades, taking the jungle away from
and now they're level 5. Freya is level 5 as well. Liquids isn't level 5 yet, so he doesn't have the ultimate to get out, and neither does Skizzle. So if Xing can find a good ring here, that could spell trouble for Aware.
That could be a double kill with Sunbreaker on top of it as well. I mean, somebody that he's already got the mark onto Sizzle. He's scared. He knows you can't leave the tower. You don't know where they're going, but it looks like they're just going to go do back camps. Keep it safe.
Look at the objective control, though, coming out from aware. With that hog on Athena, they've also got her Defender of Olympus. You've got Janice ulti. You've got Sobek ultimate as well. Gold Fury fights are going to be very interesting for Coke to be able to lock down that objective.
Yeah, over on the right side, that boxing match is still happening. Watson doing a ton of damage, going to ultimate Subskitch. Subskitch is going to jump right out of that situation, try not to die. So Watson says, you know what? I'll get my mana back. I'll tag these creeps, and I'll be fine with that.
Just baiting out the Eagles rally there. He's up by a level. Going to put some creeps into the tower as well. Oh, is that a Gold Fury? No, that's a rotation coming out from Xing and Freya looking towards the duo lane, just hovering around at this point. Xing wants to make maximum use of his red pod.
Freya, I don't know if Zenborn even saw him right there. That's going to be kind of scary. Oh, they're going to jump. If Freya hits the mark of the Golden Crow, they're going to go straight under tower. It is not a good position for them to be in. There's 4 members of Cognitive right there.
This is classic Xing, just being all around the map, looking to provide pressure for his opponent. Oh my god, Liquid's there with the ultimate, and Skizzle gets this tectonic rift. Out jumps Xing. He's safe away from that one. Liquid's just getting out of dodge there. So a Janice ultimate use. Skizzle lands back down, and they're going to take away, they're going to secure the purple buff for their own team.
I mean, that was, they engaged on them. They used the ultimate to try and rotate over to the left lane because they knew, where's the mid? Where's Xing? Where's Freya? We don't know. Let's go check and see if they're this way. As soon as they got through the portal, whoa, this is not the party I wanted to go to. They jumped straight out of that as soon as they could, and now they're just like, you know what, let's get our buffs so they can stop taking them.
Not much of a difference in gold or XP at this point. Slightly favoring Cognitive Gaming, but not by enough to really be noticeable by aware.
Ooh, they got the mid camp on right. Xing and his boys making sure they take that one and keep it in their favor. It's not that far ahead, but every little bit counts. And especially if you check this player damage, you can see that boxing match is going straight into Sobek's favor.
Freya's also done a nice amount of damage, 777. Not 667, 777. So he's been hitting his ricochets. We saw it before, man. That was insane.
That was a really good ricochet in that mid lane play. I mean, right now, everybody's just trying to secure the camps they can, get experience wherever they can, soak it up. Sub's Kitchen went to go ward their blue to make sure that, you know, the next time that Xing comes over here, we'll be ready. Me and Xing are going to come and take your buff.
It's amazing that Xing has managed to have the presence around the map that he has, despite not having a speed buff at the start.
Oh, Watson tried to walk over and take that one. Does not have a ward to place, but he did notice that Xing was coming over. Xing going to jump on that and grab that for his solo laner. Over in the left lane, Sylvanas is rotating back in against this Chiron build.
There's 4 men of aware over on the right-hand side. If Cognitive recognizes, they can look for a gank over on the left-hand side. If Freya rotates over, it's a nice ricochet style onto Dobson. He could be in a lot of trouble.
On the right side, it looks like both the mid and the jungler go ahead and pick up this blue for their Sobek. I mean, they want to get Watson big. Watson is going to be the one that's going to come into the late game, fling somebody into death. So by sharing this experience right here, Skills is going to get some help, make it faster, easier rotations, and Liquid's going to pick it back up.
One name we haven't mentioned so far is Paul, and that's because he's playing Freya. He's just waiting for the late game to come online. Actually, Dobson feeling it a little bit there from Gustavi as the Athena ultimate is channeled onto Dobson. Zenborn is here, but nothing really to follow up on. So bit of a baited ultimate there.
Yeah, Gustavi used his ultimate as well. I mean, that's going to be down for the next 90 seconds, so he can't be able to use that. Won't have that knockup available. He's going to make sure that they have this Gold Fury control, because look, there's Gustavi dropping a ward.
They know with that Athena ultimate down, they really, Aware has less of a global presence, and so they can go for these objectives like Gold Fury or bait around it and not have to worry about Athena being there unless she's already in the area. But map control around the Gold Fury at this point belongs to Cognitive.
I'm just still in shock from Hui mid.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how powerful that is going to be late game, since, oh, there goes Xing's ring, and he's able to get the assist from Freya to take down Zenborn. He had no way out of that situation.
That is your first blood, ladies and gentlemen, going the way of Cognitive Gaming. Freya there, showing why Hui mid is such a powerful thing.
I mean, you trap them, you drop suns on them, they're dead. And that's what it was. I mean, Freya can't get out of the ring. She has to jump, and the jump was already used. So it was perfect communication from the boys on Cognitive to make sure that they knew, hey, look, Freya's alone. Let's get her.
And she didn't have, Athena didn't have her ultimate, so she couldn't get out of the cage.
Yeah, that's problematic as it is. I mean, Watson just getting the back camps right now. He's having not a hard time against Soup's Kitchen. Soup's Kitchen being one of the premier solo laners in NA. I'm guessing these guys have done a lot of research on each other to make sure that they're able to play these matchups and play the other person.
Dobson just going for his purple buff here. He's had a fairly decent time in lane so far. Hasn't really felt too much pressure from Cognitive Gaming, but that'll change when Xing starts to feel himself.
Well, the one thing I do want to point out is that, you know, Cognitive has had complete control of these mid camps. They've gone each one so far. They're trying to control as much as they possibly can. You can see that Skizzle and Liquids are seeing that there's 3 members of Cognitive coming over.
Ooh, that was a nice unstable vortex, and Gustavi there went for the naked pull, but didn't quite manage to land. And Liquid's there putting out some nice damage with a 3-man unstable Vortex.
That would have been really scary if he was able to pull him into one of the scariest situations you could be in, an Odin cage and another Sunbreaker. He would have died almost instantly. This robot would be in pieces.
It looks like both teams kind of want to find something here in the mid lane. Cognitive. Gustavi, he's got a blink online, 10 seconds remaining on that. Watson channeling his ultimate, just here to clear the wave. Looks like he wants to go back. He does have teleport on cooldown, so it'll be a little bit awkward for him getting to this next team fight.
Well, he'll be okay for now. He can just heal up on the next wave, deal with that as he can. Over and on the left, though, you see a rotation from 3 members of Cognitive just watching this Gold Fury. That is what they're looking for at this point. If they aren't able to pick up a good kill and secure it, they're going to make sure they get there.
They're just walking towards the Gold Fury and forcing Aware to respond to them by walking to the Gold Fury, and that means they're missing out on experience in the mid lane.
Ooh, that is a smooth play coming out of them. Yan is going to rotate back to the mid lane. Oh, Shing's making his way over to the right side, and they might be able to trap Watson. Remember, Watson can't get out of the cage, and the cage is available. Gonna blink in, gonna get the shield ready. He's gonna do as much damage as he possibly can. The shield's gonna pop. Watson's the bad spot, but here comes Athena's ultimate. They're gonna get out of this situation. They know they don't want this.
They're running from Watson. There's the ultimate coming through from Liquid. Soup's Kitchen's in a bit of a bad spot here. He doesn't have enough mana to use the Eagles rally. Nice unstable Vortex from Liquids. Up goes Skizzle into the sky. He's looking for Soup's Kitchen, but he's under his own tower.
Probably not a smart idea to go for that one. Instead,
no, that was wise.
He just goes back to the mid lane. He says, you know what, this is going to win. But, oh, there's a Gold Fury. Cognitive's able to get that one. Dobson tries to get it with his ultimate. Unable to get that one. Gustavi, Freya, and Paul make sure that is theirs.
That was a very, very smart play from Cognitive. They recognized that Aware had committed to the right-hand side of the map and were going to be unable to even contest the Gold Fury, really.
Yeah, very smart play coming up from Cognitive. I mean, the big rotation, ultimates used by Aware to try and save keep Watson alive, because a great ultimate comes out from Gustavi onto 3 members of Aware. They're in a bad situation. They do not want to fight this one. They tried to take away the purple buff, but that belongs to Cog.
Shing's in mid lane just soaking up some experience. He's getting to that stage of the game where Odin's really starting to become very, very potent. Those bird bomb jumps are going to be doing so much damage.
Yeah, but he still has, it's like a ticking time bomb in the opposite way. I mean, Odin's going to scare you for about half of the game. Once he hit 13, he's going to fall off really hard and be delegated more to a support role. So Shing's going to be able to try and lock down all the enemy people who can't get out, all the gods who can't get out of the cage, so that his teammates can, well, literally drop bombs.
Looking back towards the solo lane, 10 minutes into the game, only 1 kill going the way of Cognitive Gaming. This has been a very passive game so far. 1800 is a goal difference. 3-man gripping from Cognitive. They're looking for Watson again. They know they need to shut him down. Great ring there from Shing. Locks Watson in as he's down in his ultimate. Takes a bit of damage there from the bird bomb, but not nearly enough.
Great ricochet from Freya. He's going to make sure he gets enough damage. They aren't able to secure it. 3 ultimates. No, 2 ultimates going to be used in favor of Watson's one.
How is Watson living?
I mean, Sobek is a crocodile. He's used to swimming, so I mean, maybe that works.
That's true. The Eagles rally there from Suskis just off the mark, and that really could have secured that kill for Cognitive Gaming.
If only he was able to hit that, but that was, once again, a great ricochet coming out of Freya to get that wall bounce, that double damage, and make sure he was stuck in place. If only they had the communication to make sure that he landed at Eagles.
This is the point in the game where Dobson really needs to be pushing his advantage in the duo lane. Paul is starting to do a little bit of damage. He's got his power boots online, but once he starts to get a little bit more penetration, he's going to start hitting hard. Dobson needs to be pressuring him, but he's actually behind.
Oh, one thing I do want to point out, there's the difference between the supports right here. I mean, the Athena has Hog 2, whereas Gustavi says, you know what, I'm going to get full sovereignty. That's going to keep his teammates alive. He's going to be able to walk around a lot more and keep them in the fight, especially with that HP 5. I mean, what's that going to spell for these guys unaware?
Zenmon's just been very, very aggressive, looking to set up a lot for his team, and as a result, his farm has suffered. So he's a full, as he said, sovereignty behind Gustavi. I wanted to say Wiggles Debate, that was his name on PC, but it's Gustavi now on Xbox.
Well, that's a good name change. I take that one. A lot easier to roll off the tongue. There's going to be a rotation, though. You can see Shing and Gustavi walking their way over to the left. Shing looking at mid lane right now. I mean, Liquid sees him, tries to get the portal on him, unable to. The wall is going to be dropped. The unstable vortex is going to be dropped. Shing has his shield up just in case they were able to tick him a little bit. He'll be safe for this situation back at it.
He put the shield on and they just immediately walked away. They wanted no part of that Odin damage. Liquid's looking along with Skizzle for the back camp here. He does have his ultimate online, so he can rotate to the duo lane. Cognitive's looking in that direction at the moment.
Oh, speaking of looking at that direction, you can see that Odin and Hu Yi are walking the way over the Dobson. Dobson is alone right now. If he's able to cage him, and he does, he's in a bad situation. Uses his beads. There was no reason for the beads right now. Try and get as much damage as he can before he's gonna walk into a Sunbreaker to die.
Freya's got 2 kills now for Cognitive Gaming. His rotations have been on point. He's been out-rotating a Janus.
That is crazy.
That is bad.
This Genesis he has his ultimate, and he's using them late because Xing is making these great rotations, making the great calls to bring his team with them.
They're still there. They're at the purple up. They're baiting out Zenborn, who's all alone between 4 members of Cognitive. Great wall there, though, for Skizzle, but an even better pull from Gustavi Zenborn. 3-man top, but it was unnecessary as Cognitive was looking at him. Anyway, Freya gets another kill.
Oof. He tried his best to get out of that situation. A great wall came out from Skizzle on the situation, but problem is, that pull from Gustavi said, you know what? You're not going anywhere except back to base.
That was a great pull from Gustavi. Oh, Eagles Rally used there by Soup's Kitchen. Cog Xing gets a kill as Liquids falls down. It's just Skizzle left to defend this tier 1 tower in the mid against 4 people from Cognitive. And Watson is here, though, to try and change the script.
That's why Skizzle decided to stay, and maybe Watson can help him stay alive. He's unable to help. Watson is going to try as best he can. The first tower of the game is going to go down in favor of Cognitive Gaming. And Watson, you should not be there. Oh, he gets pulled, and he already has the mark of
4-man tail whip, very nice, but he tries to charge Bray away. Soup's Kitchen gets in the way. Watson goes down in the ultimate just to get out of town, and here is Dobson.
Dobson is here too. He says, you know what, my team is having a really rough time. No one's in duo. I'm gonna rotate over finally because Freya is in mid as an ADC. That Hunter is gonna do a lot as is. He needs to be there to try and combat that because Liquids is having a really rough time.
Map control up to this point has belonged to Cognitive Gaming. They've had really aggressive wards over on Aware's side. That's just allowed them to rotate with impunity. Gold Fury spawning, that should be the next point of contention between these two teams.
Well, Soup's Kitchen was able to steal that blue away from Watson. It's going to put him behind. Now he has to focus on his ultimate for really getting that mana pool back up. And it's just going to be a clear war because now Soup has the cooldown and the mana to keep the pressure on him.
Soup's Kitchen's definitely stepped up to the plate here. I think he feels a little bit disrespected because on the side of Eager, the other Xbox team that's qualified for the Invitational, the whole hype has been about Deworst, their soul, and with Aware, it's been all about Watson, but no one's talked about him.
I'd be pretty upset about that too. Yeah. I mean, he's making his name known right now that he is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, Soup's Kitchen has had a great record so far, and in this game, he's made the great rotation to keep his team alive. He's 1 level above the enemy jungler, the enemy solo laner, so that's already working in his favor. Oh, a blind pull from Gustavi just clearly misses.
You know, just trying to see if someone was there, just anticipating the rotation that wasn't quite there. Cognitive looking again at this Gold Fury. They got the first one, they want to get the second
Over
one.
in the solo lane, though, it looks like Watson is in a bit of trouble against Bologna. They're having a little boxing match. Soup's Kitchen is taking a lot of damage.
Cognitive starting up the Gold Fury again. They're just baiting at this point. Zenmon's there. He's locked down by the ring from Xing, and Freya gets a kill. Skizzle crashes down, but doesn't do enough damage. Nice ultimate there from Gustavi. Dobson is here doing a lot of damage, but Skizzle should fall down. Xing gets another kill.
Looks like they forgot about Freya's ultimate, able to jump in the air and refuse to take any bit of damage. Liquid's gonna portal himself out of the fight, but Dobson and Watson are both here taking a ton of damage from the Bologna. Tries to get a spin on Liquid. Liquid tries to jump in his own portal, but it's stuck in the wall. He has to run as far as he can, whereas Dobson and Watson are going to take down Gustavi in the back, but not for free.
And now it's only Watson left, 1v3. He is the ultimate from Zenborn. Xing jumps away beautifully. Watson doesn't get the damage off to finish him. Xing pops the shield just to give himself some extra help. Oh, nice jump there from Freya to avoid the charge spray. It's just Soup's Kitchen left, 2v1, but he's a Bologna. He can do this. Paul rotates in just in time. Aware needed back up, and this Gold Fury should belong to Cognitive.
Oh, yep, that's most likely going to go in their favor. They have 4 members up, whereas Aware only has 3, and only 2 of them are located at the Gold Fury. I mean, Thor can easily walk up ultimate in if it were available. He already used it in this fight. They have to make something happen. I mean, maybe Zenborn can go and get a taunt so that Watson can maybe tail whip it to death.
What's a little unfortunate is that Watson isn't on a really kind of big carry. He's on a Sobek, which can't, do terribly much. He's doing really well this game, but the rest of his team hasn't picked up the slack.
The biggest fear for Cognitive to back off that Gold Fury, we forgot that Zenborn has Hog.
Oh yeah, the Athena Hog.
Yeah.
Secure.
So if he just walked up, taunted them and then just hogged it, they were like, oh, that would be kind of bad.
That'd be great to see, a throwback to the early Season 2 meta, Hog objective secure, but, how's he going to get in there, though? Xing can put a ring down, stop the dash in. That's what I think Cognitive is banking on when they see Zenborn come near the Gold Fury, or even the Fire Giant.
Very smart. I mean, there goes Liquid splitting this XP with Skizzle, making sure to tag that creep. Level 12 in the jungle versus level 15 on Xing with 8 stacks of Hide of the Urchin. That is one tanky Odin.
And he's the initiation for Cognitive Gaming. Gustavi is just kind of the follow-up. He goes for a blind pull there, doesn't find it. Zenborn with a nice taunt. Gustavi take a little bit of damage. Oh, he taunted him out of Chiron's 1.
kind of a bad situation. Miscommunication. Here comes the cage, just like you said. Zenborn's gonna jump right out of there. Dobson has Aegis, tries to survive as much as he can. He's gonna run as far as he can. Paul takes to the skies. 2, 3, and 4, but he's still alive because of his ultimate. Maybe he'll be able to do this, but in comes the teleport hammer from Skizzle.
He's about to go down. Paul credited with a double kill, and now Cognitive looking towards the Gold Fury. Liquids is still up. He does have his ultimate available to possibly try and steal this. Watson is in the area as well. He can also steal it with his lurking in the waters.
And there he goes, lurking straight in the waters, trying to make sure they know not to do it. They haven't done enough damage to it in the first place. So Watson, they decide to turn their sights onto him.
Five-man tail whip. Four-man tail whip. Soup's Kitchen zoning out Liquids nicely, but Watson, what a play.
I mean, Watson's ultimate is down now. And because that ultimate is down and he's half health, this is not a good situation for him to be in, especially against 5 members of Cognitive Gaming.
But you know what? Aware has baited this Gold Fury long enough. Zenborn is in the area with his hog we were talking about. If they could buy a little more time, he could dash in there and possibly steal it. Xing, no, it's too late for Aware Gaming, and Xing pops down another ring. Down goes Watson to Paul, and now Cognitive turning their sights to Liquids and Zenborn.
Ooh, looking at the gold differential right now, Cognitive is 43K to 37K on Aware Gaming. That is a good 6K difference in favor of Cognitive. They are not scared to use this ring to their advantage, and they're making it happen.
10K XP difference as well is just telling so much in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, Xing is so more far ahead than Skizzle. Skizzle's been having such a hard time. His ultimates haven't really landed them a good situation. He tried to gank on right lane, was unable to take down Soup's Kitchen. It's been really problematic for all these situations, whereas Xing has made sure that every ring he's dropped has come with damage and deaths.
Xing has been the initiation for Cognitive. Gustavi, a little bit of an odd ultimate there, but Xing has been the initiation. Gustavi has been the follow-up to. Well, Xing jumps in, pops down the ring, and Gustavi immediately goes in, Wrath of Terror, so no one can use any abilities.
Over on the right lane, you can see that Skizzle's having a rough time. A good ultimate's gonna be dropped on top of an already CC immune ultimate. Soup's Kitchen just trying to make that happen. Skizzle's gonna jump straight into this blue buff with the help of Zenborn.
Forced out under his own tower.
That's really rough. I mean, if you're this far behind, you would not want to try to fight over Lona.
Absolutely not. You saw the cinematic. She's OP.
Yeah, she can solo fire if she feels like a good fling gonna come out from Watson to make sure that Soup's Kitchen gets out of the area as he tries to at least soak up a little more experience to get back in this game.
20 minutes into the game, 13-1 in favor of Cognitive Gaming. My goodness, when we came into this match, we didn't expect such a large skill differential between the teams, but Cognitive just shown up, and Xing with a nice ring down onto Dobson, jumps it. Oh my god, the damage. Paul is here to finish off Dobson, and now Zenborn being aggressed on.
Oh, they're chasing after Zenborn. Zenborn's dash is not available. He's gonna try and dodge as much as he can, but it wouldn't matter anyway, because here came Gustavi. That's another double for Cog Paul.
Watson all alone under the tier 1 tower. He's being joined shortly by the rest of his teammates, but they just need to give this one up, go and farm elsewhere, get themselves back into this one, but they're 14 kills down, so much gold and XP, I don't know if they can get back.
They've already lost 2 tier 1s. This is gonna be the third in favor of Cognitive. 15-1 in favor of Cognitive as well. They're gonna just shove down this lane as they can. There's nothing that could really happen on the side of Aware to stop this.
And Freya's already online. Freya the God, not Freya the mid lane. Well, they're both online. Nice Eagles rally there from Soup's Kitchen. Sunbreaker coming down from Freya.
Soup's Kitchen is focused directly on the Liquid's gonna try and get him, but the portal comes out. Watson's gonna throw him back, say, listen, you gotta calm down a little bit. I'm gonna go retreat, help my teammates right now. They got the tier 2, the tier 1. They're looking pretty good.
Aware needed to win this in the early game with Chiron and Thor, but it just hasn't happened for them. Paul and Freya have just done so much work.
That was a cute little dodge there. Soup's Kitchen using the dash from below to get away from that pluck coming out from Watson. A little bit of a little finessing.
Speed buff started up by Skizzle and Watson. Skizzle just so far behind Xing at this point, 4 levels, and look at the assists from Xing, 2, 0, and 12. He's been part of 14 out of 15 of his team's kills.
So he's got a full Heart of the Urchin. He's got a full mail renewal. So I mean, like I said,
he's not gonna die.
Yeah, but once he reaches the turn point where Odin jump doesn't really scare you that much, now, like I said, his focus is, this is a ring, you're not getting out, here are my teammates.
This is Xing's rings, baby.
Xing's ring.
Xing's ring. All right, interesting enough, we know Watson is the kind of star player everywhere. He's the only one with a kill. He's got full cooldown, so he's looking to use his abilities early enough, and he's still top player damage in this game, even above everyone on Cognitive.
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of Freya as well, I mean, Freya's doing a ton of damage as well. I mean, look at that.
Both
10K.
Freyas. Both Freyas.
Both Freyas on Cognitive are doing as much as they can.
Why did they pick this? This is so confusing.
It's Freya and Freya, rotations from Freya.
Liquids, he's got himself, looks like he's going into a Book of Toth there. That'll give him a nice bit of power spike and extra mana.
Yeah, they're going to all rotate to the mid lane right now. As you see, 3 members of Cognitive Gaming are grouped up. We don't know what's going to happen in this situation. Probably a little bit of a dance number happening right now as they try and feel each other out, see when they can get a good ring. I mean, Shing is looking directly for that. His teammates are in the jungle on the side. And in comes Gustavi, only able to hit one person. Skizzle's going to use his beads almost instantly, then ultimate. I mean,
That's baited. That's beads and ultimate just for a Wrath of Terror. And Skizzle really didn't need to use that there.
I mean, that was a good blink in. Too bad he was only able to grab 1 member. If he had grabbed more, you know Shing's ring was coming through.
4 members of Cognitive in the mid lane. Soup's Kitchen rotating now. He was looking at the right-hand side, tier 2. Freya jumping up in the air. The side of Cognitive's got so much to sustain with the Sylvanas.
Here comes Watson up the right side of the jungle, just watching as all of Cognitive. Good jump in to try and get a situation. Here comes the ring.
No.
Here comes a Sunbreaker. All time.
Oh, Soup's Kitchen. Freya takes down Dobson. Liquids. Oh, he portals through right into Soup's Kitchen. Shing and Freya. Gustavi picks up a kill. It's just Watson left from Aware, and that's really been the tale of this game. A Watson all by himself dashes away under his Phoenix as Cognitive take the tier 2. And they're looking for the Phoenix.
Oh, this is going to be the first Phoenix of the game. They have so much tankiness on the side of Cognitive. 19-1 in favor of them. This is going to be the first bird in favor of the team as they rush this down. Can they even end?
They can end here. The next member of Aware comes up in 10 seconds. They've got a Freya. They've got a Hou-Yi. They can really burst this one down quickly.
And it looks like they're doing just that. This might be the first game in favor of Cognitive Gaming during this 2 out of 3 set. I mean, they've done so much work. They've earned this very, very quickly. And it looks like they're going to do... Oh, wait. Out comes the rest of Aware to try and make something happen. Unable to. Game 1 goes to Cognitive.
That was a dominant performance by the North American second seed. 19-1 in favor of the boys from Cognitive.
That was very dominant. I mean, not even a little bit. You can see Shing's ring, as you like to call
Shing's ring.
come through and make sure that every play they made was the correct one. I mean, Freya mid, not playing Freya mid.
Playing Hou-Yi.
But Hou-Yi mid. I mean, that was exciting, if anything, to see somebody play that character on Xbox like that.
The composition for Cognitive just meshed so well together. We said Shing's ring coming down, but it was really Gustavi's Wraths of Terror that just really made those team fights.
I mean, he's gotten a lot of good pulls. Even the blind pulls he's tried at didn't work out so much, but that one pull he had onto Athena as she tried to get away, and Skizzle was able to get that wall down, didn't help, still died.
Aware suffered a lot because Paul got a lot of kills early, and on Freya that let him get to that power spike stage where it's just impossible to face him one-on-one and even a 1v2.
Now, the problem, I would say, is like we said, we were going to focus on the solo lane in this matchup, Watson versus Soup's Kitchen. And you said Soup's Kitchen doesn't really have the name for himself yet. Well, I think he does now with those great rotations he threw out. Watson was lagging a little bit behind. He was able to get Watson's tower before him, and even Skizzle couldn't even jump on the kitchen.
Watson didn't have the impact in the team fights that he potentially could have on a different god. I would have really liked to see him on Bologna, but smart choice by Cognitive to take that one away from him.
I mean, him having that Bologna himself, Soup's Kitchen was able to stay alive in the matchup, get to the end game, and prove that an Eagles rally really can change a match. I mean, just like the cinematic, Bologna makes plays.
We thought Aware was going to have a lot more global presence than what they did, considering they had a Janus, a Thor, and an Athena, but we just didn't see the same kind of rotations that Cognitive had.
Rotations, the mid and the jungle, both Shing and Freya made their way to left lane so many times to just pick on a Chiron. The Chiron's ultimate, yeah, if you kill me, I might not die now, but I can't move. I couldn't go through walls. It just did not work for him in any situation.
And that's what they needed to do. We mentioned Paul got online early with that Freya, and the biggest problem was going to be with Dobson's Chiron.
And that's where they focused all their merit. They said, you chose a god who can't get out of a ring. We're going to pick this last, and it's going to be problematic for you, so we're going to rotate right over there. Here's a Sunbreaker. Here is everything we got in our kits.
Alrighty, folks, we're going to take a look at some highlights from the game now, coming up on your screen shortly, and I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of Shing.
I would love to see some Shing plays, actually. As you said, Shing's ring.
Shing's ring. It's going to be a barbecue chain before long. He's going to open it up after his Smite career.
Shing's ring sets up a great ultimate from Freya in this situation. Freya over here in the dual lane, like we said, he had nowhere to go. Chiron is stuck.
Xbox is the game of circles. Almost everyone on Cognitive
drops it right onto Zenborn's face. Again, another Shing's ring set.
Had a circle ability. You put the ring down, Wrath of Terror, Sunbreakers, it's impossible. And Zenborn, you can see just being relentlessly picked on by Cognitive.
Yeah, that was the pull from Gustavi in that situation. Freya just doing so much work this entire game. And Shing's ring, well, I mean, I guess he put a ring on in this situation.
That's the sign of a good mid laner, is being able to rotate for all the fights. And, you know, he was out-rotating at Janus, and all these highlights have been from Freya's perspective, and there's a reason why. He was the best player on Cognitive this game. I'll say it right now.
He did perform very well, but you cannot deny the fact that the Soup's Kitchen denied Watson a lot. He out-rotated him. He made sure he wasn't able to get to fight. In this fight, Watson wasn't there.
And that's going to do it for the replays there, folks. Just all cognitive, all game long. That was the story of that one. They didn't allow Aware to get anything. Aware had a nice invade from the start, but just couldn't find anything off the back of it.
Yeah, that was a very good invade to start, but like you said, I mean, Xing made those plays. Says, you know what?
That map control is something that you really need to have on not only Xbox Smite, but Smite in general. And Xing, you know, we talk a...
They took this from me, we're going to take from them. Invaded their jungle, took this situation, took that, and got all the mid.
He's a very tenured Smite player, played a lot on the PC scene. He was an SPL player, and that's why Cognitive, I think, shines a lot in the Xbox scene. He's got that veteran leadership. He knows what to do in terms of map patrol, objectives, team fights, and the Cognitive players have really learned a lot from him.
Now, what I'm worried about going into game 2 is Hui is going to be a valued pick. We know that. Sylvanas, after Gustavi's performance, very valued. Odin? Do you see an Odin ban?
Maybe a third ban as kind of like a flavor ban towards Xing, but then I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up something like a Bastet.
I think the one thing I was surprised that wasn't picked in that match was Hell.
That's very true. She wasn't picked or banned.
I mean, Hell is a circle with heals, with damage, with everything, and she was not picked at all. Instead, they decided, you know what? We got Sylvanas circle, we got Hui circle, we have Sobek circle, we have everything we need, Bologna circle, if you want to call it that. They tried to do everything they could to not rely on a heal comp, but they still had heals.
That is something interesting to note, folks, that this is our first best of 3 of the day. All the matches you have seen previously have been best of 1s for the PC bracket, but these Xbox games will be best of 3, so Cognitive one up in this one. Do you think Aware can run the table back?
I'm hoping we get to a game 3. I mean, Aware just took their first lesson from Cognitive and learned these are things we can't do. You know, we're not going to let them just out-rotate us. We're going to ward more. We're going to make sure that our dual lane is safe. Maybe not pick a Hunter who gets stuck in a bad situation like Chiron does. Sure, his ultimate helps him stay alive, gets a lot of damage across the map. It's a very far-range ultimate, but it did not prove to keep him alive or do enough damage to possibly revive him.
Maybe there's some land jitters as well from Aware. They've only had one land, which is the ESL qualifier land that allowed them to get here, but COG has played a lot of events for Xbox Smite. They were at the MLG kickoff, the MLG finals, the UMG finals, so they're experienced in these situations, and you know, we always talk about Xing's experience on PC Smite as well, so they're very calm and collected, and now we're going to head into picks and bans for game number 2.
I'm really excited to see what they're going to do here. My first ban, I'm going to see Odin gone. I'm not going to see it third. I don't think it's going to be a third pick situation. They're going to get rid of Odin because Xing's Odin played such a huge part of getting everything. Xing rings here, Xing rings there. Here's all the ults from the other team.
Aware Gaming taking the Chaos side in this one. Now, one thing we noted in our research of these teams prior to the games is that Europe tended to like the Order side over the Chaos side, whereas North America was very much Chaos-based. They liked the counter pick, so perhaps Aware stepping out of their comfort zone and just denying the counter pick to COG.
Yeah, they don't want to give Cognitive this. You don't want to give the team that just kind of beats you really badly the opportunity to really, you know, all right, we understand this is what you like, because these teams obviously have been studying each other leading up to this event. We're going to take this one. We're going to counterpick you. Bologna first ban. Make sure that Watson doesn't get this.
Aware taking away Xing 10, really kind of smart ban. Another big circle and just, you know, a very, very strong pick, not only on Xbox, but on PC as well.
Xing Chen, got to get rid of him. You don't want to deal with his HP 5. You don't want to deal with his CC. You definitely don't want to deal with the damage reduction. And the fact that you just build tanky and he stays alive through everything, but you don't.
It's like a Raw said in one of the previous games, you know, Xing 10 just kind of says, hello, your whole team, you're dead.
Capri going to be taken away as well. This is one of, like, it's not, no one expects Capri to get through. Capri's such a good and valued god, especially on Xbox, because he can just revive somebody if they're in a bad spot. Maybe they weren't able to turn fast enough. Maybe they didn't see an ultimate coming. Here's a revive.
It's a lot harder on Xbox to get yourself out of a bad situation than it is on PC. It's a lot harder to turn, use some of those skill abilities to get out of things like, you know, Odin rings or Sylvanas ultimates like we saw in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of him as Zeus as well, like you said, big circle god and one of the biggest circles of all time, especially with his recent changes to his shield. Throw the shield, chain lightning, it's going to go real far, real deep, might hit the whole team.
Cognitive with the first pick, what do you expect to see them take here? Is that a heal?
Habwa?
Oh, go to the Yellow River? No,
okay,
all right, calm down, all right.
Okay, Cognitive, looking at Guan Yu, gonna grab the Saint of War himself for them. I mean, Are you seeing
Flex pick.
solo? Flex? It
Flex
is a
pick.
flex pick.
That could come out of the jungle from Xing. It can also be played in the solo lane, maybe even support if Gustav is feeling himself.
Maybe Zonkwe gonna be picked up by Aware Gaming. Another Circle God. Very, like, people have liked him so much since Super Regionals. We saw him picked a lot there, and it seems like it's translated to Xbox as well. Kyron picked up again by Aware Gaming.
I'm really surprised at this one, but I guess with Guan Yu being picked up, they aren't too worried about Odin. And, you know, Kyron is still really strong. He's been rated very highly by pro players leading up to this tournament, so maybe Dobson will get something very nice going in this game.
Ooh, Isis is going to be in the hands of Freya right now. Going to do a ton of push, a ton of damage, and set up so much, especially with that ultimate, for the rest of the team to come through and make plays. Hovering Sobek right now is Cognitive.
Yeah, that's another flex pick again. Cognitive not really giving away anything in their game plan at this point.
Well, they gave away Isis to say anything. But they got the Guan Yu. Where's he going? Sobek, he has two choices as well. What are you going to counter pick in this situation? You don't know where Sobek's going, so you can't really try and get anything in solo on him. You don't know where Guan's going, and he has a horse.
I wouldn't be surprised to see another Athena here from Aware. That wasn't the problem last game. Sylvana solved it, another very smart choice. And it's locked in. Sustain, team fight, CC, just everything you really want on Xbox, as well as circles.
Now, since we're in the second banning stage, are you going to see a
Hu Yi?
Odin?
I wouldn't say Odin. I think at this point Aware's like, all right, Xing's probably got something here. Ho Yi, yeah, that's smart. They, you know, Freya did such good work on Ho Yi last game, and that could go towards Paul as well. Hades, taken away by Cognitive Gaming. They don't want to see that in the hands of Watson. That was one of his noted picks during the ESL LAN.
Yeah, they're trying to make sure that Hades is not in that solo lane. Very hard god to compete with, able to heal, able to fear and silence, and pull your whole entire team into an Isis ultimate? Oh, excuse me, a Sylvanas ultimate or Zonkwe's Ghost.
Oh.
But is that a Kabrakan? Ooh.
Skizzle loves Kabrakan. He's a very aggressive jungler, and nothing says aggressive more than Kabrakan, and Kabrakan Purple Pot.
Kabrakan Purple Pot, we've seen a lot in the Xbox scene. Problem being is we haven't seen it perform very well, but today's the day.
That's what Aware's hoping, because if they lose this game, they are out of this tournament.
Ooh, and they don't want that. Freya gonna be picked, ooh, not picked, but hovered right now by Cognitive Gaming. And that will obviously be going back to Paul in the dual lane. If they lock this in, and because of the performance in the last game, I would assume they would.
They're just doing that to be mean to us now.
Let's just hover things.
Yeah, because Freya's already got Isis, so we know it's not going to be a Freya mid. Could be a Freya jungle from Xing, something he's played before. Cognitive still thinking about what they want to do for their final pick, however. I think they're kind of deciding where all these pieces of the puzzle are going to go. Freya locked in now. Prepare yourself for that one.
Okay, well, while we wait for these last two picks,
Odin,
there it goes.
Xing's ring. Now, Odin ring, Isis ultimate, Sobek ultimate, just circles, man, circles.
Stops the healing on Cairo, stops the healing on Zonkwe, stops the healing on Sylvanas. And you know what? None of them can get out of the ring.
No, you know, Combat Blink is a thing.
Combat Blink Zonkwe.
I like it. I mean, we saw a TP toward Zhongkui before.
Ooh, that was dirty. But Osiris looking like he's going to go to Watson in the solo. He's going to grab that one to go against the Guan Yu.
Of Soup's Kitchen.
Yeah.
Could be a Sobek.
That's still a flex pick. We don't know if Guan's going to support the Freya or if he's going to the solo lane. I mean,
I really like the Osiris pickup from Aware. This is just something you can outplay people on. This just speaks, you know, this is just something that exudes Watson as a player. This is, you know, we haven't seen him play terribly much. Bologna was kind of more of his thing, but with Bologna taken away, this seems like the next most sensible thing. This is something he can carry on as well as Osiris hits towards kind of the middle stage of the game.
Well, yeah, he's expecting the Guan Yu to be going to solo anyway. And if he's not, well, Sobek, you know, I can still clear against him. Osiris having a really safe clear with that ranged Spirit Flail. He's able to make sure that he can stay alive, do damage, and he can hit the wave and the opponent at the same time.
And he can get out of Xing's ring.
He can jump!
Finally, someone.
The Lord of the Afterlife. One of the more mouthy ultimates in the game, but it's able to root people, stops all healing just like Xing's ring will do. And I'm excited to see how he's going to be played in the solo lane against Guan Yu or Sobek. Still spooky choices there.
Alrighty, folks, we are about to head into game between these two. Game number 2 of this best-of-3 set here at the Xbox One SMITE World Championship Invitational. So Fats, what's on the line for these teams here?
A lot of money, a lot of respect, and the title of being the first Xbox SMITE champion.
That's a lot for these teams. You know, Xbox Smite's relatively new. This stage last year was still in very early alpha, and to see these teams up on the big stage and with such big name always taking an interest, it's huge for not only Smite, but Xbox Smite.
One thing I do want to point out right now, or just ask, I'm just going to ask really quick, what do you think Chiron and Sylvanas are going to be able to do?
They're going to be able to push their lane very nicely against Freya. That's Freya the god, not Freya the player. But Freya early game doesn't have that much lane clear, and Chiron and Sylvanas have got a big amount of push.
A very big amount of push, especially Chiron's one. Drop that on the ground, unable to really use movement abilities if you have those. And here's some healing if you need it. A great root, a great pull into tons of damage.
I really like the thought of when Xing goes in with the ring, Sylvanas immediately Wrath of Terror, because that can disrupt a lot of Cognitive's kind of CC setup and damage that they want to do. So look for Zenborn to really pull that one out in the clutch.
Yeah, Zenborn's like, you know what? We're not going to have any of this. You in a ring, that's fine, but your team, if they're anywhere close, they're going to get knocked up. We're going to find a way out of this situation. Maybe the Lord of Out of Life can get himself out of a situation, but everyone else is in a very, very bad one once Xing drops that ring.
Skizzle with Cabrakan is going to be looking very much towards Freya, the player.
Freya
the player, in the mid lane. Because Cabrakan against Isis is just so much in Cabrakan's favor. Isis has got nothing really that she could do to get away from Cabrakan.
And Cabrakan has 2 stuns, fast hands, where he runs really fast and just bashes his hands on people. 2 very potent stuns against a character whose main source of movement is also her clear.
And as well as that, his ultimate is a wall, and she has no jumps. She's got no like teleport or anything like that. It's going to be rough for Freya in the mid lane.
It's going to be really problematic. I mean, Cabrakan usually picked up on... I've seen a lot of Cabrakan on Xbox Smite. They really enjoy him in the jungle because he has those double stuns, able to set up for every other mid laner in the game. You know, you could just pound, then here's a Janus portal, pound, then here's a Kraken if you feel like it. So many good setups, and in this situation, I'm wondering what they're going to do on Cog to make sure that Cabrakan doesn't get on Isis.
It's very difficult to get away from Cabrakan on Xbox as well. It's very hard to juke away from those stuns that you mentioned. The Tremors as well, another big circle ability. As we know, Xbox One, Smite, the game of circles, and those Tremors got a really disruptive ability for people trying to get away.
Circles.
Circles.
The name of the game. There's a lot of circles on both these teams. I mean, Lord of the Afterlife hits in a circle. Spirit Flail is a circle. Sylvanas ult is a circle. Odin Cage is a circle.
Xing's Ring.
Xing's Ring. Sobek ult is a circle. It's legit the game of circles. And if you did well in geometry class, well, try your hand at Xbox Smite.
Really?
Hey, who knows?
So speaking of Xbox Smite, it's starting to pick up a little bit more as we move into the year of 2016. And to see this level of competition already, it must be very encouraging for players out there wanting to try their hand at Smite.
Well, I mean, I'm going to try when I get home, obviously. I'm not even a good PC Smite player, so I doubt I'll have any chance at Xbox Smite. I mean, my hands aren't made for controllers anyway. KB mod for life. But the problem here for this match specifically is Aware's on their last legs. Aware came all the way from EU, and this is their last chance to stay in it. If they can pull this game back, they have the chance to say, you know what? First game was, a learning experience. Now we know how NA plays. We'll be ready for anything these guys throw at us.
It is a must-win game from the boys from Aware. Now, we talked a lot about Xing's veteran leadership of his team, but Aware's got their own veteran leadership. Proxy QQ is their coach.
Oh, Proxy. I love Proxy. He was at the Smite launch tournament many moons ago, and it's glad to know that they have a coach who's tenured in Smite, just like, Xing's over there telling him what to do when he was playing. Or is playing.
So Proxy QQ, you mentioned launch tournament, so he's got a lot of that Smite experience, and you can really kind of detect that in Aware's kind of game style. They've been the dominant team in Europe for as long as there's been Xbox Smite there, and that's mainly because the rotations they've been able to use along the map, as well as Watson's dominance of the solo lane.
My ears bugging me a little bit. Sorry about that. Anyway, the issue here, and I've said that, but I'm really, really worried about what Aware are going to do against Xing's Ring. Xing's Ring, it's the best name, by the way. Shout out to you. Xing's Ring is going to cause a ton of disruption. Everybody's going to be scared once they see it. Chiron can't get out of it. They picked it again. Sylvanas can't get out of it. Well, he wasn't picked for this team, but like you said, he does have Wrath of Terror to interrupt anything, get some Wisp off, get damage if they try to aggress onto him. But what is Onquay going to do?
Practically nothing. You've got the Isis circle of protections, and that's what it does, provides protections. Put that along with Xing's Ring. Zhonghui going to be trapped in there, uses his recall demons, along with a shell. It's just not going to be hitting very hard at all.
I mean, the ring, Odin was picked up for 2 situations right here. You got anti-heal. There's a ton of healers on Aware's team. And you got movement stop. And none of them have movement. So, shoutouts to Shang.
Shang's ring.
It's really good. It's really good. So, while we have the time to do this, how you feeling about Worlds, man?
I am very happy to be here. This is my first time in the US. Everyone's really nice. Found out what queso was.
Okay.
I'm addicted now.
Okay. I mean, me and Q's even hanging out for a while, practicing our cast to make sure we can give you guys the best game. And I gave him a little bit of American flavor. We got a milkshake with a donut in it.
Jesus Christ.
It was so good, though. It was so
much
good.
sugar. There was little bits of donuts in the milkshake. That is the most American thing I've ever consumed in my life.
There's a reason my name is Fats. Come on.
Yeah.
It was good. It was
The
good.
burger was really nice, though.
Oh, it was a really good.
It was
burger.
good.
Welcome to America, man.
Thank you.
Sorry your teams are out, though.
Never
But
forget.
Enemy.
Enemy.
Enemy was able to pick up a great win against Fnatic this weekend. Or today.
So actually, let's recap a little bit of the PC side of the bracket while we've got time. So our first game of the day was Epsilon versus Isurus, and Epsilon didn't drop a kill in that one. A very dominant performance, and no one really expected it to go that way. Isurus was really seen as one of the stronger international teams.
Well, Isurus came in. They tried their best to really fight what is known as the scariest team. Or not the scariest, but one of the scariest teams that we have, Epsilon eSports. I mean, adapting, highly regarded as one of the best players in the world, and he showcased it during that match. After that, though, we had Pain Gaming versus OMGB.
And the Brazilians stepped up to the plate. Many saw their arrival here at Worlds as a big surprise. The dominant team in Brazil for a long time had been INTZ. And shout out to our analyst QE3Q, the hunter for that team. They were knocked out in the Brazilian regionals in favor of Pain Gaming, who then showed up against OMGB, the strongest China team, and moved on to the next round.
That was really good plays on their part. Down after that, we had Enemy versus Avant-Garde. Man.
Triggered.
Sorry to bring that one up. I mean, that's got to be Saw on the Moon. But Enemy showcased a very strong performance there. A lot of work coming out from Captain Pain Divion to make sure they can move on to the next round where they bested Fnatic.
Well, spoiler alert, man, come on.
My bad.
We're not even there yet. Next game, of course, was Fnatic versus QG. Very dominant from Fnatic, but QG showed some fight in that game, and we'll get to how well they did later, but Fnatic coming out on top of that one. Next up was Epsilon eSports up against Pain Gaming, and it went very much the same way as Epsilon versus Isurus, but more fight coming out of Pain Gaming, so expect for them to make some noise in the next round where they'll be facing off against Enemy eSports.
On the other side of the bracket, I keep saying this, I'm sorry for the spoiler alert, you guys, in case you missed something that just happened. Enemy beat Fnatic.
Now, Enemy, for those that don't know, and I don't know how you couldn't know at this point, was a team assembled at the start of Split 3 by Captain Pain Divion. Essentially, he kicked his entire old roster and brought on an entirely new one. Those players being Vedium, sorry, I kept saying Vicium today, it's Vedium, Chaos in the mid lane, Adjust in the jungle, and
Salt
my
Machine.
boy, Salt Machine in the solo lead.
Solo master.
Oh
right
my
here.
goodness, he stepped up to the plate, and you know, they were a very low-ranked team during the split. They came into the Super Regionals 5th seed, they're up against TSM, and many people expected that one to be a 3-0 to TSM, ended up being a 3-1 to Enemy.
Enemy turned out to be Lanimals. They were so ready at Super Regionals. Not only did they defeat TSM, which was highly regarded as one of the best teams in SMITE, but Envy.
#1 North American seed. That went down to a Game 5, and Enemy just took it to him, but, you know, never forget Nemesis Jungle.
Nemesis Jungle.
Nemesis Jungle.
I know another team that tried Nemesis Jungle. They
Yeah.
were an Xbox. Sorry, kids.
All right, moving back towards the SMITE World Championship. Enemy took out Fnatic there. Big game. They'll be facing off, as we mentioned, against Pain Gaming tomorrow. Epsilon eSports will be taking on Fnatic. Now, this is going to be a thrilling matchup. These guys are scrim partners. They know each other inside and out. Epsilon highly rated Fnatic. They expected them to beat Fnatic, and that we're going to meet in the grand finals. But tomorrow, one of those teams is going to be out.
I'm hurt to see that they have to fight each other. Two EU teams highly regarded as the best in their area. I mean, it's problematic they have to face it, but I mean, the dark horse showed up, Enemies making a name for themselves, and they made sure that Fnatic, well, now you got to fight your brother.
Next game of the day was OMGB taking on Isurus. Chinese pulled that one out, and then it was a repeat. Kwai Gu Reapers took out Avant-Garde in... No one saw that coming. I didn't see that coming. You know, maybe it's, you know, rose-colored glasses and hometown bias. I expected Avant-Garde to win that one and take on Cloud9 tomorrow, but QG just showed up. I mean, you know, Nightman, he's a superstar.
That was a really good game. They turned it on. They absolutely turned it on. They said, you know what, we may have lost first early in the day against, you know, a more tenured team, but you know what? We are here to win, and we're going to make sure that everybody at home and everybody here at SWC 2016 knows that we're here to play.
That means QG tomorrow is going to be taking on Cloud9, so that'll be a very interesting matchup to see what QG pulls out against the reigning champions.
I love Jeff Hindler.
Oh.
That's my bias. I love Jeff.
Sorry, Jeff who?
Jeff Hindler.
No, sorry. It's Jeff the Sex Hindler. Come on, say his name.
Can we say that?
Yeah, we could say it. They put it up on the screen. We could say it.
I don't know. I'm new here. I don't want to get in trouble.
No, we're eSports now. We could say
Yo,
it.
eSports! So we're going to do our best to bring you guys this next game. We're just having a little bit of a time hassle here. No problem. It is game 2 between Aware Gaming EU and, well, Shing and the boys, Cognitive Gaming.
Maybe they'll put Shing's boys up on the screen. That'd be hype.
That'd be dope. What if they just put our names down here?
No, we're not eSports enough for that, man. Come on. Who do you think you are, DM Brandon? Come on, man. Settle down.
Great.
Alrighty, so we're about to head into game, folks. This one, as you said, game number 2 of this best of 3 series. This is all on the line for Aware Gaming EU. They must win this game to stay in the running for a shot at the chance to be named the SMITE World Champions for Xbox. And you know, you saw those rings on Twitter. Those are some pretty fancy rings.
Yeah, those are pretty cute. I'm not gonna lie about that. And that'll be the first Xbox SMITE Champions at that. That is a title you want to have. I'm excited to get pulled into this game, and here we go.
Alrighty, we're gonna take a ride along with the blue team, that being Cognitive Gaming, Shing, and friends walking through the jungle as 5-man. Gonna place down some early wards here. Soup's Kitchen got an early red pot.
Oh, red pot going into the solo lane right here. It's gonna be really exciting to see what Soup's Kitchen is gonna do. They got the 5-man right here. Gustavi's looking for that pull. Grabs Skizzle. Skizzle does have his one activated. He's gonna stun out Gustavi. A ton of damage gonna be dropped on him. First blood!
Gustavi credited to the kill there with Skizzle. Skizzle, luckily though, did not pick up a purple pod, so he's not gonna feel it too bad as if he'd gone that very, very aggressive start.
That red pot coming out from Soup's Kitchen. Partnered with Talu Assault. Slice, 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 slice. Cut him down. First blood going to Cognitive. I'm excited to see exactly how this is going to play out for them.
Game hasn't even started yet, and they're already ahead.
I mean, still negative 15 seconds even, and they've already got a kill. There's player damage.
Yeah, his player damage was Cog Gustavi. That was that was awesome.
203, 199.
Shoutouts to Sobek, man. You know, they should have let the Australian team use the Australian Sobek skin. That would have been so awesome.
Hometown heroes, right?
Yeah.
We're going to see regular starts coming out. Cog Freya. Ooh, a mid-lane purple pot coming out.
That's where that's so much early damage. And, you know, that's what they need to do with an Odin. We mentioned how Odin drops off towards the late game, but Cognitive know how to use that. They know late game, it's just an initiation guard.
Yeah, right here. But Freya's going to have such a strong push. I mean, if you have an Isis already, that's huge push. Isis was red. That's huge push. Isis, red, purple pot. This wave is about to die.
Looking towards the purple buff now. Paul and Gustavi going to clear that one up in short order, but Aware EU should get to the duo lane first, and the purple buff actually going to be going the way of Zenborn.
Ooh, he's going to grab that one over in the mid lane. Yeah, early push. Mid lane's going to have it. Ooh, a good dunk onto these minions. They're going to grab the right camp in favor of Cognitive. Going to control that one as the boys from Aware rotate over to the left side. Good trade. Ooh, good battle coming between Soup's Kitchen and Watson. A ton of damage done to Soup's Kitchen. He does have that red pot as well, which means he's got to be extra, extra careful. Great route from Zenborn to keep his boy alive as Dobson just runs out of there on his horse legs.
This solo lane matchup, we mentioned it before, was going to be the one to watch, and Soup's Kitchen's really made it a thrilling game to look at when we're looking at the solo lane. You know, traditionally we just see two guys going back and forth, but you know, and that's, you know, essentially what we're seeing in this one, but it can go either way. Everyone expected Watson. Watson was a name on everyone's lip when talking about Aware EU, but just Soup's Kitchen, man, has stepped up.
Well, there was that early rotation from Shing and Freya as they try to make a play over in the dual lane, however. Zenborn taking a lot of damage from Paul as he gets some shots done onto him, but the early rotation in the mid lane, you can see that Shing and Freya have made this their thing, where they just group together. As soon as they hit like level 3, make sure that the enemy mid does not see them and just go in.
Look at this huge minion wave being pushed in by Cognitive Gaming. That's going to allow them to rotate towards the mid lane, maybe look for an early pick here, as Aware EU is just going to be occupied with all those minions.
In mid lane, you can see the two members of Cognitive with their respective colored pots, all the colors of the rainbow right here, as they shove this down with Liquids trying his best to just heal up, get those protection stacks for Zonkwe, keep himself alive.
Soup's Kitchen and Watson just want to fight, man. They're just bashing each other's brains in.
Ooh, that was an almost pull from Zenborn. Tried to grab him. Soup's Kitchen in a very bad position.
Watson!
Gonna make that happen. First kill for Aware Gaming.
And that's tied the amount of kills they had last game, but Xing is here. He's got his ring. Watson, though, does have his ultimate to get it, and wise decision from Xing not to pop the ultimate early.
Well, Freya followed him as well, so who knows? If Watson makes a bad play right now, he could die, but he does have the ability to clear from range. He's going to do it real safe there.
Xing as well has got a giveaway when he's going to use his ring because he doesn't have a blink online. He's going to be forced to jump in when he's looking to aggress.
Ooh, but the heavy rotation comes out from Aware Gaming onto the left lane.
Great
Here comes
timing.
Kabrakan, a great blink, and from Zenvor, not going to be enough, though the pull does miss, and Gustavi's dash or pluck is going to
Very good timing there from Gustavi. He recognized what was going to happen. He heard in his earphones the blink coming in from Zenborn and timed the dash perfectly to get out of the way of that pull.
Yeah, rotating back to the mid lane. I'm scared about what this Kabrakan is going to be able to do to this Isis, but we haven't seen much early. Nothing's really happened outside of that first bullet onto Kabrakan, which put him in a bad spot.
Well, that's exactly why we haven't seen anything. He doesn't have the gold or XP lead to, really do anything this early in the game. He is going to be looking towards Freya as we get further and further into this game. He just doesn't want to go in yet. He's afraid of that power pot start that Freya's got going on with his Isis. Looking now towards our duo lane, just another two-man grouping there from both players. I really expect this one to be pushing more in Aware's favor, but Cognitive's been paying a nice amount of attention to that lane to ensure that duo lane gets ahead, and that, again, is just signature Xing.
Signature Xing. Both the mid camps coming up right now. Both teams going to their respective sides. At least this time, Aware's made sure, they had a lot of mid-camp control. We're going to make sure they do not have it this time. We're going to grab as much experience as we can, and we're going to go ahead and try our best to make sure Xing is not going to be as dominant as he was in the first game.
3 men from Cognitive going to take the purple with just, from Aware, Skizzle just making sure he gets experience where he can to try and catch up to Xing. And, he's only 1 level behind, but he is 200 gold down. 200
gold down isn't that bad this early. It's not even a completed active or even the start of an active, but it can build up.
And, Xing went at power pot, so essentially, it's kind of even at this point.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. So we see the rotation from Watson over to the mid lane to help out a little bit. Nothing there for him as both Freya and Xing rotated to their speed buff. Everyone's just grabbing their experience while they can right now, making sure they're in good positions. Back if you can, buy your items. It's 1-1. And it's pretty even.
Yeah, as we head towards the 5-minute mark, apart from those 2 early kills, we saw the 5-man grouping for Cog and the solo kill by Aware's Watson. We haven't really seen too many daring plays from these teams. We haven't seen a Xing's ring yet.
Xing's ring. We almost saw it, but he made sure, I don't have blink. This is not a good idea to take that. Good discipline coming out of Xing. A very, very long-time player of Smite in general, making his name known even more so here on the Xbox.
Dobson's finished up his Transcendence, and once he starts to stack that, he'll have a nice power spike to take on Paul in the early stages of this game. I really want to see him try and get a solo kill there, just try and shut down the Freya as early as possible.
It's going to take a lot of work. Freya already has her Fatalis online. She's going to be shooting as fast as she can, sticking to people with that Pulse Irradiate combo, and that's going to be really scary for Chiron to get out of if he can get banished out of his movement.
4 men of Cognitive just back, and now we're starting to see some actives come online. Boots completed for 3 members of Cognitive, 2 blinks up. One of them, very importantly, on Xing, but another one on Sobek, so let's see some blink plucks.
A blink pluck would be pretty awesome. Imagine a blink pluck into a ring. That'll be pretty hilarious. They're going to have dominant control over this Gold Fury, putting the ward down, clearing out the ward that Aware put down as well, as 3 men make their way over to the left side, but there's no one there for them.
No, Dobson there recognizing that, kind of a little bit of game theory here, just recognizing that's the kind of rotation that Cognitive like to do straight after they get out of the base, want to use their actives as early as possible.
Yeah, they've been making huge plays onto the Chiron, and again, they picked it this game, so they're playing a lot safer over in the dual lane. Soup's having kind of a hard time against Watson. Osiris passive is really mitigating a lot of the damage that Soup's Kitchen can put out, so it's going to be really hard to have these boxing matches. Hopefully Xing shows up.
It's about a 500 to 600 gold difference between the solo laners at this point, so he's not really feeling it that much. 300 the gold difference in favor of Cognitive Gaming, but considering the power pot starts, it's really about even.
It's about even, and the power spikes have fallen off. The timer has, they have no more power pod. They can do as much as they can with them. Xing already at level 9. He's about to have his good combo. The blink, but he backstepped, unable to get the pluck. He second-guessed himself.
There was the blink pluck, but it just didn't land. Gustavi there with a brave play, and Xing was just waiting there, ready to lay down Xing's ring.
I mean, that would have been a very good play, but Gustavi thought he was going to juke him, backed up a bit, still went in, missed Spirit Ball right there. He has his support in the lane with him. Zenborn is here to protect Liquids as much as he can.
Bit of a boxing match going on in the duo lane, and this is what Dobson needs to do at this stage of the game while he can take advantage of Paul. Paul does have the Fatalis online, so he's going to be able to move around a little bit better than Dobson.
Here comes a rotation. Dobson uses his movement to get out of there as fast as he can, but that's going to mean the death of his purple buff. This is easily going to go towards Freya as she rotates over.
These 3-man groupings from Cognitive are, something we really see a lot out of EU teams like Paradigm. And so it's very interesting that they're the ones doing it and not aware. But the 3-man grouping of the jungler, mid, and support just allows for a lot of frontline, considering you've got an Odin and a Sobek, and damage with this Isis.
And they're getting these mid-camp controls back. That'll be the 3rd mid-camp going towards the boys on Cog. They're going to control as much as they can. Freya is alone. A random pull from Zenborn doesn't work. A pluck comes out. Freya has the damage. The ultimate's going to be dropped. There goes the ring. The ultimate from Zenborn as well. Zenborn is in a tough position. That's called the base. He's down.
Xing looking for Skizzle at this point. Nice 2-man stun there. There's the wall, but he's trapped himself in. Freya's got a kill, but here is Watson looking for Freya. He's used the Lord of the Afterlife Freya with the Aegis, but Watson picks himself up another kill.
Oh, down goes Aware because here comes Paul. He's shooting as much as he can, but from deep comes Dotson's shots. He's trying to make sure he can pick off somebody. Unable to get all 3 shots on the people, but still. 4-2.
If he used his 2 there, he might have been able to pick up Gustavi, but just obviously didn't have it online at that point in the game. But Watson rotating in nicely, getting something back for Aware there.
I mean, that's 4-2 in favor of Cognitive Gaming. Currently 1 up in this set. It's looking pretty much in the favor a little bit. I'm not going to count out Aware at all. It's still early. They're only up about 1K gold. That's not the end of the game, but it could be a little demeaning to your morale.
Watson's got every single kill for Aware in this set. He's got 2 this game, 1 last game. He's putting the team on his back, but he's the kind of player that can do that.
Yeah, hopefully he's able to get big in this game. He's already got that success, 2 kills right now. He's 2 levels above.
God, he's 2 levels above everyone on Cognitive and at least 3 levels above everyone else on his team.
That's bad. You don't want to be that far ahead of your own team, but here goes Soup's Kitchen just stalling out the wave to make sure that he gets the optimal experience, and Watson can't have it.
Looking towards the left-hand side of the map, we see 4 members of Aware grouping around that kind of area. Just looking for maybe some aggression odd to Cognitive at this point.
Oh, Shane's going the patented Urchin build. He's going to try and get this done as fast as possible. The power spike from Odin is when you have the full jump and the full shield so that when you dunk on somebody, they feel that for at least a week. But then he's going to fall off right after. So he says, you know what? Let's get as tanky as we can so that these rings, Shing's ring, always counts. Always.
He could even be looking for a Spirit Robe because there's a lot of CC on the side of Aware Gaming, and to have those extra protections when he's jumping in, when he cops that CC, it's going to not do as much damage given the mitigation on Spirit's Robe.
Well, he's already got beads 1. Maybe that's for the CC to keep himself safe. I wouldn't assume he'd change his build completely like that. How did the Urchin provide so many protections for somebody who has to jump in the face of danger at every given moment? Here goes Gustavi just trying to find where the opposite team is, and it looks like they're going for Gold Fury.
The ward control at this point, Cognitive has got a ward there, so they know that they're doing it, but they know that they don't have the damage at this point. Actually, Skizzle blinks in. Nice ultimate, though, from Paul to get him away from the CC. Got to put out some damage, but really that one was just to avoid being killed.
That was good reaction time on the side of Paul. He heard the blink. He's like, who has blink on the team? That's a Kabrakan. I'm in the air instantly. He has to back off from this. I may not have my ultimate, but I do have my life.
Even if it was Zenborn blinking in there, he just knows that you're not going to blink in for no reason. You're going to blink in because you want to be doing some damage. So just using that ultimate to get away, as you said, very good reactions and very good game knowledge.
Yeah, speaking of Zenborn, he is currently 0-1. Ooh, a good blink comes in from Zenborn, and a fling after that ultimate. Not going to be enough. Shing's ring drops down. There goes Gustavo.
Liquids.
He's going to die to Liquids as he throws that card on people. Shing is dodging as much as he can. Spirit Ball is going to be shot. Not going to reach its target, but that's going to be a kill in favor of Aware.
There we go. There's a kill from someone else on Aware other than Watson. Liquid's credited with that one there from the Zhong Quang. We can see XP difference still very much in favor of Cognitive, but kind of starting to even out a little bit.
Yeah, the slow trickle downwards is that is a good play on the team of Aware, making sure they can get at least 1 kill in that situation. And it may just be the support but the support on Cognitive is still 3 levels above the support on Aware.
2 levels now. Zenborn just managed to hit level 8 there. There's the blind pull, doesn't land. He was looking for Shing at that point as he is under half health.
Ooh, looking at the builds coming out. I mean, we have Steel Mail already ready on the Sobek with those 2 levels, almost 1,000 gold ahead of Zenborn. That's going to be problematic for the boys on Aware when they don't have the supportive items.
Other than the Gold Fury, map control at this point is very much in favor of Aware. 2 sentries leading into that Gold Fury and mid lane path. Only the 1 ward on the map for Cognitive.
Up, taking some wards out right now. Cognitive knows they have to start controlling this map. So many wards plays, just like you said. These guys are trying to make sure that they catch every rotation that Shing makes. They got the left side of the jungle really visioned. I mean, they can see it all. The problem is, can they still chase it?
Heart of the Urchin now finally completed for Shing, so he's going to be starting to stack that up the more fights he gets into. And, you know, we haven't mentioned Odin passive that much. If someone dies in Odin's Ring of Spears, he gets some extra bonus physical power.
And that's why he decides to go up defensive instead of having to just buy all those damage. A blink comes out, a tail whip, try to knock him out of his run so he could possibly catch him. Unable to really get that done. Did not work for him there.
A little bit of a misclick perhaps there. And, you know, Xbox, you know, it's hard to misclick, but, you know, you could fat finger it.
I mean, maybe you got giant Gabrakan hands.
All right, looking towards the mid lane now, we could see a 3-man grouping from both teams. Freya looking like he's all on his own here, but the rest of his team's just off to the side lane. Spirit Ball there to try and secure the mid camps. Gustavi is here, however, to clean him up.
Ooh, Shing is in a position by himself right now. 4 members of Aware are looking for him. They're going to rotate over to this Gold Fury, at least clear out the ward that's there. Nope, they see Shing. They're going to go for him. The jump is good. He's out of that situation completely.
That was a nice forcing of the jump in there. That's one initiation of Shing down for the next couple of seconds, but it's ultimately not going to mean that much.
Especially not with having Blink available. I mean, he's ready to jump in at any time and lock somebody down. He's got only 4 seconds just because he was in combat. As soon as that's up, he'll be able to jump in, put Shing's ring down, and make some good plays.
This is the match kind of we expect to see more so than the first game. A lot more of an even contest in this one. We're finally kind of waking up and, you know, really turning on the burners and trying to perform at the level we know that they can.
Yeah, like I said, maybe game 1 was just a learning experience, getting used to the meta that comes out of North America. So much aggression, especially on Xbox. So much grouping, like you talked about, that you see Paradigm usually do. But they've taken it for themselves to make sure that they have all the necessary tools to get kills.
Spear of the Mage is picked up on Freya at this point with the ice. Sorry, on ices by Freya. So confusing.
Yeah, really.
Please. So there's a lot of penetration there, and that's really to tear through the front line of Aware, and they've got a lot. They've got Osiris, they've got Zhonghui, they've got Kabrakan, they've got Sylvanas, and so that penetration online early is really going to allow Freya to do a lot more damage.
Yeah, that's going to really help that, especially with the fact that Wingus is huge. It's going to hit everybody, especially on Xbox. Ooh, we see Paul trying to get some shots in onto Dobson. Not going to work in that situation. He's even levels. Not too much to fear.
Spear is also going to reduce protections, and it's going to make Paul hit harder because he is that Freya with the magical damage.
Ooh, because they chose that Hunter in this situation. That's going to do a lot more. You can see that Shing is looking, trying to make something happen, does not really see a good position to be in, doesn't see Zhonghui, and that's who he's looking for.
Zenborn is here now in the mid lane. Shing has back, so it's 3-1 in favor of the members in the mid lane, going the way of Aware. But, you know, both teams kind of very standoffish at this point. It's going to require a big 3- or 4-man grouping of both teams for the real fight to break out.
Yeah, checking the builds real quick. Zhonghui starting to stack up that Warlock Sash, get a lot of HP on his side, a lot more tankiness. He's already got the protection tankiness in his passive, but over on Shing, like I said, Heart of the Urchin, he's ready to jump in and get those support kills.
Cognitive's happy for this game to go towards the late game because they own that time of the game with Freya.
Ooh, and with Odin, of course, here comes a good blink. Coming in is Sylvanas, tries to make something happen. 2 is shot off by Kyron. The tail whip comes in to stop Dobson from getting away. Tries to look for a pull. There's a minion in the way. Shing's looking for something. The ring comes out. In the back, though, you can see Liquid's trying to fight Freya, but it looks like Dobson is not going to be able to get out of this one.
Gustavi picks up the kill. Zenborn knocks up 2 members of Cognitive with the Wrath of Terror, but Liquids is all by himself in the middle of Cognitive. Here is Skizzle, though. Blink online, looking for Freya. Shing jumps away. Skizzle with the wall, locks in Shing. In comes Watson. There's the Lord of the Afterlife looking for Shing. Watson, no, Liquids gets the kill there, but he might go down in rotate. Soup's Kitchen looking for the Bluestone tick to finish up the kill. Gustavi, though, credible kill. Tail Whip as well, going to knock up 2 members of Aware.
Ooh, Soup's Kitchen going to get knocked out of his Gonna get knocked out of his 3, not able to really chop blades. Gonna have a tough time. Paul trying to get out. Gets hit by the sickle.
Watson all by himself, tether onto Freya, trying to get away as Gustavi picks up a kill onto Zenborn. Watson now all by his lonesome, looking to kite away the members of Cognitive, just running towards their side of the map. He is buying time for his team to respawn so they can contest the Gold Fury.
And the problem here is Freya does not have any mana. No mana to make anything happen. She's in a very bad position. In comes the rest of the team. The good ages keep Freya alive.
Kitchen. Freya very nicely timed ages. That was such a good bait there from Freya.
I mean, the jumps were coming out saying, hey, I know you might kill me, but here come my boys.
Watson, though, as I said, did a very good job there buying time for the gold, for his team to respawn to be able to contest the Gold Fury, so Cognitive couldn't go after that one.
Really rough. I mean, now it's 8-5 in favor of Cognitive, about 2K up. It's still very close in terms of gold. Gold Fury is available, and no one has really grabbed it yet. They're trying to make sure that they have these kills, all the death timers in the world, to make sure this is going to be a safe play.
Gustavi now has completed the Sob and Hardwood Amulet, so his auras are going to be really important for his team in the fight. Too high to the Urchins on Cognitive as they burst down this Gold Fury. Isis ult, gonna secure it. Cognitive, take your first Gold Fury of the game.
Oh, out comes the horse. It looks like Soup's Kitchen is on the way, trying to find something. Good pluck onto the Zonquay. Zonquay's in a bad spot, trying to survive, not able to get out of those waters. Sobek pops out, gets a kill.
Cognitive now really starting to get rolling in this game, starting to assert their dominance again. They had a lot of confidence after the last game, and they're looking to just build on that momentum.
And there goes the heal. You know, I like to call that move the wave of love. One of you just loves his team, and it seems like the team is really feeling themselves as they rush down this mid tower.
But Watson's here now, and whenever he's rotated over, it has spelled trouble for Cognitive. They take down the tier 1 mid, and now they look to pressure the tier 2.
Well, just Gustavi. The rest of the team decides, you know what, this isn't a good situation for us. We've already got tier 1, we've got Gold Fury, we've gotten a kill as well. Let's just go, maybe steal a bit of their buffs, as we can see happening right now. Xing is just using his body as a ward. I remember old Elden passive was that. But now he's just like, you know what, if they come in, here's a ring for them.
There's 4 members of Aware grouped up very tightly, so that ring will be very effective if he decides to use it. Cognitive unable to steal away that red buff there, so Aware will count that as a little bit of a win.
Ooh, but Soup's Kitchen is going to move over to the blue buff, take that away from Watson, which means he won't have Spirit Flowers available, won't have anything available as much, and take away from his mana pool as well. He needs this.
We've shouted out Watson's name a lot during this game, but Soup's Kitchen has kept up nicely. 1-1-6, only 300 gold behind Watson, steals away the blue buff there, and anything he could do to keep him behind is good.
Well, the horse is just going to ride him out of that situation. Doesn't really care to pick it up, just wants to deny him that experience and deny him that buff so that he won't be able to poke him down like we saw the first blood was, not the first blood, but the first death in solo was going to Watson. He got that one, so he doesn't want it to happen again.
Watson's gone level 2 Emerald Talisman, and now it looks like he's building into a Runic Shield. This is a very smart item to pick up against a Freya who's doing a lot of magical auto-attack damage.
Oh, it's going to slow her auto-attack speed and reduce the amount of magical power she has whenever Watson's even close to her. Seeing at level 18 are both the solo laners getting their builds online. Another Heart of the Urchin on the side of Cognitive. This time, it's going to be on you.
Skizzle's gone a Mystical Male here, which is a little bit of an odd choice for a Cabrakan. I would have rather see something like a Mid-Guardian Male, especially up against a Freya.
Yeah, that would be a really smart choice to make sure that if Freya auto-attacks me as I try and gank her, she's going to be slowed, her attack speed's going to be slowed, and her life will belong to me. Good pickup from Xing, getting that good... I mean, that was a good rotation just to throw the Spirit Ball to tag it and get the experience.
With the ward coverage Aware's had, you really expect them to be doing a lot more across the map, but really it's been Cognitive that's been controlling this game.
I mean, they've controlled it last game, and they're showing that they can be just as dominant now. They've got all the mid-camps, mid-cap timers are coming up right now. 4-man rotation to look at this right camp, though. I think that's going to be an easy secure for the boys on Aware.
Shell coming out now from Zenmore to really, protect against some of the damage coming out from Cognitive. I'm very surprised, though, we haven't seen Cole pick up a Shell to kind of counter that Zhongquei.
Well, they already have circular protection. If Zhongquei ultra drops circular protections, mitigation. Mitigates all the ghosts going everywhere, especially since most of the times you'll see circular protection used in a fight. It's in Xing's ring.
Let's take a look at the player damage charts now, seeing who's really contributing the most in these team fights. And, Watson, and then we've got Liquids, and that's why I wanted to see the Shell, because that Zhongquei is still doing so much damage.
And that is a huge amount of damage coming out from Watson. He's made amazing rotations. Last game was really rough for him to keep up with Soup's Kitchen, but right now, he says, I'm really fast. I'm Osiris. I can jump where I want to go. I'm going to make sure I pick the correct jumps and lock these guys down for the rest of my team.
Look at these supports. Gustavi, 2,500 gold ahead of Zenmore. That's a completed Hardwood Amulet. He's got a Shell. He just completely bought Shell. There we go.
There you go. Full Shell right there. And I'm thinking this might be not a Witchblade.
No, it'll be a wing blade for the slows and cooldowns.
Out of meta anyway. And
Yeah.
to stop all the slows on the opposite team, you got the slow out of Osiris, 2 slows out of Osiris. You got the slow on Zonkwe, and the slow onto Chiron as well. I mean, he's trying to make sure that he's able to stay alive, keep the movement going, and get a good flank.
And he's getting cooldowns from that as well, considering he went pen boots. Getting some more cooldowns, getting any cooldowns online, in fact, will be very beneficial for Gustavi, who's just performing outstanding in this game. I mean, it's not often you see the support going 5-1 and 4.
Absolutely not. Only 1 tower taken in this game so far. 22 minutes deep at that. Cognitive made their job to get these towers as fast as they could last game. Pick up every kill. Speaking of a kill, though, huge rotation from Cognitive going over to the right lane, trying to make him think about this. Watson, you're in a bad position, bro, and my boys are here to make sure you know it.
He's silenced. There's a Spirit Ball. He can't do anything at this point. Uses the Spirit Flare, just running towards his tower. He's so tanky at this point. Oh my goodness. He's taking up all of the damage running away, but Gustavi's there with the fling. There's the Spirit Ball as well. Silence. He doesn't have Lord of the Afterlife up, except now he does. Jumps over the wall, but Xing is looking to lock him down in the ring. Soup's Kitchen picks up the kill.
Ooh, Liquids is there. He gets the ghost off. There goes the shell that he just bought. Gustavi's going to pop that first teammate, so they try and burst down Liquids. Here comes the shield from Xing. A good pop-up. That shield is, that knockup is going to stop him from being able to focus on Liquids, but in comes Paul. Paul is here to make him pay. He's going to chase down Liquids as the rest of his team focus down on Zenborn. He's going to fall.
Skizzle should fall here under his tower, and then we should see Cognitive take this Tier 1 Spirit Ball, just used to cover the option as Paul is credited with the kill. Tier 1 on the right to fall, but we can see the split push from Dobson. He should be able to take this Tier 1 now.
Yeah, it's 2 Tier 1s and a kill, 3 kills onto the side of Cognitive. 12-5 right now in favor of them. They're going to take this Tier 2 as well because they have no one to contest this.
Soup's Kitchen's going back now to try to defend the Tier 2 on the left, so ultimately Cognitive is going to come out way on top of this fight.
That was a very, very well-placed fight. 10K, that's huge.
Huge
That's
amounts
huge
of XP.
right now. I mean, that means we're going to see level 20s very shortly. Freya sitting at 19, 16 for Gustavi. He's really, really pushing his lead over Zenborn ahead with every rotation that they've had. I mean, that 5-man onto Watson in the solo might have been one of the smartest plays I've seen in this game.
Tier 1 in the mid falls down. Cognitive just backing and buying at this point. They've got a lot of gold in hand, and they're going to be able to go up and complete some items and just really extend their lead.
Yep, they're going to grab another mid camp right now. That dominant mid game, that mid camp control is so good on the side of Cognitive. They're making sure they got these rotations on point. They're getting there. These are ours. These are ours. Denying experience, denying gold. Making sure that even if they decide to walk over, even if Aware tried them, they'd be ready for a fight.
Watson now has completed a weakening curse along with his runic shield, so that's going to slow the members of Cognitive as well as reduce their healing.
Oh, and that's the name of the game right now. They're trying to make sure that the boys on Aware aren't able to heal at all, but now Aware knows that Cognitive has the heals, and they got that weakening to stop them.
Freya's gone double penetration. He's got Spear of the Mages and Obsidian Shard, so rather than going to a stacking item like Book of Top, he's just looking to shred through the protections on Aware.
Oh, he's going to make sure that Paul is able to really follow up and dunk tons and tons of damage onto the enemy team, and that Obsidian Shard means that a Spirit Ball really will
Oh
pop.
my goodness. Expect to see a Rada Tahuti and then maybe a Soul Reaver if we get to that stage of the game. Cognitive starting up the Gold Fury, they are aware that they're doing this, but what can they do to stop it? Xing pops his ring, and now Cognitive immediately turn their attention to Aware. There is the Recall Demons, but down goes Zenwan. Watson jumps in. Freya takes down Liquids. Freya, though, might pay with his life as Watson is looking for the kill. Skizzle gets it with the Kabrakan ultimate.
They're going to keep going as much as they can. The Tremors are really going to disrupt this fight. Paul going to jump to the skies, shoot as much as he can, but Watson's going to stick to him in the back line as the rest of his team just focuses on this Kabrakan.
Oh,
Paul
nice
able to use Banish, but he's so slowed, and it's going to be problematic as he still tries to get away from Watson. Thankfully, his team shows up. Xing's here to make a good play.
In the back, we can see Soup's Kitchen 2v1ing the remaining members of Aware as Watson falls down to Xing. Soup's Kitchen, Paul, Gustavi, and Xing all looking for Dobson at this point as Skizzle is forced to back away.
Ooh, they can chase him down there to keep it going. Gustavi got his beads in that situation. A pluck could happen. Oh, unable to get that one. So maybe they'll just return to the Gold Fury, pick up this gold, get some more items, and really show them how to play.
Paul just forcing away Dobson at this point. There's not much steal potential on the side of Aware. Soup's Kitchen and Xing going to start this one up, expect to see Paul shred this one down in short order.
Yeah, this Gold Fury is looking like it's about to get bodied. I mean, Dobson can't do anything. He pokes once, decides, you know what, this is bad. I'm just going to run away. That's going to be theirs. There's no contention in this situation. That's another Gold Fury going to the boys on COG.
And the lead now, it's getting to that kind of stage in the game where it's a bit insurmountable. 8,700 gold, 12k XP, and Paul is hitting like a truck.
15-6 in favor of Cognitive with the Gold Furies on their side. Mid-camp control, great rotations. They know who the danger man on the opposite team is, and they've been there to shut him down whenever they can. Watson, they're coming for you.
Watson's has still been doing work in this game, but the rest of this team just hasn't been able to back it up like they were in the early game. Liquid's got a lot of damage with Zhonghui, but not since.
Look at all these assists on Cognitive.
Oh my goodness.
10, 10, 10, 10, 5. That means they've been grouping as 4 for a lot of these fights.
That is maths.
That is hilarious that they synced up like this. And it's showing how well they're syncing because of how much damage they're able to do as a team, all the synergy they have. They have the communication. They're making sure that whenever Xing drops his rank, they're all there to make sure that, oh, somebody dies.
Credit to Gustavi, he's been part of every single kill Cognitive Gaming has picked up.
It's not enough right now. I mean, the boys are going to have a rough time dealing with all this pressure coming out from Cognitive. They do have ward control over the map, though. They're trying their best to at least see what's happening. The problem is you can see it, but can you stop it?
Let's take a look at Ward's place now. See who's picked up the most on the side of Aware, because that could be a lot of gold lost there when it's been spent into wards. And we can see, yeah, Zhonghui has picked up 9 wards.
He's really trying to make sure he stays alive because he knows the focus might be on him in each and every one of these situations. 5-man grouping coming out from Cognitive Gaming. They're going to take out this ward that they just saw as they walk their way down the mid lane. Good fling from Gustavi. They're going to have Skizzle in a bad spot, except he goes back to base. Good dunk straight onto the face of Liquid's. Not going to do enough damage. He does have enough protections to keep himself alive.
He disappeared.
Oh, yeah, that man's dead.
That was Houdini-esque right there. Skizzle disappeared. Just so much damage coming out from Cognitive, and now they're starting up the Fire Giant, a little more confident in their ability to do this now that Kabrakan is down. Aware need to contest this one. If this goes down, I can't see them preventing Cognitive from being able to run straight into the base.
And the hardest part about this is Freya does have all that, shredding ability, especially with Paul right there to shoot it down, and one of the best secure ults in the game in circle protections. They're going to grab this one. They're going to look for something to shove down. Superstition's going to steal this buff right away from the hands of Skizzle, and Skizzle's in a bad spot. 1, 4, and 3, not contributing enough for his team.
This is Cognitive's game to lose at this point. Going to take down the tier 2 tower in the middle lane, turning their attention to the left lane, going to take down those towers, just keep building out that lead and just preventing Aware from being able to be safe anywhere on the map.
Yeah, it's really bad right now. You can see that Gustavi has such a huge advantage over Zenborn. I mean, 18-13, that's wow. 4K gold up as well? Wow.
Insane. Golden XP graph on your screen right now. 16K the XP difference, 11K the gold difference, and expect to see that spike up as these towers on the left side fall down in favor of Cognitive Tier 1, falling to Freya. Well, Paul, who is Freya, and Gustavi. That's still so confusing, man.
Yeah, it's going to be problematic for a while. I mean, they're favoring Freya so much in both of these roles, mid and solo. Excuse me, mid and duo. They're going to just hear that a lot. I mean, Paul has been playing this so effectively, though. Like, I will never get over the fact that blink in from the Kabrakan, instant ult. I'm safe.
No.
He's playing this so well, great rotations. I mean, Aware has to really pull it together, make a great play. Zenborn, he's the lowest level, so if he goes in first with a blink, knocks up enough people and dies, his timer won't be long enough to keep him out of the fight. He can jump right back in while his team keeps it going.
No towers left for Aware and nowhere left to run, as it's only their Phoenixes protecting their Titan at this stage in the game. Gold Fury coming up in a couple of minutes. Expect Cognitive just to take that one away, prevent Aware from getting back into this one.
Well, I mean, right now, they'd have to try and get this Gold Fury away from Cognitive. Aware has a lot of walking up this hill if they even want a chance of staying in and making it to the semifinals. I mean, this is their last chance.
We said in the pregame, this is a must-win from the boys all the way from Europe. Primarily British, but a little bit of, continental flavor thrown in there in the form of the Zenborn, and I believe Liquids as well. But regardless, Cognitive, the North American heroes. Cognitive is a name we heard a lot at the last SMITE World Championship. Cognitive Prime, of course, taking away the trophy there and being the first SMITE World Championships. And it's such a great name to hear back here in Atlanta.
And maybe Cognitive may be able... Oh, a great ring comes down from Xing, the ultimate from Zenborn. Like I said, he needs to make this happen. All the ults are being used right now. The ghosts are flying everywhere. Xing's jumping on faces.
Watson!
Damage. Watson gets the kill onto Freya. Trying to do as much as he can. Xing is in a bad position because he was stuck behind the wall. But Paul's here, and so is Xing to make sure they take 2 names down. Dobson has to run out of the fight.
Zenborn take it very low here, thrown into the back of all of Cognitive as Soup's Kitchen picks up the kill. It is 4 members of Cognitive still alive to 2 from Aware, and I expect this to be curtains to the boys from Europe.
Oh, looks like Cognitive might make this great. A great ring comes down to say, you know what? We're going to stay in here. This is basically a wrestling ring, and we're taking this Titan down. The 3 of us are all we need to really win this one. But Liquids is like, no, you guys are going to back up. I'm going to do as much as I can to try and prevent this game from being over. But in comes the dunk from Xing, and that'll be the game.
We're going down 0-2 to the boys from North America. Cognitive Gaming, just a dominant performance in game 1 and a very strong game in game number 2.
Aware had a very, very hard time against the boys from Cognitive. They were just so potent in the rotations and in keeping the ring up. The ring was the selling point. Like I said, you get that ring out there and, well, no one's gonna get out of there.
Xing's ring, name of the game in this one, and just, as you said, lock down everyone on Aware and unable to get out. Watson, again, we mentioned him a lot of times for Aware. He was the star player for that team, but just unable to carry them to victory.
I mean, that great 5-man rotation onto Watson is what really secured the game. They were able to get 2 towers off it and another kill. It was so smart of them to say, Watson's boxing Soup's Kitchen right now. He doesn't know where we are. Let's go kill him.
Although Aware had a lot of the map control in that game in the shape of wards, Xing and friends, or Cognitive Gaming, whatever you want to say.
Pool party.
Xing and friends had a lot of map control in the sense that they knew what Aware's rotations were going to be. They seemed to have an innate knowledge of where Aware was on the map, and they're allowed to rotate freely and pick up kills wherever they wanted.
I mean, that was one of the smartest plays, I gotta say. Xing has done so well with getting these rings on there. We're gonna bring up the Xbox bracket. Check this out, $150,000 on the line for this Xbox One Invitational. Ooh, I am so excited to see this one. Oh, right now.
Tomorrow. So the open bracket, as you may know, has been going on in the back of the Carb Energy Center in the media and Xbox room, and the open bracket's they're down to 2 teams. Orbit, there's a lot of former PC players in there, and Team Envious, aka Omega and Friends.
Omega and Friends. I mean, he's taken their team name and just says, you know what? I'll run the show here.
So that team is Omega, Allied, Kiki So Cheeky, Cyclone Spin, and Weekend Senpai. Weekend
Senpai? Okay, we got a little bit of fanboyism going on over here. But I mean, that's going to be the open bracket final. That'll take place tomorrow, of course. Tonight, it was really rough for the boys of Aware, but Cognitive took it here.
So the finals for that, as you said, going to be going down tomorrow. The winner of that will play Team Eager in the final Xbox semi-final on Saturday. But that's going to do it today from us up here in the casting booth. Let's head over to Kelly down on the main stage.
Thank you to everyone for joining us on day 1 of the SMITE World Championships. There's not many of you out there, but did you guys enjoy the show? We saw some amazing games today, guys. Enemy proves that they are a force to be reckoned with, taking a game off Fnatic. We also got to see the first set of the Xbox Invitational, and we'll continue to see more of that on Saturday. We got some exciting games, guys, and it starts tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. on twitch.tv/SmiteGame.
Do not fear that I will bring suffering. For in truth, I bring an end.
You are in for a world of pain. I bring the thunder and the lightning.
Konnichiwa.
People at the doorstep, wires on the ground.